West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello. How are you, my friend?
Rockets are on a win streak, the likes of which we've never seen. Sean.
Rockets are on a win streak. You got your Texans thing on, and I got my Astros thing on. So
there's actually, you know what? We're doing something a little bit later where a national analyst from ESPN was way more bullish on the Texans than I think most national people have been. And he points out some good positives. We might have to do an Astros and Rockets 3-for-1.
Where are we on all these teams right now?
Where are we perhaps more cynical locally because we're miserable about certain things than we actually should be?
This was supposed to be a golden age.
Yeah.
We're close to it. And are we in a golden age? Do we have potential for that?
Was it supposed to be a golden age?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
We were talking, there was a point where we looked at the Texans probably going into 2024 as a as a potential Super Bowl team, and during the season, this past season, as a potential Super Bowl team with that defense. Rockets getting Kevin Durant, I think, put us in that realm, and the Astros are always going to be in our consciousness until they get really beat down.
I don't think that we were necessarily making bold proclamations about a forthcoming golden age just because of the uncertainty on the Astros.
Yeah, probably.
Right now.
Probably.
There were the first time that any famous Houston sports radio people said anything about a golden age of Houston sports, it was back when I said that the Texans are a franchise quarterback away from us entering a golden age of Houston sports.
Pretty accurate, I would say.
Yeah, as the Rockets were continually the second-best team in the NBA who couldn't get out of their own conference. The Astros would go on to win multiple ALCSs and a couple of World Series along the way. It's the franchise quarterback that eluded the Texans. Thought we had one there for a second.
We did.
And Deshaun.
Hey, by the way.
Yeah.
Did I don't know if you saw, there was an article, Todd Monken, intrigued by Deshaun Watson, who is 100% healthy now and starts throwing again on Wednesday. Is there a chance that Deshaun Watson is back in our lives in the NFL next
I think there's
year?
a good chance. I mean, it's impossible to ignore the ceiling of Deshaun Watson.
He's healthy.
It's also impossible to ignore the fact that Davis Mills has been a better quarterback than Deshaun Watson.
Well, things are true, yeah.
Since Deshaun last played football in Houston.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really, really weird. It's a strange situation. So I'm not confident saying anything with confidence about Deshaun Watson.
He looks good in those workout videos he puts out there, man. Looks like he's moving okay, you know?
I think there's boy.
I mean, they opened his practice window last year, so he was theoretically healthy enough to go practice last year.
Without ever really showing any actual contrition for the stuff that he went through or did, he basically apologized for putting himself in this situation to be exposed.
That was big of him to apologize to himself.
Yeah, it was. It
really was. It takes a big man to look in the mirror and apologize to yourself for putting yourself in that situation.
You know, and ultimately, too, I don't even want to say this because people are going to take it the wrong way. I think financially the best thing, that scandal was very good for him financially. It forced a quasi-free agency type of situation for a really good young quarterback, which you never, ever see. And I think that happens if it was simply CJ requesting a trade. It was CJ plus everything else.
Deshaun.
Yeah. I apologize to CJ 1,800 times.
Yeah.
If it weren't for all of the off-field stuff, I think that doesn't get handled in quite the same unconventional way that it was.
That's interesting. So you don't think you think if none of that stuff had happened, that he wouldn't have gotten traded, or that the trade would have worked out differently?
I think it would have worked out differently.
Okay.
There wouldn't have been such a period of a building up period to the crescendo.
Okay.
But I also think him requesting a trade may have also had something to do with him having an inkling of what was to come.
Oh,
sometimes
yeah.
you just get a feeling like, I got to get the hell out of here.
Oh.
I got to go.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Remember, he requested the trade in January, and we wouldn't find out about the allegations for another couple months?
Middle of March.
Yeah.
March 15th.
And it's still not clear exactly how much of it was a blindside to him versus how much he might have had a feeling that something was coming.
Yeah.
And that's I think the whole scenario, unfortunately, I'm not saying this is the right thing for it to have happened. It ended up with him getting the biggest guaranteed payday that anybody had ever gotten in the NFL.
That is a fact. That is a stone cold fact. He got the biggest guarantee in the history of the NFL.
I can just think back to my life over the several really bad things that I've done. Nothing like Deshaun's, but things that I really wish I hadn't done. And boy, there's a strong feeling of I got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, that's true.
I got to stop paying the lease on my cheesesteak places, and I just got to go.
It's a taco place now, by the way, and I think he opened
Which one? All of them?
It's no, the one by the stadium.
Oh, okay.
It's a taco place now. He opened one in Cleveland, and I think that one's closed now too.
Hell, really?
It goes. Yeah. The cheesesteak place just isn't sticking in these places that he's jilted with either trade requests or bad football. Yeah.
If you are trying to open a place that's specifically called another city's food item, Philadelphia cheesesteaks,
right?
You got to bust your butt and have a lot of things working in your favor to make it go.
Right.
People are never like kolaches. I've wondered forever why kolaches haven't caught on nationwide. I've floated the idea to people here and there about how, like, man, you guys should really put a kolache joint in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And they come. These are restaurant people actually know what they're talking about.
Yep.
They come back at me with all of the reasons why they don't want to invest any money in that.
Yeah.
They said, hey, it might work, but you better start with a food truck at a college or something and give it a go, give it a look-see, because the regional food things don't just catch on with the same fervor that you have locally.
Actually, it's funny you say that. I love the Kolache Factory. I go there a couple, probably 1 or 2 times a week after the show and, grab a couple kolaches. I actually looked into it it was one of the things I missed the most moving away from Houston the first time.
Yeah.
Moving to Denver and to Chicago. And so when I got to Chicago, I actually looked into what it took to open a franchise there. Because at that point, it wasn't just a Houston thing. They'd moved into Indianapolis. And so one location in a couple of cities. I'm like, ooh, I could be the Chicago guy. And I looked into it. And they're pretty, at least at the time, this is 20 years ago. I'm assuming it hasn't changed. They were pretty stringent on what your net worth needed to be.
Yeah.
Because they don't want, they want it to survive. They don't want a for lease sign on the front of it.
Yeah. They're going to stick it out, even if you're not making money the first couple of years, especially when you're forging into a new territory.
Yes.
The best one, for any of you enterprising young folks out there, the best avenue to becoming an owner, I say it in air quotes, of a franchise, is Chick-fil-A. If you don't have vast reserves of cash, but it's kind of
it's hard to
you become a managing partner, and it's like getting into medical school.
It's crazy. Yeah.
They only take the creme de la creme, and you got to really bust your butt. But if you're so inclined and you're that type of person, that is an avenue to get ownership in a franchise.
That's a can't miss.
Yeah.
I mean, you get into that one, that's a can't miss. Tony Levine, the old, the former, I don't want to say old, he's not old, the former University of Houston coach. I don't know how many he owns. At least one down in Missouri City.
Yeah.
He always struck me as somebody who Chick-fil-A would be looking for. We used to interview him on my old station at 7:45 every Tuesday morning or something like that. That phone rang at 7:44 and 45 seconds every Tuesday morning. The hotline for him to call in. Like, he was on time. Coug fans will say, well, he wasn't a great coach. He got let go. That dude was on time. Good guy, too. I'm happy for him.
Just to be clear, I said air quotes for an owner. That's you're kind of a managing partner or operator there.
Right.
But it can be very lucrative if you do a good job.
Right.
Which actually, I would argue at this point in my life, why the hell you want to own anything? Get yourself a nice. You can work your way into a really, really sweet job.
Yeah. That's absolutely right. Justin Verlander signed with the Tigers yesterday, so that closes the door on that.
Was that yesterday? It feels like 3 days ago.
It was
yesterday.
Well, I saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So we'll get to see
Fromber.
Did you pull the splits on Fromber when Verlander was healthy and present versus when Verlander wasn't healthy?
I'll do that during the
present?
break. I'll do. Yeah, you sent that to me and suggested.
I don't think you're going to find a strong correlation necessarily, because Fromber.
What's the
Fromber ended up being very good, very consistently for a long stretch of time.
What was your thought process behind digging up that data? That Fromber might not. Might not pitch well. Or you're just curious how they pitched when they were with each other? Or?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Like bad Fromber might have shown up sometimes when Verlander was his teammate or not.
Yeah. It was just if there's some kind of a soothing presence or something.
Oh, I got you. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, that he could be. Yeah.
You got me nervous. Like, wait, they both went to Detroit, right? Okay, all right.
No. I was just wondering if what you were curious about him.
Yeah, I was curious about whether there was any kind of correlation whatsoever.
Gotcha.
Is Fromber less of a volatile creature when he has the soothing presence of Justin Verlander around? Not to mention all the advice and everything. I wondered if there was some package deal going on.
That makes sense. Should the Astros have done this deal?
I did. I got really nervous that, oh, crap, it's 6 a.m., and I'm confusing two Major League friends.
No, you're good. You're good.
It was going to turn out that Framber actually went to the Dodgers, and I somehow misunderstood it. Okay.
No, I was just wondering what the thought process was behind your question. That's all.
Yeah.
Should the Astros have done that deal for Verlander? 1 year, $13 million?
No. I don't know. Listen, I've got no more room for any sentimentality for injury-prone players.
Yeah.
Okay? Yes, I love Verlander. It'd be awesome. Maybe Verlander ends up going 160 innings this year, as he traditionally does.
Yeah.
But he's old, and you're going to, from this point on in his career, it's a 50-50 proposition whether he actually gives you a bunch of innings.
Yeah.
And that part of it, yes, the money makes sense and everything, but not given all the other uncertainties on your pitching staff right now.
Yeah. Well, and the seats are starting to fill up. Not that Verlander, not that you say that Verlander the second half of last season when he was pretty good for the Giants doesn't belong on this staff, but it seems like the seats are all taken right now.
I don't. The Astros aren't in that position anymore where you can just say, hey, let's just top it off with an older guy here, and then let's bring in another older guy there. It'll be nice. Taking a Carlos Beltran type, sure. They're not in the financial or the pipeline situation to where I've got an appetite for that.
Yeah. This probably clinches Verlander going into the Hall of Fame as a Tiger, I would guess. Mm-hmm. He was probably going in as a Tiger anyways. He spent most of his career there. He won an MVP there, a Cy Young there. I know he didn't win World Series there. He won those here. But
you can go in with no cap if you choose.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think Verlander will go in as a Tiger, if I had to guess.
I would think so as well, yeah.
I still think
although he still has a house, if he still has a house in Houston, I would just totally base it on how I want my,
Do you think they would put that on his plaque at the very bottom? Owns a house in Houston.
He goes in as a Tiger, but he does own a house
Owns a house. And phrase it that way. He does own a house in Houston, yeah.
And here are his 3 favorite cheesesteak joints.
Yes, yeah. I still think he's the best pitcher in the history of the Astros. I know that'll get people texting in like, no, Nolan Ryan, no, Roger Clemens, no, this and that.
I hope Nolan Ryan comes through that door and just starts rabbit punching you. Puts you in a headlock. Boom.
They're doing a bloody Nolan Ryan jersey. We're all over the place in the Open this morning. They're doing a bloody Nolan Ryan jersey giveaway for the Rangers this year. I saw yesterday, like literally a Nolan Ryan jersey with bloods, like fake blood, I think, spattered all over the front of it to celebrate that game that he got his face busted open. So yeah, Rockets win last night. That's probably more important than a Nolan Ryan blood spattered jersey, I would say. 102-95 over the Clippers, and they play them again tonight. It would be nice to go into the All-Star break with a little win streak here, by the way.
Yeah, it would be nice. I mean, the reality check, and all of this happened as we were either traveling to or at the Super Bowl, which is a little bit annoying. But I'm growing more and more frustrated with just that they sat on their hands at the trade deadline. And the biggest thing about it is really that I've heard Rafael Stone reference at least once that, hey, they're a top 5 offense, they're a top 5 defense. That's not really entirely true. They're still, since December 1st, they've been middle of the pack offensively and defensively. So for the last 2+ months, they've been 15th on offense and 13th on defense, which matches the eyeball test. And that part of it of just kind of saying, oh, well, we get just sometimes you have some bad injury luck, and there you go. That's frustrating to me. You look at last night where Amon Thompson, what were Amon Thompson's numbers last night?
Amon Thompson had Amon Thompson was 6 of 10 from the field. He only had 1 assist last night. That's the big thing. No turnovers, though.
Right. No, I wasn't like blaming him for just not it being a larger victory or anything. But it's just he's
16 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist.
Yeah, so good job by him last night. And he's still not a true blue point guard.
They don't have a point guard.
Right. He can't shoot. Like I feel like he's actually, if he would have the benefit of not having to play, not having to pass to 4 guys who are being defended by 5 players because nobody's defending him, he could be in a much better point guard.
Yeah.
But he's got this Ricky Rubio dynamic where he just flat out can't shoot.
Yeah. So
they makes it that much harder and the window's that much smaller, especially when Şengün is on the floor, that the punting on it, this team that could still be very much better than they are right now, you just flat out punted on it just because, Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do? It's not a guarantee that, obviously, when Steven Adams, who's on the wrong side of 30, or Fred VanVleet come back, that next year that's our path to future glory.
Yeah.
It's just not that obvious or simple.
It would look better with Fred. The Fred VanVleet part. Steven Adams, they really, really miss right now just because of the offensive rebounding. The Fred VanVleet thing, I do think it would look a lot better. Like, Amon Thompson, the Ricky Rubio comp is an interesting one because he shoots like Ricky Rubio. I don't think he's the playmaker that Ricky Rubio was.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that's the thing.
I'm just throwing that out there off the top of my head. I'm not trying to make a blog post about it.
No, I know you're not. But they don't have somebody who is a playmaker offensively right now. They just don't. Like, they don't have someone that can really initiate offense, anything better than just really in a clunky manner. Alperen Şengün is their primary ball handler in the waning moments of close games right now, and he's not Jokic. So, but they get the win. I don't want to, no.
And they turned Kawhi Leonard into a shell of himself
last night. Yep. And it was good to see Reed Shepherd get a little bit of his groove back last night as well. 4 of 6 from 3-point range last night for Reed Shepherd.
They play tonight?
Yeah, back-to-back tonight.
Yeah,
against the Clippers. And then it's the break. And we get the slam dunk contest and the 3-point contest and the celebrity game and all that good stuff this weekend that everybody loves so much. All right.
It's better than the NFL Pro Bowl games. I'll give them
Definitely
that.
Better than the NFL Pro Bowl games. 100 times better. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running on a Wednesday. Still a lot to get to on the show today. The gift that keeps on giving, wallowing in the Patriots' misery. We've got some of that. We've still got some leftover audio for that. Seth mentioned it. A bullish opinion on the Houston Texans. We're going to do that at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock today on the show. So stick around. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. If you're a guy who's getting older,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to our continued bathing in Patriot tears in just a second here. Seth, I shouldn't have even had to look this up because the thing is, you asked the question, how did Framber pitch when in the years where Verlander was with him in Houston? Because they're now teammates again in Detroit. You know,
when Verlander was actually healthy and pitching.
That's exactly right. Well, that's the thing is that, I mean, I don't know how many Astro fans recall he only had 3 fully healthy seasons as an Astro.
I think most people remember that.
2018, 2019, and 2022 were the only full seasons that Justin Verlander pitched for the Houston Astros. And he had, little IL stints here and there within those seasons. But I'm talking like spring training through the postseason. Those are the 3 seasons he was an Astro. He missed 2020 and 2021 with Tommy John surgery, which was when Framber kind of burst onto the scene. Framber had been on the team 18 and 19, but 2020 was Framber's first really good year. He was 5-3 during the COVID season, and then he was 11-6 the next year. The 1 year they spent fully together in that window of Verlander getting here the first time and Verlander getting here in 2023 at the trade deadline was in 2022 when Framber was 17-6, led the league in innings pitched, had an ERA below 3, and if you recall, had 25 straight quality starts that year. Yeah. It was Framber's clearly his best season in Major League Baseball, and he wasn't even the best pitcher on his own team. Verlander won the Cy Young that year.
Yeah, that's what I wondered with, maybe that was part of the master plan is A.J. Hinch is thinking, yep, we get Framber in here. We get basically Verlander can be to Framber what Case Keenum was to CJ Stroud.
That's exactly right.
The veteran guy there that maybe is just a whisper here, a suggestion there. Yeah. Hey, this is how you get over that rough outing there, all of those things. Who knows?
Maybe something to that, man.
Then I'll feel bad.
Yeah.
Then I will allow myself to feel bad about losing Framber and not signing Verlander.
If they both go on to thrive in Detroit. Well, Detroit's put themselves a nice little starting rotation together, I will say.
Yeah, but I'm going to hate watch them now.
Yeah. June 15th through June 17th, if you care to hate watch them in person at Dyken Park. That's when the Tigers are coming to town. June 15th to June 17th.
If you're a true Houstonian, you'll boo them mercilessly.
Does Framber get a welcome back video?
Yeah, they both get nice big ovations.
I think so. Yeah, I think Framber gets the video. Verlander's already gotten a video. He doesn't get another video.
The thing about let's forget the last 2 months of Framber's tenure here. And like many other Astros who have departed the building, they're very likable guys.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that I think we all did appreciate it at the time. It wasn't just that it was a really good baseball team. They had a lot of really likable guys.
Sure.
And it's hard to see all those likable guys spread out around the globe.
It is, but they are sure making a lot of money everywhere. They're like 4 of the top 15 highest average annual values in baseball now are Astros of that era.
Which is, there's a couple of things that go into that. When you read that, it's funny, because I looked at the replies of, I'm guessing, the same tweet that you and I saw. Maybe you sent it to me. And it was that some people saying, sarcastically, wow, can you imagine having all 4 of those guys on the team? You'd probably win the World Series every single year, which they didn't. They'd only win one every few years.
Yeah, that's true.
They'd go to the World Series.
They get to it sometimes, yeah.
But also, I mean, the flip side of the coin is, you can't possibly retain all those guys on your roster unless you're the Dodgers.
Dude, the lowest one of the 4 was Bregman, who was $35 million a year. Was for Bregman 35, Tucker 60.
I shook my fist at Jeff Luhnow saying, Why did you stock this roster with so many non-retainable guys because they're going to be too good?
Oh my God, yeah. Garrett Cole 36. It was, like Framber 38. No, these are all guys who are 35 million plus. So I'm all for wallowing in the Patriots' misery for another day. I think we could do it all week long, honestly.
Yeah.
This
is so you had said this yesterday. You wish you'd pulled the Chris Collinsworth reaction to the Drake Maye interception.
Yeah.
When Chris Collinsworth and Mike Trico were really heaping a lot of praise on Drake Maye in the fourth quarter.
For like 2 completions in a row,
Yeah, he just converted a first down, and boy, he's really seeing the game. So we'll play this. Now, mind you, I cut out, Sean, 22 seconds of dead air
Just silence?
After the interception is thrown. Okay. Silence from Trico and Collinsworth. Nothing but crowd noise.
Okay.
But it was just too long. I was like, should I leave this in? And I'm sitting there and I'm checking my watch. And no, it's too long. Okay. So I cut out 22 seconds after the interception is thrown.
Pretend that there's 22 seconds of the two of them staring at each other like we just jinxed this.
So we joined them just after, I believe Drake Maye has completed a pass on second down to convert a first down in the fourth quarter.
Okay. Chris, all of a sudden there's a rhythm to the New England offense. You can almost see a little confidence building.
Well, he's reading the defense now. He's seeing the blitz off the right side. He knows he's hot. He's got to throw it to the other way. These are the couple of best plays that he's had so far in this game.
8:50 to go. Trying to step up and shoot one downfield. It's intercepted. Ill-advised throw in the middle. Julian Love has it. Love 50. Love 40 and out of bounds.
I got nothing for you here.
I got nothing for you here. Okay, I'm glad you.
Especially as they're gushing about him reading the field so much and everything, he threw it directly into Julian Love's breadbasket.
I mean, it was one of the worst throws I've ever seen. It was horrible. Okay, so they were. God, I'm trying to figure out if I wish you'd left silence or not. Maybe you and I could have mystery science theatered that whole thing during the silence until Collinsworth talked, but I felt like we would have talked over him probably accidentally. Dude, if there was 22 seconds of silence in between the interception and Collinsworth saying, I got nothing for you here, you know that the two of them were just looking at each other like, we just jinxed this poor kid, man. I mean, we just hexed the hell out of that poor kid. Oh, my God. They did that to somebody else. I can't remember who. I'll have to go look it up on Twitter because I'm sure Twitter's got the video. That crew, the Trico Collinsworth pairing, did that to somebody else late in the season, and I'm trying to remember who it was. I can't remember, but God, that was something. That was game over. That was game over right there. That interception.
Let me check the clip that I had taken out. Oh, I'd have to do too much. Yeah. So that part of it, where Drake Maye, like in a lot of ways, in the playoffs as well, because including in the Denver game before the weather turned bad and everything, there were multiple times. Versus the Texans, too, where Drake Maye looked like a young quarterback that all of a sudden was really seeing some stuff that he hadn't seen before. Here is Julian Love, who'd snagged that safety, or excuse me, the safety who had snagged that interception. I got this from Inside the NFL. Here's him both before and I believe after the interception discussing what he was seeing out of Drake Maye.
As soon as that back foot hits,
How deep on is this?
as soon as the back foot hits, he's going to where he wants, but he's pausing for a second to confirm that he's open. He's not blindly doing like Stafford. There's like a little there. You can show you jumped that.
Maye from the shotgun. Second down and 3. Steps up in the pocket, gonna let one fly down the seam, and it's intercepted. Julian Love.
Yeah,
that's really interesting. So that was somebody mic'd up. That was Love mic'd up on the field.
That was him Love on the sideline talking to I can't remember which Seahawks defender it was. But yeah, just he's kind of a see it, throw it type of guy.
Yeah.
Where he hasn't evolved into the Matt Stafford. And honestly, CJ Stroud does a good job of throwing with anticipation. Sometimes throwing blind and not checking to confirm what he has before he throws it.
Right.
And that's the kind of stuff that, especially with 2 weeks of preparation, things really show up in the playoffs.
You're saying that like they saw that, obviously they saw that tendency on film, something like that?
Well, they had seen it. Well, okay, there were some tendencies on film that Mike McDonald and the defense did very well, but that was cool because Julian Love was probably confirming something that they had seen on film, but sometimes you just really can't tell until you get to field level. And that, man, there's a noticeable, sometimes things that don't look that obvious on film, you get into the game and you can just, especially after you've just played Matt Stafford, you're like, all right, this timing's a little bit different, and I'm gonna have some lead time on this. So it's Drake Maye's a young quarterback.
Yep.
Just as CJ Stroud is still a young quarterback, but Sam Darnold isn't a young quarterback. Matt Stafford certainly isn't. That stuff matters when you get to the playoffs.
Yep.
Drake Maye was atrocious, and I know it's easy to explain it away because of his shoulder injury or whatever, but He looked mentally atrocious at times before he hurt his shoulder in that Broncos game. And it's not to say he's never going to be a good quarterback or anything, but he's still a very young quarterback. And yes, the schedule helped him a lot this year in amassing all those statistics.
Well, the big excuse that I've heard for Drake Maye since the Super Bowl has been less about the shoulder and more about, well, he had to play 4 of the top 5 defenses in football along the way. You know, he had to go Chargers, Texans, Broncos, Seahawks. That's a really tough stretch of football. And I'm going, yeah, at some point, these are the teams you're going to need to beat to win a Super Bowl.
Right. And and remember, you're the same people who are arguing that he was the MVP of the league.
Right.
It's not an excuse. Again, I'm sorry to go back to the Rams game, but Matt Stafford put it on the Seahawks multiple times this year. And you're sitting here trying to say, well, the reason the MVP, the rightful MVP, didn't look good in the playoffs was because he had to face good defenses.
Right.
Just, he's a good young quarterback. But stop it with acting like he's the next Tom Brady or something. He stunk in that game.
Yep.
And you know who else played with – Tom Brady didn't always have the best Super Bowls.
No.
But he looked a hell of a lot better than that. And a lot of times he was playing through injuries too.
Well, and that point in the game that we just played, down 19-7, that would be a time where Tom Brady is starting to put some fear into you. If he was down by a couple scores and he's getting the ball back with 12 minutes to go, down 12, and Drake
Tom
made
Brady,
a horrific
Pat
interception.
Mahomes, Josh Allen, any of those guys that you would watch, that fourth quarter of that game with any of those quarters, Lamar Jackson's reputation for coming from behind is different. But any of those quarterbacks in the fourth quarter, it's still an exciting game.
Absolutely.
Because you're just like, oh, boy. With the Patriots, it was intellectual. I was telling myself, all right, well, he throws a good deep ball, and there's theoretically a chance that they could come back in this game. Mm-hmm. But realistically, I didn't feel it. Nobody felt it.
Yeah.
They were getting walloped.
All right, headlines coming up next. Rockets get a win last night. How did this Super Bowl do with respect to viewership? We've got the numbers there as well. A little bit of baseball news. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But let's get you guys fed. Let's get you guys to Beck's Prime, the best.
by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Rockets in headlines powered by the Men's Tea Clinic. And the Rockets beat the Clippers last night, 102-95. This is the first time the Rockets have seen the Clippers since the James Harden trade. He was traded to Cleveland right before the trade deadline. Darius Garland, who he was traded for, did not play. He's had a toe injury. Kawhi Leonard was held to 24 points. Why do I say held to? Because he had 41 the last time the two teams played, and the Clippers blew out the Rockets. The Rockets win last night, 102-95. Kevin Durant leading the way with 26 points. Alperen Şengün, 22 points. Pretty efficient night for him on 9 of 14 shooting, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. The two teams will play again tonight. Rockets are 34-19 on the season. I think 4-19 on the season. Let's see, 33-19 on the season. So with a win tonight, they'll be 34-19. For all the hand-wringing that we've done over the Rockets, Seth, collectively as a fan base and where they are, and they've got no point guard, and the team looks lifeless on offense at times here, yada, yada. They're third in the Western Conference right now.
I mean, part of it is they got off to such a tear and such a hot streak that it all makes sense. You can look at it mathematically and say, all right, well, yep, you got off to that really, really good lead, and then you've been hovering along and beating the crap out of bad teams at home, for one. Mm-hmm. Their record, they've only lost one game to a losing team at home still so far this season. So that's been nice to lean on. Yep. But it's just like we all know. You watch, you can see now they're mid in a lot of regards. Well, they're not there.
And two things can be true. They're third in the Western Conference right now. They're also 2 games out of the play-in. So it is a bunched up, teams 3 through 7. Houston, Denver, Lakers, Timberwolves, Phoenix. 2 games separates all those teams. Phoenix is the 7th seed. They would be in the play-in right now. So.
Yeah, the standard for this offseason was, all right, you're going to be better than you were in the playoffs last year. And look, Fred VanVleet getting injured was obviously a big old Jeff Gillooly to our knees as we celebrate the Winter Olympics. But I can't sit here and say woe is me on Steven Adams getting injured, because what did you expect? At some point, a guy like Steven Adams is gonna get injured, and you go into a season hoping for the best. But it's like him getting injured shouldn't also be something that you say, oh, I guess this just wasn't our year. Yeah, the 30-plus-year-old giant. Those guys don't tend to age all that well.
It is wild how crucial he is to this team, though. It is, but yeah, and he's out for the year. They're going to have to what they got out of Steven Adams. Clint Capella is going to have to give you some sort of fraction of that as a big man off the bench for 13 to 18 minutes. He played 13 minutes last night. Super Bowl ratings, viewership fell short of a ratings record. Still second place behind last year's Super Bowl. It goes to show you the power of the Super Bowl from kickoff to the final gun. These were 2, by and large, unsuspenseful Super Bowls, and they're the 2 most watched Super Bowls in history. Halftime fell short as well with Bad Bunny. Still the most viewed television show in the history of NBC, the Super Bowl.
Last year, that Super Bowl, I think, got a lot of good ratings because it's kind of like when you're watching a movie or a series on HBO, and one of the villains that you really, really want to dies. It's nice if they prolong the death. You want them to have an agonizing death, preferably with a little bit of torture thrown in. Yeah. But a lot of times, sometimes a villain will die, and there's nothing worse than when he dies and he doesn't even know it.
He dies fast.
His head gets lopped off immediately, and he wouldn't have even seen it coming. Like, no. Yeah. This guy needs some time to reflect on what's happening.
You're rewatching Game of Thrones right now.
Yeah.
Like, Joffrey's death was satisfying.
It was pretty good. I could have seen it dragged out longer.
Yeah. Like 3 hours.
But at the very least, he could tell something bad was happening.
He knew he died. Ramsey Bolton's would have been one to watch.
Right.
He gets mauled by his own dogs.
He gets mauled by his own dogs, which right up until the moment he realizes it's going to happen, he didn't think it would even happen.
Right. These are loyal beasts. They won't eat me. Yeah,
but sometimes in a sword fight or something especially, a guy gets killed, and you're like, oh, he just didn't even At least stab him in the heart.
Right.
So he's got some time to realize he's dying.
Yeah. So
I hope I realize I'm dying. I don't want to be snuffed out immediately.
Oh, I do.
Not that I'm a villain necessarily.
I don't even want to know that I don't want to know it's coming, and I want it to. Yes.
You just want to be blip, lights out.
Bam. Yeah. No, dude, come on, look at me. I do not have a high tolerance for pain. No.
It doesn't have to hurt.
Yeah. Okay.
You could be suffocating.
It does.
It could be worse
really?
than pain.
Yeah.
You could be. You could get smothered by a pillow. Andy, what are you doing, Andy?
That's exactly what it would sound. That's exactly what it would sound like.
The day after you tell her about your life insurance policy.
Oh my God.
He went peacefully in his sleep underneath a pillow, underneath his favorite pillow.
Yeah. His wife just bought a new Bentley. Yeah. Oh,
What's
man.
the perfect amount of time to know that you're dying? This is a Pender poll.
I just told you.
You don't want it to be
seconds.
5 years. 5 years sucks.
Oh, yeah. No, not 5 years. Yeah, not 5 years. Somewhere between 5 years.
5 minutes is good.
Really?
Yeah, because you have time to really, you could put things in perspective.
In 5 minutes?
And not start arguing with yourself about how it sucks that you're dying or everything. It's just just tell yourself, oh, okay. Hopefully you've got a loved one there that you can say some nice last words.
The negotiations with yourself, you can do that in 5 minutes?
5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes, man. That's a skill. That is a skill right there. Couple more
I had the near-death experience where I wasn't even anywhere close to death, but I was passing out for the first time in my life, and I thought I might be having a stroke.
Yeah.
And that wasn't enough time.
Yeah.
The amount of time it took to where I could tell that I was about to collapse.
Yeah.
And when I collapsed, I didn't really verbalize it, but my main thought was oh wait, I should have taken care of a lot of stuff.
Yeah. That's what would happen with me. Oh my God, where's my list? Where's my list? How many of these can I do?
I didn't have time to feel bad about it though. So maybe 5 seconds is the right amount.
Maybe 5 seconds. Justin Verlander signs with the Tigers, 1 year, $13 million. We dug into that.
Staves off death for another year.
He did. Yes, he did. Seth, I had no idea how much I love women's Olympic hockey.
Yeah, you and Brandy were both watching it yesterday.
Yeah, man.
I told her to take some notes for me so you and I could discuss.
We don't need to discuss it. The only thing we need to discuss is the 50 simoleons that are in my pocket now, thanks to the U.S.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you bet on the U.S.?
I bet, of course, man, of course. Now, I'm not going to act like I'm some patriot. If I value Canada, I would have probably bet on Canada. But
I watched curling.
USA.
I watched curling last night. That is there's something about curling. It's hypnotizing.
You ever done it?
Yeah, we did it with Garrett once. I don't know if you were with the station yet, but Garrett, our old web guy.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if you were. I did it with Garrett. Garrett, it might have been multiple.
Yeah, I was there. God, sounds like we had a hell of a time.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember who was there.
I couldn't remember you were there.
Yeah, no. Well, Garrett loves it so much. Garrett's listening right now, I'm sure. He texts the show 5 times a show. Garrett will remember. Garrett loved it so much he may have gone more than once. He might have gone with you one time.
He was. That was some kind of little thing. I think Garrett wanted it to turn into almost like a softball league type of thing or something. Yeah. But I'll tell you. No, it's a lot of work, man.
It is a lot of work.
And you watch those guys, those people the men and the women last night, they're in really good shape, but they're gassed after each one of those runs.
Dude, that sweeping thing, man,
they put up to 100 pounds of pressure or more on that stick.
Yeah.
As they're on that broom, they're brooming vigorously.
You're shaving ice, man. That's what you're doing.
Sean, I'll never do you. If you ever do get around to doing any kind of housework whatsoever, you ever wear
conversation's over.
If you wear a heart rate monitor while you're mopping aggressively and stuff, it's a good workout.
Yeah, that's what I'm told. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I got to go back and find my pictures of that curling session we had to see if you and I were there at the same time. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. One of the most bullish opinions on the Houston Texans you're about to hear coming up next. What else of this do we agree with? What are we nervous about? We'll get to all that. Nice long segment coming up here. Stay there. Oh, but first, Blue Chew. Valentine.
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Good to be with you on a Wednesday as we continue to sift through the aftermath of the football season, including the Houston Texans. I've not listened to this Ben Solak yet, Seth. I'm excited to hear what he had to say.
This was Ben Solak on Up and Adams with Kay Adams, who, by the way, I kept seeing all these references, people turning against Kay Adams on social media this week. I don't know. I think there was it sounded like, from what I could tell, she had an awkward interview with Cooper DeJean. Where she
did. I saw that.
Was that what it was? Did she ask about one of his dead relatives or something? No.
She asked about his rumored relationship with Nikki Bella.
Oh,
he's rumored to be dating
the wrestler.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, he is rumored to be dating Nikki Bella. That's been a heavy rumor for a couple of months now. She's been wearing Eagles gear. She's been like much more open about the possibility of it existing than he has.
Okay.
So she pressed him on it a little bit, and he was incredibly awkward and closed off about it. And, man, if I was dating Nikki Bella, I'd be shouting from the rooftops. Now, the big thing about this relationship, Seth, is it's sort of a reverse Belichick, reverse Kraft thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
She's 42 years old. He's 22 years old.
Okay, so that's more like Tom Brady and his girlfriend.
As far as the quantitative,
alleged girlfriend.
Yeah.
Because he's 48 and she's 25
That's
or
a better analogy, yes. Yeah.
So it's reverse where she's a cougar.
She's a cougar, yep.
Going after a young stud. How old's he?
He's 22.
So there's a 20-year age difference there.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yep.
It's not like, she's modern 42.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Back in our day, kids, a 42-year-old woman usually had, looked like she'd been smoking 3 packs a day her entire life, because most of them had.
Yep.
Had never done a day of cardio.
Right.
If anything, she might have retained her really super flat 80s butt that was all the rage back then.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the same as 42-year-old women today.
No, it's certainly not the same as Nikki Bella, that 42-year-old woman.
Yeah.
So Kay Adams was getting some heat over that, huh?
I guess so. I don't know. I just kept seeing, it was one of those things where you see that something is trending, but you can't figure out why it's trending.
Yeah.
And all I kept seeing was people talk about how it sounds like people have had enough with her flirtatious style, and then maybe dipping into a lot of non-football type stuff.
Yeah.
That, I don't know.
Maybe
and I'm sure if there's one thing I know about social media and influencers, it's that, oh, no, all of this negative attention is really going to hurt her. Yeah,
right.
It probably helped her bottom line to an extreme degree.
I just know we play a lot of audio from her interviews that she does, so I respect what she does. The only thing she did recently, and we'll get to Ben Solak here, I promise. The only thing she did recently from the audio we played when she was interviewing Emmitt Smith last week about Shedeur. She asked Emmitt Smith, should Shedeur be handed the starting job? And Emmett's like, yeah, you look at all these other quarterbacks, and he lists off all these quarterbacks that got drafted in the top 5.
Where they gave him the keys immediately.
Immediately, because they got drafted in the top 5, and she goes, ooh, that gave me goosebumps.
Right, and some of them hadn't been given the keys immediately either.
No.
That was the other part of it, too.
He was wrong.
He was completely ignoring that Shedeur is a 5th-round pick for whatever reason. It's just, it's different.
Yep.
So she was asking Ben Solak, not about his girlfriend, but about the landscape of the NFL.
Ben Solak dating Nikki Bella would be definitely something to talk about.
She would break that little dude in half. This is...
Yes.
Would. Ben Solak.
Oh, my God. In 2. All right, go ahead. Ben Solak on
This is Ben Solak. Very bullish on the Texans.
Yep.
That entire defense is going to be back, and they obviously had they were quite healthy this year, and so you always worry about the health. But that defense was one of the 3 elite defenses, right? Denver, Seattle, and then Houston. And then offensively, that was an unbelievably young offense, right? You have a rookie running back in Woody Marks. You have rookie young receivers in Jaden Higgins and in Jalen Noel. You have no Tank Dell for the entirety of the season. You have a rookie starting left tackle there, the offensive line, and they were shuffling the offensive line over the course of the year to try to figure out the best group because they had multiple free agent ads, right? You have CJ Stroud, is still a young quarterback. You had Nick Haley, who was a first-year OC. And over the course of the back half of the regular season, they were figuring stuff out and they were getting a little better. Running game was improving. Jaden Higgins was taking steps forward. They obviously got deleted by the Patriots in the snow. Bad game. Like, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. But in general, like, that offense was never going to be in its final form after one season. And I think that you're going to see some more investment on the offensive line this offseason. And I think you're going to see a much better, more polished and controlled CJ Stroud over the course of next year. That plus just this defense, right? Like, that defense is going to auto print you 8 wins, 9 wins.
All right,
okay, so
hey, real quick, can I just give Ben Solak one piece of advice? Yeah. Slow down.
No, I love it.
You do?
Yeah, you know that I listen to my podcast at 2x speed.
Oh my God.
I was honestly really impressed with him reeling all of that off because I watched it again to see if he was referencing his notes or anything, and I don't think he was. He looked off to the side a couple times, but by and large, he was reeling off all the names and all of those different factors just off the top of his head.
So he's passionate about this opinion.
He's been pretty passionate
speaking
about
from the heart.
Well, I think he's been a Texans fan since back in training camp. I talked to him at training camp in West Virginia there for a little bit. Yeah. And he was kind of giving I was voicing my concerns, and he was giving some counterpoints to my concern. And he was right about some of them, wrong about others, which no big deal, like everybody is. But the part there where I listened, and I would object to, throwing Jalen Nolan there as a rookie because yes, he was a rookie, but he also wasn't a huge part of the offense. Christian Kirk was supposed to be a part of the offense, and he wasn't. So Jalen Nolan does have to get better, because Christian Kirk likely isn't going to be back. But Jaden Higgins did come along as the season went along. The fact that you were relying at the end of the season on 3 rookies to be big parts of your offense, Jaden Higgins, especially without Nico Collins in that final game, Ariante Ursery, Woody Marks, I feel bullish about all 3 of those guys.
Yeah.
Those guys, especially if you think about Ariante Ursery early last season, where he started off the season playing right tackle and then got to play his natural position at left tackle. His first or his second game was against Josh Hines-Allen.
His second game at left tackle was week 3 against Jags.
So he got a lot better as the year went along. Woody Marks is the big one. If I'm going to break this thing into like things I feel confident about, things I'm shaky on, and things that terrify me, I think echoing what Ben Solak said, I think that defense is going to be a top 5 defense as long as they stay healthy. They were very healthy this year.
Yep.
But as long as they stay healthy. And then I think Woody Marks, I'm really confident that Woody Marks is at the very least a very good complementary piece of your rushing attack if they pair him with more of an all-purpose type of back.
Yeah.
I think because they really didn't get to use Woody Marks as a receiver all that much in the second half of the season as he was learning how to be the main running back. And he's still got some improving to do in terms of just running in an NFL scheme and reading defenses and all of that. I just don't want to see him getting consistently 20 carries per game. I don't think that's how he's best used.
Yeah, that's the first thing that jumped out at me about what Solak said right there was maybe I'm just reading too much into what he said. It almost felt like he was referring to Woody Marks as their lead back moving forward.
Yeah.
And I don't think that can be the case. I think Woody Marks did a nice job this year for the role that he was handed. I'm guessing if we were to give him truth serum, he would not have expected that he was going to get nearly the workload that he got throughout the second half of the season. And I think he did. I think he did fine with it. I don't know that he holds up over 17 games. I mean, he came out of a lot. It was almost like a weekly thing, Seth, that Woody Marks would come out of the game for a few with some sort of injury.
Right. I'd much rather see him in space more often and a rhythm changer as a running back. But definitely, how many? Let's see. He ended up with 24 receptions. I'd love to see him get 40 receptions a year.
If you gave me that number before the season, if you had said 24 receptions for Woody Marks coming into the season, I would have taken the over. I would have guessed he'd have caught more balls.
Yeah.
Because that's why they drafted him. I would not have I would have probably taken I probably would have taken the under on whatever the carries were that he ended up with this year. He had way more carries than I thought he would.
And he did an admirable job for the situation they were in, but he ends up averaging 3.6 yards per attempt as a runner on the year. That's not rookie of the year style running or anything. And he'll get. I'm not saying that's his ceiling. He can get better, but they just need to find somebody other than Dare Gumbawale or whomever else to be the complimentary back there.
Solak is about as optimistic, I'll call it, on the Texans being able to fix their O-line issues and CJ Stroud being able to fix whatever his issues are as any of the national people that I've listened to.
I think that's the thing, too, is it's accurate what he said about the O-line stabilizing in the second half of the season, but you still see how dicey a proposition it was when Trent Brown, who's 33 years old, or is he 32? Whatever he is, he's in his 30s.
He's old, yeah.
And he's had injuries in his career. He's had inconsistencies in his career. He's not available to you the final game of the season. You got to move Titus Howard back out to right tackle, and you're back into that same old mess of, man, when they face physically dominant defensive tackles and interior defensive linemen, they really, really struggled last year.
Yeah.
And that's something that I don't know if just being in the system for one more year is going to all of a sudden make a difference for Jake Andrews, Juice Scruggs, and Jarrett Patterson. Not to mention Laken Tomlinson wasn't even played in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
Ed Ingram may or may not come back. I'd love to see him back. I think he can be part of a really good interior offensive line, but you've got to shore that up. So that's where I'm shaky on that, the improved O-line. I don't think it's as much of a slam dunk that, oh, yeah, they went from horrendous to okay, and then if we chart the graph upwards, next year they're going to be one of the best offensive lines in the league.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. The part where he really just kind of just throws in at the end, like, I think CJ's going to be fine. I'm like, wait, whoa,
yeah,
whoa,
that's the thing that still terrifies me right now is that CJ, as a passer, after his concussion, was still operating. Like, he was doing some good things as a passer.
Sure.
I mean, he had some moments, even in games where he didn't look great for the first three quarters or statistically. The biggest thing that you want to see, or at least you can point to, is, man, the clutch moments he had in fourth quarters to win games at times.
Yeah.
The Chiefs especially. Like that, you can't take that away from where CJ's ceiling is. He has the ability to really make some great plays in clutch moments. The fact that he just ran so sparely or so minimally after his concussion, and then the fact that in both the Steelers game and the Patriots game, he just did not look comfortable when pressured in the pocket. And some of the pressing, some of the turnovers that he made in both those games were, like Ross Tucker said yesterday, every turnover tells its own story. That the story of those interceptions and those fumbles in the Steelers game and in the Patriots game, those were ugly turnovers at times.
Yep.
And if it's related at all to the concussion, that's what makes me nervous when he comes back. And he's now had 2 concussions in his career.
Yep.
He had the first one. He came back from it.
Played really well.
Turned into a guy that ran more liberally the next season.
Yeah.
But now this is his second concussion. It seems to have gotten into his head, pardon the pun. And is that something that has lingering effects next September?
Yep. Couple other things from that Solak audio that we played. Just to circle back to the defense, I was just doing the chicken scratch numbers here on the on a piece of paper with respect to the defense, and we're all saying this is going to be a top 5 defense again next year. And if all these guys are healthy, you pointed that out. If healthy, they should be. They're bringing everybody back. There's no probably the highest free agent they've got among the players that matter for this team on defense is Sheldon Rankins, who's probably their 9th best defensive player, 10th.
Yeah.
Because to me, there's a big 7 on this team. I'd even throw a big 8 if you want to throw Togiai in there. But the 7, I'll call them, who are all guys that were either at the Pro Bowl or people felt like should have been at the Pro Bowl. Jalen Petrie and Danielle Hunter, both not at the Pro Bowl, but played at a Pro Bowl level. And then the 5 guys who were there, Will Anderson Jr., Kamari Lassiter, Derek Stingley Jr., Kalen Bullock, Azeez Al-Shaair. I think those are the 7 most important players on defense for the Houston Texans. They missed a combined total last season. Those 7 players missed a combined total of 5 games. Petrie missed 3 with the concussion. When CJ was out with the concussion, they were concussion brothers for 3 weeks. Kamari Lassiter sat out week 18. And then Azeez Al-Shaair missed the game against the Raiders, I believe it was, with a knee injury. That's it. those are the 5 games that were missed by. They're not going to. I feel like I can say almost factually they're not going to get that kind of injury luck next year.
Right, you gotta plan for or be ready for worse injury luck than that. They're very lucky, or they're good at not getting injured, whatever it might be. I would love to see maybe all of them come back wearing Guardian caps this year after Jalen Petrie had such success with it.
I wouldn't, dude.
One of the best hits of the decade was delivered by a guy wearing a Guardian cap.
That's right. Does that add to the visual for you of that hit on Rasheed Rice at all?
It does. There's
him wearing the
something
Guardian
about
cap.
It. Dude, you let that guy in a Guardian cap do that to you?
That's not what I meant. There's
a little bit of the Guardian cap. It's going to be kind of like seatbelts. Back in the day, kids, lots of people didn't wear their seatbelts. I'd say the majority of people didn't wear their seatbelts, especially men like my dad, who insisted that you wanted to be sure that if you were in an accident, you'd be thrown clear. Instead of trapped by your seatbelt in a potentially watery grave.
That's happened before. Where one out of every 2 million accidents it happens. The guy was actually lucky he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He got thrown from this fiery vehicle.
What happens when you get thrown clear is you got to remember the car is following the same path that you are. So
that's true.
Hey, I'm thrown clear. Oh no, I'm getting landed on by the car.
It's true.
Or your head is lopped off as your body gets thrown clear.
Yeah, that's true.
My dad was adamant. He was so pissed off about the fact that they were making it mandatory. So I think that much like the seatbelt, over time, people will stop looking at it as not a manly enough thing.
I long thought ever since the Guardian cap became a thing, that the league would come up with some rule that if you were in concussion protocol, you would have to wear it for at least 1 or 2 at least 1 or 2 weeks after you get cleared. That seemed like it would make sense.
I mean, there's almost no way to not. It's never going to look as good as a helmet. It'll gradually look less goofy. As far as you're not going to notice it as much. I've already kind of started not noticing it. But the problem is it's never going to be like a glistening, sweet, helmet.
Yeah, I don't think anything of it as far as like the aesthetics of it, so much so that the game that Petrie came back, the first game he came back and played in with the Guardian cap, I think was the Colts game. Because he came back the same week CJ did, if I'm not mistaken. And I asked him, he was our post-game guest. And I asked him about it, just what the thought process was. And we got text to the show, like, why are you shaming him for wearing the Guardian cap? I'm like, I didn't even know that there was Guardian cap shaming to go on.
Right, you were just asking about it.
I was just asking him about it. I figured it was a way to ask him about his concussion the last 3 weeks without saying, how are you doing from the concussion?
Remember, and I'm still a little bit annoyed with Titus Howard, because Titus Howard early in the season answered a question from, I think it was Jonathan Alexander. It was either Sam Warner or Jonathan Alexander wrote a story about those neck collars that I think every white tight end wears, but including Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
I forget what they're called, but they're supposed to reduce your chance of concussion too. And Titus basically said he would never wear one because it doesn't look tough enough.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right.
You're not the...
He would go on to get concussed this year.
Yeah.
Does it look tough to miss a game because of a concussion? Not that collar would have 100% prevented it, but why are they not taking everything? Why are they not taking all measures possible to avoid getting concussions?
Yeah, man.
I don't care how dumb you look. I used to get a lot of crap for wearing big thigh pads.
But like on the front there, those big
yeah. Like a lot of guys don't wear thigh pads at all anymore.
Yeah.
And I would wear big ones just because I'd had so many deep thigh bruises in my life.
Yeah.
That I'm like, I don't want to be messing with that. I'm gonna take all the precautions necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Do the Texans have to worry about this trend, Sean?
Okay.
Right now, since 2022, the Texans are third in this category. Players shot per NFL roster. So the 49ers, they've had 3 players who have gotten shot since 2022.
Okay, let me see if I can name them. Ricky
with
Pearsall.
A bullet, shot with a bullet.
Right, Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
Keon White was the one that just got shot like 2 days ago. I can't think of who.
No, Robinson.
Oh, Brian Robinson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I cannot get my Byrons and Bryans straight, so I'll let you do it. Then the Jets had 2 players.
Okay.
Chris Boyd and Reynolds.
Oh, that's right. Chris Boyd, Texans legend, got shot.
Where did he get shot?
Like
both what part of the body and what project?
I don't know on either of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll look it up. I was too busy looking up the Q collar that Dalton Schultz wears. It's called the Q collar.
It does not protect against gunshot wounds.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Especially in your neck, I would imagine.
That would be something.
That would, yeah. And then Nathaniel Dell, number 3.
Tank.
Tank Dell, third. Yeah. That's how the Texans are third. Good job to the rest of the league where 0 players have gotten shot.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Although the text line's going to be blowing up like, Joe Mixon shot himself in the foot. I saw it on Facebook. New York Jets cornerback Chris Boyd was shot in the abdomen. Ooh, man. That's where Tony Soprano got shot.
I know from Reservoir Dogs that's one of the worst places.
Dude, this is like a mob hit outside a Manhattan restaurant following a dispute with a bullet lodging in his lung. So in the abdomen, into his lung, he was hospitalized in critical condition, later returning for treatment due to complications, but is recovering, is what that says. So that was fairly late in the season.
Yeah, all 6 of those guys lived and are fine, right?
They lived to tell about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and Tank, I don't think Tank's going to get shot again.
Odds are he won't.
Yeah.
He's
staying out of Florida, remember?
He is, yeah.
Remember his trainer told him, what's God trying to tell you?
Yeah.
Stay out of Florida.
Stay out of Florida. That's good advice for anybody, I would say. Stay out of Florida. Hey, speaking of Dalton Schultz, you know what I've learned to really love over the last couple of days? Dalton Schultz breaking down his teammates on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed these cuts. We played the one, we may play these again if you haven't heard them. Will Anderson Jr., I thought he had a good answer that you and I talked about with Ross yesterday about CJ Stroud and places he's going. Ross's contention was that CJ's a lesser version of himself now than he was in his rookie year, and Dalton kind of took up for CJ.
Yeah.
Gave some decent examples as to why that was different. We'll play those, but this was the one that popped up yesterday that I had not seen yet. This was Dalton Schultz being asked about the psychopaths that are Jalen Petrie, Kamari
Lassiter and Petrie?
Psychopaths.
For a nickel and a corner.
Psychopaths.
Unbelievable,
They're 2 linebackers playing DB positions.
Billy Davis, your linebacker coach, said,
I love Billy Davis.
He said to me,
Billy Davis.
He said, I'll take them both. I'll take them both in my room.
So there was a couple times where they couldn't give out, like, enough game ball. Like, they couldn't leave out guys because everybody did so well. So they gave game balls to the whole D-line and the whole secondary and the whole backing. They included Petrie with the linebackers when they gave out the game balls for the linebackers because, I mean, dude, we were in nickel so much. I mean, you could do so much more with a nickel that plays with his hair on fire like Petrie does. Like, and then you got Kamari, who's a corner, who's fitting the B-gap.
Unbelievable.
Like Aziz would. You know what I mean? Like, there's not, I don't know, the physicality on defense, on our defense specifically, is just, I'd never been around a defense like that.
Will Anderson
is a freak.
Yeah, he's a nickel backer. I mean, yeah, he's way more linebacker than he is DB, which 2 years ago was a little bit of an issue. And I think that one thing the Texans did a good job of this year schematically was knowing what Jalen Petrie can and cannot do. And they weren't asking him to do things that were going to put him in a bad position, and they treated him more like a linebacker, which he is. He's more of a linebacker than a cornerback, certainly.
Yep.
And they're able to do that partly because guys like Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter had grown into their roles. They were smarter players, and they were a smarter secondary. The one missing piece to that secondary right now is that, you know, people show the graphics of, the Texans have the best secondary in football or one of the best secondaries in football, and they'll include Kamari and Derek Stingley and Kalen Bullock and then Jalen Petrie because, hey, 4 guys in a secondary, right? Well, no, there's also the other safety that starts opposite of Kalen Bullock.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that there was really the one blip in the matrix for the Texans this year that I don't think they got enough credit for was that they played with 6 different guys over the course of the season in that safety role and never really found a suitable guy. Jalen Reed hopefully is that guy, but he was injured for most of the year, and then when he did get to play, he didn't have that much experience. So They could be better next year.
Yeah.
They really could be even better as a secondary next year. Kalen Bullock as a safety is going to get better with each successive year because so much of it at that position is how smart you are. And there's certain things that you're going to learn along the way, and you just got to see more reps. So I think Kalen Bullock's going to continue to improve. But if they stay healthy next year, and Jalen Reed or whomever else, or even if it had been MJ Stewart, but he'd been able to play all 17 games, they probably would have been better off than just kind of rolling these guys in to the point where you're playing the Chargers, and it was, what's his name? The guy that had been on the roster for 2 weeks. I can't remember. Yeah. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I was trying to name the guys because I was trying to write. That's why I'm saying I can't remember because you said it was 6 guys, and it was 6 guys. CJ Gardner-Johnson.
I think if I include Jimmy Ward in that, it's 6 guys. So if you go from training camp on the guys that you were thinking about that might play safety.
God, who was that? His name just popped into my head. It popped out. And they cut him a week later. Kayvon Wallace.
Yes.
Kayvon Wallace. That's who it was. CJ Gardner-Johnson, Jalen Reed, MJ Stewart, Miles Bryant, I think, got a start at safety at one point.
Yeah.
Kayvon Wallace, and maybe we are throwing Jimmy Ward in there. I don't know. At least 5. Look,
I did. When I came up with 6, I specifically included Jimmy Ward.
You did,
okay. When I did it a couple weeks ago, I was talking about the plan at safety
guys they counted on
since August or since July.
Yeah, guys they counted. Look, anything more than 2 is suboptimal that you're rotating through there because either you got injury issues or performance issues. My other thing with Lassiter, with respect to what Dalton Schultz just said, Lassiter was 3rd on the team in tackles by a mile. The top 3 tacklers on the team are on a tier unto themselves. The first 2 are your inside linebackers, who I think on any team, any good defense, those are going to be your leading tacklers just because of the nature of the position and you're around the ball. And when the teams are running the ball between the tackles, your inside linebackers are getting a lot of tackles. Azeez Al-Shaair had 103 tackles. Henry To'oTo'o had 95 tackles. Kamari Lassiter had 91 tackles. This is my plea to the NFL, is that we separate tackles into big boy near the line of scrimmage tackles and tackles that are made in the secondary on guys that you just allowed a 20-yard completion to. Mm-hmm. Because Kamari Lassiter's tackles are big boy tackles. Those are tackles around the line of scrimmage. Those are tackles in the backfield. Those are bubble screens to the outside where Kamari comes and just ruins the guy's lower extremities with a hit to his legs. The next closest one to those 3 is Jalen Petrie with 74. Man, Kamari Lassiter, I'm glad he got to go to the Pro Bowl because he got the recognition for it. Kamari Lassiter's a beast, man.
He is
a beast.
This season, the Steelers game, after the Steelers game was when Jalen Petrie and Kamari Lassiter both were getting a whole lot of national love for doing some things that we'd seen them do all year. But in that game especially because the defense was so dominant, they both had combined, they had 10 tackles for a loss in that game.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Crazy.
They were playing behind the line of scrimmage.
A ton.
They were like miniature Jadeveon Clownies.
That's right. They were. Let's hear a little more Dalton Schultz. I can listen to Dalton Schultz talk about Will Anderson Jr. all day. We played this earlier this week, but I know some of you are, you dip in, you dip out. As long as we're hearing Dalton give the assessment of his teammates, the scouting reports. Here was Dalton Schultz on the Russ Tucker Football Podcast about Will Anderson Jr.
Everything that D'Amico wants out of his team as a head coach is literally embodied in Will Anderson. From on the field to off the field to process to everything is literally Anderson as a walking representation of exactly what that looks like.
Let me ask you,
dude. It's a walkthrough in training camp. Wearing shoes, T-shirts. Will Anderson is a tilt 9 trying to tear your face off. He's so consistent. Same guy all the time. You know exactly what you're getting. To your point, speed to power, 30 times a game. And guess what? He's going to get there. He's going to get there on half of them.
Did you ever hear the story? I think we talked about it on the show, but the story of him in high school where he would be banned from practice.
They had to pull him off the field because they couldn't get anything done. I felt like that was happening at Texans camp this year.
There's a lot of times you can write a lot of headlines about Will Anderson that are misleading, that are very positive. But if you say Will Anderson was banned from high school in practice, or from practice in high school, sounds like, oh, it's a bad one. Yesterday, I left it up for about 10 minutes and then I took it down because I felt it was too clickbaity. But it was accurate. I said I had the clip of Ross Tucker, and I said Ross Tucker calls Will Anderson an idiot, and people who didn't watch the video thought that he was being mean to Will Anderson.
Right.
He meant idiot, almost in the way of just this guy's stupid in a good way. And it's in how many times he goes speed to power in a game where he just keeps playing super, super physical in a way that a lot of guys just don't have the physical endurance to do. He just keeps doing it.
Okay, the only thing I found when I Googled Ross Tucker Anderson idiot. There's a YouTube. Somebody put a YouTube. Oh, it's you.
It's me. Yeah.
Ross Tucker marbles at idiot in quotes Will Anderson.
Yeah. And that one, it's a 20-second video. There was still one guy that went off on Ross in the comments. Pull it up. What's the guy say? Maybe he deleted it.
Hang on. I gotta mute.
I clarified to the guy that no, he is genuinely giving him a compliment.
Oh my God, I can't.
I thought I changed the title on that.
This is what's coming up on Google. So yeah.
Right, but click on the video and see if the title is still actually that.
It comes up as a reel, and on my browser there's no title to it. It's yeah. So I'll figure it out later. Payne and Pendergast with you. One more from.
I put it on Instagram too? I'm never on Instagram.
Okay, if you put it on Instagram, now you are being clickbaity.
I'm trying to automate things, and I just agree to everything, and all of a sudden I realize
what the hell is wrong with YouTube?
I updated my dating profile.
It's not letting me play it. It just puts it up as a still shot, like a JPEG of Ross Tucker with his tongue out like this. Yeah. If you're on YouTube, you saw what I did. One more from Dalton Schultz. This is Dalton Schultz. This was interesting because Ross Tucker had kind of framed the question as, hey, CJ Stroud doesn't look as good as he looked his rookie year. He's gone backwards. Dalton Schultz takes exception to that.
I don't think that's valid, dude.
Okay.
CJ's been the same guy, since he's been in the building. And at the end of the day, dude, that's my quarterback. I'm defending him till that's not – I don't know, bro. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but there's so many other things that go on to get to that. He's got the ball in his hands, so again, he's going to get scrutinized. He's going to get blamed. But no, I don't think he's a different player. I don't think he's trigger shot. I don't think he's taking his foot off the gas. If anything, he's grown significantly as a player and evolved significantly as a player. I think people come in the league and light it on fire and have a ton of success, and it's easy to get caught up in well, that's just that all right, that's the standard. That's it. That's what we're getting every year. Dude, it's ball, bro.
Dalton Schultz needs a podcast.
By the way, I told you that I predicted that Ross would really like Dalton Schultz, and he said as much yesterday when we had Ross on.
Yep.
Mostly because Dalton says dude and bro so much that you do feel when you're talking to him or interviewing him, this guy likes me.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't call every single person who
calls everybody
dude or bro.
Ross.
Yeah.
If you're listening, he calls everybody dude, but I'm glad you liked him. He's very likable, Dalton Schultz. And I'm glad, you know what? I'm glad Dalton Schultz had a good season this year so that we can all like him from a football standpoint again, too.
In that interview with Ross Tucker, he basically said there's no way in hell he and his wife were going to live in Utah when they were done.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He's from Utah.
He's from Utah, and his wife. He basically said, just growing up there now, I don't want he wants his kids to grow up in Dallas. They've got a place outside of Dallas.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He didn't go into it. It could have been multiple different things. Maybe it was too small town for him.
Maybe
maybe they're not Mormon. I don't know what the deal is or why he didn't. But he basically He basically said that, no, I don't want my kids growing up there.
Interesting. But he wants them growing up in Dallas. That's a little suspect.
Yeah, it could have been interpreted as shade, but I have zero clue where he was going with it.
That's funny. That's funny.
Maybe it's too cold in the winter. I don't know.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, we got into a very important conversation in the final segment of the show yesterday. Thanks to Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp. I put up the poll you asked me to put up, Seth, and I'm going to have you guess. Do you pee in the shower? We had several hundred people answer, and I will tell you.
I know whether I pee in the shower.
No. That's the question that I put on the poll.
Okay, I'm going to guess whether other people do. Okay.
Yeah, you're going to guess. I'm going to tell you right now, Amy guessed this within 1%.
Oh, wow.
She guessed it almost to the percent. So we'll have Seth guess. Text in 713-572-4610. That's the base power text line. We'll do that coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, someday you'll have somebody who can guess your Pender polls within 1%.
Sixten presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Top of the hour, there may be a Texans-worthy free agent out there based on an answer that a Super Bowl winner had to a question from Ryan Clark. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. This was important research yesterday, though. We played this bit of audio in the final segment of the show. This was Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp on their Nightcap podcast, and Ochocinco revealing that he – what did you want to say?
That he pees in the shower. And the part – I was confused when we played it yesterday, just to lay it out. Shannon Sharp is discussing visiting Ochocinco at some point this offseason.
Right. Here it is.
I don't wear shower shoes in my shower because my thing clean. Nah. You one of the ones to pee in the shower. I will get out the shower and pee. You pee? Oh, Lord, have mercy. George, this man paused. This man pee in the shower.
Hold on. You don't pee in the shower? You got to get out? You tripping.
I stay at the hotel. Stay up at the hotel that's close by.
Who the hell gets out the shower to pee?
Me.
What are we talking about?
Me.
For what? Chat, y'all get out the shower to pee? I know, and they better not lie. Hey, everybody trying to act all damn bougie. Water's already running. What you getting out? Aim down the drain. What
I'm good, Ocho. I'm good. Like I say, just let me know the closest hotel to you. I'm good.
Ain't no hotels 20 miles from
hell, ain't no damn hotel no 20 miles.
Hey, 20 miles, man. I got my head by myself, man.
How you a hotel 20 miles from you?
Yeah, I mean, the nearest hotel is 20 miles from me.
I'm done with you, man.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so you requested that I put up a poll to this effect.
Yeah.
Right? That ask the people, put it to the people, do you, and I think I put it very simply, I'm opening it here, that's why I'm stalling a little bit. I said, okay, Pender poll, this is important. And I actually tagged Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp on the poll.
Oh, good.
So we had several hundred people vote on this. Pender poll, this is important. At Ochocinco pees in the shower. At Shannon Sharp is disgusted by this. So quite simply, all caps, do you pee in the shower?
Right. And I'm gonna assume that about 90% of your followers on X are male. So I'm just gonna think of, by and large, what percentage of men pee in the shower. At home, I mean, we could have made that clarification, but because there's a health club thing going on, but that we got to discuss. But I would say it's going to be a majority. I'd say 60% at least.
60%. All right, Seth is right that it is a majority, that yes did win. 75.8%.
Oh, I get a ding for that. I was way off.
You get a buzz for that, yes.
Yeah. Okay, 75%. Yeah, which if anything, the most notable thing about that conversation that those two had was that Shannon was so disgusted that Ochocinco would be one of these people who pee in the shower.
Yeah.
When at least according to your following, it's about 3 and 4 people pee in the shower. Shannon is in the minority on this one.
He is.
Shannon is the weirdo.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Shannon? Start peeing in the shower. Be like the rest of us. And now I made it clear yesterday, I'm not a habitual shower peer, but I made it clear that you got to aim for the drain.
Right. Yeah, that's a given.
You can't be spraying all over the place.
Well, that's one thing.
For the tile.
When we were in junior high, I remember one of the wrestlers, Dwayne it was, we were all showering, and somebody noticed that Dwayne was standing there at his shower facing out, and there's one drain in this shower for our wrestling locker room.
Okay, so it was all these showers along the wall with one collective drain in the middle.
He was just letting it loose right there.
That's interesting. Okay,
we found that inappropriate.
Okay, so
communal shower is different than your own personal
communal shower. So this is like a square room where the shower heads, there's like multiple shower heads surrounding the wall there, and there's a drain in the middle of the room. Okay, so on the one hand, he is following my rule of aiming for the drain.
Yeah.
On the other hand, he is violating the general rule of society. Do not face me and pee in the same room that I'm in.
Right. Yeah, and then also, no, but anybody walking across or something
Right.
my head is, hey, I'm all clean. I'm leaving now.
Yeah, now, but I got Dwayne's pee on my shins now.
I'm soaked in my, so he can track me down and hunt me later.
Okay.
I don't, that's unacceptable. Now, what about this?
Okay.
What about individual shower in a public place like a health club?
I try to avoid that. There's a bit of etiquette.
It's a communal shower.
It's a communal shower, yeah.
But, I mean, people use it, even though there's nobody else out there or anything.
Yeah.
But you know that other people are doing it.
They are. That's honestly, it's why I try to avoid communal showers at all costs, because I feel like many people violate that rule of society.
When I use the health club down in our building, I give it a good rinse first. I let it run for a while. And then squirt some soap down there around the whole bottom of the floor, and I figure that'll take care of it.
Oh, yeah, that'll clean it up. Clean it up. Now, okay, one other angle to this that came up yesterday when this all-important topic came up was people peeing in the pool.
Yeah.
Which is unacceptable.
Right. Are there people who think it's acceptable? I had never even thought to ask that question.
I think there are people who think it's acceptable.
I know there's a lot of people that do it that know that it's unacceptable, but they're just going to do it anyway, but they wouldn't admit to it.
Yep.
But there's a lot of people that think, okay, it's cool. I'm just going to pee in this pool.
I don't know. Is this the next pee poll that we do here? Peeing in the pool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you in the pool? Are you an adult who pees in the pool?
Yeah. Because I'm not big into going into the pool. I like sitting around a pool. It's very relaxing, and oftentimes there's a bar nearby.
It's probably, you think about it, I wonder if I could rationalize it and get to the point where I'd be cool with it. 'Cause I know as far as there's what people say and what people do, and I've just been in enough crowded pools to know that I get up and pee a lot more, especially when alcohol is involved, than the other people in the pool are.
Yeah.
So they're definitely taking a whiz. I think that I try to, when I'm in a pool like that, what I try to remember to not be grossed out is I'm guessing that if you add up all the gunk that's in a lake when you're swimming in a lake, it's probably way worse than a chlorinated pool and the minimal amount of urine that's been diluted by hundreds of gallons of water.
There's feces in the lake.
That's true.
You got fish and you got probably some people.
A sea otter or something?
Yeah.
I guess not in a lake, but still a lake otter.
A beaver who's just kind of hovering along the...
beavers dropping deuces every which way.
Dropping deuces in the lake.
Yeah.
So and you have no problem jumping into the lake, right?
There's no chlorine in the lake.
No chlorine. You got the muriatic acid.
We got all kinds of other chemicals that have seeped into it, but still.
I mean, we're downstream.
I'm in the middle of an algal bloom. Do you think I'm worried about a little bit of urine right now?
I mean, we're downstream from the nuclear power plant. But, that'd be hilarious. I'm picturing Seth at the end of a dock with like 10 gallons of muriatic acid dumping it into a lake to try to interact with all the gunk that's in there. All right, so the next one is
take the family on vacation and I'd go out in the morning with
you're chlorinating
jug
the lake.
Of chlorine in the lake.
Hey, who's in the cabin next to us this year? Oh, it's the Paynes again. Oh, what? Who are they? They're the ones with the dad that chlorinates the lake.
I'm throwing chlorine tablets.
The tablets, you're skipping them. Kill two birds with one stone, man. I'm skipping stones. Some people skip stones. I skip chlorine pads along the lake. Oh, man. A lot of texts coming in. I wear flip-flops in the shower. Okay. All right.
But then I have a hard time. But then the flip-flops get nasty.
They do.
I guess, you know what? If you're wearing slides or something that are just like hard plastic almost.
There's someone saying, you're not barefoot in a communal shower, are you?
Oh, yeah, I am. But I really scrub you know what I do after I get out of I always carry wet wipes around. So I'll wipe them off with giving them extra washing afterwards.
There you go. You were forbidden from peeing in the shower at boot camp, somebody says. I'm assuming a former military person.
Yeah.
Boy, what would the punishment be? Text that in. On the base power text line.
You know what I started doing a couple of weeks ago? The fitness thing that I was going to do that I definitely would not follow through on. I was like, all right, I'm going to pretend that I'm going off the Marine Corps boot camp.
Okay.
And I'm just going to do the workout that they suggest for kids, for 18-year-old kids who are in the prime of their youth and athleticism.
Yep.
Do what they do to get ready for boot camp. That lasted about 3 days.
Oh my God.
A whole lot of burpees, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the burpees are a killer.
And then I got about 3 burpees into it, and I'm like, you know what? I guess I'm never going to follow through on my dream of being a U.S. Marine.
Why do they call them burpees?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, is it because they're so hard they almost make you throw up?
It's almost like you're burping, like when you would burp somebody, you bend them over your shoulder and pat them on the back.
I bet ChatGPT knows. I'll ask ChatGPT, my good friend, during the break.
There's a lot of push-ups, a lot of burpees, a lot of body weight. Oh, and a lot of pull-ups. That was going to do it for me, too.
Nope. By the way, Garrett, the web guy, found the pictures of when I went curling with him. You and I were not there together.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you were right. I don't like looking at this picture because I was extremely fat back then.
You were fat.
Extremely fat, yeah. I was extremely
Well, we were talking about how you and I didn't like curling all that much. And I'm guessing I was pushing 290 at the time also. So, maybe we should try it now at our new, our sexy physique.
Our newfangled shredded weights.
Now that we're sexy, we'll be the envy of every curler out there.
We're going to get so much curling tail. It's going to be amazing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Brandy and Amy. We were just joking. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Curling bunnies, that's what they call them.
Curling bunnies. Heading into the 8 o'clock hour. A Texan free agent who I think Seth and I both like, who proved himself Texans worthy with an answer to a Ryan Clark question. We've got that. We'll do a little free agency shopping as well for the Texans coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln, I want to get you into a
Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, I was just looking for. I found it. We'll do it in 9 o'clock in the 9 o'clock hour. The anonymous player poll that with the NFL that the Athletic does every year. But Seth, I was just scrolling the Athletic, their front page. They've got a link on here posted fairly prominently. The Athletic, which last I checked is not a Seattle publication, it's a national. It's an internet. It's global. You know, anybody can go access it if you have a subscription. How to watch Seattle's Super Bowl parade, start time and streaming info. Why the hell would I want to watch Seattle's Super Bowl parade? Why is this being fed to me right now on the Athletic? Why would anybody outside of Seattle? Would you ever want to watch somebody else's Super Bowl parade?
It would depend on how colorful the characters are, I think. I'm trying to think with the Seahawks. There's nobody that I'm necessarily really all that excited about seeing.
I feel like the colorful characters would annoy you in these particular things. In these,
it all depends. I'm happy the Seahawks won. I honestly, I'm not going to go watch it or anything.
Yeah.
But I guess we haven't gone over this side of it. We've been basking so much in the misery of the New England Patriots fans that I've kind of neglected the fact that like just about everybody else, the Seahawks to win this game. But I wanted the Seahawks to win, not just because I hate the Patriots. Right. It's that I thought that they were the most complete football team. I thought they were underrated or under-discussed for much of the season. I know by DVOA, they're actually one of the better teams of this century. And people are reluctant to believe that. And I think a lot of that is partly just because Sam Darnold is the quarterback. And because of other reasons, perhaps. But I thought of the teams that were playing in the championship game, all of whom the Texans had played this year, I had been most impressed with the Seahawks during the regular season.
I agree.
So I was happy to see them win. I felt like, and I liked the way they played defense too. That was I didn't really have a heart for debates about whether the Texans defense was better than the Seahawks defense or vice versa, because I think they have some really striking similarities. They play a similar style. They're relatively simple in their schemes. They're physical. I really like the Seahawks defense and their defensive players. So I'm happy they won, but I'm not going to watch to answer your question, no, I'm not going to watch.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch the parade. And I'm with you. I was happy the Seahawks won for two reasons. One, I bet on them. Two, you know how I look at these things, Seth. Like, which of the fan bases in this game is going to end up on my front porch, so to speak, if they win this thing? Like, which one's going to annoy me more? Which one's going to be in my face more? The Seattle Seahawks and their fans are about as on the outskirts, like geographically, and for us, AFC, the NFC West, they're about as on the boundary, like on the outskirts of the NFL as you can possibly be.
Yeah.
So Seattle winning it is no skin off my back. There's no Seahawk fan that's going to annoy me on social media on a daily basis or at my workplace on a daily basis, that kind of thing. The Seahawks won the Super Bowl, and on we go.
Yeah.
With life.
The other, and to get to, there is a part, it's weird. People are just so thirsty for whiteboard geniuses and everything that I feel like people have been trying to frame Mike McDonald as some diabolical X's and O's maven that just schemes up stuff that, no, I mean, he calls the game really, really well. You know, in terms of the actual play calls and when he blitzes and everything, he dials those up really well. But they are a lot like the Texans, and there's a lot of simplicity in that defense, and they just execute it really well. He's a good football coach because he's a good football coach,
right?
Not because some nerds on the internet can show just how diabolical he is and how genius he is and everything. He's just a really good football coach.
Yep.
Just like D'Amico in that regard when it comes to defensive coaching. They pay attention to details, and they have guys that play their asses off.
So yesterday, on Tuesday, the guys, this might have been Monday, the guys finally made it to Disneyland. And by the guys, I mean Kenneth Walker and Sam Darnold, who were the two guys in the commercial on the field after the game. Hey, Sam Darnold and Kenneth Walker, you just won the Super Bowl. Where are you going? We're going to Disneyland. And they actually go to Disneyland, and there's a parade that day. And ESPN, who's also part of Disney, takes their whole act there, and they put up their first take counter there, and they do first take from Disneyland and all that stuff. Ryan Clark asked this question to Kenneth Walker. Walker and Darnold were on the set with them, and Ryan Clark asked, what'd you guys do? How'd you celebrate?
You guys were the most calm Super Bowl winners that I've ever seen. There wasn't no celebration. None of y'all turned up. Tell me at some point last night, y'all got lit when y'all got with y'all people, bro.
Well, I just chilled with my family. So I chilled with my family. We went to the room and vibed out. But I think it's really the way we went about things throughout the season. You know, we had that want-to-know mentality, and, you know, that's how everybody's mindset was throughout the season. So I think that game, that's the reason that our mindset was the way it was that game.
And Ryan Clark was aghast with this. He was like, "You didn't do anything?
Yeah.
You didn't go to the club? You didn't do." He couldn't believe it. Kenneth Walker, Texans worthy.
Texans worthy,
Yep.
Yeah, very much. I'm glad that Ryan Clark said that, because I had the same thought afterwards, but credit to him for actually noticing that he had that thought and saying it, was that they seemed like a relatively sedate by Super Bowl champion level.
You're saying like right after the game on the field,
which
and
makes
things
me
like that?
feel like that bodes well for them next year.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a group that's not going to ride the highs and the lows all that much. But I think very similar to, obviously there's different personality types on the Texans. I think, honestly, some of the Texans defenses are going to totally act the fool after they win a Super Bowl. Because they are extreme extroverts, I'm not saying in the clubs, but just on the field and everything immediately afterwards. Kenneth Walker, you'd put him into that category of guys. It seems like he probably just likes playing football. Yeah. And doesn't need a whole lot of the external validation or any of the other stuff that goes along with a lifestyle or anything. If he can be a football nerd the way the Texans have so many football nerds, guys that just live, eat, breathe football.
Yep.
He seems like that kind of guy.
Absolutely. And we know from what I've heard, D'Amico likes him a lot. He fills a need, and he's Texans worthy. So Fox Sports has their top 100 free agency list. Now we're into this time of year. Mock drafts, free agency, combine coming up pretty soon. Free agency is less than a month. What's today? The 11th today. A month from today is the day that guys can actually sign. Legal tampering begins on March 9th, if you're a calendar nerd like I am. But they've got their top 100 free agent list. A lot of Texans angles in this one. There are a handful of current Texans on here. I will say this. It goes to show you, if you're looking at, the Texans were a really good team this year, 12-5, and their highest ranked free agent on this list is Ed Ingram at 65. So they don't have really any marquee free agents that are going out onto the market. The only 3 Texans that are on this list are all 65 or higher on the list. Ed Ingram at 65, Sheldon's at 84, Christian Kirk at 97. They've got Kirk going to the Colts in light of the fact they think Alec Pierce is probably going to leave. So they'll have a need at receiver. Obviously, Kirk will be signing for a lot less money than Pierce will somewhere else, but they'll have a need at receiver. The interesting thing with respect to the Texans on this list, Seth, is that the folks at Fox have both Sheldon Rankins and Ed Ingram re-signing with the Texans.
Yeah, as far as a need at receiver, part of that is that you hope that Jalen Noel really emerges more. It's not like they got a whole bunch out of Christian Kirk or anything. Nobody in Houston right now is saying, "Oh no, God, how are they going to replace Christian Kirk?" That was one of the lesser moves that the Texans made in the offseason. Although he did come up big.
Well, he got the most money out of any of those guys that they went and got in the offseason.
Yeah, but he, shoot, who knows? He was a huge part of the Steelers' win. So there you go.
Yeah.
Ed Ingram, I think, is the guy. Boy, Ed Ingram and Sheldon Rankins are interesting. I think that I really hate to talk about hometown discounts in free agency because it so rarely actually happens. I do wonder if Sheldon Rankins at least is going to be giving the Texans a hometown. Yeah, I'd rather it doesn't have to be a hefty one or anything, but if he's got several similar deals, I would expect Sheldon Rankins seems really like it in Houston. This scheme and this coaching staff seems to be good for Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah.
So I think they'll be able to retain him as long as he doesn't get kind of an unreasonable offer from somewhere else. Ed Ingram's the big one. And I guess the Texans have to ask themselves the same thing a lot of other teams are going to be asking. All right, Ed Ingram had his best year as a pro. He was very steady. I thought he was good. I know he had some really rough snaps or reps at times in one-on-one pass protection, but Ed Ingram is the least of my concerns on the interior three there on the offensive line. If you lose Ed Ingram, you got to really, I'm still looking for three solid offensive linemen somewhere. So I'd really like them to retain Ed Ingram. The question is how much over $10 or $11 million per year is it going to be?
Yeah.
Is another team out there going to say, oh, yep, that's the best version of Ed Ingram, and that's who he's going to be? And likewise with the Texans, all right, was this a flash in the pan, or did we just kind of get him before other teams? I don't know.
Is it worth giving Ed Ingram a multi-year deal at $10 million a year? They say 3 years, $30 million. Is that worth more? And the knowledge of what you hope to get again from Ed Ingram, there's some predictability with him because you know what he looks like on this team, in this scheme, in that locker room. You've gotten to know what he's about behind the scenes, which is very important to the Houston Texans. What is the work ethic and whatnot? Is that a better solution, given your other needs and these huge contracts you're going to be giving out soon to other guys?
Yeah.
Is that a better solution than going and finding the next Ed Ingram?
I think having Ed Ingram, having that bird in the hand, allows you to keep the other hand free to throw rocks at a free agent center or a draft pick center and left guard likewise. That I would pay him whatever the going rate is, and then you can still either be aggressive in free agency for another guy or be aggressive in the draft with offensive linemen. Maybe one of those younger guys does develop this year with a second year with Cole Popovich full time. But it takes it to a two-person question instead of a three-person question. The interior offensive line doesn't sound like a big deal. I mean, it's 60% of your offensive line.
Yep.
And you can wipe out one of those concerns. Even if you have to overpay a little bit, you know who he is and what he can do for you.
So if you do that, so let's pretend the Texans do that, like 2 days into free agency, or maybe they do it before. Maybe Ed Ingram doesn't hit the market. I'd hit the market if I were Ed Ingram because some team might get cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You never know. But if you do re-sign him then, so you're locked in at left tackle with Ariante Ursery, you're locked in at right guard with Ed Ingram, and I guess you're locked in with Titus Howard somewhere, either at left guard or right tackle.
Yeah.
You know, Titus's ability to play both of those gives you some flexibility as to how you approach filling those spots. You know, tackle's going to be a little bit more expensive to fill in free agency than
tackle's going to be expensive to fill, but
and you're
also,
already paying Titus a lot of money.
You know, the one thing about the Texans and their swing tackle is if there's two guys, George Fant and Trent Brown, who in the last 4 or 5 years have been the swing tackle for the Texans, they were aging guys that weren't really wanted. The Texans signed them to 1-year deals, and they ended up giving you pretty good production.
Yeah.
So without even talking about Blake Fisher and whether he can develop or not, I think that they can – I trust that they'll have somebody adequate at right tackle, and if Titus Howard can't be the right tackle. But I also don't – I don't like Titus Howard playing guard. He does good things for the offense, and he stabilizes things, but it's not his natural position. At some point, I'd like to get an actual left. I would at some point like to stop that left guard position from being hey, let's see if it takes Kenyon Green another season to figure it out and stay healthy.
Sure.
Oh, no, you know what? Laken Tomlinson and Drew Scruggs competition. That's what we're in for. That's what we need.
Okay.
I just give me some kind of stability at that spot.
Okay, well, you're not going to like then what if we continue to scroll up this list here. They have the Texans making one more signing. They've got them re-signing Sheldon Rankins. We like that. Re-signing Ed Ingram. Sounds like at the right price. We like that. The 25th rated free agent on this list is Braden Smith, tackle from the Indianapolis Colts. And they have Braden Smith signing with the Houston Texans. Here's what they say. 8 years and 105 career starts in Indianapolis. Smith just finished a 4-year, $70 million deal. Third contracts are rarely as lucrative as second deals are, and Smith has missed 16 games over the last 3 years, so durability is a concern. If he's still drawing $12 million a year or more, the Colts could turn to Jalen Travis, their fourth-round pick. So this paragraph is more about the impact on the Colts than the Texans. But if
sounds like a fat Christian Kirk.
Well, if they're signing Braden Smith, it's to play right tackle, obviously.
Yeah.
And so that would mean Titus Howard is your left guard.
And if that's the case, then Titus Howard is still the best option at left guard. And then you still have some of that versatility. I get really nervous about anybody that's got injury concerns.
Yeah,
signing
15
them in free
games over the
agency.
last 3 years is a lot.
Right,
of games.
and was that over? That's one of those things where, okay, if 14 of those games were one injury or something, I haven't looked at his game.
And the
log.
nature of the injury matters too. You know,
Yeah.
like if you got an ankle rolled or something like that, everybody's getting. It's when it starts to be just the injuries where like he pops up on the injury report. You know, with a quad or a hamstring or a shoulder or a knee. You know, just when things are starting to break down a little bit. You know. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Just doing a little free agency shopping. That was fun. All right, up next, quick Olympic thing. What?
Yeah, I'm just looking over the last 3 years, and it's one of those things where, he's consistently getting injured over the course of the last 3 years.
4 games, 6 games, 5 games. Yeah.
Like he missed a big chunk of the games in the middle of 2023. Yeah. Then he missed he missed weeks 13 till the end of the season in 2024, and then he didn't play after week 14 in 2025.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not wild about the Braden Smith solution.
He's had 3 major injuries or 3 significant injuries in 3 seasons.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it. All right, the things that NBC did to make sure that their lead announcer on the 2 biggest sporting events on their network is pretty wild, the money they spent. Which broadcasters are worth doing this with? We will do that coming up next.
In the Loop.
The Patriots were the Texans without the filter. Good defense, decent enough, but really couldn't hold up, for 4 quarters against a quality opponent, and a quarterback that was just fumbling and bumbling the game away, versus with the filter on, that defense was just overwhelming, and the quarterback made every right decision. Like, this was the Texans with a filter versus the Texans without a filter.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. Localizing your lunch break. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. This traffic report is brought to you by Kashada, Louisiana's best bet. Emergency crews dealing with an accident on the Gulf Freeway northbound. This is right after the loop at Woodridge, over to the right shoulder. Heading into town, you're tapping your brakes from Monroe. The east loop southbound at Lawndale, an accident over to the right shoulder. And the Beltway northbound before Beach Nut, an accident also on that left shoulder. This Valentine's Day, head to Kashada for the $100,000 for the Love of Money giveaway every hour. 2 lucky players win up to $10,000 each at Kashada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet. 63 degrees this morning. This afternoon, showers and a high of 80. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day makeup.
Bosses, let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Didn't meet your goals in January? Synergen X and Low T Center are extending New Year's promos to February. Book a free testosterone test and pick up discounted peptides and GLP-1s while you're there. Go to lowtcenter.com or synergenx.com and book your free T-test today.
7825, code 6, 105 North Avenue 52.
Injured in an accident? Don't chase insurance companies. Call the sheriff. Sheriff Injury Lawyers is on the case for car accidents, slip and falls, and serious injuries. When you're hurt, you need someone who stands up for you and fights for what's fair. Real, relentless results. Go to callthesheriff.com. That's callthesheriff.com. Sheriff Injury Lawyers. We're on your side.
This programming is sponsored by Certa Pro Painters, offering residential and commercial painting services, from color consultations to full project management, estimates, and more at Certa SportsPro.com.
1976. Remember that? Gas was 59 cents, VHS was brand new, and D&M Auto Leasing opened its doors with one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. 50 years later, that mission has not changed. If your payment's too high, if you're stuck in negative equity, or you just want a smarter way to upgrade, call right now. D&M 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Mike Tirico's got a pretty sweet gig. He, of course, the lead announcer for several things on NBC, not just football, not just Sunday Night Football, not just the Super Bowl this past Sunday, but he's their lead guy on the Olympics as well. NBC's Olympic coverage is wall to wall. It's over in Milan, so we're getting a lot of stuff in the in the wee hours of the morning. We get to do a lot of stuff, Seth, that I always say is very fun for me. I like watching sporting events at the times of day where you're not normally watching sporting events because you feel like you're getting away with something.
Right.
Even watching the women's hockey at 1 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go.
Well, that's why day games in baseball are so much
popular.
Fun. It feels like a legitimate reason to play hooky.
March Madness is another one. That's why. Oh, man, are you telling me we're getting college basketball wall-to-wall at 11 a.m. all day long? Yes, let's go. In fact,
Milan's not that big a city.
Okay.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Is that 1.36 million?
Okay.
I was just thinking about what it must be. It's probably pretty cool over there in the Olympic. Their greater metro area has 3.2 million.
Okay.
But I mean, so it's not tiny or anything.
Yeah, they're putting on a hell of a show. That's for sure.
Wait a second. Greater Milan.
Okay.
Actually, 6.1 to 8.2. Milan is huge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Milan's massive.
It went from really small to really huge.
I've been saying this for years.
Last 10 seconds. Well, Milan just got blue chewed. So I'd be cool. NBC chartered 2 Bombardier Global 7500 private jets to get Mike Tirico and his crew over to Milan by 9 p.m. the next day after the Super Bowl. So he gets done doing the Super Bowl, Tirico does, gets whisked off to an airport somewhere in Seattle, and jumps on a Bombardier Global 7500 private jet to get over there. And it was funny. The reaction to this was so stupid. I think it's just pretty cool, like the whole thing, like what the extent NBC is going to get their guy to go do what is an event they spend a ton of money on, which is the Olympics. And there were some people making it out like there were people going, boy, why are people are really making Mike Tirico out to be this trooper that he's, he's traveling across the globe to jump right back on camera, throw a suit on, and do the Olympics. And they're like, he's got lobster on that private jet.
He's got a bed.
He's got a bed. Yeah. It's a smooth ride. It's so I thought the reaction to it was funny. ChatGPT says that to do this costs anywhere, what NBC is doing, costs anywhere from $190,000 to $320,000.
It's tricky. It depends on, I'm guessing they have a NetJet account or something.
Yeah, because I asked what, probably. I'm lying, it costs a lot of money, obviously.
If you were to charter it, it would be probably, hold on, like $210,000.
Yeah, so 6 figures. It's a big spend.
So they probably got NetJets. So, or at least does it say they chartered it? Whatever it might be.
Yeah, they chartered it. Yeah,
they chartered it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the budget for the Olympics is really, really, really hefty.
Yeah.
I wonder though, if I were Mike Tirico, there'd always be a part of me. They would think like, hey guys, how about we, I'll fly commercial.
And you just give me the $200K.
You just give me some of the,
That's
it's like what you do with, it's what you do with your kids. You're like, yeah, you could go to college, sure, and I'll pay for that. Or, what if I give you $500 right now? Those stupid kids will take it every time.
The big one,
then you're sitting pretty.
The big one is weddings. Weddings. That's a big one. When my first wedding. My ex-father-in-law offered a substantial amount of money to us to not have a wedding.
Just have a nice little private gathering.
Or elope. He didn't care. He didn't need to be there. He
would just give you, look, I'll give you
cash.
He'll give you half of what it costs to do the wedding.
He's saving on cash. He's saving on aggravation.
Yeah.
He's saving on stress. Saving on his time.
He had a more realistic assessment, perhaps, of whether that marriage was going to be successful.
Okay, that was a low blow, but that's probably true.
I'm not low blow.
That's probably true.
He might have been looking at just all right. Like chances are,
he pulled out. He did analytics.
Yeah.
He's like, what are the chances of this marriage lasting? And if he had done that, then he would have been correct in that assessment. But that happens a lot. Like I will have at some point a wedding on my ticket here. I would think. And if Judy and Charlie want to go handle it on their own, their business, I'm in favor of that.
Yeah,
based solely on the cash flow.
Yeah, he's an attorney and a reality TV show celebrity. Yeah. He's going to be expected to have a nice affair,
big wedding,
which is going to be on him.
So that People Magazine can come to it. And,
I'll tell you the craziest thing though too is as far as wedding expenses and everything. I would say by far the most fun weddings I've ever been to usually are just out in the country, a lot of times on somebody's, basically in somebody's backyard or on a farm or something, and you just as casual as possible. Man, people really let loose and have a good time.
For sure.
And you don't have the financial stress added to it.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Destination. Have you ever been to a destination wedding?
I have, a couple times.
I enjoyed it.
I do too. It's because, especially when you're not in the wedding, because if you're in the wedding, you've got responsibilities, the rehearsal dinner, and you got to be. I love destination weddings. The best are destination weddings where a normal destination wedding is probably like 50 to 75 people invited, somewhere like that, thereabouts. Yeah. It's a smaller wedding usually. If call it a 60-person wedding, the best are destination weddings where I am number 60 on the list of 60 people in terms of relevance to the married couple.
Nobody's expecting a speech out of or anything like that.
Nothing.
Yeah.
No. It's a license to get drunk and just make new friends I don't have to be anywhere. It's awesome.
We went to one in the Virgin Islands, and it wasn't a destination wedding. It was my relative lives there, so it kind of felt like a destination wedding. But she did a really cool thing, which is she rented out a couple of big houses for everybody to stay in, which was cool.
That's nice.
Except she specifically said, there's no need to rent a car or anything. You know, we'll have everything taken care of. We got to this cool house. There was no food in it. And it was like, this was back before cell service was even all that good or anything in most places, especially St. Thomas.
Yeah.
And like getting DoorDash, wait a decade or so before any of that comes along. And it was kind of miserable because it's not like St. Thomas is a walkable island.
No.
It's pretty much like if you're walking on the road, you're walking in traffic.
Yeah.
And we were like 3 miles away from any place you'd want to go.
Yeah.
So I felt like I was a prisoner for the first couple days.
That sucks.
Until I finally got to a rental car place and rented a car.
Yeah. Oh, so you did? You just said, like, you know what?
Yeah.
Wrong assessment. I am going and getting a car. Yeah, that's tough. My ex-brother-in-law had his wedding in Jamaica, and we stayed on this. I'll call it a resort. There were like 9 houses on this little private beach, and his family, my ex-in-laws, rented 2 of the houses, and the houses, they stocked everything there. Yeah. So there was food there. There were people cooking the food.
They followed through on their promise that I had been given.
That's it. Well, yeah. And you're in Jamaica. You don't want to leave the property anyways. And it was nice because they had like a supermarket, not a supermarket, but like a bodega with all kinds of stuff and food on the property. There was like 9 houses and a bodega right there. It was great. I loved it. It was awesome. Text message to the Base Power text line. Guys, I have 4 daughters, and at least my oldest daughter was nice enough to give me a 2-year heads up on the wedding.
Yeah.
That's true. It allows you to sock some money away to
2 years of hoping that the relationship falls apart.
That's true
really.
too. Sabotage. Yeah. He didn't fill. That's a good point, Seth. He didn't fill in the blank. He just gave me a 2-year heads up. It's more fun to fill in the blank with to sabotage her relationship.
It's the funniest dynamic of when you're trying to keep it traditional, and yet there's by and large, a lot of times you're taking the guy you're taking the person who's least emotionally moved by this event, and making him responsible for something that your daughter, like more times than not, is going to be super emotionally invested in.
Yes.
And you just flat out, you start adding up all that money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a lot, man.
That is one of the many reasons I might flee to Mexico at some point.
It is a lot. It is a lot.
So it's just so much easier to it's not as easy as it used to be to just drop out of society.
Yeah.
You used to could just pick up and head off to somewhere in Central or South America and never be heard from again.
Right.
But now it's just too damn hard to disappear.
Man. You guys are all Texans all the time. I'll be back at the end of April and again in July. What are you talking about? We're all Texans all the time.
It's definitely not true during baseball season.
No.
We get a lot of complaints that we talk too much baseball. So stop lying.
Do we?
Yeah.
We get complaints we talk
do.
too much baseball?
Not a lot, but like there's some people who only wanted all Texans all the time. But we tend to be.
So like 10% baseball is too much baseball for
them.
Yeah. No, sir or ma'am, there are people that do, to Seth's point, do want a lot of Texans talk still. And I think 3 days after the Super Bowl, it's still highly relevant to talk about it. The Texans.
Plus, this week we've been more Seahawks and Patriots more so than even Texans.
Yeah, that's true. If someone had said, you guys are all Patriots all the time, I would have said, you know what? It's true. We have. Yeah,
I hope that guy has 8 daughters who are all engaged right now.
I wish financial ruin on you.
It's a weird text to get as we're sitting here talking about just the
weddings,
the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
Weddings, that is.
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
Randy and I eloped, but still also had our wedding, and it was a secret to everybody. We just kind of were feeling. You know what? It was some of it was like post 9/11, and everything just felt kind of. I don't know. There was something. It was just one moment. You're starting to reevaluate what you care about in life and everything. We're engaged. We're going to get married. 10 months from now. And one day we just said, you know what? Screw it. Let's go do it today.
Yeah.
But we didn't tell anybody.
You didn't tell anybody. But then you had another ceremony later for the people that were close to you. Is that what you said?
No, we had a wedding. Just nobody knew that it was a sham wedding.
Oh, gotcha.
For everybody who attended, they thought it was our real wedding. And the funny thing was we did it in this little resort town, and we had to hire this minister. and he was a drunk.
Yeah.
And at the rehearsal, I tried to explain to him multiple times about how, like, listen, we've already been married, so we don't need to have somebody sign the marriage license or whatever. Shows up again drunk the next day and was making a big production out of, like, now where's the wedding license? We got to be sure we get this signed. And I had to, like, kind of grab him and be like, yeah,
I like this guy.
Listen, you drunk bastard, you bargain basement minister that I bought. Dude, I told you about this yesterday. Oh,
I like that guy. I never met him, but
it was fun. No, you don't like him. This is why you don't like him.
Okay.
We wanted to make it a fun wedding for all of our guests.
Yeah.
So we very much wanted to streamline the ceremony.
Yeah.
Basically, get in, say your vows, get the hell out, and get to drinking.
My kind of wedding, yeah.
So this guy had a standard service that he would do. And that day before, I X'd everything out. You know, I was like, no, we really want to keep it. We get up there, Brandy and I are standing there. The sun is in our eyes because it was outdoors at a ski resort and we had mistimed it. So like the sun was just above the top hill and it was hitting us.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know, low 80s in June. Yeah. Everybody's sweating. It's in the, and he starts in on his standard sermon.
Oh no.
And I could look at it and I could see he was reading through the X outs.
Oh, so he was reading underneath the X's?
Yeah.
Oh,
I started giving him like the little, let's get it going, let's go.
I don't like this guy anymore.
Yeah.
I don't like him. You know who married me and Amy? Aaron Raybald's grandfather.
Oh, really?
Our engineer at Super Bowl.
He married Amy? When?
He married,
when
he performed the ceremony with me and Amy.
Yeah.
You were there. You saw it. It happened. Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention at that point.
I was only half paying attention because my brother was hung over at the end of the groomsman line down there.
Well, you guys did it good. I love it when the ceremony is done at the same place as the reception.
Yeah, that's
what you guys did. That's
convenient.
always really cool.
Thank you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we roll here on a Wednesday. Who lost the game for the Patriots on Sunday? Mike McDonald, the coach of the Seahawks, has a take on that. We've got that coming up next. Stay there.
Trajan Wealth, Sean, you're not an hour ahead in the show prep the way I am, because I'm prepared. Because I'm prepared for the future. It's no coincidence that I was thinking ahead, because that's what Trajan Wealth wants you to do.
Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I've not listened to this Mike McDonald audio that we're about to play here. I'm a little disappointed in the internet that with the coach of the Seahawks name being Mike McDonald, I haven't seen more Doobie Brothers memes or things like that.
Oh, is he one of the Doobie Brothers?
He was the lead singer of the Doobie Brothers, Michael McDonald.
The one with the long curly hair?
The long curly hair who sings like this.
Yeah.
You don't know me, but I'm your brother. Yeah, that's him. I'm a little disappointed we haven't gotten those memes this week.
Awful era for music.
The 70s. That's like the 8-track era. Remember tracks?
The soft rock era in general. Just, I don't know. It's like, hey.
You don't have yacht rock on your...
Well, how can we do disco but make it sound a little bit like rock and roll?
Yeah.
And take these three eunuchs and have them sing and play their
I
guitars.
like it. I've got yacht rock on my presets, man. Big shock, I know, to everybody out there.
Yeah.
All right, so anyways, Mike McDonald from the Seahawks.
Mike McDonald, he was on Jimmy Kimmel. And
Making the rounds, man.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I think where I started this clip, he's talking about the ratio of Seahawks fans to Patriots fans being about 75 to 25, and how it was a huge advantage for the Seahawks in that game.
Must have been 75-25, it felt like. If you're, like, when you come play on a road game, it's hard to do, like, a verbal cadence for the quarterback to snap the ball because he can't hear.
Right.
So you have to have some sort of, like, silent, we call it silent cadence where you lift the leg or whatever. But their offense was on silent cadence the whole game, which gives us an advantage on defense. Our offense was able to use a verbal cadence where Sam could, give all the commands to the center. So it was like playing a home game.
He is straddling the fringe of being a little too nerdy for the Jimmy Kimmel show.
He was delightful, actually, though. He was, I mean that
take.
What he's talking
like
about
what he's
and everything
explaining.
there,
like 90% of that audience is lost
that
on
audience
that.
doesn't know about
that
it and everything.
Yeah.
But it's an easy one to explain, though,
Sure.
I guess, to casual football fans. Casual football fans know about that.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just love it because it's yet another thing for Patriots fans to feel bad about. Now, just like the weather or the shoulder injury or anything else with Dre, they'll have excuses for it. But the fact of the matter is, yes, there's going to be more Seahawks fans there just probably because it's closer to San Francisco. It's a lot easier to make the trip. But Patriots fans also, let's be honest, a lot of those people have already spent a lot of money traveling to Super Bowls in their life. And even though this is a new coach, new quarterback, everything else like that, the thrill and the excitement of a Super Bowl just isn't as big a deal to them.
Mm-hmm.
So they probably had way fewer fans than if it was the Giants. Well, it wouldn't be the Giants. The Jets, certainly.
Yeah.
Or the Bills or another Northeastern team. Those teams would have traveled in force and been louder in that game.
Yeah.
So Patriots fans really are responsible in large part for that being as much of a blowout as it was.
I like that take. Mike McDonald did not say that in those exact words, but he may as well have.
And I went back and I watched, on a lot of the sacks and the errant throws, the center was on a silent count, and it was a factor in that game.
Yeah.
So sorry about it, Patriots fans, but you guys are responsible for only having 6 Super Bowl
Now, I'll
rings.
tell you what, McDonald's take on that it was he estimated 75-25, right? In that cut. That's, if I'm just going based on jerseys, walking in the area of town that we were in,
Mm-hmm.
and because it was a highly trafficked area of fans there because a lot of the Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
You and I were staying, and the 610 team were staying at a Players Hotel. So there was a lot of fans hovering in that 1 or 2 block radius of our hotel. Fan experience was down there, so there are a lot of fans there. That's actually a pretty good estimate from what I can recollect of what the jersey representation was near our hotel. I thought ton of Seahawks. Well, let me back up. Ton of San Francisco 49er jerseys are near our hotel because the fan experience and Niner fans come out in full force in their hometown there. But of the 2 teams playing in the Super Bowl, I saw way more Seahawk fans than I did Patriot fans in the proximity of where we were staying.
And I think that it was either Trico or Collinsworth that said early in the game that it felt like the Seahawks had the advantage in terms of noise. It reminded me of Well, it was the Broncos when the Seahawks beat the Broncos, right? When that game and Peyton Manning was just a mess.
That was in New York.
Oh, was that the? That was in New York.
That was the MetLife.
So that the Seahawks fans traveled in force for that game.
Yeah.
Because there was the noise was immense at the beginning of the game, and Peyton Manning mishandled the snap early on.
Yep.
So
Yes,
the
the first score of that game was a safety.
Yeah. So, and again, Seahawks fans traveled across the country to New York. Now, Broncos fans would have had to travel across the country too.
Yep.
But it was a decided advantage in that game too. Seahawks fans are, you know what? When the Texans were preparing to face the Seahawks, I was trying to do 5 reasons I hate you and saying they had to pipe in noise and everything.
Yeah.
Got to give them credit now in 2 Super Bowls with no actual advantage because of their home stadium or anything.
Yep.
That good job, Seahawks fans.
Yeah, that was nice. Hey, look, I was on the Seahawks side in this one. Hey, what is this John Madden and Pat Summerall audio that I want to listen to?
I don't know. This just stumbled into. I guess I was reading some.
As we're talking about the Super Bowl.
I was reading articles about the Super Bowl, the ratings and everything.
Yeah.
And this wasn't at a Super Bowl, but it was John Madden and Pat Summerall noticing that Burt Reynolds and Ann Margaret were sitting together in the crowd, and the camera was dialed in.
Oh, the Dolphins game.
Yeah, the Dolphins game. I think it was the Cowboys playing the Dolphins in Miami, and this was funny.
This guy right here.
Oh, Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
Who's the lady next to him?
Right here.
Yes.
Ann Margaret?
Yes.
Huh? Didn't you coach Burt Reynolds?
Yes, I did.
At Florida State?
Yes.
Was he any good?
He was a defensive back.
I know. Was he any good, I said? He probably was.
He had a good personality.
Ah, those guys.
He was a good personality.
They were the best.
Can you run it back? The part where Summerall first responds to it. Ben, play the whole thing again.
This guy right here.
Oh, Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
Who's the lady next to him?
Right here.
Yes.
Ann Margaret?
Yes.
Huh? Didn't you coach Burt Reynolds?
Yes, I did.
At Florida State?
Yes.
Was he any good?
That part.
He was.
He goes, yes. Like he knew it was coming.
I take it he was not any good.
No, I don't think he was any good at all.
Not any good.
He was a defensive back.
Those guys are the best. I would pay $200,000 to fly them to comment on anything, like they did, like NBC did with Trico.
They wouldn't be at it right now.
It would be
a lot of dead air.
It'd be a lot of dead air. Yeah. Not so much in 2025, but back in the day I would have. But you're right. It'd be a horrible broadcast now.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch an entire broadcast of one of those guys to see how it would play out with. Because there were a lot of people. I know everybody likes to act like John Madden was universally beloved by people who watch football. There are a lot of people that didn't like him as a commentator because he did keep things very simple.
Yeah.
But that's why so many people did love him is because they learned football from him.
I never had anybody who hated John Madden come across my radar back in the day. There were people that didn't like John Madden, huh?
I don't know, at least in my group of watching football with my dad's friends and everything.
Were there? Okay, yeah.
I mean, there was no social media back then.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't. Sean, there's never anybody, there's no public figure who's universally loved.
I understand, yeah.
That's the other thing, too. I saw some think piece by some Bruce Feldman type or something who's saying, the problem with the way the media treats quarterbacks these days is that people are too quick to rush to judgment, and there's too many voices doing it. I'm like, these damn people who think that somehow there was ever a moment in football viewing when fans and media would just sit back and say, yes, well, really what the young man just needs is time. Yeah. Let's give this 5 or 6 years to play out.
Never.
Like, go die.
No.
Die. You guys never actually watched with your dad and his drunk friends.
Right.
Do you think I was a Bills fan growing up? Do you think they were throwing parades for Joe Ferguson after each season?
No.
Yeah.
No, God.
They were like, there's so many Bills fans who were like, thank God they gave him 15 years. It was okay.
Yeah.
After 15 years, we've decided that Joe Ferguson might not be the guy.
I remember Joe Ferguson.
I don't know. Maybe this Jim Kelly kid will do something.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. The Athletic is doing their anonymous player poll. This was a bad poll for Mike Florio. We'll explain why. And what should the NFLPA, what improvements to the game do the players want? We know what we want. What do the players want? Do we agree with these? We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas sinus.
FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour. We go here on a Wednesday. Good to be with you. Someone said I was at the Super Bowl when Brady led the Patriots on the comeback against the Falcons. That was right here at NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
They said that game was 70-30 Patriots fans. Some of that may have to do with the Falcons are not viewed generally as hyper passionate fan base.
No, yeah, that's and that, you know what? That is interesting because that was that their 6th Super Bowl?
That was their 5th Super Bowl win.
5th Super Bowl win.
Yep.
So I do remember, though, talking to Patriots fans before that game and kind of being impressed by most of the people there kind of treated the Super Bowl like, something that you plan for and budget for.
Man. Yeah.
So they like, hey, let's be sure we save up. And so let's go to the Super Bowl maybe 2 to 3 or 4 years from now. That they were much more methodical about it. And there was more of a feeling of like they've been through this before. And you're like, this is my first Super Bowl, but, my brother and my uncle have already gone and everything. Yeah. So it's not quite the same fervor.
No.
But yet they travel, obviously.
They went to 4 and 5 years in that little stretch right there.
Yeah.
They went to 4 and 5 years. That's wild. So speaking of Tom Brady and the Patriots, this is more about just Tom Brady. The Athletic has conducted their annual anonymous player survey. And they've started to release a few of the questions that they've put out to the NFL player constituency. And so they had several players vote on a number of questions surrounding the league. And the very first one that they have in this piece right here, the question the Athletic posed to players around the league, among many questions, should Tom Brady be allowed to essentially run football operations in Vegas while also serving as the lead analyst for Fox Sports' NFL booth? In light of the fact that Brady's role as a broadcaster could give him behind-the-curtain insight into how other franchises operate. I'll point out this is one of the biggest things that league watchdog and ombudsman Mike Florio is standing on the table about right now.
HOA Florio is furious about this oversized mailbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets up at every homeowners association meeting and screams at everybody how they have to do something about this.
Yep.
Anything that a majority of players wouldn't think it was a big deal. I didn't know it was going to be a landslide.
That was going to be my question to you because I know you've seen the results because you sent this to me yesterday. That was what I was going to ask you. Did you think it would be, and let's just pull the curtain back, the 3 choices are yes, no, and don't know, don't care. Those are the 3 choices. 84.2% said that Tom Brady they're okay with Brady being allowed to be an owner and a broadcaster. 84.2%. 9.2% said they just don't know or don't care. Yeah. So that's 93.5%. So only 6.5% of these players who voted in this thing are not okay with Brady. And you small number, I'm almost to the point where I want to know. I know it's anonymous, but I would really love to know who they are and why they think it's that way.
I would say at least a certain portion of the people who said no don't even really think about it all that much. We're like, nah, it's messed up. But it's not like they're carrying the banner for this is something that needs to end and it needs to stop now.
Right.
My favorite quote was
they've got quotes from some of the voters.
Yeah, my favorite quote was, if he's getting information and sharing it with the Raiders, so what? They sucked anyway.
That was the point I was going to make. I'm like, he's garnered so much information that the team that he's working for is picking first in the draft. They're literally the worst team in football.
Also, one of the players who voted no even said this. You go sit in these broadcast meetings and you go sit with the players. There are guys that are going to be wary of what they're saying. It's like 1 week, here's Tom Brady in a production meeting. Then there's the Raiders way down later on the schedule. Yeah. But also he's Tom Brady. He could just watch film and get the answers.
That's a good point.
There is something to it. And the biggest fear I would have is that that there's I don't worry about the players. I worry about the coaches who are trying to impress Tom Brady. And that's like everybody succumbs to it at some point. And maybe in trying to make yourself look pretty good or just trying to pal around with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
There's going to be one or two guys that maybe divulge a little too much that Tom Brady can, put in the back of his brain and bring up some point.
That's interesting. That's interesting from this standpoint. I'd have to go back and look. But Fox largely carries NFC games. For the most part, carries NFC games. I'm assuming that the Seahawks got the A team of Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt on at least a couple of games this year, especially down the stretch when they're playing the Rams, for the division and things like that. That might have been a Thursday night game, whatever. But I'm guessing the Seahawks got a Brady game along the way. I wonder if Clint Kubiak, who's now the Raiders head coach, sat down with Brady at some point, and that factored in at all to Brady's decision to hire Clint Kubiak as the head coach.
I mean, and the other part of it, I guess, too, to go along with, the guy who said that, hey, Brady can watch film and pick up whatever we're talking about, that's a bit overly simplified. But there is that, Tom Brady has conversations with lots of people all year long and a lot of times where he's got more time to actually talk to somebody where he can get to know these guys. I think the biggest factor by far is the fact that the Raiders are bad. Yeah. I think if the Raiders were one of the best teams in the league this year, there would be far more people that start thinking, like, hey, wait a second, including some of these young players. Maybe like, wait a second, wasn't Brady involved in some kind of a spy scandal back then?
Right.
I heard my dad talk about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially if like Geno Smith was dealing all year long, they were there. If their advantages that they were seemingly getting were on the offensive side of the football.
It looked like Geno Smith was making all of these checks pre-snap where he just knew exactly which blitz was coming.
The stuff that seemingly Brady would garner the most of from all these meetings.
I think the biggest thing is that there's way more rubbing elbows and guys just chatting with each other on the phone behind the scenes during the course of a season than maybe a lot in the public would realize. That I think most people just look at it as like, guys talk to each other all the time.
Someone tell Florio that.
And you hope that they're not being idiots about it, but they're going to have conversations with
What's
people.
going to take down the league first? Tom Brady being an owner broadcaster, or the Patriots and their lack of reporting on injuries bringing the league down in a gambling scandal?
I wonder, honestly, with Brady, I always wonder, man, it seems like he's got his finger in 29 different pies right now.
Yeah.
And at some point, is he gonna say, "Look, what are you making a?"
Interesting wording. That's all. Yeah.
Are you? Just get your mind out of the gutter, Sean. At some point, is he gonna say, you know what? All right, we got to get the Raiders on track. That's it. I'm moving to Las Vegas, and I'm gonna be a full-time football.
Well,
person.
you know what? It's funny. Like that's okay. That's what Doug Gottlieb ultimately had to do. Remember Doug Gottlieb, which was much.
I know he's often mentioned in the same breath as Tom.
No,
Brady,
but the Gottlieb thing was even sillier. But like he was trying to do a daily radio show while coaching a college basketball team, which you and I both from the start said this is not going to work. And I thought it was a little disrespectful to the industry that you and I are in, that the guy thought he could sit down and do a 3-hour-a-day radio show while coaching and recruiting for a college basketball team.
What level of program was his?
It's University of Wisconsin Green Bay. It's Division I.
It's Division I.
It's like a mid-major. They're like in the Horizon League or something like that. But he ultimately had to quit the radio show to focus on not being 4-26 or whatever he was last year.
I wonder if I could be a Division III football coach and still do my job as a radio host.
Division II? You could probably.
There's not as much Division III in Texas as there is elsewhere. Because I feel like it could help me. It could help me in recruiting and everything.
Yeah.
In Texas.
Yep.
But a lot of Division III coaches aren't making great money, like full.
No, you'd have to be
you'd
have to be passionate about coaching, which with respect to Gottlieb, I think he is. Ultimately he chose that over the broadcasting career was the coaching. But the reason I kind of bring up the Gottlieb thing is because the analogous part of it is he was immersed into both of those. He had a daily radio show and had to coach guys every day. I guess the question would be, like, just how immersed is Brady in the Raiders operation?
The stories were that he would be on the phone with Carroll, I think, a couple times a week, and wasn't elbow deep in the operations or anything, but was just kind of sounded almost like a consultant.
Yeah.
But in the hiring process, that's where I think his voice is a lot. It carries a lot more weight than other people when it comes to hiring the head coach. Remember, the story was that Ben Johnson had said no to the Raiders. Once Brady got involved, Ben Johnson all of a sudden got interested in the Raiders job, but the Raiders just never made an offer.
No, let's face it. There's an element to this job where you need to be a recruiter. Like, I'm guessing Clint Kubiak, there's part of Clint Kubiak that needed to be sold on the Raiders as much as Kubiak was selling himself to the Raiders. You know, like it can't be viewed as a great job right now until they, change that culture a little bit. The other question that's in this piece, what issues should the top priority be for the NFLPA executive director? And I'm curious, and there's a handful of them. There's like 10 choices. I am definitely curious which one of these you would have voted for if you were a player, Seth, for sure. And I'm certainly curious what your thoughts are on how this thing unfolded. The number one issue, 84 players provided at least one vote. So it sounded like you could vote on more than one if you wanted to. Playing surface was the number one voted topic that should be the priority for whoever the new executive director of the Players Association is. 20 of the 84 voted playing surface to where they want to mandate grass playing surfaces across the NFL. Number 2 on the list was nothing specific, don't know, no answer, which is unfortunately, like when you're in a union, like those, like to have that many of those people that don't have a take on anything.
Right, yeah.
But probably realize like if they could do it over again, like, oh, I would have had a take on that, 18th game is number 3. Player safety not turf related is number 4. Increased revenue sharing. Those are the top 5. If you had a vote.
The playing surface is interesting. The NFL just came out with a study, which everybody always trusts the medical studies the NFL does.
Sure. Make movies about concussions. Yes.
That said that there's absolutely no difference in injuries between artificial surfaces and grass surfaces. I would say this. Like whatever difference there may or may not be, I would say on a day by day wear and tear on your body, there is no study that will ever convince me that I personally wasn't in more pain when I was playing on artificial turf.
Yeah.
And my senior year in college, when theoretically, I'd never had a major injury at that point or anything. That was maybe the sorest my knees had ever been because they were doing renovations to our practice field, so we had to practice on the turf every day.
Yeah.
The game turf, and my knees were so sore the entire year.
Was the turf back then more like the AstroTurf of the 80s and early 90s?
Back then.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like
It's not for any potential Cornell recruits. It's awesome now.
Yeah.
But back then, it was the old like a thin layer of matting over concrete.
So it wasn't like nowadays. The field turf.
Yeah.
It's evolved. It's got the little rubber pellets and things like that.
No, ours was like a miniature golf course. Yeah.
But it sounds like But it sounds like more. It sounds like obviously a lot of players don't like the field turf even that they have right now.
Yeah, it's even the field turf, there is just something about it that feels. There's times when it's too soft, where it just feels very unstable on your ankles and everything.
Yep.
There's times depending on your shoe selection whether it's too grabby or not. So I don't know. It's how much of it is a feel thing versus it's almost. You know what it is? These studies that come out, at various times you'll see studies that show that there is a difference, but then there will be other studies that show no difference at all. It feels like for that 20 or 30 years when they would try to have studies that showed that, no, alcohol is actually good for you. And you'd be like, oh, yeah, look at this. See, Brandy, it's actually good for you.
Yeah.
But then you'd see another study, and like, well, actually, no. But then another study would come out.
Right, it's all
to
these
show
studies.
Where it feels like now they finally settled in on, okay, you know what? Yeah, it's just not good for you.
Right.
But likewise, I feel like with turf, it's in that same gray area where, depending on how you slice and dice the stats, they get people to believe that it's not actually any more dangerous.
What would you have voted for if you were still part of the Players Association and the Athletic came to you? You would definitely be somebody. You would definitely be somebody. If I were the Athletic, I would want among my 84 voters because you would come up with good quotes too.
This is by far every single one of these topics except for one is just an auxiliary issue. Like increased revenue sharing is really the sum total of what it's all about.
Yep.
What slice of the pie are you getting compared to the gross revenue?
Yep.
And yet only 6 out of the 84 people gave a damn about increased revenue sharing.
The funniest part of this poll to me is that of the 84 votes, tied for 6th was increased member participation, solidarity, and communication. Got 5 votes.
Yeah.
In the same poll, where 14 of the voters are like, I don't know. I don't really have a take on it. It was funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I'm guessing there's more questions coming out. This feels like something that they're going to give out in dribs and drabs
They're
all week.
parsing it out, yeah.
Okay, damn you, Athletic. All right, well, that gives us something for tomorrow. I can't wait to see what they put out there today. All right, coming up next, Ben Solak of ESPN.com. If you're looking for a bullish view, if you're looking for the glass to be half full, maybe even 3/4 full on the Houston Texans, stay tuned for the next segment. We've got that audio for you. We'll poke holes in it as well. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, look, football season might be over, but basketball season remains right about the midpoint, and there's
Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so a lot of debate and discussion as to what exactly the Texans are now heading into next season. After the way the playoffs ended, what is CJ Stroud? What improvements can he make? Does he get a contract this offseason? Obviously, a lot of questions. If you're a Texan fan, I don't know if you're on one side or the other, you're still processing everything. If you're looking for some optimism with the Texans, well, you've come to the right place, at least when it comes to audio we're about to play. Benjamin Solak of ESPN. This was with Kay Adams, right, Seth?
Yes.
Ben Solak here. Okay, so
on Up and Adams.
On Up and Adams with Kay Adams. Here was Benjamin Solak saying, I am bullish on the Houston Texans.
The entire defense is going to be back. And they obviously they were quite healthy this year, and so I always worry about the health. But that defense was one of the three elite defenses, right? Denver, Seattle, and then Houston. And then offensively, that was an unbelievably young offense, right? You have a rookie running back in Woody Marks. You have rookie young receivers in Jaden Higgins and in Jalen Noel. You have no Tank Dell for the entirety of the season. You have a rookie starting left tackle there, the offensive line, and they were shuffling the offensive line over the course of the year to try to figure out the best group because they had multiple free agent ads, right? You have CJ Stroud, who's still a young quarterback. You had Nick Caley, who was a first-year OC. And over the course of the back half of the regular season, they were figuring stuff out, and they were getting a little better. Running game was improving. Jaden Higgins was taking steps forward. They obviously got deleted by the Patriots in the snow. Bad game. It leaves a sour taste in your mouth. But in general, that offense was never going to be in its final form after one season. And I think that you're going to see some more investment in the offensive line this offseason. And I think you're going to see a much better, more polished and controlled CJ Stroud over the course of next year. That plus just this defense, right? That defense is going to auto-print you 8 wins, 9 wins.
I like that part. Auto-print you 8 wins or 9 wins.
Yeah, he had he was very printing heavy with his analogies
on
that one.
Yeah,
he said, or computer heavy. He said delete. Yeah. The Patriots deleted him.
Shout out to old media, man.
Yeah.
All the print and the delete and yeah.
We're not a team that needs to control alt-delete kind of things. It doesn't have to be a complete and total reset.
No.
I did think, as you pointed out earlier, he's speaking alarmingly fast, and yet reeling off pretty much every major category of the Texans that is either a concern or a strength going to the offseason. Yeah. It made me feel like we didn't need to do a radio show today after I listened to him. I'm like, there you go. Or at least we'll do the Texans part of it is done. And you and I can talk budgeting for weddings for the rest of it.
Yeah, which we did earlier, if anybody wants
the part that he kind of glossed over, and it was kind of, if you didn't live through it, you don't know, is, they were kind of mixing and matching on the offensive line, experimenting with things. It sure didn't feel like a fun experiment as they were rotating their left guards. And at one point playing starting City Sow at left guard in the game. Wait, did City Sow start?
He started the Jacksonville game in Week 10. Yep.
And then the two guys that had been competing.
In a game they amazingly fell behind 19 points in.
Yeah, the two guys who had been competing at left guard for the first half of the season barely touched the field again for the rest of the season.
That's right.
That was the most miserable part of the season in the first half, especially. Once they settled in on the guys that would stick together by and large for the second half of the season, they stabilized things on the offensive line. That does make me feel better about improving the talent on the interior offensive line moving forward. If the Texans had performed the exact same way they did in the first part of the season or last season on the offensive line, and they said, yeah, but don't worry, Nick's going to sign a free agent and draft an offensive lineman, I think most of us would be saying, great, like Kenyon Green, or various other guys that have, or Juice Scruggs or Jarrett Patterson, or Laken Tomlinson,
Blake Fisher,
Blake Fisher, right? No, but it could be like an Ariante Ursary, it could be like an Ed Ingram, Those were both offseason acquisitions that I feel really good about right now. Ed Ingram is a free agent. I'd be cool with paying him a respectable amount to stay because you have a known quantity there. And then I think Ariante Ursary is going to continue to get better. I like him. I'm bullish on him. Left guard and center, whether it's, if Jake Andrews ends up being the starting center for this team this year, then I'd love for it to be because he outplayed some free agent that they brought in at the very least.
Yeah.
That it wasn't just some guy with 70 total snaps in the NFL that you rolled out as your starting center to work with a first-year offensive coordinator.
Because he's been in this system and he knows Cole Popovich.
And if he really, really has to earn it.
Yeah, he's got it.
But look, you look at what the Bears did last year, super aggressive in the offseason and bolstering their offensive line, and it had an effect.
I will tell you this: of all the things he listed there too, we've not touched on Tank Dell. He threw Tank Dell's name in there, and I'm not going to sit here and go, so Seth, what do you think Tank Dell's going to look like? Because none of us know. Tank is the only one who knows how the knee feels. We know that the Texans, maybe we can repurpose some of that Caserio audio when we talk about Tank next time. But Nick went on a deep about how they've been looking at Tank through this rehab when Nick sat down with you and I.
With Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne.
With Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne last week on Radio Row. But I will tell you this, that when we get to OTAs or minicamp or whatever the first thing that Tank is participating in, I always ask the question and pose it like Disneyland. Like, what's the first land you're going to go running to when you get to Disney? I'm running straight to Space Mountain. I'm running to this ride or that ride. I always look at Texans training camp the same way, or OTAs or whatever. They're all broken off into groups.
Yeah.
What's the group that I'm going to go run over and have my eye on first? It's wherever Tank Dell is.
I'm going to warn you right now, Sean.
Yeah.
I give you this warning every year before OTAs or minicamps about running backs. Yeah. Especially, I tell you before rookie minicamp to be careful, because every running back looks like a freak of nature when they're just out there running in space or running plays and everything. They're super powerful, super fast, all that. So you have a tendency to get overexcited about it. I think the thing with Tank Dell is, if Tank Dell is at 90% at OTAs, he's going to look incredible. Mm-hmm. He's going to look unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to I'm not even cautioning you. I'm cautioning myself against it. Like, it's that last 10% for Tank Dell in terms of him being what he can be in the NFL, it's a big deal. So he's going to look awesome. The first time we see him running on the field, he's going to look incredible.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's ready to step in day one and a full workload. I'm hopeful that he can. Yeah. I'm just going to, until I see it in a regular season game, I'm going to be really holding back.
You've done this show, you and I have done this show together for almost 7 years now.
Yeah.
I think you know.
Really?
Yeah, July, it'll be 7 years. Yeah, in July. July 22nd, 2026, it'll be 7 years of Payne and Pendergast. So we've done this show a good long time together. I think you know what my take is going to be on Tank Dell the day after he's out there running 90%.
That he's going to be the comeback player of the year.
Yes. And by the way, on those rookie running backs, sometimes you're right.
Yeah.
Like Woody Marks this year.
Mm-hmm.
And it turned out I was kind of right about that. Woody Marks ended up being pretty damn good this year.
Right. If you say this rookie running back is awesome enough years in a row, at some point you're going to be right on it.
Yeah. And I'm right 1 year in a row. Mm-hmm. I've got a streak going right now.
I remember Cam, you know what? It's
not even rookie running backs with me. I was touting David Johnson like he was gonna be an All-Pro that one.
You know what? I think by and large, we were all pretty accurate about Nick Chubb during training camp.
Yes.
It was clear that he wasn't the same version of himself. And the debate was more about, okay, can he be a part of a rushing attack? I had settled in, especially after watching him in West Virginia when the offense started to finally click a little bit more regularly, that I thought he could be a part of the rushing attack. I didn't think that at that point he was anywhere close to the old version of himself, but I thought that he could be a contributor on your team. And I think that he got better as the season went along and ended up having a couple of runs in the second half of the season that I don't think he would have had in training camp. So and you had pretty much the same take. So I think, you were fair.
I was cautious on
judging Nick Chubb.
I was cautious on Nick Chubb for sure. Do you think he's back?
That's a great question.
He's on a 1 year, $2.5 million deal. He probably hit some incentives, I would guess. Made a little more than that.
I wonder if maybe they bring him back and they just give him some more incentives or something. I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams clamoring for him.
No, I don't.
Now
either.
he did look better and more explosive, and he had that long run in the Ravens game. He had a long run in the Chiefs game.
He had the long run that won the game. In the Bucks game early. The Bucks game earlier in the year where the Bucks may have let him score.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they let him score.
The yards he had in the Steelers game were actually, he didn't have a long run in that game.
That was nice and steady.
Yeah, he was 10. He had 10 carries for 48 yards, and his long was like 9 yards.
Yeah.
So he was just churning out powerful yards in that Steeler game. And nobody ran the ball in the Patriots game. So I don't know.
No, you're right. That there was a grinding out chunk yardage of 5 to 10 yards in that game that was impressive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Azeez Al-Shaair had thumb surgery. I'm looking at the picture of him in his little surgery cap and laying in his bed. It said, "Say a prayer for your boy," with the crying emoji and the hand prayer emoji. I guess the surgery was successful, according to Aaron Wilson. So, guys getting tuned up now in the offseason. There's probably a ton of surgeries that don't make it to the light of Twitter, I would imagine, Seth, with players that, just getting little things fixed here and there. But look at Azeez Al-Shaair, man. Muscled through the Pro Bowl games with a busted-up thumb. That's swarmy right there. I mean,
I don't like it when people send out pictures of themselves in the hospital.
Why?
I don't know. There's something they look too vulnerable. I don't like my football players because he's got the cap on too.
He's got the cap. He's got the scrubs on there. But successful. Close the season. Needed to get it repaired. Full recovery expected for offseason for hard-hitting team captain. That's Aaron Wilson tweeting that out. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Rockets won last night, 102-95. So that was good to see. Zach Lowe had a take on Kevin Durant, though. We've watched Kevin Durant now for 52 games. Do we agree that the Kevin Durant experience is veering in a certain direction? We'll let you guys be the judge. We'll let you hear that audio. We'll discuss it. We'll see what the guys on In the Loop have going on their show. Question of the day, etc., coming up next. But what I need to do right now is get you guys squared away for
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on in just a little bit. The Rockets win last night. They're 33-19 on the season. They beat the Clippers 102-95 last night. They'll play the Clippers again tonight. The NBA does a lot of this now, where the teams that have to travel long ways to face a team, they'll do both the road games twice in one fell swoop. That's what the Clippers are doing here.
Yeah,
this
they're
week.
it's part of load management. They're trying to engineer it in there. We got to play our Mad Dog before we go.
Oh, do we?
Talking
Okay,
about
yeah.
load management.
I'll move. Do we have a Mad Dog on load management in the?
Yeah, didn't you put that in there when he's talking about the surgery that he had, the injury that he had?
I didn't put it in. I sent it to you, and I forgot to put
Oh.
it in the rundown.
Okay.
Yeah. So, no, we actually have Mad Dog. We can play this real quick. It's only. Do you have it, Ben? Yeah. We can play Mad Dog here, talking about the Super Bowl and the halftime show.
And that game was, again, unless you bet all sorts of props, read Chris Russo. I don't know how you stuck with it. And I am not talking about Bugs Bunny at the half either, as I could care less, whatever his name is.
Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny at the
Bugs
half.
Bunny.
Ah.
His name is Bad Bunny, Mad Dog.
Bad Bunny.
Jeez.
Don't be stupid.
Yeah.
Put some respect on Bad Bunny's name.
Yeah. Maybe Bad Bunny can put some respect on his own name. Yeah.
What is Bad Bunny in Spanish? Is it actually more of a gangsta-sounding thing?
Don't know.
There's
Don't
something
know.
about, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So Kevin Durant had a nice game last night against the Clippers, scored 26 points. It's not been well for Rockets lately as it was to start the season. They're still the 3 seed in the Western Conference. And they can go into the All-Star break on, a nice little stretch here. If they beat the Clippers tonight, they'll be 34-19. But Zach Lowe, who watches as much NBA basketball as anybody, formerly of ESPN, now he's got a podcast now. He had this to say about Kevin Durant and how he's kind of been handling his body language of late.
I'm not loving some of the body language I'm seeing on the floor. Some of the Durant sulkiness is seeping back into his body language. Like against the Thunder the other day, there were 2 or 3 possessions in like maybe a 6-possession span where the Rockets threw bad entry passes to him. And you could see him visibly just throw his arms up and, roll his eyes and all that stuff. And we've seen that movie before. And Durant's been great. He's an all-star. He's an all-NBA player. I've always been on the Kevin Durant, his historically underrated train. So, don't take offense at this. But I will say I've heard from agents, players, whatever over the years, when he gets like that, young players revere him and are somewhat intimidated by him. And that kind of stuff can seep into the ether of a team. And they need to just snap out of it because they're really good.
I thought that was interesting, Seth, because this team is – especially with Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet out for the year, and Dylan Brooks now no longer a Rocket because he went to Phoenix in the Durant trade. It really is Durant and a bunch of guys that could potentially fit that profile of what Zach Lowe is talking about there. I mean, it's Kevin. The core rotation is Durant and 5 guys that the Rockets drafted at some point in the last few years: Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson, Reed Shepard, Tari Eason, Jabari Smith. Those are 5 guys that I feel like fit that description Zach Lowe is talking about, which are younger players who probably revere Durant to some degree.
Right.
And where the bad body language or the frustration that Durant has. Hell, Durant was yelling at Alperen Şengün the other night to play defense. He was screaming at him on a play where Alpi looked like he had no interest in playing defense, let a guy walk right by him, and Durant's yelling at him.
I think there's that dynamic where the loss of Fred VanVleet maybe is more than just his actual play as a point guard, but that the veteran leadership had turned into something on this team that was really a source of strength. And even like Dylan Brooks, who I was skeptical of when he got there, he was part of changing the culture, et cetera, et cetera. You never look at Kevin Durant as the guy who's going to come in and necessarily drive a change in culture or create a certain type of culture. And that's not a criticism. There's lots of great players who aren't necessarily that guy. But I guess that's where the overall chemistry of a team, when they've been playing like a middle-of-the-road basketball team since they got off to their hot start. We had stats this morning. Jackson Gatlin had said this. Since December 1st, going into last night, they've been the 15th best offense, the 13th best defense.
Yeah.
Like over the course of the last 2+ months.
It's even worse since the beginning of the year, since January 1st. They're like in the bottom third
right.
since January 1st.
Right. So the record is great, and they're third in the West and all of that. I get it, but they're not right now at all playing with any kind of anything that inspires confidence in the
rhythm.
playoffs.
Yeah.
So I don't, and maybe it's just I'm just tired of body language talk after CJ's performance, and I just want to be done with it.
Yeah.
I guess, but there's part of it where I didn't look at Kevin Durant that needed to be the same way a quarterback is on a football team.
Yeah, it's funny.
He doesn't need to be the alpha leader setting the tone. He just needs to be Kevin Durant and be a good veteran leader in terms of teaching guys and doing all of that,
Sure.
being part of the flow. But I don't, if we're at the point where Kevin Durant's body language is going to be the determining factor in whether this is a good or bad basketball team, I just don't think we're at that point.
No.
I need to see bad body language out of Kevin Durant when they're actually still also playing like a good basketball team. Then I might worry about it. But there's enough other issues right now besides his body language.
I do think this team misses Dylan Brooks and what he brings. And I think Dylan Brooks is a big reason why Phoenix is not some bottom feeder, that they're actually in the mid. They're 2 games back of the Rockets right now. The very team that Kevin Durant was traded from, in what is one of those moves that looks more like a rebuilding move. And Dylan Brooks isn't a younger player; he's an older player. But getting Jalen Green in there, that kind of thing, that's more of a move where you're not rejiggering the team; you're setting the team up to kind of go backwards to eventually go forwards. They're only 2 games back. They miss Dylan Brooks, the Rockets do. No question about that.
As far as the dog factor
Yes.
or whatever else you want in it.
Yeah.
The swarm factor.
Yeah.
If you look at the Texans, what have we said? Is they just need more swarmy type guys on defense or on offense like they already have on defense.
Yeah, I feel like I think Dylan Brooks got described by the Rockets, and I think Dylan Brooks, in watching him, how I feel about Dylan Brooks with the Rockets, was a lot like D'Amico Ryans describes Azeez Al-Shaair for the Texans. Tone setter, leader, dog, all those things.
Who's a dog? You'd rather have playing with the right kind of body language right now, Sean?
Who?
Mad Dog Russo, who first got his big break when he was interviewed by you and I on Radio Row last week.
Yeah.
Kind of put him over. Now all of a sudden I'm seeing him all over social media and whatnot.
Yeah.
He would have the appropriate body language because he wants you to know that he is tougher than the modern NBA.
Did you send this to Ben?
Yes, he is tougher than the modern NBA player.
November before Thanksgiving in 2017, and I walked in there in the off season and did an hour show with the freaking high heat, sick as a freaking dog, and then walked in here and did a monologue, and I said, I can't take it. I'm so sick I gotta leave. And I took the train home. And 3 days later, I was in the freaking Stanford hospital, and the doctor said, how the hell did you survive this? And then I sat there on a Tuesday night. He sat there and operated on me for 3 hours to get into appendix out. A Rutherford one. Chris Russo. And Jared Jackson can't play in the 4th quarter in a game in February, making $50 million a year. I mean, this is absurd.
Oh, I love that. I love him so much. And I took the train home.
What year was it?
I don't know.
Did you say 97? Can you play just the first part, Ben?
November before Thanksgiving in 2017.
2017. All right.
Is when he got the appendix done, yeah.
He's taking the train home. I got to imagine.
That's a long. Actually, he told me off air. He lives in New Canaan, Connecticut.
Yeah.
That's a long train ride home.
It is.
Yeah.
I used to, when we were there for the Super Bowl long ago, that Broncos Seahawks Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I took a train up to Meltzer's house to have dinner with his
Meltzer
parents.
is from Ridgefield, I believe, which is in that same neighborhood.
It was a long train ride. I liked it. I slept both ways.
Oh, it's a lot
Mike
of
had
scenery.
to wake me up.
Yeah, no, it's a cool train ride because you're going through certain parts of the city that are, up and down or whatever, and then you wind up in Connecticut. And it's beautiful scenery up there.
Is it pretty common? So he was already a very successful, even though he hadn't been on Payne and Pendergast yet, he's a very successful radio host in New York. Probably making 7 figures, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
But was still taking the train home. Do a lot of a lot of people take the train.
Because you can get work done.
Yeah.
You can get work done on the train. Especially now, they probably have Wi-Fi on the train too.
Oh yeah, but even back then, even if they didn't, like you're just people like high power business people still take the train.
A lot of them
back
take
and
the
forth.
train. Yeah,
it's just simpler and easier.
Yeah, I mean the highest of the highest ones probably have a car service that brings them in. But yes, like there's a lot of people that are very successful in that part of the country that live in Connecticut. In that part of Connecticut, they take the train, and nobody likes sitting in that amount of traffic for that long.
I'm just wondering though too, like it seems like when you're a sports radio host in a place like New York where everybody's got a really loud opinion,
yeah.
Like do you think he was able to ride the train without getting harassed?
Oh,
all the
that's a
time?
good question. I don't know.
There's probably a VIA. There's probably a first class or something. Right?
I don't know. I
don't know,
maybe
commuter trains.
Maybe.
One thing I noticed on the commuter trains, because I did it that time, and then I also to go visit my sister.
Yeah.
It is very quiet. It's
yes.
a lot of actual adults. It's not like you're on a subway train or something in the middle of the day. It's a lot of people commuting to and from work, so it's very quiet.
Yeah, I used it a lot when I lived in Chicago. If I had meetings in the city, I lived in Naperville. We were headquartered. The company I was headquartered in was in Naperville. But that's 40 miles west of the 35, 40 miles west of Chicago.
Yeah.
And sitting on 88 and 90 to go into the city is awful. So I would take the train quite a bit. It's nice. You know, the train station there has a little snack bar and breakfast place. You grab some food, bring it on there with you, bring your laptop. They have Wi-Fi. It was great.
I always look at that bus that parks outside of our place at Greenway Plaza. That's a bus that goes to the Woodlands.
Yeah.
I feel like if I lived in the Woodlands, obviously our schedule wouldn't work with that. But if I was doing the midday show or something, I might. If I could see doing that, sitting on a nice, comfortable bus. Don't have to worry about traffic or anything. Just twice a day. You get sleep, get your work done, do whatever. I would like that.
Think of what you'd save on gas.
Oh yeah,
you know, driving in. I can't. People that drive 40 miles into work every day, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they pay for their. I mean,
the gas and the not to mention the toll roads.
Yeah, that don't have these jobs where it's like nothing. You know, like there's a lot of people that make plenty of money to pay for that gas. It's just they put it in the calculus. There's a lot of people that don't make that kind of money that are paying a couple like $200-300 a month on gas.
You know, you listen to enough Red Rock, listen to a lot of country music or Americana type stuff and everything, and you start to thinking like, yeah, I'm going to take a Greyhound somewhere, and then you look into the price of a Greyhound.
Yeah.
It's cheaper to fly.
Yeah.
Long term.
Yeah.
I thought to myself once, I just want to take like a long bus trip.
Yeah.
Just like they sing about in all the sad songs and everything. Just watch America, like look out, and just take in the countryside and everything while stopping every 27 minutes.
That's the stops that kill you.
Right, but so it's like for the same price that you can get on a flight from LA to Houston and be done with it. It's the same damn price, except it takes like 72 hours.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
Trains too.
I
thought I wanted to take a train ride.
But the train has a bar car. You know, the train. I like the train. I like socializing in the bar car.
The bus has a bar car if you can afford a flask.
That's true. An igloo cooler.
Yeah.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in the loop, and they are here. Gentlemen.
Yeah, so some of that nostalgia in media is actually kind of arbitrary or, kind of made up to some degree because do you think of Gladys Knight's Midnight Train to Georgia?
Yeah.
Originally written as Midnight Plane to Houston.
No,
yes,
really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So
War.
some of this.
What is it good for?
Yeah. some of this is manufactured.
It was actually
so Tolstoy called it. Yeah.
War. What is it good for? It was actually it was written by a 13-year-old who didn't want to go to a bar mitzvah. But then they repurposed it.
There you go. There you go.
If only a city like Houston had mass transit. Can of worms.
No, big time can of worms.
I did though because I did that. I was going to start taking more public transportation, because I do I like taking Uber X around the city and everything instead of like one of the better Ubers because I tend to find I tend to get more drivers who have more interesting stories. A lot of guys who just saving money to bring their family over from Bangladesh or something.
Yeah.
So I was going to start taking the bus a lot of places, and it was too much of a pain in the ass. And I'll be honest, I couldn't figure out the bus schedule.
The bus schedule is
tough.
Yeah.
I did that for a little bit when I was without a car. I was in between. This is early in my radio career.
Yeah.
I was living fairly close to the station, but not walking distance from the station I was working at, and I was in between car deals. So I literally had no car. And this is before Uber was a thing as well. And I took the bus, and I'm like, man, like deciphering when exactly to be there and how many places we're stopping. It was really hard at the time. I don't know if it's gotten any better, but it was really hard at the time.
big reminder, I need to start doing it again because a couple of the conversations that I got into that really resonated, kind of made an impact on me was the people that just have to basically leave their house 2.5 hours before the job starts to get to their job. Talk about grinding, and to get there on the bus and to go to navigate the schedule and everything. It's impressive.
So Uber X is the lowest of the Ubers, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking Uber.
Well,
X.
you can also do what is that the shared one?
They've got. I don't know if that affordable.
Uber X is the cheapest usually.
Cheapest by yourself.
Yeah, because I was like, I'll do the shared one, especially late at night when we're coming back from San Francisco. I was like, nobody's going to share with me, so I can get a couple dollars off.
Oh, yeah, so it's shared, but it's like flying back. Like when Amy and I flew back during right as COVID hit from California on our honeymoon, we flew back after they'd walked everybody off Disneyland. They shut down the NBA, and we had to fly home. We basically had a private flight home from John Wayne Airport back here. All right, so it goes Uber X, and then Comfort is next, Uber XL, and then Black. Uber Black is the That's the really bougie one. All right, there you go. Glad we solved this.
Yes.
Okay, so you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Leasing. What is the question of the day, fellas?
Question of the day: what is your white whale? And let me explain.
Getting Houston better mass transit.
No.
Is that where? No.
No.
Okay.
That one thing that you've obsessed for over your entire life, and you're just determined to either accomplish it, get it, whatever.
Do it, go to it.
And it's based on. I'm leaving tomorrow morning for Costa Rica for 8 days.
You ever been?
Yeah, I've been to Costa Rica for this very reason.
I haven't. I hear it's beautiful.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
For this reason. I've caught pretty much all the fish I've ever wanted to.
You have a podcast.
Except a marlin.
I never caught a marlin.
Tried to catch a marlin last year.
Okay.
Didn't happen.
Okay.
We caught a bunch of fish. Sailfish, wahoo,
How hard
mahi.
are they? They're hard to catch.
They're hard.
Okay.
They're hard to catch. So I'm going to try to again, I got 3 trips booked.
Yeah.
I got 3 trips booked trying to catch a marlin. My white whale is a marlin.
Your white whale is a marlin. Your white whale is another aquatic species.
But it doesn't have
it's
to
not even a mammal.
Yeah. That's right. So what is that one thing you've obsessed for and you just determined before I get out of here?
That's good. I'm trying to think. I'm wondering if it's like an honor in what we do here. Like
I do.
Is it
Marconi for you? I want to hike the Appalachian Trail in one shot.
Oh, you can do that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take off 4 months.
Yeah.
I can't quite
Is it
figure
4 months of work?
It's if you look, I'm not going to be one of these people that are breaking speed records.
Yeah.
I take my time.
You can enjoy it.
How long is the Appalachian Trail?
It goes from Georgia up to Maine.
Man.
So you'd be camping along the way and things
with a
like
few
that.
hills along the way. Yeah,
I would love to see you do that.
Yeah.
You got to make yourself do that.
But I'd want to follow along the journey. I feel like we need to figure out the technology and still have you host the show just along the trek.
Would you bring a Comrex with you? Because I don't want you to be gone that long.
You don't have great cell service in a lot of places.
Okay.
It is the Appalachian Trail.
Could you bring a cell tower with you and strap it to your back?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I could probably bring a little mini
satellite phone or something.
What's the new satellite internet?
Starlink.
Oh, yeah,
Starlink. Yeah, Starlink.
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 Starlink has changed the offshore fishing industry.
Really?
Oh my God! You can be anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the world, you're fishing, you get in trouble, boom.
Boom. That's all. Yeah. Seth and I had Starlink at our Airbnb when we went to West Virginia. We were in a horrible cell spot in West Virginia. We couldn't get cell service until we went into town 8 miles.
Sean thought I had died at one point.
I did thought you had died, yes.
Well, this means Seth can do it. You could do it in the summertime.
Yeah.
It takes an average of 6 months.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, maybe the pregame show would have to
start. That ain't going to work.
It's a retirement thing. Yeah. It's a retirement, or I just decide to just screw Sean over royally. But also at the risk of coming back 6 months later and Sean being this new person is awesome.
Yeah.
What's your white whale?
So again, probably some honor in our industry. I would think. I'm very narcissistic. I like that. Mine would be interviews. Getting for years, he'd be a more controversial guest now. For years, I wanted to interview Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
Because he's, head of WWE. I'm a wrestling fan. He's a very controversial figure.
Yeah.
I think I would do a good interview with him as well. So that would be one of them. When I was early on, and this is one still to this day that when people say, who would you have liked to have interviewed who you can't anymore?
Mm-hmm.
James Gandolfini, who played Tony Soprano. So those are probably my. I don't have any hobbies.
Yeah.
You know, hobbies like you do with fishing. Yeah, like I don't golf. Like a hole in one. You know, that's my
Play
white whale.
Augusta is one for a lot of people.
Yeah, for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like so that I don't have any that are hobby related. I don't think this job is work really. So a lot of them I enjoy it. So a lot of them are related to what to what we do here.
That's interesting. I'm just pondering the man with no hobbies.
I really don't.
Well, it's like what they say: if you can, do what you love, you never work a day in your life.
That's absolutely. That was kind of my point.
Find a job that,
I enjoy in my spare time. I enjoy reading articles and watching videos and putting the puzzle together that is Payne and Pendergast.
I have no pity for you. It just when you say it that way, I'm like, damn, I feel like I need to get you a hobby.
Do you have a hobby?
I guess that's a good question. I have a lot of little hobbies that I don't take seriously enough.
Okay.
I think that is really an issue for me. Is there's a lot of things that I'm interested in that I'm like, I'm never actually going to reach the pinnacle of it because I don't have the bandwidth for any of this.
Yeah. I guess I'll correct. Amy and I, if travel is a hobby, then that's a hobby. Amy and I travel quite.
Maybe
a bit.
there's a place you always wanted to go.
Well, I'll tell you, we're getting close to hitting what our white whale is.
You got
our white whale is going to all 50 states.
Yeah.
And I had been to 49 states before I met Amy because I used to travel all the time on business. She'd only been to like 4 or 5 states, period, in her whole life. So we started making a concerted effort. Actually, once we got married, after COVID, you guys know we go on these long road trips every summer, and part of the goal of that is to get to each state and do something substantial or stay in these states. So now Amy is up to 45 states. Like
that was fast.
Yeah. So she's got Oregon, Montana, Idaho, which we can hit. We're going to hit in one fell swoop. And Hawaii, which will be its own trip.
Ooh.
And then we're going to close out with the only state that I've not been to, which is Alaska.
Oh, wow.
So we'll do an Alaskan cruise. So that's probably the best answer.
There's a lot of those things out there that people are like, oh, man, I always wanted to do that.
That was a white whale. That'll be our white whale. We're going to get a map and put pictures of us from each.
I've got to catch a marlin. I've tried.
What are the odds if I'm handicapping this? If I want to bet on John Lopez catching a marlin.
10%.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
20% maybe?
Yeah, this is big.
You're like a big underdog in March Madness.
I am a big underdog.
You're like a mid-major.
No, but I'm going to, there are a bunch of marlin where I'm going. It's the hooking and then the fighting. Because the marlin, it's not like a sail fishing fight in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. A marlin is, depending on how big, I mean,
So are they just as gullible as the other fish in terms of getting on to get latching onto the bait? They're just really hard.
Well, it's a whole complex thing. You got to throw teasers in there to bring them in, and then you got to, teaser.
You're out of my realm now, teasers.
A lot of things have to go right.
Teaser I know is when I get to add 6 points to a spread. Teaser, all right.
A lot of things have to go right.
Yeah.
Got close last year. We saw some, but never.
Gotcha. I'm rooting for you, man. I'm rooting for you. I am.
One of our texters sent Reginald picked this up, and he just sent it. I don't know if you wanted to read this or not, but it's hilarious, Reginald. One of the text lines, Sean should try to get a commercial, the most non-interesting man in the world.
I think that this is a great bit.
I don't think that's true. No. Hobbies. Yeah.
No, okay, this is the thing. I think people are reluctant to list this as a hobby. You love to drink in bars.
Yeah.
And that is a hobby.
It is a hobby.
Is it something that you do and takes
It's a hobby.
Yeah, that's a hobby.
It's a hobby, and I'm engaging in those bars in part because I do have good stories.
Yes.
Actually.
Right.
You've been on those dinners with me, Seth.
Yeah.
I've got good stories for people.
I'm insulted by this guy associating hobbies with interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me sit with somebody who talks passionately about their coin collecting hobby for 3 hours.
Thank you.
Boy, what an interesting person that is. Yeah.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate you taking.
I just thought it'd be a great bit to produce the most
the least interesting man in the world.
That would be funny.
He's on his tablet.
Amy would agree with this guy.
Yeah, Liqueur 44 is. That's what Liqueur 44 wants.
Walking down to the lobby to pick up.
In the world.
Yeah, Liqueur 43.
Walking down the lobby to pick up Uber Eats in his gym shorts.
I thought that Seth was protecting Liqueur 43 by saying 44 there.
Dude, we got to have that.
Liqueur 43.
Yep. All right,
he always uses just the right amount of salt and pepper.
He knows exactly when to leave his car and call an Uber. He is the least interesting man in the world.
Never lets his gas tank get below half full.
That's true. That's actually true. And I'll tell you about it. And I'll tell you all the reasons why it makes sense. Oh, I love all of you.
His butt always looks just fine, honey, in those jeans.
You can stop now.
Don't use all the good stuff here, man. Write it down. Write it down.
Seth's having way too much fun with this bit. Oh my God! All right, we are
favorite Halloween candy. They all have their own merits.
I thought he was going to say Biddle Honey.
It's true.
It's funny because it's true.
It's true. Oh, antibodies to you, I guess.
Antibodies to you and apologies in advance to the campers who are awoken at 7 a.m. Eastern 3 years from now with Seth Payne saying, why are they still paying Altuve this money? Why?
Oh, man. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Woo, boy, that's how you start a show here on a Wednesday in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with Payne and Pendergast. All right, let's get going on this Wednesday. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me for one final time.
One final time?
Yep.
Do you know something I don't?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Y'all leaving me?
Well, we're not leaving you forever.
I don't know. It feels like it. But let's have a good time on this Wednesday.
God, I hope not.
I'm like, yeah, did you talk to Parker or something?
Yeah.
You know something we don't know?
I'm just feeling dramatic. You know, I'm just feeling dramatic here on a Wednesday. But get involved with the program. The text line is, in fact, the base power text line is as follows: 713-572-4610. Let us know how you feel on various different things. Today is it's not opening day.
0
clearly,
days?
but 0 days so pitchers and catchers report. They are indeed in Florida for spring training.
Who's throwing off the
Astros
mound today?
Let's talk about it. Let's break it down. Now,
PFP, baby. I can't wait.
yeah, let us know. How are you feeling about this Astros? Because Astros is officially here. Now we can really dig into things. Obviously, there's still time and development to be had before we get to actual opening day for the Stros. But how are you feeling about them? 713-572-4610. Always appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page, Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat, 610 Houston.
Hashtag chase the fight.
Yeah, that one it's not going over well. It just isn't.
Hashtag chase the fight. As we speak, we are about 8 minutes into Tatsuya Imai's first Astros bullpen session.
Which is actually being caught by Yainer Diaz.
How about that?
And it sounds crazy to say, yeah, it's actually being caught by Yainer Diaz. Apparently, Yainer Diaz had a little bit of a foot strain that he had undertaken. So he's dealing with a little nick at this point. There's a Josh Hader news there and stuff. So I mean, there's things coming out of camp. One of the biggest things for me though already is Cam Smith talked. So we were talking with Sean before we had an opportunity to jump on to cross with them. And I think Sean made a good point that it's always fun not just to see who of the pitchers and catchers reports, because that's obvious, right?
Yeah.
That's the mandatory portion of the day. How many of the position players show up? Who else shows up as it is not their responsibility? And Cam Smith, the young cat, who, he faded last year.
Yeah.
He showed up there. And to that end, I thought that he had an interesting quote with the Astros flagship when he was asked about the biggest thing, that he had to get better at this offseason. And I will take you to a segment that I like to call reading. Quote, focusing more on the preparation before the game. Last year, I was kind of trying new things every day, every week. Now I have a good foundation of things I need to do to get my body ready to play every day, close quote.
My thing with Cam Smith, first of all, terrific, smart move for him to be there. I mean, you have to. It's all about perceptions and going the extra step and all that. But he faded last year, and maybe it was just the rookie year catching up to a rookie, which okay, he wouldn't be the first, and he's not the last. But I think there's also a certain amount of pressure that's on him. They're trying to figure out the outfield.
Buddy, are they?
They're trying to figure out the outfield.
Well, if they just listen to our guy Clint Stoerner, the outfield's figured out. Just play Jordan on the left and everything.
By the way,
profit.
I drove home loving that take.
He's
more.
not wrong. Clint's not wrong.
Well, to reset.
Yeah, Clint's point was you fix a lot of the issues that you have whether you're talking about DH at bats or whether you're talking about a glut of starting everyday caliber infielders or a light outfield by simply having Jordan play primarily left field. Because at that point, he is your primary left fielder. You can make your decision on who plays in center, whether it's Jake Myers or Cam Smith. Then you have the likes of Zach Cole and Jesus Sanchez to play at the other corner spot. And then your infield is opened up, whether it's Jose Altuve DHing so that you get a little bit of protection for him and his defense and you still get his bat. Or if he's playing second, then you could put Isaac Paredes at DH and get him every day at bats while still having Pena and Correa and Walker all playing every day. Like this would fix everything. However, they're not about to do that.
It's not just problem solved. If they could do that, it's all problem solved. To your point, you just laid out, and I tried to make it clear to him.
Oh,
dude,
he knows.
I am with you. I understand it because he was like, just play, just put him in left, play. Great concept, great idea. Probably should be the case, but as you just said, it's not.
And if they're not going to do that, then you have what feels like, at least in my mind, 4 guys that you probably have in the outfield. And one of those is Jake Myers, who, are you certain that season that we saw last year was a real transformation in his game? Or did that feel like that one season? We've all seen that. We've seen that with a lot of players in various different sports where you go, oh, wow, that was that one season. Was Brady Anderson the big dude after the lockout?
Yeah.
Was that in 95, was it? Right? I'm surprised I remembered that because I was 3 years old. But yeah, I mean, like you've seen that guy who you go, oh, that was the season. It feels more likely than not that was the season. Now I'm crossing my fingers as I wear the Astros hat that is not the case, and this really does represent a step forward for him because that makes him an everyday center fielder in real way. But if not, Cam Smith being viable not just for a portion of the season, but for the entirety of the season, because he found a way to have an everyday regiment that has him prepared to play for 150, 160 games. You could play him at center field, especially with the athleticism and early defensive acumen that he showed. Hold that down. Have your corner outfielders, which are a little bit easier spots to figure out, and feel like you have a better idea what your outfield.
Well, the way I look at Cam Smith this year is he wasn't supposed to really ever play in the big leagues last year. We remember famously Adam Spillane. We kept going back and forth with him
Shout
about
out to Spo.
No, I've
Not
got
my money.
I've got a better chance of playing than
Love
he
you,
does.
Spo.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Not my money.
And I'm not picking on him because everything changed with his outstanding spring, that he had. So the way I'm looking at it, he's ahead of the curve. Like if you really
found money theory.
Like everything he did yesterday was like playing the minor leagues on steroids. Not literally, obviously, but is playing in the minor leagues.
Yeah. Let's if
what are you saying?
If Manfred's listening, wasn't no steroids around nowhere here.
I'm using it in
it was an expression.
An expressive.
Look at the Astros cheating again. Huh?
That's right. So to me, he's ahead of the curve. And he's acting appropriately. He's like the young kid that just got called to the big league camp for the first time, even though it wasn't, and is trying to make the most of it. I would bet on Cam Smith. I'm actually high on Smith.
Yeah, this quote hit me where I live in particular as a dude who has been at his job for a year and a half now, right? And I've told you guys a number of times going through this second Texans seasons here with you, which was very, very fun. Outside of the final, the way that it ended. But, we could all go through that, and we will continue to go through that over the number of months. But I've told you guys the feeling of last year doing the show versus this past season doing the show was night and day. I see so many of the differences in how I prep and how, we put the show together, and it's night and day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I get it from him when he says, oh, I'm focusing more on my preparation. Last year, I was just kind of trying things at various different times. It felt to me in reading that he was like keeping his head above water to some degree on how to be an everyday big league player. And now that he's gotten a taste of that, now that he's been able to see it up close with some of the other professionals that he plays alongside, I think he has a better opportunity to be a steadier guy. And if he's a steady guy, I'm not worried about what the high end is. We've seen that he can play big league baseball.
He can have those
It's just,
stretches.
Can he be steady with it for a long stretch of the season? Even understanding that there's going to be ups and downs inherently with the marathon, not sprint of baseball of a baseball season. I think that's really encouraging.
Now, you guys know how I feel about spring training. It's not what's on the field that really does anything for me. But things like this are things that I think you can sink your teeth into, whether it's Cam Smith, some of the things that the manager or general manager might say, some of the interesting, sort of risers late in this. Really don't pay attention that much other than newsy type stuff until March, if we're being honest. But there is this, and this is one of the things that you do have to take out of spring training. Did you see what Joe Espada said about Josh Hader today?
Yes. Josh Hader experienced, quote, arm soreness, close quote, before his fourth bullpen session of the winter. He had imaging that revealed, quote, bicep inflammation.
Bicep inflammation.
Close quote. Hader scheduled to resume throwing, which I hear your eyes rolling in the cars around the great city of Houston. He is scheduled to resume his throwing program today, but his status for opening day is in flux.
Awesome. Just awesome. And I love Chandler.
It wouldn't be the Astros if it wasn't it, right?
I love Chandler Rome because he was paraphrasing what Espada said, but he still put, quote, arm soreness in quotes, and he still put, quote, bicep inflammation in quotes, which he knows better. If you're just paraphrasing, you don't have to put it in quotes, but he clearly was delivering a message there like arm soreness, bicep inflammation.
I don't even know how much of that was him trying to be cheeky. I feel like as a reporter, this is the old fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I can't fall for this no more. Hey, man, I see arm soreness, and that might be what it is, but I've seen it go the other way a lot other times.
And to be fair, I did see video today of Josh Hader throwing a lightly
off a flat ground, being monitored by a trainer.
Yeah.
So
who
he
knows?
Did indeed throw. However,
who knows?
For how long is the question, as we all Astros fans say, with the level of hurt and baggage that remains there. But Astros are here to some degree, and so excited for that. Another thing that you've got to be excited for in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, the Rockets get a victory. Now, of course, against a team that is sub 500, which is something that they have been want to do all season long. But it felt like, did it feel like it wasn't complicated the way that they were able to just get this one done? Let's talk about this win versus the Clippers next.
In the loop.
The Patriots were the Texans without the filter. Good defense.
610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the off the slide.
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was
Hey,
cringing.
no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston's leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you, wherever you are, however you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your day. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line to get involved with the program, where from the 713 they say, John, for security purposes, please don't announce on the radio that you're going to Costa Rica. It's not safe.
What? All right.
Hey, what's going on with that? What's the
that's
Is it political?
no.
They think he's going to
Okay.
get abducted.
No.
Okay.
That's how do I put this nicely? Dumb?
I don't know. I don't think you landed that one.
I didn't land that one?
I don't think
so.
that's nice, buddy.
I've been to Costa Rica a couple of times. Costa Rica is one of the most beautiful places you'll ever be to.
Or do they got the cartel there?
No, look, it's a city. When you fly into San Juan, it's a city.
You don't want the cartel to get in touch with you?
Like Houston, there's going to be some crime here and there. There's no Costa Rica. It's a tourist country. It's a tourist destination. It's incredibly safe, especially when you get into some of the places I'm going to be.
Yeah,
going
but they know
to.
if they hold John Lopez for ransom,
yeah,
you know what
I
I mean?
know.
Gorgeous. Absolutely one of the most
They're
beautiful.
gonna be over there like Juan Felipe, 6'10".
I would recommend. Put it this way.
What do you think
That's
that we
a
could
very
get on,
rich man.
What do you think we could get on the John Lopez ransom? About $45?
$45. I would put Costa Rica ahead of Cabo, ahead of what you call it? What's the one in Mexico? I'm drawing a blank. Cayman. That's not the one in Mexico. Cayman. Yeah, any of those.
Cancun.
I'd put it ahead of all those.
What's the wind situation, though? I feel like that's the important
beautiful.
question.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
we know Aruba is way down
Too
the
windy.
list.
That's
Lo-
definitely
windy.
Definitely put it ahead of Aruba.
I'd rather go to Cleveland, Ohio.
I would.
In Aruba.
Too windy. That's such a dumb inside joke at this point. What's not a dumb inside joke, the Rockets actually get a victory. 33-19 now after beating the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard. Low-scoring game, 102-95 was the final there. Are you familiar with the 40-20 theory? In
I've
the
heard
NBA?
it. What is it?
So the idea is if you get to 40 wins before you get to 20 losses.
Yeah.
I believe that 90% of NBA champions have gotten to 40 wins before they get to 20 losses. And so this ends up being one of those metrics. The Rockets are actively trying to stave off, I guess, pseudo-elimination from that level of statistic. And they did that with a victory last night at the Toyota Center over the Clippers, in which for a long time they just it was kind of close. They were able to keep Kawhi Leonard largely under wraps. He scores 24
he did
points.
what he could.
Yeah, I mean, he did do what he could, but ultimately, this one ends up being a good shooting game for the Rockets. They shoot 50% from three. Is it as simple as if the Rockets make their threes, they'll win basketball games, John Lopez?
Yeah, go figure, right? You knock down some shots, 50% of your shots from 3-point range, you win the game. Which is why, and full disclosure, I was in and out of the Olympics and the Rockets, so I was.
Sounds like someone needs more TVs.
Yeah, it was good. I was having a lot of fun watching the Olympics, but I turned over to the Rockets multiple times, and I'm like, boom, another shot. But that's why when you look at this Rockets team, you still can't get a good feel. Go figure. You knocked out a bunch of shots, you win the game. It happens. 50% three-pointers, you're probably going to win that game. Now, the one thing that, and I know you were locked in on the Rockets, so
you know me.
That's why I wanted to ask you about this. The one thing that I did notice is very good balance. I'm talking about the floor,
scoring wise, or just the way the floor was.
The floor was balanced, and that was one of the things that they sort of unlocked. And you texted us about spacing. Well, that's the same thing. You balance the floor.
Did I? Man, I just be texting stuff.
Yeah. You balance the floor. You're able to kick the ball inside out or across or skip passes or whatever you want to call it. You balance the floor. You knock down shots. You win the game. Here's the thing. I really felt like Reed Sheppard was huge. Amen Thompson was huge.
Yeah, 16 points for Reed in 30 minutes. Amen Thompson had 16, but he was able to I mean, actually, you just look at the box score and it does not show up, but he definitely had a solid game.
And then I hear
game.
Ime talking about it, and I'm like, does he look in the mirror and see last year's team? Because I think he really feels like this is going to be a defensive team. We're going to be able to have Kevin Durant now. Obviously, didn't have him last year, but Kevin Durant can be our outlet when we need a bucket. We're going to be able to score in transition. That's not this team. Do you have this audio about him talking about whether Reed Sheppard would into the starting lineup at any point?
Just in respect to starting.
And would you consider making that swap at all?
Not right now. If ever.
Not right now, if ever. I don't understand what he's looking at.
Oof, yeah, that one's rough. I think Amen, especially when we start thinking about him as playmaker, we can sometimes start to forget all of the other things that he does that he does incredibly well, especially when you're playing Alperen Şengün as your only big. Amen is huge on help. Well, I guess Jabari, I should not forget him, but Amen is huge on helping with the rebounds. Amen is obviously still a very, very good defender in this league. And being able to attack the basket and cut and all those things are still there. It does feel weird though that Reed Sheppard, the idea that he gets to is just not if ever, right? He's just never going to get there. But that's the inclination that this coach has, is defense matters to a great deal to him. And Reed Sheppard will never be a plus defender. We can put that on our minds. The idea, and I was encouraged by Reed in the postgame when he said that one of the things that's helped him get better is, or one of the things that he makes sure to get better at is making sure to not take too many gambles, like still get some steals. And he had a fantastic, at least one really fantastic steal in this game. I think he had 2 in this game. But making sure that you're not a traffic cone and not being blown by. My word's not his.
Yeah.
But then he also still needs to knock down threes for this to be worthwhile and knock down shots, which he did in this game. He did pass the ball around, but that hasn't been consistent enough yet. I didn't like, though, the idea that if ever was the way that he said that. Not now, I can absolutely understand from Ime. The if ever felt weird.
And it did, and that's specific to Reed Sheppard. But my point is not specific to Reed Sheppard.
Okay.
I think it's like he's looking in a skinny mirror, like he's in one of those department stores. You're looking in a skinny mirror. And you said it, he's not going to ever be a great defender. Is this ever going to be a great defensive team? Because it's not, from what I've seen. What are we, 52, 50? How many games are we in now?
52 games.
52 games in, and he's still talking like if ever. In other words, I want my defenders out there. I want my bigs out there. I want my guys that can, catch and shoot and finish, on the perimeter. This is not a good defensive team. It's not a bad defensive team, but it's not a good defensive team.
I think it's a good defensive team. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a great defensive team. Maybe now I'm splitting hairs, but I think that that's necessary. The problem that I then have, John, if I'm going with you on the idea, on the assumption that this is not going to be a great defensive team, then what kind of team is it? Because it's not going to be a great offensive team. I tell you that for damn sure.
Well, but you get better if you can have some guys that can knock down shots. We saw it last night, and I really feel like obviously with Kevin Durant, I feel the key to the rest of the season is Şengün. I really do. I think he's, even though he's an all-star and well-deserving, I still think there's more meat on the bone there with him in terms of running the offense, being able to work with Durant a little bit more, and then you get some shooters available outside of that.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm willing to take that, especially because one of the reasons that I thought you won this game, and the reason why I think you'll be able to win the rematch of sorts that's happening again tonight. Yes, you got the baseball series with the home and not a home and home, because that would imply you're going to LA.
Yeah,
another home game here against
I thought
the
I was
Clippers.
tripping. I was looking. I'm like, wait a minute, did my app load right?
Yeah, deja vu was happening all around Houston.
It's a home.
Clippers are going to play the Rockets again tonight. And that means likely no Tyrese and likely no Dorian Finney-Smith, which is probably why you didn't see some of the way that this went. Josh Okogie probably in that game. But my point being, these are two really slow-paced teams. It's why I made the mention of 102-95 was the final, even though you were knocking down 50% of your shots. You only got up 28 threes. And I know that shout out to Will from Houston Rockets Twitter, because he made mention of, oh man, they're getting up a lot of threes early. I've had that moment sometimes with the Rockets, and then I look at the end of the game and I go, they still only got up their regular average of 3-pointers, which is in the bottom third of the league. They don't get up a lot of 3-pointers, even if they knock them down. They don't get up a lot of shots, especially because they have slower pace and they get into action slower. Even if you are efficient as a scoring team, you're never going to be the type of offensive team that can lean on that. So you have to remain some level of defensive competence.
But you're still going to be able to lean on Durant. And that was the whole idea. We're going to be a great defensive team. We're going to be able to lean on him when we need a shot, and the offense around him is going to be able to score. Well, if you're not a great defensive team, you did. You know, they might be good, but they're not great. And you're not getting any other complementary points very consistently around Durant, then what are you doing?
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing when we keep asking, like, the identity of this team.
Yeah.
It feels like they can win games like this without question. They were able to kind of slow it down with another team that was slow, and they just pieced up a Clippers team that is really young, but they were able to get win. Hey, another thing to make mention of as I'm looking at this box score again, they got out-rebounded in this game.
I didn't even notice. Didn't even notice.
Yeah, they got technically out-rebounded in this game. That's one of those things that typically you expect them to be able to do. But yeah, it's one of those things where they're going to need to be pretty good in a lot of facets in order to make sure that they win these games. And that is the thing that gets really interesting: is can you have a game where you're knocking down your shots and solid defensively and offensively in order to get your wins in the tough circumstances in the playoffs? They're still a good team. Yeah. It feels weird when we have all these complaints, because it feels like we're talking about them as if they're a bad team.
Yeah.
They're not.
No, they're now in third place, I believe.
Yes, they are now in third place in the West. They're not consistent enough, and especially in the way that we have to judge them now on what will they do in the playoffs. That's the thing that I'm still looking to find some level of answers to. So, all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by John Lopez's soon-coming trip to Costa Rica to finally catch his white whale, which happens to be a marlin. What is your white whale? 713-572-4610. What's the thing that you're obsessed with getting done or trying to accomplish in your life? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Maybe it's this. What a great transition. Maybe it's you've never seen.
222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I don't know how we ended with LFO coming back.
Hey, it's Wednesday, man.
Oh, it is white. I didn't even realize. You know what? That's my bad.
Yeah.
I didn't even see
We
it.
didn't even talk about it.
My bad. It's
He was
White
over
Boy
there
Wednesday.
rolling his eyes like, I don't know how you coming back to this.
I mean, this song, I have a love-hate
You know
relationship.
why? It's White Boy Wednesday.
Yeah, it's a song that's so bad that I laugh at it, but then I listen to it because it's so bad. So I kind of keep this. It's a self-perpetuating loop or whatever. But yes, White Boy Wednesday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, and it's not summer yet. So I thought we could have avoided LFO, but here we are, Summer Girls. All right, let's get to our question of the day because it isn't summer, but Lopez is taking a little bit of a vacation starting tomorrow. He's headed to.
It's a quest.
It is a quest.
It's a vacation/quest.
That's right. He is
Who all going
on an adventure.
Me and my wife and Captain Dean and his wife.
Okay. Didn't y'all go somewhere before?
Yeah, Costa Rica.
Okay. So is this an annual thing?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
So we like to go to Costa Rica, or really anywhere, but we've gone to Costa Rica recently.
I'm like, is this deja vu?
Just like the Clippers playing the Rockets again.
Because the last time you went, you had your nose all messed up, right?
Yeah.
From the goggles.
Yeah, from the goggles.
Snorkeling.
Yeah, exactly. And so we, obviously we do a lot of inshore fishing here on the bays and stuff, but we like to do the offshore stuff to go fishing, and we caught sailfish, roosterfish, which is a lot of fun, wahoo and tuna and all this other stuff. But for the better part of 50 years, because I've been fishing seriously since I was like 13, 14 years old. Always wanted to catch a marlin, man. Always. I don't care if it's a white marlin, a blue marlin, a tangerine marlin.
Marlin Wayans.
Marlin Wayans. Bob Marlin. Or
the Florida Marlin.
The Florida Marlin.
Sandy Alcantara. Watch out. John Lopez looking for you.
So I've always, my entire life, a marlin. And we might have seen, we thought we saw a couple last year, but we caught some sailfish and all that. But a marlin is, I mean, there's a romance to it too. It's Ernest Old Man Sea, and all that. That was his white whale. He wanted to catch that big marlin. So didn't get to do it last year. Never done it in my life. So the quest, and I've got 3 trips booked.
3 days. If you don't get it done in 3 days,
which is kind of sick.
You'll be SOL.
I'm gonna be looking for that marlin. We're gonna be looking for that because it's really kind of a boat fish too.
So like it's all hands on deck.
Well,
it's not just individually.
There's one person who's fighting it, but everybody's kind of helping.
Sure. Well, somebody got a towel wiping your brow. I don't understand how this works.
All that stuff. So what's your white whale? I've been my entire life. I've been searching for a marlin.
From the text line, let me see this. From the 936, they said their dad passed, so their white whale is completing his dream of surfing the pipeline at the North Shore in Hawaii.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's really cool. So there's like that. There's that, intergenerational portion of it, and then there's one of those just kind of like bucket list items of going to a place like that. Interestingly enough, I was trying to think of what I could pick, and there's like the silly one of being in the NBA Celebrity All-Star game that I talked about a few weeks back. But if I'm really honest, I think one of them is trying to not just cook but nail down a lot of traditional food, Nigerian food.
Oh, like
like jollof rice, which I've started getting, but I haven't gotten down pat. I've always been able to cook just like a general stew, but like some of the more I don't know, specialized stews and stuff. I've watched my mom cook them a lot of times. So, and one thing that's nice for me is that it offers an opportunity. I talk to my mom all the time anyways, but like to have another thing that we kind of bond on at times. Whenever she's in town, I'm like, all right, so what are we cooking? And then I'll try and like take the lead, but obviously she'll help me a good amount. And so this ends up being a little bit of a thing to bond with her, but then hopefully I'll be able to actually carry on these traditions of the culture,
What about the quest type thing? I thought Sean's was a good one, and it kind of came to him after he started thinking about it, visiting all 50 states. And I think he's on 49. And Amy is on 45, but that's a good one. And maybe it could be something as simple as, like, as I mentioned, go to a Final Four. whatever it takes. Save your money, drive, whatever it takes. Do you have one?
Yeah, mine is kind of similar to that. I always wanted to go to the Wimbledon.
Oh yeah.
I want to go. I want to dress up in all white.
Yeah.
Yeah, just dress fancy and all that stuff. I want to sit all the way in the nosebleeds. I kind of want to be.
Yeah, where all the beautiful people
are. I want to be down there. I want to be able to duck out the way for a tennis ball.
Or say, "What's up, Prince?"
Yeah.
not Prince. R.I.P. An actual Prince.
Oh, yeah.
Like a Prince Harry or something like that.
Hey, King, what's happening with you? I see you, big dog.
Yeah, that's one of them.
That one or U.S. Open, I think I'm with you on those.
Augusta National.
Oh, you want to go? You want to play it or you want to go?
No, I've been 3 times.
You want to play in it?
I would love to play Augusta National.
Okay. Yeah. Another one, this one is a little more personal. I always wanted to drop an album, like not just an album with music on it on these streaming sites or whatever. I want to create an album and actually have the album in my hand like a CD or something like that.
Yeah. You can do that.
Yeah, I know. It's easier for me to do it now, but I want to actually create my own album because I never released an album before.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of music and all that stuff, and I got some stuff on some streaming sites, some old mixtape sites, but I actually want to put out an album where I can hold it in my hand like, wow, this is my album wrapped up.
And just everything. Be able to say, I dropped
just
the album.
Just to have it. Like
2026.
Yeah, I don't give a damn who buys it or what, but I just want to have it in my hand, the physical in my hand.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's some ones that come. Someone simple as go to all the baseball stadiums.
It's a good one.
Do you have any of those where you're just trying to tick off all of the boxes of a particular sport or something to that effect?
Well, for me, it's not fair because I lived.
You've covered a lot of them.
I lived a life where I got to do a bunch of that stuff. So mine is more on the personal level, the fishing, the marlin. I will say, and Figgy, maybe we can go together. All the things that I've covered, whether it's all the things around the world. Never been to Wimbledon. Never.
So we need to go as a show as well.
Yeah. No, I would love to go.
Put that on the list.
We need to get Liqueur 43.
That's right.
Hey, send us over there.
No, for sure.
I get the content.
What's interesting is I haven't been to, being a soccer fan, I haven't been to Man United. I've told you that's the only team that I'm like I get real genuine fan for.
Yeah.
I want to go there, but interestingly enough, I think if I'm going to a soccer place, I actually more want to go to like a neighborhood club.
Those are best
because those are the ones where it's like being out in the parking lots.
You don't even
like tailgating.
No, you don't even see like now. There's nothing on the horizon. Like you see a big state. They're not that big. They like blend into the neighborhoods.
Yeah, and it's just they welcome you in.
Yeah,
you be like without knowing them, you jump in and they're immediately so happy to have you. That's the type of environment that I'd love to see internationally. From the 806, they said they're an independent pro wrestler, so theirs would be to wrestle in Japan.
Oh,
that's a
really
good
cool.
one, man.
Somebody said, of course, this is the one for I think a lot of people from the 281 being at the Super Bowl when the Texans win.
Yes. Yes.
Being able to cover Super Bowl.
That's not altogether in your hands, though.
No, I know, but I mean, it still ends up being a white whale. I mean, for you, it's not altogether in your hands if you catch a marlin because the marlin got to be out there. They got to be biting.
Oh no, I know they're there. It's hard.
Oh, so it's just been a personal failure then. Got it. Okay, very
Pretty
good.
much because it's very difficult. Very difficult.
I was giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Maybe got a loser on the show when it comes to marlins.
Do you realize all the things you have to do to catch a marlin?
Do you know how hard it is?
Do you know how hard it is to catch
actually?
Do you know how hard it is to win in an NFL?
I really and truly don't, and that's what makes it more fun for me right now. Is that I have no idea how hard it is to catch a marlin.
You guys actually don't know how hard it is to win in an NFL.
I did sound a little bit like B.O.B. Not gonna lie.
All right, keep sending those in. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where there is an opportunity now that there's another team that needs one of your big-time needs in the draft. I'll tell you who it is next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Big questions for the Astros as the team's heading to spring training this week. What are they doing with this whole infield thing going on right now? See, the funny thing I see now, Seth, is I see people like they've either resigned themselves to a trade not happening or they don't want to make a trade, and they're like, no, you need depth. The problem is your outfield might be the worst in baseball right now coming into the season.
They've got 3 Jake Marisniks out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Wake up with Sean. Fantasy Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
About to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. More people sending in their white whales to the base power text line.
I love this one, man.
Somebody said, my white whale, as a family genealogist and historian, would love to find our family's first African ancestor in the United States. That's dope.
one.
Anybody that goes back, tries to map their family, not just the 23andMe, but tries to go back and map their family. That is
I thought about that. I thought about just digging in on my last name, Gilliard, just to kind of see where it originated from and all that stuff. So it's definitely what I found out. It was definitely a European name.
Yeah.
But I just want to see where it started here.
Well, that sounds
and
like
if I got any other family.
That sounds like a birthday or Christmas present. Get some of that. What are that? Those Ancestry.com things going.
Here, put your DNA in here.
Yeah,
We're gonna ship it off.
You absolutely should.
And just a reminder, everybody's white whale is different size. There's something big like that. And then from this one, somebody said Memphis in May barbecue cook-off.
Oh, wow. That is a fantastic event. That's a real good one. That's the whole hog capital of the world. Cook a whole hog in Memphis.
Now I'm just hungry. All right, let's go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610. And if you don't know, the Seattle Seahawks are the world champions of the National Football League. I shouldn't have said that because it does get annoying when you use the world champion for what is ultimately a domestic championship.
Our world.
Yeah, that's right. We're as if us as United States citizens aren't already
world champions or what?
Self-absorbed or whatever. However,
who was it?
That was the
Noah Lyles.
Yeah, Noah Lyles.
Noah Lyles, the sprinter. But yeah,
world champions.
The Seahawks won the Super Bowl.
Don't say it.
They won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And so today is the day of their parade. In fact, at 12 local here at 10 a.m. their trophy celebration will begin.
I'm happy for the kids.
Unfortunately, you shouldn't be, because I guess fair or foul, but I feel like I know where we're all going to land. Seattle Public Schools apparently they're having school. They announced it yesterday that they will remain open and that, quote, parade attendance will not be considered an excused absence, quote.
Damn.
Come on, man.
I wonder how many kids still had to go to school.
You know, it's funny you say that. I think it's a dumb move strategically for the school district, because unless I'm remembering this wrong, your state and national subsidies and funds that you get for your school are based on attendance. So they won't. A lot of kids are going to skip school anyway.
Yeah.
So who cares? So if they don't have the certain percentage of kids going to school, they're not going to get any basic credit.
I hadn't thought about it.
Credit for this day anyway.
You went right to my wife's a teacher.
Yeah. Like it's dumb strategically for them.
No, that's a good point.
It's not going to. It's going to be as if they did give them off, because they're not going to get any funds for it.
Yeah. Who was their curmudgeon that did this? Because I'm big on education. I'm Nigerian. That's how our people tend to roll.
Yeah.
I'm taking my kid to this.
Of course.
Thing, right?
Yeah.
Especially if it's a kid that has some level of engagement with sports. Because how many of us were like, I can't wait for the opportunity. And if you have this opportunity in front of you, you bask in it, you enjoy it, and it's one day, man. I've seen people take their kids out of school for a day for dumber reasons than this.
Yeah, just go to a regular game.
Yeah,
I seen parents do that. But the first thing I thought about was, I wonder how many snow days did they have.
It doesn't snow a lot in Seattle.
Okay, because I know I've been in some situations where
weather days.
We had to extend the school year because they had a bunch of weather days going on.
That happened.
So I wonder if that was a reason. It's still not a reason. Right. I wonder if it was something like that, or they just kind of looking their nose up at.
I don't think there's a good reason.
At this.
I think the kids would sign up for, hey, we're not going to end May 12th. We're going to end May 13th. Cool.
Got to go see the Super Bowl trophy. Yeah, that's one of those things that could absolutely. And somebody said, but they just had a Super Bowl parade. Was that a decade ago?
15.
That was 15. Yeah, 2015.
A lot of these kids weren't alive, or at least not of awareness to be able to appreciate that. Like, we're talking about the kids right now. Maybe if you talked about somebody's work not getting an excused absence, I might have a little bit more sympathy. We talking about the babies, man.
But I think
let the babies enjoy
A lot of offices are going to be closing too.
Let the babies enjoy it, man. Like, I feel like
who was walking around Seattle saying, "Hey, we still got work today."
Yeah, I know.
Come on, man.
No, we don't.
And here's the thing. If you work downtown, you might as well not have work. It's going to be an absolute mess.
Yeah.
Trying to get with all the closed streets and the amount of people that are going to be down there, it's going to be
Hey, I know we got a parade, but we still got work.
Yeah, well, good for you. Enjoy it.
I can't wait to have those kind of problems, though, right? Cannot wait.
No.
And Seattle public schools should be ashamed of themselves, man. Like, let the babies have a day. We'll figure out the rest on the other side of that. Some other things that are happening around the NFL, well-deserved happy trails to Rams offensive tackle Rob Havenstein, who won Super Bowl 51, and he's been a long-time starter. He's retiring after 11 seasons. And so the Rams are now in a place where they're yet another team jumping into, or who are in the draft, who need an offensive tackle. And the reason I bring this up is there's definitely some tackles to be had, but there's a number of teams that are looking at this draft to maybe answer it. That is a team that definitively will be in that place to draft as well. Is this good or bad in your mind? Because they have the 13th pick in addition to the 29th pick, which is the pick immediately after yours at 28. Does this at all make you think, hey, maybe – because I think they also need cornerback in a big way. So does this mean that they'll take one at 13 that you probably weren't going to be able to get to? Or does it – the thing that I thought is it possible that they take a player up higher at 13 and then they go, we could trade up ahead of Houston with 29? And does that even get hairier in that way for you?
I think it just gets complicated. It's a complicated thing. There's no telling, if the Texans are even, or the Rams for that matter, are even targeting a tackle. It would stand a reason, but there's no evidence that they would until draft night. I think it just sort of muddies the waters, complicates things, and kind of another thing that you're going to have to deal with another team in the market for a tackle. So, look, it's a deep. I don't know how good, but it's a deep class of offensive linemen, and they may well draft somebody that you weren't that high on anyway.
Right, we'll see. But there's a number of teams out there that are looking at offensive line, and so that's another one that jumps in, not just into a probable, because they probably still were in the offensive tackle business anyways.
Right.
They knew Rob Havenstein was getting up there in age. But now this is a definitive. I feel very strongly that of those two picks, probably one of them will be a tackle for that team. So, this is going to be – it's now we're reaching that point where we need to look at who are the teams that need these players and what are the players that come into focus for you as we start turning towards the NFL draft. All right, we continue around the NFL. We were talking about David Njoku, and we kind of came down on different lines with the upcoming free agent tight end who said that he will not be returning to Cleveland. I found this interesting because CBS Sports, Jared Dubin does a great job for them. He marked out 5 potential landing spots for the Cleveland Browns, or for the former Cleveland Browns tight end, David Njoku. Do you think the Texans are one of those spots?
Oh, okay. I won't look. Yes.
Figgy?
I'm gonna say yes.
No.
Really?
No. The 5 spots that he lays out. The Atlanta Falcons, who Kyle Pitts is set to be a free agent himself, so maybe you don't sign your guy, so you move on and you get him.
And it's a connection right there, too.
Yeah, that's true with Stefanski, right?
Yeah.
Appreciate that one. Washington Commanders, Zach Ertz, torn ACL end of this past season, and, you need to replace a pass-catching tight end because John Bates, the other guy, more of a blocker. That seems to make sense. The New York Giants, who, they need to just add weapons generally.
They're just redoing.
For Jackson Dart and what they're doing there. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that's another one where Cade Otton could be a free agent this season. Right? It's fair, right? So that's another one where you sensing the theme. Teams that are, that are having their first option tight end not available are in the space. And then the Philadelphia Eagles, who not just have Goddard, but also Grant Calcaterra and Kylan Granson. 3 of their tight ends are going to possibly be moving on. So I bring this up not just to, point to look at all the places that Njoku has, but also for the Texans, who technically have 3 tight ends on the roster. How viable does it seem that they add another tight end to this roster this offseason when you consider that? Look at all these teams that need tight ends in free agency, and then also I started looking at the draft class of tight ends, and there's not. It doesn't seem like it's overwhelming in its talents, at least on first glance with the tight end class.
Yeah, look, you know what my answer is going to be. I've been about it since before this.
You're like, still, give me one. Figure it out. Give me one.
You need a tight end. Whether it's injuries, as in Brevin Jordan, or ineffectiveness in what you really need out of Cade Stover, You got a good one. You got a real good one. I think should have been a Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
But you still need a tight end.
Yeah, I think the thing is, too, I agree with you, John. I think we do have a good one, but the other teams that you rather off, Reggie, is they need it seemed like they looking at him as a number one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I don't think he wouldn't be the number one here. I don't think.
No. I don't think he should be looked at as
Yeah, so I think I do think we need a tight end, but probably get a lower tier one.
Yeah, so I just found that interesting because it was a reminder for me, there's a lot of teams that are going to be generally in this space.
He could go in and be a tight end number one somewhere. I don't know how good he's going to be, but yeah, he can be.
Yeah. Not to say that Nick Caserio in this front office could not go and get a tight end. I see you on the text line from 346. I'll take Kyle Pitts, please.
Yeah.
I feel you. So we'll see what they do. But
So
just
give me one of those.
A reminder of what the landscape looks like around the NFL. By the way, we talked about a little bit about linebacker room and how it looks. Azeez Al-Shaair, he underwent thumb surgery. I know that our guy Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 was reporting this, that obviously successful surgery, although how often do you ever hear somebody report on the unsuccessful surgery?
Boy, that was
happens,
a mess.
right? Like, oh boy, man, everything about that surgery was rough.
Wish I had that back.
Yeah, successful surgery. So good news on the front of Azeez Al-Shaair. I don't think that I have an iota of concern for him. He
played with it and he went to the Pro Bowl with it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So this feels like just off-season general maintenance.
Yeah.
And he's going to be all good for the season, at least as far as I can tell.
Yeah. These guys just kind of change the oil and the filters every offseason, you know.
Which, I mean, you kind of need to, right? When you're playing the car crash sport, and especially in the way that he plays it. Have you seen some of the other players? I still didn't give you the audio of this from the Pro Bowl. The way that the other Pro Bowlers were talking about Azeez Al-Shaair, it always. We know it because we see him, frequently through being this close to the team. It's cool seeing other dudes around the league that really could ostensibly just be focused on what they do and their teams, whatever, going, oh, no, that guy, really respect what he does. So shout out to Azeez.
Yeah.
And I guess hope his recovery happens quickly. That feels weird to say on what feels to be some level of tune-up. We got official numbers on the Bad Bunny halftime show, or maybe I should say that correctly, Bad Bunny. So the initial estimates.
Some people say Bugs Bunny, trying to be funny.
Hey.
Oh yeah, he did have a whole bunch of A's in it. Now the initial estimates that put this as a record breaker, overinflated. So we ultimately found out that the halftime show fell short of the 127.7 million viewers that tuned in for last year's game, but the Super Bowl 60 was the most watched program in NBC history. Obviously, NBC did not host the game last year. That was Fox. And the halftime show averaged 128.2 million viewers during that time period, which would make it the fourth most watched halftime show. Behind, can you guess the other three that were higher rated?
Okay. It's got to be more recent.
Two more recent and one that is an all-timer.
Prince?
Not Prince.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson, ding. Kendrick Lamar, ding. Kendrick Lamar, 133.5 million. Michael Jackson, 133.4 million. Not Rihanna.
Then Katy Perry?
Nope. Male performer, interestingly.
Male performer.
Yeah, top four are now male performers, which I don't know what that says about us as a nation.
Yeah.
Usher. 2024.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I honestly
that was kind of recent,
Usher.
too.
Yeah, 2024. Yeah, so those are the top three, and then Bad Bunny comes in fourth.
Did you see the record he did set? So that's still an enormous fourth, right? I mean, come on.
Those are still really highly.
It's kind of wild that Michael Jackson is still up there, man.
Oh, yeah. Well,
because the other ones are recent, though. The other ones just a couple years ago.
The thing that this reminds you.
And then it's like, bam, in the 90s, Michael Jackson.
Yeah, 93 to be exact. The thing that it reminds you is that Michael Jackson was unique in how ubiquitous he was around the world, around the globe, in his importance. And of course, we're talking about U.S. ratings, so this is also still an American thing.
If we're being honest, the platforms weren't as abundant in '93.
Sure.
Yeah.
There weren't as many distractions.
And see my point, because to me, like, as crazy as it sounds, just hearing Usher on that list, it's just like, okay.
Did you go ahead?
But if it was the case about the platforms, because I do agree with that point. There was not as many channels. There weren't as many other different places and options.
Yeah.
But wouldn't we see some other ones in those tops from like?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
He's singular.
It's surprising Prince ain't on there.
Right.
They had some other legends that performed, and it seemed like things from the last couple years are the ones that's top five.
He was the king. I mean, but did you see the record that Bad Bunny did make?
No, which one did he make?
The most social media I guess, views.
Impressions or what have you.
Impressions, views in history.
That sounds about right.
And you know why?
Well, because on either side of it, became global.
Yeah.
Either side of it became an argument point. When you get to arguing, boom, 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 here we go.
So you want to know why Roger Goodell was sitting there going, I don't care.
Spell the name right.
Spell the name right. Because Puerto Rico, all of South America, Europe, where he is an enormous fan, they were tuning in on social media, if nothing else, more than anyone ever. That was wild. That's making the game global.
Yeah. One more note to be made on in around the NFL here, and I'm going to get into a place where maybe this is navel-gazing as being a part of the media, and I know that you as a newspaper man, this matters to you. Remember we talked about the Washington Post having killed off their entire sports section, which is just something that if you had told me even a decade ago was going to happen, would have balked at, right? Because I could see maybe smaller papers, but this is a giant paper of record having that happen. Well, salute to the Washington Commanders and head coach Dan Quinn. They left 3 empty seats in their press room and for their media availability that happened yesterday for Washington Post reporters, the ones that would cover the team. And Dan Quinn acknowledged it in his availability, which I thought was a classy move. Sometimes these organizations, they work in hand in hand, as sometimes they can sound adversarial, the coverage, but they work hand in hand with media and they understand the importance of media coverage. And so I thought it was really cool in this moment where there's a lot of media folks lamenting this change for the Washington Commanders and Dan Quinn to do something like that.
And on top of that, did you see Mike Vrabel? And I'm going to get to the point here in a second. Mike Vrabel this morning, when all the questions were over, he says, hey, and I'm paraphrasing, I just want you all to know how much I appreciate the effort you're putting in on a daily basis to come out here and do your jobs. I mean, he's a class act. He's a class act.
All right, John McClain. Shout out to our guy.
Anyway, but I think what the point is yes, it can be adversarial. They very much appreciate the spelling the name right, getting it out there every day.
Yeah, and I think also they realize these are people too.
Yeah.
And I was when we was at Radio Row, I was sitting across from somebody who was working at the Washington Post, just lost their job, man.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of hit me hard. I'm like, dang, they sent him out there for Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And he was just like, man, I guess I'll just go home.
Mm-hmm.
They sending me a flight where I could go home and stuff, but it's really sad because these are just normal people too.
How about the woman that was in her car covering the war in the Ukraine, got a text or email or whatever, and said, well,
man,
I guess I got to get on a plane back to the United States.
Man.
Crazy.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, which Texan not named CJ Stroud has to emerge as dominant next year in order for you to have success? 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. We'll talk about it next.
In the loop.
The Patriots were the Texans with
postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Happy White Boy Wednesday to you. You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm not going to lie. For some reason, this isn't catching my brain, and I feel like people on the text line are going to be mad.
Iris,
but let us know.
Is this Iris? No, this is not Iris, but it's the same band.
Wonder where you are.
Don't point at me. I ain't the white boy over here.
713-572-4610.
This is the one when I got into it with my son when he chested up on me.
What?
Yes.
I didn't realize there was a soundtrack to this.
Yes. Remember I told you we were
Goo Goo Dolls.
Goo Goo Dolls. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, you played this? Or you
no,
played
this was the
one?
concert we were at.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a reason why, because I'm not gonna pretend like I'm a Goo Goo Dolls aficionado.
They're great. They're great.
They so good. Your son was like, "No, we not leaving."
No, Dad.
Nah, what you
We're
gonna
staying.
do about it?
What you gonna do about it?
They that good.
That's incredible.
All right, yeah, the White Wednesday rolls on here. Base power text line.
Lopez almost smoked the sun over this band.
Base power text line 713-572-4610. Let us know what you think about the White Boy Wednesday selection, but also which Texan, not named CJ, must emerge as dominant next year for you to do what you want to do. And I think an interesting secondary question that you have here, Lopez, is that piece already on the roster? Because I think that's an interesting one. Because as soon as I started thinking about this question and rolling through the roster that the Texans currently have, or the ones that you can reasonably expect will be back next year, there's a lot of guys where I go, they're kind of already dominant, talk less of emerging. And then the other ones, I'm like, I feel like there might be some level of changing that happens in that way.
I'm really more focusing on the offense.
Sure.
Yeah, but
I hear what you're saying. You're like, nobody on the offense was dominant.
I mean, and Nico, when given the chance,
I feel like Tay was pretty dominant for the expectations, and maybe that's a.
Come on now, we're not grading on a curve here.
I mean, I don't even think you have to grade too hard on a curve. He was really good.
Tay Ursery was dominant.
He was really good. I never had
really good dominant.
How often in the back half of the season did you even think about Ariante Ursery in the course of a game?
But there's probably 10 or 12 tackles that you can say that about.
That a very good thing.
Equal dominant.
That's good. That's good enough offensively. What we're talking about.
I'm out on that.
So he needs to be Trent Williams. All right, I got you.
With someone, keeping in mind he could become dominant. But when you say dominant tackle, that's not a name. Even if you're deep into the sticks that you come up with, dominant left tackle is there's very few of those. But I was thinking about the offense. Nico Collins would be, I think, the obvious answer. And the reason this came up is they had we go back to the Super Bowl, in Seattle and winning the championship, and all of a sudden they've got a great defense. They got a quarterback that was making good decisions, but Kenneth Walker was a dominant player, in the context of that game. And the defense he was facing and all that. That's what I'm talking about. Like a player, and is that player already here? A player that you can get into a game like that, with all the marbles, as they say, and you have to have somebody just say, "I got you."
Okay.
I think Nico is the obvious choice.
Which he already largely exists as that. I think he's widely regarded as a top, for argument's sake, 15, but I think you could say it pretty comfortably like a top 10 wide receiver in this league.
But I think they need one. They need either someone to step up that's already on the roster, or find their own little, whether it's Kenneth Walker or another receiver. One name just keeps bouncing around in my head, and I think it's a big if, but I think he could be dominant and really sort of spell the difference for this team.
Please.
It's not a running back. I think it's Tank Dell.
Tank Dell.
I think it's Tank Dell.
But it feels unfair to place that on him. I understand what you're saying.
For sure.
But it feels unfair to place that on him because of the number of injuries and the type of injury that he's coming back. He all the CLs, right? Yeah. ACL, MCL, PCL. Did he have the LCL in there, didn't he?
All of them.
Right?
All the L's.
All the CLs.
Yeah.
All
BBL.
I think we're talking about ligaments.
He tore his BBL too.
Yeah, Ella Fitzgerald.
if Tank come after you, just know that was not my. I didn't do this.
Hey,
to
it
you.
wouldn't be the first time. It's all good.
But yeah, no, there's a lot that he's done there, and obviously he's been a great sport and he's done a lot of rehab. But there's one thing of getting back to playing football at a level that is reasonable to be played at the NFL, which is already quite an undertaking and achievement. But the level of dominance that you're talking about here is another step beyond that. That might not be fair. However, to go along with your thought process, that'd be a great one because the thought I was thinking was Higgins, right? Just as another guy opposite Nico Collins that
could
forces
track, young guy.
Track. He has the physicality to be able to, to box out defensive players, as I've talked about, right? Which I imagine would imbue CJ Stroud with a lot of confidence. Where if I'm throwing the slant, I don't have to worry about is he open, is he there? Because I know if he's in front of that defender, he's going to stay in front of that defender, and that's not going to be a pass breakup. And then on top of that, you're starting to see some of the ways in which he could really win over the middle. But the thing that's different between Higgins and Dell is they sent Higgins on some deep routes. I think Dell, if we're getting like some level of optimal, utopian Tank Dell, that taking the top off the defense is something else special, right? The separation that he can create, with all due respect to Higgins, is something else special. And if he is a level of dominant, that's the type of thing that makes defenses, defensive coordinators start pulling at their hair and maybe pulling hair out. And that would be huge. Not just for CJ Stroud, but then also just generally for the rest of the offense and how it goes, because the defense has to take.
When you look at these teams, even the teams that play that relatively conservative style, like the Texans, you need one player that can kind of like it's the system doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
whether you're conservative, whether you're not conservative. Now
they expect explosive plays.
The explosives, but the count on it. Walker, obviously Jackson Smith and Jigba. Some of these players that can just step up in the biggest moments, and that's why I'm with you on Tank Dell. That's the one I keep thinking about, but boy, is it a big ask. So this is the part of the program where go ahead.
No, you got it.
This is the part of the program where I go into the draft. Whatever it takes, you need that guy. Make that bold deal like you've made before, and go bring me some Jeremiah Love. Go bring me a stud.
So you're willing
running back.
Now this is where I think the theory.
He's a top 10, 8 to 12.
Yeah, the theory is fantastic.
Yeah.
I hear you on the theory. The practice is where this gets a little dicey, because not only are you using capital, which you've got a lot of draft capital, right? So I don't want to pretend like you don't got it, right? This is not me walking past the person at the gas station saying I don't got it when I got a 20 in my wallet, right? This is not that.
Yeah.
However, in a situation where you have but you have such a clear, large need, particularly on the offensive line, I don't know how comfortable I'd be with not only using your first-round pick on a running back, but then also using more capital to move up for running back, when I probably think you need 2 or 3 offensive linemen.
Don't tell me about the waves. Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring that ship in, baby.
Oh, I thought you cussed real quick. No, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Also, on top of that, if you do all that moving and you swing and you miss on Jeremiah Love,
you ain't gonna miss.
There's a huge fall off running back wise, right? That it's Jeremiah Love,
But do it depend how far you have to move up? Because if we're talking about top 10, then that's going to be kind of crazy.
He's going to go anywhere from 8 to 12. I've seen, and I don't care.
I think that's the type of thing that you can say comfortably right now. But
let's say he's at 17 or 18.
Yeah,
something happened and it's just
10
like
spots.
Yeah. Would you make that? Would you call?
Hell yes. And you say it. It sounds good right now.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, and this would be my counterpoint. Nick Caserio's over there signing offensive linemen that are middling and mediocre, and maybe he can hit on 1 or 2 that are good. I don't see him changing that game plan. Do you expect that?
Oh, well, if that's the case, then we could throw the whole thing out, right? In my mind, and really and truly, if you go, hey, we're just going to keep, bargain basementing this, I'm going to lose. I'm going to blow a gasket.
Of course.
I'm telling you ahead of time. I'm going to lose my mind if that's the way that they operate this, and I just cannot see that.
29?
What was that?
The Texans have the 29th?
28th pick. 29 would be the Rams. The Rams, because we were just talking about that with having some.
Yeah, the 28th pick, I would expect and hope they get, all things being equal, that they get a tackle. I don't know how confident I am that they are going to get a tackle. at 28.
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous about that too because we kind of had that same conversation last season.
Yeah.
And tackles start going off the board quickly. And, I don't want to sit there and wait at 28 for a tackle. And then now it's like 10 tackles that went off the board.
Right.
And then what do you do at that point?
I think that, and I'm with you on the idea of an explosive running back because we saw what that did last year for a offensive line that was putrid and how that can elevate it. I think that I'm with you on getting in a dominant running back, but I think that that's the free agent play. I think that that's where I go, especially because, the second contract running back, as the 281 is making mention of, that has been a way to go. Now, we've seen a lot of really good guys, but you've seen Swift and Jacobs, even outside of the McCaffrey, Saquons, and Derrick Henrys of the world, be really good as well. And so this is where we come back to the affinity that this team seemed to have through Scuttlebutt with like a Breece Hall. That's where I would like to be. And that's why, for me, remember going back to yesterday when we were power ranking the offseason importances, I think that's why, for me, it's important, create some salary cap. So maybe you get an offensive lineman, but then you can definitely go and get that running back who's dominant, similar in the way that you went and got Joe Mixon, and slot them in there so that you're not having to give up a lot of draft capital to go get like a Jordan.
I wouldn't be
Jeremiah Love. There's a lot of loves out here.
I wouldn't necessarily be against that. I think it's a formula that has been right for a lot of teams in recent years. That would be my absolute perfect scenario is to get just an off the shelf rookie contract stud running back. He's not going to be a bust. I can just tell you that right now. If you've watched him enough, that's an NFL running back. That's not only an NFL running back, that's a really good NFL running back. But if that's off the table and they want to use that pick for a tackle, I'm looking at the UFAs right now, unrestricted free agents, Najee Harris, Travis Etienne.
More interested in Etienne than Harris.
Breece Hall.
Yes.
Kenneth Walker. Boy, that price went up.
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins. Daria Gumbawale is a free agent, so you can bring him back.
Ooh, okay. Shout out to my Nigerian brethren. Because my mama told me if I ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all.
So, but you need, the whole point being, you need another weapon, like a weapon.
Take it seriously.
Yes,
they need to take it seriously.
Yeah.
Somebody said, did I miss something with Mixon? Is he not coming back? They said that they will see where he's at and if he could play this year at some point during the offseason. So me personally, I am not expecting Joe Mixon back. I think they could save money on their salary cap by moving off of him. But they are still playing this as if maybe he's a Texan. They'll see what it looks like in this offseason. That's why I talk about it that way. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the University of Houston Cougars continue to roll in Salt Lake City and agree with Boogie Cousins in this criticism of Ime Udoka. We'll talk about it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, man. Just heard.
at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. Lou presents What's Poppin'.
All right, this is one of those ones where we're going to have to keep it moving because there's a lot of stuff happening, John Lopez.
Talk fast.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'm not going to talk fast because I already have an issue.
You
talking
already
fast.
talk fast.
In fact, I'm going to try and slow down in this one. If you catch me talking fast, let me know. 713-572-4610, the Base Power text line. All right. Astros pitchers and catchers reported today in Florida for spring training. We made mention of the fact that Cam Smith was one of the guys that also showed up at this point, which salute to the young man. And it, for me, it was exciting for his potential. Wow, for the season this year. But one of the things that was a little uncertain, a little uncomfortable for me was the news of Josh Hader. Now, Buster Olney of ESPN made a report of this last week. But we're getting more from West Palm Beach. And apparently Josh Hader's status for opening day is uncertain, because he felt, quote-unquote, bicep soreness before a bullpen session this winter. He resumed his throwing program today, and he was throwing out in the outfield off of flat ground as monitored by a trainer. Apparently, imaging revealed inflammation in his biceps, and Joe Espada said that he was shut down for 10 to 11 days. Now, remember, he did not have any surgery for the injury that he was dealing with or what have you. And so I guess the question that I will throw up to you is, how concerning is this? Because Josh Hader is your one super high leverage pitcher in that pen right now, especially to handle the closing duties. There's not really, in my mind, a secondary closer.
Well, the one thing for me is they have absolutely changed the entire landscape there. The entire way the athletic training and medical staff is operating, personnel, everything. So we should be okay. Let's not jump to any wild conclusions or start thinking things.
Tommy John,
like we did previously. Anytime there was, these air quotes around these injuries. No, but here's where I'm going.
Oh, okay.
It's a deep scar. I mean, it's going to be hard to get over. It's hard, and it could be an organizational thing. The way they describe these injuries might not have had a lot to do with the athletic training staff or the medical staff, but from the brass saying, look, this is how we're going to do it. And if they're doing that again, then yes, it's very concerning. Even if you're saying, hey, I trust him, I think he's going to be fine, they're handling it the right way, it seems. He did throw a little bit today. He was just tossing the ball basically today, but they had to shut him down. Even if you're, in that frame of mind, how far away is he, from a recurring type injury that ends up being more severe? If he's going into spring training throwing off a flat ground, coming off of being shut down for 10 or 11 days, how's, July and August going to stack up,
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm going to throw some quotes at you. This one, Josh Hader describing the inflammation, saying that it was a little setback and nothing too concerning for me. So he did not want to speculate, though, about his availability for opening day.
Yeah.
He said he's just taking it week by week and seeing how he's progressing with that. Dana Brown said, I don't really know the timeline on it. The good thing is he was ramping it up, and he was on his fourth bullpen session. The first three were seamless. The good thing is he feels good right now. He's feeling good for a few days, and he's going to throw today, which he did.
Yeah.
It's close quote. So those quotes do positive, negative, nothing for you?
Not a lot.
Okay.
Because, the main thing is how is he going to look when he starts putting more pressure on that arm and back-to-backs and maybe a 2-inning thing here or there. And you're going into June, July, August. It's just something you really, really not worry about, but it's in the back of your mind,
So, yeah, that happened there. Hunter Brown will be the opening day starter for these Astros. That's not surprising in the least, I don't imagine. And Maye. He had his first bullpen today.
Actually,
and it was
I did
caught
watch
by
some of
Yainer
that.
Diaz.
Yeah.
Oh, you watched some of it. What were your takeaways? We go to our bullpen correspondent, John Lopez.
Yeah, not a lot. I just thought, that's kind of cool. No, you know what I was really wondering about is the catching situation. Because they didn't bring back Caratini. I don't know if there's anybody that has any confidence in Vasquez. So
Cesar Salazar is is your backup as of right now.
Yeah,
it seems like he'd be your backup catcher if the season were to start today.
Yeah, so maybe the depth at catcher because there's some injuries already happening at the catcher position.
Yeah, so that's happening there in West Palm Beach for your Astros. We'll obviously be watching a lot of whatever's happening out from there. Some other things that are popping. Did you know that Tank Dell is changing his number apparently?
What is he changing it?
Apparently he's going back to college. You can always go back. Number 1 is going to be on offer for Tank Dell. So that's going to be.
That's a confident move.
Yes, it is.
That's a confident
it sure
move.
Is.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to take any positives from that or
I
not.
do.
I thought that
he
was.
probably wanted number 1 the whole time because I think somebody here had number 1 the entire time he was here.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Fast guys in number 1. That's always a good thing.
It does look good.
Yeah.
It does look good now, doesn't it? Shout out to the University of Houston Cougars. They absolutely drubbed Utah in Salt Lake City. It was Emmanuel Sharp's night. 27 points, 8 of 13 from 3. Just absolutely buried him. He's now the program leader. 277 3-pointers made. Yes. 8 of 13 from 3. Not from the field, from 3. Absolutely drubbed them. Just rolled them. And this continues to look interesting because who was it? Who was it that just beat Utah this week? Kansas? They then.
I don't know.
Yes, I believe they. Now I have to go back. The Big 12 has been cannibalizing itself this week. So the fact that U of H, now of course against the Utah team that I did not anticipate giving them any level of challenge, but it feels good to see the University of Houston Cougars absolutely handle their business while other teams are falling to teams lower in the Big 12 as it cannibalizes itself. So that's what's happening there. How do you take this thought from Boogie Cousins? Because Ime Udoka has been really critical, especially this past week, of Alperen Şengün and the defensive effort, not just for him, but the entirety of the team. Boogie Cousins, former Rocket, if you'll remember, but obviously big in this league, said, quote, on a podcast, mind you, Run It Back podcast, said, quote, "It's not okay. I'm okay with the message, especially when it's in the locker room. If it's one-on-one conversation, I'm okay with it, with the accountability. But you embarrassed him publicly and could possibly ruin his confidence and chemistry, and it's a distraction. If it applies to a player, it applies to a coach as well."
And he's talking about just the criticism of
Alperen Şengün, the one that obviously Ime gave on the lectern on the podium.
I'm kind of on the fence on this a little bit. I get what his point is, and I respect it. But at the same time, we want the coaches to be candid. We ask questions.
We kind of wanted this type of coach after coming from Stephen Silas.
Yes.
To be honest and be hard-nosed, that old school type of coach.
100%. So I'm not going to completely go, yeah, he's right. Because I think part of it is he's wrong. I think sometimes when you go public with stuff like that, you want to embarrass the player a little bit.
You want to challenge him. You want to challenge
embarrass the player a little bit because that's how it becomes a challenge.
Yeah.
Like Şengün was embarrassed. And how do you react to that? Man, that man called me, and you may not like it. You probably don't like it.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think that's good.
Yeah, I think it depends the type of player you got, too. As a coach, you got to know what type of player you have where you could do that because some players don't react well to that where it might not bring their confidence up.
Mike Tomlin does it all the time. He's like, not good enough, not good enough. And he'll just talk about players in particular, too, not just in a general sense. So I actually, if I had to lean one side, I'd say, nah, I don't agree with Boogie. But I get his point.
Yeah, and the thing that I find, because this, I think I would typically react in the way that you did, especially because that's been Ime's MO, and he's found levels of success doing that. And I react that way if it was like one of us. Boogie Cousins, having been in the league for a long time, playing that position and having weird relationship with some of his coaches.
That's true too.
Over time, it did give me a moment of pause where I went, let me take a second and not just straight dismiss this. It does feel though like that Alperen Şengün very much takes the challenge, that they have a very collegial locker room.
Yeah.
I know that Kevin Durant on his boardroom talk YouTube page talked to Hakeem Olajuwon, and that was one of the things that he was talking about is just the environment that they have.
Yeah.
I feel like they respond well to that. However, there's times where that criticism was coming from Ime, and it didn't feel like it was landing to some degree. Maybe it was just taking time for those guys to implement it. They did get a win last night, at least. I don't know how much you view that as reaction from Ime and the challenges that he's asked his guys. But
And
102
Şengün played better.
He did. 22-7-5 for Şengün in this game. A really efficient game as well. But a 102-95 victory for the Rockets, in which KD and Alperen Şengün led the way. You got some put in from Reed Shepherd. You just kind of knocked down shots, and they were able to stop, because it's not like that's what you can do, but they were able to slow down Kawhi Leonard, who had a 7 of 19 2015 showing.
Yeah.
Definitely, was good when he got the ball to his hands, but also did not do so as effectively as he has been wont to do over the last couple of months.
Yeah, and really nobody knows more or better than Ime Udoka about which players you can push those buttons with and which players you can't. It truly might be something where he wouldn't do it with other players. And we heard him earlier. They asked about Reed Shepherd perhaps getting into the starting lineup. He said, "Not now, if ever."
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of embarrassing too.
That was wild.
But maybe he was kind of pushing the right buttons there.
That was, yeah. We'll see.
Not now, if ever.
Hey,
man, I'm sitting right here.
That's right. That's right. But Reed seemed to take to the challenge to some degree. We'll see what it looks like for him. I can easily see him getting a similar kind of burn. He played 30 minutes last night. That could happen again, especially if you get the win right and he's running point late in the game. But the Clippers back in action again with the Rockets tonight, again at 7 in Toyota Center. But this time likely without Tari Eason and Dorian Finney-Smith, back-to-backs here happening. So I imagine Josh Okogie slides in. That'll be very intriguing to see how that goes because Tari Eason knocked down a couple of threes in that game. Dorian Finney-Smith played a good amount of minutes, even though and he was a plus 11 for whatever that's worth for you.
I didn't even notice that.
I'm in a weird place with Dorian Finney-Smith and the way that he's played with this team, but he has been a part of that rotation. And if you have two players on this back-to-back that aren't playing, I'll be very intrigued to see if they can get the same type of result in this second game of the back-to-back versus the Clippers again. But it's tonight. If you're caring at all about the NBA schedule, there's a couple games on ESPN. Knicks at Sixers at 6:30. Spurs at Warriors at 9. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's a list of 5 NFL teams poised to make a big jump that came out. The Texans are not on it, but you'll be interested who is. 713-572-4610. We'll break that down next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Big question.
Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy White Boy Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It's all the people that you typically expect. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Giving you a White Boy Day vibes.
I like how y'all giving me the credit for this.
100%.
I just put a whole bunch of music in there, music I wasn't familiar with.
Yeah, you're familiar with some.
I'm familiar with this one.
That's what's happening. We're getting familiar with it. By the way, what we're also getting familiar with, shout out to our friends at the Houston Dynamo, is their new alternate jerseys that they brought up to the studio. If you happen to be looking at us on the Mo Karam Injury,
they're really nice.
Yeah, if you happen to be looking at us on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream, you'll see that we have the Mission Control jerseys, what they're calling them. They've got really cool details on them.
Like
obviously alludes to the Space City of it all. Just on the front of it, you could see kind of the highway map
the
in
16
essence.
loop or whatever.
Yeah, you definitely see the loop.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the loop, and 45 running through it and everything.
This is fire,
on
man.
the front
I
of
ain't
it.
gonna
That's
lie
really
to you.
cool. They've
I can
got
see my house.
I know you can. I can see it too.
Yeah.
Where's that again? Can you give me the address?
It's right there.
Okay, very good.
8507.
It's got really cool purple and orange detailing. It's got obviously Houston across the back collar, which, I mean, it's cool, but it's also, if you think about it, the first words that were said on the moon was Houston before they got to we've had a problem.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wrong one, but
Also, they got the MD Anderson back on there,
of course,
too,
yeah,
man.
as the shirt sponsor. So they're really cool. Obviously, check out Dynamo. As I'm excited for this season, they've definitely done a lot of moving and shaking talent-wise for the roster, and it reminded me that I still have not gone out to practice to training to go and do my goalkeeper stuff out there, see if I still got it, which I can guarantee you I definitely don't. But we'll figure that out. What I definitely also know is that the Texans are not on this list. Very surprised to hear this, John Lopez.
Yeah.
As there was who put this list out? Do you mind? CBS Sports.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we have a beef with them, anyways.
We do.
I think we do. It's so hard to keep track of the beefs that we've started on air here.
Yeah.
Half-heartedly. You know, it's good. It's easy to keep beefs that you really believe in.
Mm-hmm.
Half-hearted beefs are really hard to keep track of. I've got to tell you. But there's a
Sitting
list.
there talking to somebody. Oh, I do have a problem with you.
I forgot about that. My bad.
I
We
forgot I
can't
was
talk
supposed to be
no
beefing.
There's a list of 5 NFL teams poised to make a big jump, and the Texans weren't on there. Is this possibly because the Texans, they're like, oh, there's not really a big jump there for them?
Yes, that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring it up. The second reason, the most important reason, is, here we are. What are the Texans going to do? We've talked today about, do they need that big game changer? What are they going to do with the offensive line? Do you trust them to do anything? The coaching staff is standing pat for what it's worth. People take sides on that. CJ Stroud coming back. They ain't going to do nothing with him. They're kind of running it back. And so then I said, all right, let's see what 5 teams they have, poised to make a big jump. Because when you are on that list, and I haven't even given you any of the names yet, you start to think, well, they must have made some big moves, or they've got some big decisions that they've made. So let me go through these 5 teams, and keep in mind, 4 of them are in the AFC, which is why I wanted to bring this up.
Gotcha. Okay. Do we want to guess this? Is this what we want to do here?
You know what? I like the guessing game.
Okay.
Let me turn this
All
so
right.
we don't cheat a little bit here.
You think I'm gonna cheat? Do I strike you as a cheater?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
All right.
All right, the 5 teams that are poised to make a big jump in 2026 are in the AFC.
Okay, poised to make a big jump.
A big jump.
Yes.
I wonder if
Do they count the Chiefs as making a big jump?
The Chiefs is on the list.
Okay. I was trying to see how they looking at this.
Yeah.
Be interested in seeing.
I'm glad that you went with that because obviously with the Chiefs statistically felt like the same team as the year prior. They just got a lot less lucky in some of these games, so it feels like that should stabilize. And they're definitely going to make some improvements with what they're doing. I was wondering if they were going to go this way because I appreciate that we're both kind of probing to figure out how they're thinking. Are the Raiders on here?
The Raiders are on this list as well.
Because they're getting a lot better schematically this year.
No, and I like this one. Well, I don't personally like him saying, but I could see where you can get there from here. Genty, you got to figure they're going to bring back Crosby no matter what he has said.
I don't know. Do you
think
think
sit down with Kubiak, and Clint Kubiak seemed to think.
Do you think that's a good idea? Because they are in a place where we talked about this a little bit. They have they have play callers on both sides now, especially if they're bringing in Jim Schwartz, where they
Jim Schwartz, there's another reason you might want to check that box.
Right, they can do the schematics at a high level in the National Football League, but do they have the talent?
Bowers.
Is Max Crosby enough, or would it be incumbent upon them to use Max Crosby to get more stuff to build out what they want to do in the future?
I was kind of looking at the quarterback position, man.
Fernando Mendoza
coming in.
So they're kind of high on him with Clint Kubiak.
Right.
Maybe that's one of the reasons for the big jump.
I mean, look, we have an entire.
And the big jump don't have to mean playoffs and all this other stuff, because they was the worst team in the league.
They were 3-14. If they get to 8 or 9 wins,
I think that's a big jump. Yeah.
And that's a couple teams in AFC West. I don't think the Raiders pose any real threat to the Texans, and of course those are famous last words until you end up and you look at, well, damn,
they knocked you out the playoffs.
They won 12 games. Where did that come from? Right. But the Chiefs do. The Chiefs clearly do, especially when you talk about the quarterback at the high end of things. Who are the other teams then that we would look at?
I got another guess.
Okay, you got to fit because we're going back and forth anyway.
Okay, I'm going to go in the AFC South, actually.
I think I know where you're going.
Do they have the Tennessee Titans making a big jump?
They have the Tennessee Titans making a big jump.
Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh. I mean,
are the Tennessee Titans in your mind the bigger threat to the Texans than the Chiefs? Because that's the way that I'm trying to view
Well, you play
all
them
these.
twice.
Right, you play them twice.
I would say yes, because the division. Because hell, you got Jacksonville won 13 games, and then if you got somebody like Tennessee that's expected to make a bigger jump, I think that's more of a team that's in the way than the Chiefs.
And they have more draft. This is from the story. This isn't off the top of my head, but it is very important. They have more draft capital than all but 4 teams.
Correct.
And they have
a lot of space,
more cap space than any team in football. Robert Saleh is going to be want to shake things up rather quickly.
Yeah, Brian Daboll.
And Daboll is calling his offensively. So, yeah, that's why I'm like, boy, all these teams are doing stuff, and the Texans. I know the Texans are going to do stuff, but big swings. It seems like the Titans could be, at minimum, a little thorn in the side.
At minimum. And what makes that tough is that you might look up and easily have the most tough division in all of football, especially depending on how quickly the Titans want to try and speed this up. Because we saw that here with the Texans where they were like, all right, enough's enough. We're going to make this happen by going out and adding to this team.
Yeah.
And very quickly you were, a 10-win team? Before you realized in 23? Right. That is something that the Titans, I don't know if 10.
Cap space is key.
I don't know if it's 10, but they could easily be an 8-9 win team very quickly if they get things together.
If they have more cap space than anybody else, the path to getting these big, sort of impact players, D'Amico and Caserio did it. They brought in a bunch of guys.
And Robert Saleh is a similar type of coach, too, man. So I think it all comes down to what they're going to do with free agency, who they're going to bring in, and the quarterback. Like, what's Cam Ward going to do?
So of the top 5 teams, 4, you've gotten 3 of them.
You said, are these in order? Were they ranked at all?
No, it's just
they were just 5. Okay.
Yeah.
I was curious about that. I'm trying to think. There's one more AFC team, and clearly it's not going to be the Patriots. Ooh, could it be the Dolphins? Well, they don't have a quarterback. The Bills, I don't think it'd be that.
Figgy, you look like you got a guess.
I was thinking, to me, I don't see how they can make a bigger jump. I'm talking about the Colts. But I was thinking, the way I was thinking with the Chiefs, they ain't got the Ravens on here do.
The Ravens on here.
Are they?
Wow.
See, that's the part I don't like because even with the Chiefs being on this list, like we don't know if Patrick Mahomes going to be healthy to go this season.
Well, not at the start, you would think.
Yeah. And then I don't know what I don't know what else they got planned. I don't know if they can make a bigger jump than this.
But they didn't make the playoffs.
That was an 8-win team. So you know what? As much as we're talking about it, the Ravens could bolster their win total as much as the Titans could, right? Like I could see the Titans going from how many wins they get, 3-win team to like an 8-win team. I could see now this is sicko behavior, but if things break
about 12
right,
wins,
I could see them getting 12 wins pretty easily.
You talking about the Ravens?
Yes.
Well,
like 4 or 5 wins, more
was
wins.
Never really healthy.
Correct.
And he missed games, but even when he was on the field, he was never really healthy.
And here's the big jump thing for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Their defense was slowly leaking oil
And they brought in
under
Jesse
Zach
Minter.
Jesse Minter has. Honestly, I've seen people around the NFL, and I tend to believe this a little bit, view like Jesse Minter as maybe the leader of the new school when it comes to defensive philosophy in the NFL. Think of that in what you do with some of the pieces that they already have, like a Kyle Hamilton or what have you, defensively. Like, that could really spell some real dangerous stuff defensively in the AFC.
I think 2 of these 4 teams, not the Raiders, not the Titans, the Ravens and the Chiefs, you can immediately say, oh, that's an easy path to get back to the playoffs. Well, that's 2 playoff teams.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 2 playoff teams
I guess I never really looked at them as like bottom of the barrel and making the buzz. They've been at the top for so long.
Right.
So I guess I guess that's the reason I kind of overlooked that one.
Yeah, but
I was kind of looking for I was kind of looking into bad teams that's making the big jump.
The thing that sort of made me, want to talk about this is that's 2 teams that you could easily see they're going to be in the playoffs. Well, that knocks 2 teams out.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say the Texans are going to be knocked out. I think they're going to be good, but there's
You want to do the exercise before we usually do the exercise?
Yeah.
Because you had
Who's out?
Broncos, or on the AFC side is what I need.
Yeah.
I looked at the whole thing like an idiot. But yeah, when we look at the AFC, you had Broncos, Patriots, Jaguars, Steelers, Texans, Bills, Chargers. I think Steelers is a very obvious one. We don't know who their quarterback.
Steelers would be one,
right? That feels like that could be one that falls out easily.
I don't know about Jacksonville.
Do you know about the Chargers with Mike McDaniel, Black Mike?
I could see where they make a big jump. They're not on this list.
Yeah, big jump gets tough, especially if we're talking about win total, because I don't know that they go from 11 to like 15 wins.
But just in terms,
like they become one of the best.
No, but a big jump in terms of like, they're pretty good. They're legit. So who's out? Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Pittsburgh feels like the easy one because they felt like the last one's in anyways. There's a lot of answers that you can go to, and none of them are really comfortable.
No, it's a stacked AFC, man. And that's what I don't want to go back to the whole.
No, do it.
Getting out of the playoffs,
Do it.
But that window was open, man.
For sure.
It ain't simple as just saying, "Oh, we'll be back next year."
Yeah.
Like, nah, there's gonna be a bunch of teams back next year.
You know who might be my second choice? This is hilarious, and I'm laughing at myself.
Okay, I would like to laugh at you as well.
New England
to fall out.
Yeah.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Tougher schedule.
Yep. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
And just, who knows?
I wouldn't bet on them to get back.
Yeah, with Drake Maye and obviously a very good player, MVP hunt and all that, but who knows with the defense, aging, who knows with the run game. Stevenson was great, but that was kind of came out of nowhere. Their offensive line problems are still there, I might go Patriots.
They could. They could easily win 10 wins, and you go, no, they're still a pretty solid team, but things kind of broke a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see that as well. But yeah, that is interesting. There are teams that are absolutely fairly poised for a jump that all in the AFC could be real problematic.
So
we didn't guess the NFC team there, right? Of the top 5.
Oh yeah, you want to guess the NFC team? Figgy, you've been on a roll.
Figgy's the man at this one.
Yeah.
I was looking at some of these, and is this where they just do the Giants because John Harbaugh's there?
Nope.
Okay. I refuse to guess the Eagles, even though they have so much talent. I refuse to do it.
I'm gonna say this was a crazy division. I'm looking at the NFC North.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody had a losing record in the NFC North.
I
was gonna say
they better not be saying the Falcons.
I was gonna say the Lions.
The Dallas Boys.
I almost said the Cowboys.
I don't know
that they
have
put myself to do it.
What was the blurb here? Because I know their offense was as good as anybody's in the league. Their defense was just atrocious. They bring in a young defensive coordinator in Christian Parker, but I don't know if they have the right talent for themselves.
Main reason they didn't win double-digit games in 2025 was because of their horrendous defense. Traded Micah Parsons, arguably the worst defense. Should improve on that end, thanks to the hiring of Christian Parker as their coordinator and 2 first-round picks with which they have an opportunity to add talent on that side of the ball. The point being, this is the first time that Dak Prescott has played more than half the games, and they finished below 500. So Dak's going to be good.
Yeah.
Improve the defense, you can make a big jump.
Okay. I guess that's fair.
I do have one more question on this before we move on. How would you make an argument for the Texans to make
a big jump?
Yeah. Because I think it's pretty hard right now.
Yeah, it's hard because you're maximizing an elite defense. Like there's not a lot of places where you go, oh man, this changes. But I guess the big thing is they don't have a lot of places that they need to try and fix. It really is isolated to offensive line and kind of getting their running game together. So if you dump all your resources there, then you look up and you go, could they be good on those places and then great on defense and then have this to be where they are otherworldly, all decades type team.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is if they did get some type of I don't want to say elite running back, but let's say they get
I was looking for
I was just hey, I was like the argument if they get Joe Mixon back, then maybe that's the argument to say, okay, they got a running back. They got Joe Mixon back. The run game will be better.
Yeah, because
that's my only argument.
Imagine if you pair this defense with an offense that is an offensive one, like one that puts teams on their heels, and then they come on defense and they go, "Oh no, those are the monsters!" Right? That would be deeply scary.
Yeah,
I think we're close enough to this where we go, "Ooh, that might be tough." But I think from a 30,000-foot view, you could easily might be a little bit of a stretch, but you could convince yourself of such things.
That's the only way I could convince myself because to me, I feel
a game changer.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to just put in players and for me to be sold because I'm not sold on the OC like that.
And we didn't mention CJ Stroud because I think we're kind of thinking outside of it because we all know.
Oh yeah,
just pull your head.
That's a great point. Yeah. From where? From where, John Lopez? Where's his head?
Here's the key to the Texans taking a big jump. CJ, pull your head.
From whence?
Hey, he already cut his hair. Make him pull his hair.
It should be easier to pull your head.
All right, okay. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I appreciate that the kids are actually in school right now. All right, coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
In the loop.
The Patriots were the Texans.
610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The NFL Combine is a sham.
I don't understand where you're going.
It's a joke.
I understand the energy, and I want to support it. So, yeah, bleep the Combine.
The NFL Combine, which, by the way, we're all going to be glued to.
Yeah, I was like, why are we? And it's soon.
Total sham. Yeah, total sham. Total scam.
Why is that?
It's a charade. It should be embarrassed of itself. So the NFL Combine released today, this morning during our show, in fact, everyone invited to the Combine this year.
Oh, I see what we're doing here. I think I know where you're going.
You know who's not invited?
Our guy from JCU.
Tyron Montgomery not invited and which, by the way,
I feel like Nick Casario put it in with the leagues. Like, don't let him go up there. I don't want everybody to see him.
Don't let anybody see him. But in all seriousness, I obviously put a little jelly on that because we've been all about. We were Tyron Montgomery when Tyron Montgomery wasn't cool.
How did you manage to make this a hipster thing? How did you manage to do that?
It takes some work sometimes. Go to the tape. We were Tyron Montgomery, but when Tyron Montgomery wasn't cool.
And people loved him at the Senior Bowl.
That's where I was going. In all seriousness, this really is kind of a joke.
Yeah, that's surprising.
It's kind of a joke.
People are talking about him on the high end, being like day 2 type guy, and really being intrigued by the possibilities that he has.
Yeah.
This feels like, hey man, what is the Combine for if not to give the opportunity to get more eyes on this guy, especially seeing as it's not like he's a big school guy.
John Carroll.
It's not like he's a big school guy and he's going to have there's going to be a big pro day that teams are going to be at anyways, and they'll be able to get his measurements there.
Yeah,
he's not. Like this would have been a great guy to invite to the Combine so that his numbers are up there. He's already been to the All-Star game, one of the All-Star games, I believe, at least one. I don't know if he went to another one. Why not invite this John Carroll guy who feels like he will have a place in the NFL, even if for a short period of time?
And just to put a bow on it. There's a lot of people putting out there a notable Combine snubs. He's on every list.
Yeah.
And so's Black, the running back from Indiana.
Yeah.
I can't believe they didn't invite him. But, I mean.
Yeah, I never thought about it. Who orchestrates these invites? Like, who runs this?
Yeah, how do you get an invite? Yeah.
I
what made them
Lopez, do the capital J journalism, damn it.
I wish I could tell you. I just feel as if it's sort of a consensus among general managers and scouting experts within the NFL.com world, or NFL world or whatever. Because one other note on the Combine, which is good news for Texans fans, this is the most tight ends invited to the Combine in 5 years.
Okay, so there's a lot of them.
A lot of tight ends.
Which seems like it also fits with the general ethos what the league is doing, where tight ends end up being kind of a fun little tool to use in the current iteration of how you go about offense.
But just in all seriousness, it's definitely something that they shouldn't have done.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking because I felt like he was very popular on social media. It's just everybody just talking about this guy, and he wasn't even invited.
Yeah, crazy.
These are my confessions.
So this weekend, I was hanging out with the fellas of Area 45 at their anniversary party that happened on Saturday. It was cool to hang out with them and see a number of fans that listen. A few of them are always in the YouTube chat.
Man, I wish I could have went, man.
Yeah, it'd have been really cool. Good eats, good drinks, and then the official fighter of In the Loop, Darius Fulgham, was out there as well, hanging out.
Okay.
And I only bring that up. I'm not bringing that up to brag, but because we were chopping it up, and at one point he invited me to train at the gym that he trains at.
Go.
I do, and it's something that I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. But also at the same time, I got to be honest. I know that's going to kill me. I am certain of it.
It's the worst.
I am just certain of it.
It's so hard.
I know that boxers train something crazy, and if there is one thing, like I might look athletic, and I know that for some weird reason there was a few people in San Francisco that thought I might have played in the NFL.
I wonder what
one thing I'm 6 foot and black, dude. We can say this. I just know I don't have the stamina and the endurance that it takes to deal with all of that boxing training. Talk less of if he starts talking about sparring.
Yeah.
So the endurance, and then on top of getting hit, I feel like that is not what I'm
You
trying
got to build up to it, though.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that I
gotta keep doing it and then build up to it.
That sounds like more times doing
Mickey
this.
sounded like your corner man over there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
You can do this.
Like
I think
I
you can
am
do it.
interested in doing it. I just know that that's going to kill me. I am certain of it. That
You would like it though.
No, I think I will. So I think I'm gonna try. I'm sincerely gonna try and do this. And I know that we were just when our friend from the Dynamo, Leo, brought us their Mission Couture jerseys that I happen to be wearing right now. I was reminded, I'm supposed to go to Dynamo training and go do some goalkeeper work at some point. That one's going to be tough because they typically train during our time. I feel like the boxing one shouldn't be that tough.
You can get it done.
I can get in there sometimes, so I don't really have an excuse. So I will do it by the end of this year.
Yeah.
I just know that I'll probably have to. If you see Reggie called out all of a sudden for a day or two, just know Reggie finally went and did the boxing training and he got his ass whooped, or he's deceased. Maybe that's in there as well.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I had a weird injury day yesterday. Have you had one of those weird injury days where just some random stuff kind of hurt you? So yesterday I started the day off by chipping my nail, and it chipped
On
down.
the side?
Yeah, it chipped down way too low to the point it's sore.
Yeah.
And I can't do anything with it, which kind of led to me. I had a bit of a headache yesterday. Got some Tylenol. I couldn't really open it because of the nail right here.
Oh, yeah.
So I couldn't open it. So I tried using my teeth and ended up cutting my lip. I didn't even realize I cut my lip until I just touched my lip right here.
Yeah.
I was leaking. It was during the show.
Leaking.
Yeah, no, I was really leaking. Like, oh, bleep. I got it. I need some type of paper towel. And y'all probably noticed throughout the whole show yesterday, I had something right here trying to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
It took about a couple hours to slow it down. So I'm like, damn, how did I do this?
Yeah.
It didn't even hurt.
Lips got to be top 3 place to get a cut and start bleeding, right?
Anywhere on your forehead, it always started. Your head just bleeds a lot. Like it's
Yeah.
weird.
And then on top of that, it's one of those where there's no real comfortable way of stopping the bleeding, as you were talking about. Like, at least on the forehead, maybe you get a bandage or something.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna put a Band-Aid on your lip.
Ain't nothing you can do about it, man. Just put something
Tissue.
right there. Yep,
Yeah.
that's it. And that didn't stop right there. So I ended up going to the grocery store. I had to run to the grocery store after work. Got one of them little carts, and for some reason, I don't know why they got the little, I guess the little tray at the bottom so far back where I kept hitting my shin. Like just regular walking, hit
You
my
had a
shin.
bad day, man.
It's still sore, man. No, it's still sore. And then last night, this is it. Last night I ordered Chinese. Got home and was getting ready to grab the bag a certain way. I was trying to open it. The staple was sticking out.
Nah, bro.
The staple was sticking out, and I grabbed it right in the palm of my hand. I think it was the palm of my hand, leaking.
Yeah.
I was sitting there leaking. I had to use a couple bandages.
Reggie needs a cut man. You're gonna go boxing. Go find him a good cut man.
Goodness gracious. I'm like, what is going on? And it's not like heavy injuries. It's just the small little stuff where I'm like,
The other one is when you
dang.
cut yourself shaving and it never stops bleeding. You put a little tissue on there or whatever.
That's why I just decided not to
Yeah.
shave. Obviously, that's how the beard started growing. I was
Yeah.
like, never again.
A barber got me years ago, man. He was giving me a lineup. Next thing you know, I started leaking.
Yep.
And he ain't say nothing. He ain't tell me.
Yeah.
Somebody
You can feel
else.
it, though.
No, another barber was like, damn, did you cut him? Like, that brother was over here trying to put some powder, and
Yeah.
he kept getting tissue.
It just keeps going.
I'm like, what's going on? He's like, damn, did you cut him?
How many more times did you go to that barber?
That was the last
Exactly.
time.
That's
That
right.
was the last time.
That's why he didn't let you know, because he's like, damn, as soon as I say this,
He tried to
I
blame
lost him.
He tried to blame, oh, no, it was a razor bump.
No.
Nah,
about
you
that.
messed up, big dog.
Yeah.
Sure it was.
Yeah, everybody was focused on me at that point.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn.
These are my confessions.
Shout out to Wade Phillips, man. He caught an egregious. Well, it wasn't
Egregious.
Egregious.
He caught an error at Clint Kubiak. Now, the Phillips family and the Kubiak family are extremely tight. But in the Clint Kubiak's press conference this morning, he was introduced as with Gary being there, the first father-son to ever win the Super Bowl as coaches.
He would catch that one, huh?
Well, I mean, when it has to do with you and yours.
Get it right. First of
Yeah.
all, that's my first point. Get it. Make sure you have that right. You know, that they are the first. And Wade Phillips tweeted, "No offense, but the Kubiaks were not the first father-son to win the Super Bowl as coaches." And in fact, obviously he won.
What's your source for that?
With Denver. My memory is very strong on this point. And Wes Phillips, his son, won Rams.
There you go.
And by the way, my head immediately went to, if it wasn't for that damn Mike Renfro catch, we could have 3 generations of Phillips with a Super Bowl.
No, for real.
Yeah.
Thanks for that portion.
Yeah. So shout out to him. I mean, he did it nicely, but come on, Raiders. Get it right.
I feel like he don't be getting the love he deserved, man. I feel like, it seemed like people just overlook Wade Phillips. They kind of put him in the box a little bit too.
Yeah.
But I feel like he just little stuff like this, he just get looked over.
His coordinator resume is Hall of Fame worthy.
Without question.
If they would ever put coordinators in, he would be in the Hall of Fame. Him and Romeo Cornell.
Yeah.
Just as coordinators, which that should be something, right? They should be able to put. They should be able to put coordinators.
Yeah, or at least put them in as a coach, some type of coach.
A general contributing
just a general coach.
Yeah.
Not if they get on this committee, man. That one's not making it through.
Bill Belichick ain't getting in. I know y'all asses ain't getting in.
You can't put a coordinator in.
Thank you, John. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Actually, speaking of Hall of Fame, is this Super Bowl champion a Hall of Famer? That's one of the things that will be litigated and is on the docket for Judge John Lopez next.
All right. How about let's talk about Synergen X and Low T Center and getting to.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Oh, hold on a second. Talk for a second.
He said talk for a second. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. As John Lopez, if you don't watch this,
he should have put the wig over the headphones.
He should have. If you don't watch this on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams, then you don't understand what's happening in this moment. But when we started this segment, we were like, hey, let's get John a wig, just a white powdered wig for this, just to be nonsensical. And we've done it every time we've done this segment.
I even took it to Radio Row, but
we sure did. We didn't get a chance to because we were so loaded with great interviews. And so you, for some reason, forgot to put on the wig to do some Judge John Lopez.
For some reason, I forgot. Shame on me.
Correct.
All right, got a couple of good cases, real good cases for you guys here on Judge John Lopez.
Play along, 713-572-4610.
Yes, please litigate to your heart's content. Let's hear. Do we have the audio?
We do.
From Zach Lowe talking about one Kevin Durant, and then I will lay it out for you.
I'm not loving some of the body language I'm seeing on the floor. Some of the Durant sulkiness is seeping back into his body language. Like against the Thunder the other day, there were 2 or 3 possessions in like maybe a 6-possession span where the Rockets threw bad entry passes to him, and you could see him visibly just throw his arms up and roll his eyes and all that stuff. And we've seen that movie before. And Durant's been great. He's an all-star. He's an all-NBA player. I've always been on the Kevin Durant is underrated train. So, like, don't take offense at this. But I will say I've heard from agents, players, whatever over the years, like, when he gets like that, young players revere him and are somewhat intimidated by him. And that kind of stuff can seep into the ether of a team. And they need to just snap out of it because they're really good.
All right. So here's the question that you guys can take a side on, Counsel Figueroa and Counsel Atatula. Kevin Durant is starting to show – it's a kind of a two-parter case here. There's 2 levels to it. Kevin Durant is starting to show some of the signs of being – what would be the word? Not diva, not diva, problem, toxic maybe a little bit. Toxic traits are starting to come up. And it's affecting the Houston Rockets. Figgy, what are you thinking?
Yeah, so, Your Honor, I think, I don't want to sit here and say I agree with Zach Lowe, but I do think he have a point right here because that type of stuff, I'm just kind of thinking just in real life, that type of energy could have an effect on other people. Let's say we're all doing the show and somebody bringing some bad energy right there, that can have effect on everybody.
Sure.
So I do think he have a point, and I know it's a little different playing basketball. Sometimes people get frustrated on the court, but they don't really mean anything personally towards the person. But I do think that can have a negative effect, man. I ain't come near playing in the NBA, but I did play some backyard basketball where if you throw up a bad shot, people throw up their hands. That kind of make you not want to shoot again. So I do think, sometimes the body language could be a kind of a bad thing.
Impacting them.
Yeah, I think it could impact a lot of players. It could impact some of your best players.
And it's a young team still. Let me hear what Reggie has to say about all this.
I think I'm surprising myself as I'm thinking about this because I am very, very fond of Zach Lowe and what he does. He's one of my favorite basketball minds to listen to. But with that being the case, I actually couldn't disagree more with what Zach's appraisal of the circumstances. There have been instances where I see, KD being lackadaisical and help defense or to that, things to that nature. But what I've seen even more of that is that KD has been veteran leader guy in a way that I did not even fully anticipate. Clearly with Jabari Smith Jr. in that kind of role, but he has called Alperen Şengün to a standard. You could hear it on some of the courtside mics at times where he's like, hey, what kind of defense is that? I need you to play better. Holding these guys to a standard. He's been so supportive of Reed Shepherd and Amen Thompson, who he affectionately calls Twin. And, all of these guys, he has very much been an uplifting force, a dude who talks a lot of life into these guys. You hear that in post game and in the ways that they talk about him. And he's held them to a standard. So I don't see this as, oh man, there's negativity there. I think that at times it can demonstrate itself as frustration for the challenge that he calls to his guys, but I don't actually view this anything like near toxicity. I know you use that word just to kind of explain it, not necessarily that it is toxic, but I don't view it as anything near toxicity. I think that this is more of some frustration for a guy who's like, hey, I'm believing in you guys, and I'm calling you to be better as we continue along this season.
Now, Your Honor, everything he just said could be true, and I don't think Kevin Durant has a bad bone in his body towards his teammates. But sometimes that stuff could go out one ear and the other if you on the court and you kind of throwing your hands up after somebody make a basket. So I think, like I get compliments all the time. If I do something wrong and somebody just kind of suck their teeth or do whatever, I might feel a certain type of way where I'm like, man, I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
And, they might not mean any ill will, but sometimes I do think that can have an effect on the team.
I got to tell you guys, I came into this really just on a personal level. I was going to hear what you had to say, kind of siding with Reggie's point here, Reggie's side. The reason being, me personally, I don't think it is Kevin Durant acting any particular way other than balling, other than playing basketball and commanding and demanding a lot from his teammates. In fact, I would say if anybody is kind of acting out of character, it's Şengün, because he's actually sort of regressing in terms of effort on defense, and that's some of the things that Kevin Durant has called out. Like, hey man, what was that? We've all seen the famous video from last week. We just like, and I think that's the one kind of instigated this whole thing. So I came in siding with you, Reggie, just on a personal level. But I got to tell you, the more I heard from and thought about it and heard Figgy, intent has nothing to do with it. Like I didn't mean to come off as someone that would alienate you or affect your game or whatever. But in the real world, in courts, intent has nothing to do with it. His intent might be pure, but is it affecting them? Did you mug that person?
Yeah, no.
I didn't mean to mug him.
No, honestly, I ran across some people that tried to do that tough coaching type stuff.
Yeah.
And me, I'm just like, man, don't talk to me like that, bro.
Right. Yeah.
Like, no, I don't care about this tough coaching, and you probably don't mean any ill will to me, but don't talk to me like that. So and that kind of created the bad energy.
So I'm kind of changing my mind here. I think I really believe Kevin Durant should be applauded for holding guys to a standard, Reggie. But are there? And I'm kind of also thinking, like, are there any players that would react poorly to that or not embrace it the way he should? I don't know, but I'm actually going to side with Figgy on this one because I don't know. I think his intent is pure, but I think it might be affecting the team.
The crazy part about it is I side with y'all on that. But I just think Kevin Durant kind of got a bad rap already for kind of team hopping, and it's not going. Team's not going well. It was kind of a disaster in Phoenix and Brooklyn and all that. So I think he's kind of getting a bad rap of this too.
Yeah.
I think from the 832, they said you're too fragile. I actually don't think that that's the case. I think what Figgy says is there's a valid point in that. We've all been somewhere where it's like, hey man, just don't talk to me like that. And it's not about being fragile. It's just like, how dare you? There's times where it's like,
you
how
could
dare
talk to me like a normal person, and I can, take the criticism.
Yeah, and I was ready to just rule in favor of Reggie even before I heard the case.
Thanks, man.
Just because I'm like,
I knew you was against me.
No, but I'm actually for you now. I mean, you brought up a really good point that made me realize, and maybe they're all good and they don't mind it, but there might be a couple of key players in there, like, and who knows, I'm not going to mention any name, it could be any number of them, where they're like, nah, man, I don't respond to that.
But I don't think that that's happening in this locker room. And because I could see where, especially if it's a whole bunch of other vets on the team, where they go, hey, man, I know that you're KD, but also don't treat me like a kid or anything. I think that they are a lot of young guys that look to KD for that type of leadership. So I think they're collegial. They spend a lot of time together because they're young.
But we don't know.
We've gotten enough of, at least I feel I've gotten enough indications from things that they've said and some of the things that we get a chance to see, especially now that we have social media, that I imagine that they respond that they don't respond negatively to that.
He always been a good guy, though.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the thing. Like, you never heard any bad things from NBA players talking about Kevin Durant and all that.
Yeah.
But I do think he's going to get a bad rap of this because you got somebody like Şengün who is having a worse year than he did last year type of deal. And he's kind of, he had his issues on the court too.
Mm-hmm.
So, is that kind of rubbing off?
Yeah.
Is that kind of thing? Or is it just Şengün?
All right, let's move on because there's another really good one here, and that is Cooper Kupp. Second Super Bowl win. None other than his head coach said, Hall of Famer. Yay or nay, Figgy?
I'm going to say no, man. I got to be honest with you. When I think of Hall of Fame receivers, I don't think he pops up. He don't pops up in my mind. He might be a Hall of Fame receiver for fantasy football because I feel like at one point I feel like it was maybe 5 years straight, people was thinking Cooper Kupp 1 or 2. And I just, I think it kind of fell down a little quickly for him, man. I thought he was going to be around way longer, more dominant, way longer. This year, I felt like he was okay, but not to me. If his career ended right now, I'm not looking at him as a Hall of Famer.
I think he has a Super Bowl MVP on top of those 2 Super Bowl championships. Plus, don't forget, this is a Triple Crown winner when it comes to being a wide receiver. There was a point in time, albeit I think that you're making the allusion to it being a little brief, where he was considered one of, if not the best wide receivers in the league. What is the Hall of Fame if not a collection of those types of guys that were the best or near being the best at their position in their league? That's how I've often looked at it, and I think about it, I'm like, it's going to be really hard for a lot of guys in this modern era, especially a wide receiver, to end up on the all-decade team.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that he has a chance of being on the all-decade team when you really think about it in a weird way. And that usually is a real clear indicator that it's a Hall of Famer. I think he's got a little bit of a strain. He's not going to be anybody's first ballot Hall of Famer. But I think that when you look at Super Bowl MVP, he's been an All-Pro, obviously a Pro Bowler, and he's won a Triple Crown. Not just been a leader of the league in receptions or whatever. He's won a Triple Crown. I think that those could slide him in as a Hall of Famer, and that he should be, especially now that he's added a second Super Bowl win.
I'm looking at his numbers right now. He had one amazing year. 145 catches. 145 catches, 1,947 yards, 16 touchdowns, 115 yards a game. That is amazing. But I'm going to side with Figgy. That was 1 year. That was one season. He has exactly 2,000-yard seasons in a 9-year career. That's not Hall of Fame.
He also is the template that we're building a lot of these power slots off of. That has been
and maybe
he's a legend. He's definitely a legend.
He's a legend in so many ways because of the big
a good legend.
And had one of the more incredible seasons at any position, ever. But to have just 2,000-yard seasons, and you're right, he might be some sort of influence that the committee was going to put on in the Hall of Fame at some level. Because of how he impacted the game and such.
But he's definitely a street legend or the fantasy
legend.
football
He's a street
legend.
Hall of Fame and all that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to have to side with that. That's not a Hall of Fame receiver as impactful as he was.
Okay. All right. There's a little Judge John Lopez for you here on Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we've done a lot of hand-wringing about the Astros, but there's at least one projection that thinks that is unwarranted. Are the Astros a real threat in the AL? Let's talk next.
What's up, H-Town? It's Figgy Fig holding it down. Traveling around the city just got simpler thanks to the Ride Metro fare system. You got a bunch of events happening this month. You got cook-off. You got soccer happening. Make your life easy, man. Jump on that Metro, man. All you got to do is just tap your Ride Metro card. You can scan the mobile app before boarding. You can reload the balance online through the app or different Metro locations across the city. Check it out today at ridemetro.org/fare system. That's ridemetro.org/fare system. Ride smart, Ride Metro.
Payne and Pendergast.
Big questions for the Astros is the team's.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
White Boy Wednesday rolls on, which I saw on the text line. Somebody was like, the Hall of Fame needs more white boys, so Cooper Kupp in the Hall of Fame. Whatever logic you need in a Judge John Lopez to try and get it over.
White boys or white receivers?
That's a great point, because I feel like there's a lot of white boys. Maybe not many
white receivers? Yeah.
Should Edelman get in over Kupp?
No.
You could probably.
Lopez is thinking.
You could probably no.
Lopez is thinking about
my
it.
My answer is no in general.
No asterisk.
But you could probably make
no question mark.
You could probably make a stronger argument. Cooper Kupp's not a Hall of Famer. I mean, Edelman is not either, but you could make a stronger argument.
Reggie, do you believe Cooper Kupp is a Hall of Famer? Like, real talk. Not we outside the courtroom.
No, I do not.
Okay.
However, your client was guilty. He murdered that man.
Yeah. No, hey, we had dinner now.
I had to do my job.
Hey, man.
I had to do my job as a councilman. As a council member.
Oh, I know he did that, bleep.
Or a counselor, rather.
A lot of lawyers. I don't want to know if he did it. My job is to defend it.
That's right.
He actually told me he did it. I just had to defend him. Make sure he didn't get the chair,
the death penalty.
That's right. All right, let's keep this thing moving here.
We're at the bar.
Hey, they be at the bar, man.
All the time.
You don't think Tony Busby and Rusty Harden at the bar
all the time,
giggling and laughing, counting the money?
Yep.
Your daughter's a lawyer, is she not?
No, she works. My
with
daughter-in-law is an attorney.
There you go.
My daughter is she works for a law firm.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what makes me up.
She does all the medical.
So
stuff.
she could tell you that they be sitting there chopping it up about their cases and stuff.
She does all the research and advises them on because she's a nurse and got her bachelor's in whatever it's called. And so she advises
nursing?
No, there's another one.
Oh, I was like, bachelor's in whatever it's called. I think nursing would be the word.
She's got another. But like she advises them on she reads all the medical reports on cases that involve.
Shout out to Leah, by the way.
Yeah, that involve whatever. And some of the stuff that I can't say and I don't want to say.
No, correct.
It is wild.
It's some wild stuff, man. If you ever talk to somebody that just work at a law firm, they be like, "Ooh, your favorite NFL player?"
Or in medicine, like my mom will do this, where obviously she goes to make sure that she's not violating anybody's HIPAA rights. But sometimes I'll be like, "Damn, they be doing that?
Yeah,
that's what's happening. You saw what? Oh wow, that's crazy.
They left what in their body?
Okay, now is the time where we move this thing along to West Palm Beach, where the Astros are. Today is the day. Today is the day when pitchers and catchers reported. Tatsuya Maye already had his first bullpen. Josh Hader was throwing off a flat ground, which was notable because he had already had a little bit of a shutdown to some degree, dealing with some some elbow inflammation. Was that what it was? Or shoulder was? It was some inflammation somewhere in the arm. Bicep inflammation. There we go. Yeah. There's been a lot of inflammations that we've had to talk about with the Astros. And I think that we are all in this place where we're like kind of cautiously optimistic about this season.
Mm-hmm.
There's still questions about what the outfield looks like, what your rotation of 6 men is actually going to be, how strong your bullpen is going to be, so on and so forth. But there's at least one projection that thinks that all the hand-wringing that we're doing about the Astros is unwarranted, because the PECOTA standings came out for Baseball Prospectus. So, sometimes we'll talk about Fangraphs. Baseball Prospectus does another thing as well, and see their projections for the baseball season. And the Astros, according to these projections that were relevant or that is accurate as of today, are projected to win 86 games and have the fourth best winning percentage in the AL.
Is that? I guess that's better than I thought it would be. But weren't we talking like 84.5 or something at one point?
Yeah, but those 2 more wins on projections is a huge deal. The thing that I found to be more interesting than that, because obviously that would put the Mariners as the winners in the AL West, and then would put the Astros as the best wild card record in the AL. The thing that I found more interesting than just the record itself, because again, like you said, that's not crazy far off than what we were thinking just generally. How many runs scored they are projecting for the Astros? They're projecting 785 runs scored, which would easily be the most runs scored of the projections that
Give me
they
some
have in the
context
AL.
to last year.
Okay, that's actually a great one because I had not had it context. I had it context compared to the rest of the league, where like the Yankees are projected to
well, that's good. Yeah,
score
that's fine.
775 runs on these projections. But I can get you the actual runs scored for the Astros this past year, so that it looks, or so that it makes a little bit more sense. In that, if my computer wants to work with me, which of course in these moments it never really does. But if you look at the standings from last year for the Astros were able to plate 686 runs.
Okay,
so they're looking at projections have it as
where are they
damn near.
from?
That is the thing that
where are they getting 100 runs from?
Correct. Like I wonder how much of this is they anticipate more health from a Jordan. Obviously, you have Correa for the entirety of the season. Jeremy Pena, I imagine, put the projections up more, and maybe they're looking at last year for Christian Walker as a downturn as opposed to, and maybe he returns to some level of form. Because I could see runs coming in for a lot of those guys. Now, the one that I think would be, of the things that I just mentioned, that would be maybe less likely is the Christian Walker, especially because you look at his numbers and he wasn't terrible last year, but he was awful for runners in scoring position. If he was better in that circumstance, you would have had a lot more runs. I just don't know if that's something.
Yeah,
he
but
does.
that's 100. that's a lot. I am really interested in that because when you start, even when you mention the names, maybe go through the names you mentioned. Carlos Correa.
Yes, a full season.
I don't
Carlos
know
Correa.
how good he's going to be. He had
Interesting.
He had a good year, but did he have that year that he was flirting with MVP numbers and getting on base a lot, which also leads to to runs and all that. The other one you said was Christian Walker. Well, I definitely don't know what kind of year he's going to have.
And maybe I need to dig into the PECOTA standings and seeing if they do anything. Well, these are just kind of the standings. I need to see if they do any projections on the individual level, because I know Fangraphs does that, and you can get to what they're looking at for individual players.
And then you mentioned Jordan.
Yeah,
how many games is he going to play?
And that ends up being a big thing because depending on how many games he plays, that's the first name that came to mind when I was like, oh, they think there's going to be 785 runs from the Astros. They think Jordan is mashing.
Healthy and mash.
Right? Because that's where the first place you go when you start thinking about runs for the Astros, is not.
Yeah. I don't know. Paredes, big fan.
And having those guys together would be, I think that'd be a force multiplier. If you could play both of those guys together a number of games.
The outfielders are still going to bat this year, right?
They are. But also, how much of this is if they remain healthy, being able to actually build up lineups that aren't just ridiculous in the way that they're built, where it's all right-handers and you have to put Jordan on second, right? If you could put Jordan in the right place, if you have at least a couple of left-handed bats and Jordan batting left, and then add Jesus Sanchez, who will play a decent amount in the outfield, having that left-handed bat, having a Cam Smith that does not, have a nosedive at the end of the season because he has not learned how to play the entirety of a MLB season to this point. Yeah, I think that and maybe just not having to play so many AAA players. Yeah, if they could find a level of health, which again is an if that we are all holding our breath on, but. I just found it interesting that 785 runs, most in the AL and second most in all of baseball, according to these projections, second only to the Dodgers.
Look, I'm not complaining. I'm just like, how did they get there?
Yes, but that is a vote of confidence, and they don't do these lightly, these projections. Yeah. And so that's a vote of confidence that really made me stop and go, have I been underappreciating or underrating what this Astros team is, or is the computers wrong? Is the AI wrong? Are they hallucinating in this moment?
Yeah, it spit up some numbers that you're just not really down with. I'm looking at some projections right now. A lot of 84s and 85s for the Astros. I again definitely hope it's true, but they're probably just projecting complete health, which I guess you have to. Complete health.
Well, no, that wouldn't be a projection in my mind then. I feel like you have to project with some understanding that the most games that Yordan Alvarez has played is 147. Is that what Tyler Milner said yesterday to us? Yeah, that I think that would have to be within your projection mock-ups. And if you are understanding that, if you are somehow still getting to a place where you go, this Astros team is putting up those runs, I'd be very interested in how you got there, right?
I would.
But I'd love to see that. Now, I am bearing a portion of this because while Baseball Prospectus has a projection of 785 runs scored, They also have the Astros allowing 735 runs. And that's the thing that I found to be fascinating is that they have no love lost on the defensive side of things for the Astros.
And really, I would have expected maybe those numbers to be reversed. Not the numbers, but the projection better for pitching than hitting at this point. I don't know. That seems like a really wild, maybe one-off here because I'm seeing 84.5, 85. But somebody there has a lot of confidence in him. I do want to ask you this, though.
Okay.
We've talked a lot about infield, outfield, and making the numbers work and all that. This Josh Hader thing, the more I sit here, and we talked about it this morning, I guess it was this morning when it really came out before our show, that he has this bicep soreness and has been set back for 10 days, but he's throwing off a flat ground, tossing after.
You're like, I don't know if that was a throw.
It wasn't throwing, tossing after flat ground. The more I sit here, the more that just worries me. I mean, it's February, man. It's the first day of spring training. And there's going to be a lot of strain on that, and he's your closer, and that is going to be, I think, even more so important this year than any previous year in recent memory that he performs.
Yeah,
that's a worry. That's a worry, and you got to have him, for the entirety of the year.
No, absolutely. He is a huge way that you close out games, quite literally as your closer.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, like you can't really afford this because we saw last year to some degree when he had some injury issues, it really hurt your bullpen and how you went about it. And you already have Angel De Los Santos coming into camp here, one of your relievers, having to be shut down for a short period of time.
This is a leg or something, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah.
But you end up in this place where you're looking up and you go, hey, man, injuries are popping up. And you did not get another proven leverage arm. Shout out to PC, who was talking about this yesterday, or maybe this was earlier today, in fact. You don't have another guy that you go, this is a leverage arm that I can throw in, and even for a period of time during the season is my closer and I'm comfortable with. And that feels like that spells the disaster with the number of question marks that you have all over this roster. It'd be one thing if this was a team where you go, bats, I know exactly what I'm getting. Rotation, I know exactly what I'm getting. But damn, our closer might miss some time and that might not be as solid. But you could just lean into, all right, we're going to play better defense, or we're going to put up more runs, or at least try and give them that support to where the leverage situations are not going to be as high. I don't know that that's going to. In fact, I feel pretty confident that you cannot depend on that with the way that this Astros team is currently situated. So yeah, this ends up being another one of those question marks that you throw up there.
How you feel about Brian Abreu though?
I like Brian Abreu, but also I don't know that you can. He handled circumstances well. I don't want to be negative towards him.
Yeah, I did.
He handled those circumstances really well. I still don't think that that's something that you just.
You can't make a
lean
living
into.
with him.
You can't make and then also he goes from being your 8th inning pitcher to being your 9th inning pitcher, and then what's happening behind him, right?
Yeah.
That was the thing that ultimately down the stretch last year that also happens when Josh Hader's not there. You go, well, now this is sliding things to where you have some weird innings, 6, 7, 8. Before you get to Brian Abreu. I think that also ends up being a big issue if Josh Hader has injuries, which he's already starting the season with right now.
Yeah, and that's why it bothers me, because the trickle-down effect is really going to affect Abreu, as you just mentioned. But also, I don't even know, and that's what spring training's for. Look, we're not getting too far ahead of ourselves here, but, yeah, you've got guys like, Bennett, Brian King, Steve, you can't put them in leverage positions.
Yeah, and so this team
consistently.
Isn't it weird? It feels like this team very much is situated to have to depend on health. And knowing what we know about the Astros historically, even though they have made changes, that's not something that I feel comfortable going, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, the depth, this is not a very deep team, that you can count on. Obviously, we know about the outfield. That's even at the top, you don't know what you can count on. But just in the pitching staff and the bullpen, I don't see this as, well, put it this way, question marks. You don't know what the depth is.
But I do find it interesting that at least somewhere, and these are respected people in baseball. You've heard of Baseball Prospectus for a long time. They do a great job, particularly with farms and prospects and everything. There's somebody that at least, and I imagine it's because of health, if you do get healthy, they're looking at you as a team that can mash and a team that can play very well and play into the playoffs in AL contention. So that's the thing. On a day where hope springs eternal, right? Pitchers and catchers report, everything still is in front of you. It feels like the Astros, the span of the Astros season could be one where you're an incredible offense, and you look up and you go, hey, we can contend with anybody.
And then all of a sudden, yeah.
Or it could also be a season, at least in the way that I'm going, and the negativity pops up where Josh Hader deals with injuries, and you have a lot of injuries, and you end up looking at your team and going, there is no depth to be able to support what you're doing here. That is the breadth of the outlook, I think, for the Houston Astros, and it is wild. It is a wild time to be in. Maybe because we're blessed that we've been able to have really, really good Astros teams for the better part of a decade.
Just not the best way to start the first day of spring training.
But Maye had a fantastic bullpen, though, dude.
Yeah.
So we're all good.
Yeah.
Everything's great. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I got something wild. So Valentine's Day is coming up, and the price of the brick or something is way up, and I wonder if we all going to be heading to the grocery store to get this item.
Oh, okay. We got to check the price on this next.
In the loop.
The Patriots.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Y'all want to hear a poem?
A what?
No, but you're going to do it anyways.
All right, roses are red. Your pockets are blue.
Yep.
That's all I got right there. Because I think a lot of people's pockets are about to be blue.
Very sad.
Yeah, so the price of the brick is going up. I'm talking about roses. When was the last time you got a dozen of roses,
Oh,
Lopez?
I get roses every year.
Okay, how much do it usually tax you?
Okay, depends on how much time I have. and when.
He's like, if I was proactive, not that much.
When I remember Valentine's Day is, I'll go ahead and go to the flower shop and get a nice, set. But I'm not going to lie, 80% of the time at minimum, I'm at Kroger. I'm at Kroger.
Yeah, so when you do go to the flower shop, how much do it usually?
Oh, you can get $80, $90 easy.
Yeah. Okay, so the price of that is up.
Going up? How much is up?
Yeah. So I want to say over the last 3 years, I want to say since 2013, the price went up.
You mean?
Yeah, 2023.
Okay.
It went up 16%. So it started off the average, the nationwide average price of a dozen of roses was $80.16, and that was in 20.
Right. Maybe that's the last time I went.
That was in 2013.
Lopez was like, "That is exactly what I spent." Yes.
Yeah. Yep. That was in 2013. 2020 or 2023. I'm sorry. 2024. It went up to $88.61.
Yeah, I went to Kroger.
Yep. 2025, it went up to $90.51, and now in 2026, overall, the whole country. The average is $93.07. And so
you got to get fewer chocolates.
Yeah, so I'm looking at a map and it's showing the breakdown of the most state or all of the states that got the most expensive to the least expensive.
Ooh.
The least expensive is Indiana. And they are coming in at $71.99.
Why is Indiana least?
I have no idea.
I was thinking the same thing.
It might be cheaper to fly to Indiana to get those roses.
I wonder.
See, I thought the cheapest would be like Oregon and Washington because that's a big rose capital.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's our rose production in these?
I think
States?
Oregon is real big.
So I'm gonna go through the list of the most expensive. The first one is Hawaii, and everything there is expensive.
Yeah.
They coming in. Their average cost is $120.65 for a dozen of roses.
You better love her.
Yep, and
the idea I'm not spending this extra $30 unless you really love me.
Fake
for
love
them
here.
things to die down.
Yeah.
Coming in second, and these two states are tied at $113.33. Kansas and Texas.
Texas?
Okay.
Texas.
So you should feel good. If you in Texas buying roses, it could be worse.
Yeah.
it could be a lot worse.
Yeah. And then that's followed by Montana, North Dakota, Maine, Wyoming, New York, Vermont, and Washington. And they are all in the 100s.
Dang.
So, yeah, I think you better take the OG's advice and go to Kroger.
So I looked it up. 80 to 85% of the roses here, and I'm guessing this is heavy on the Kroger roses, or HEB, I'm not trying to discriminate, from Colombia and Ecuador.
Yeah, internationally. In the States, roses are grown in California, Michigan, Oregon, and Washington, apparently.
Yeah, I thought Washington and Oregon were pretty high up there.
Yeah.
So how did Iowa get these for cheap? I'm mad at Iowa for no good reason.
Hey, we got to go up to Iowa.
Got that Colombian cartel working.
I don't think anybody has ever said that statement willingly. We got to go up to Iowa. Hey, no, we don't. We really truly don't.
Yeah, unless you're going to college. That's it.
Yeah.
I never heard nobody, I'm channeling Joe Kim Noah at this point. I never heard nobody talk about going to Iowa for a vacation.
That's right. That's right. Somebody said, I'll tell you what, he's a cheapskate because I've been paying $250 for the last years. Oh, no. It sounded like you
got
might have
that bread, buddy.
You was getting what kind of roses were you getting? Were they gold plated? Okay, so was that a dozen? Because we're talking about a dozen roses.
Yeah,
here.
just
So
a dozen roses.
Were you the dude getting like the mega
3
bouquet?
dozens.
Yeah. He was getting like the here's 4 dozen roses and petals everywhere. You might have been doing a lot. That might be what we're talking about here.
Yeah, but if you want to, I guess, keep it cheap, go to your local grocery store. It's the Mixtape and the Loot, Sports Radio 610. So this one is kind of sad because a man in England was arrested for killing his girlfriend.
Oh, no.
And it's a very sad story. The cop came in and arrested him, but the cop's body cam was rolling. And here's what the guy had to say as he was in handcuffs. And you would think he might be crying and all that type of stuff. This is what he was really worried about.
I'm going to miss GTA in that.
You're right, which GTA? What are you talking about, Robert? 6. Oh, you got ages for that.
I'm going to get life.
But I, Robert Richards, on the 30th of May, 2025, said the following. I accidentally killed her. At least I admitted to it. I'm going to miss GTA. I'm going to get life.
This brother worried about Grand Theft Auto 6.
That's really sad, though, because
in handcuffs.
He took a life, and there's like not remorse, there's not sadness. He's just worried about this video game. I want to recognize that. It is kind of hilarious, though, that he was like, I'm going to miss the game. And clearly this cop played the game because he's like, man, Rockstar ain't playing that game.
That ain't coming out no time soon.
You got time for that. You got at least 3-4 years. You might be able to get parole.
And me being selfish, and now this happened last year.
Yeah.
But me being selfish, I'm like, man, I hope you ain't right, man. He said this ain't coming out no time soon. But just imagine being in handcuffs for killing somebody, and you said, man, I ain't gonna be able to play GTA.
But everybody's motivated by different things. So if you'll allow me to speak directly to the audience in this moment, which I guess I realize that we always are, so I didn't need to make that case. All right, dear listener, if there was no other reason for you to be a law-abiding citizen, just remember, if you go to jail, you're going to miss out on GTA 6 or whatever other thing that you happen to be waiting very patiently to happen out here in these streets.
Think of the video games.
Think of the video games. Is the thing that
you should have thought of that before you committed the crime, buddy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Joel.
Would he have?
Shout out to Joel Hernandez on the Twitch chat saying my man was living GTA in real life.
Yeah,
he was.
It's the Mixtape and the Loot, Sports Radio 610. I got to ask y'all a personal question because y'all grew up in a household with probably different accents and dialect.
Oh, 100%.
How tough was that for y'all? Because Reggie, I'm guessing your household was Nigerian, right?
Yeah, spoke Yoruba, but I mean definitely a lot of English still as well.
Yeah, but how tough was that for y'all growing up?
Like my mom speaking Spanish?
Yeah, your mom speaking Spanish.
It was easy.
Just dialect. Your dad, did they have the same type of I guess accents? And
no, my mom was from Mexico. My dad learned Spanish here, like most people. So he was okay. He was good. He wasn't like her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I ran across this girl on IG, and she grew up in a household with 2 different accents, probably 2 different dialects.
Oh boy.
And she was telling people why she had to undergo speech therapy.
I had to go to speech therapy as a kid, and I'm going to show you why.
I am Carrie, and I'm from outside of Boston.
I am Gerard. I'm from Limerick, Ireland.
Oh, boy.
And now we're going to say some words that my daughter thinks that we say funny, such as car, idea, Walmart, chicken palm, coffee, and smart. Mirror.
Thanks. 33 in the third. Garage. Ladder age.
What was that?
Think and mirror.
I don't even know what that third and last one was.
Mirror? Man, I have no idea, but a lot of people was like, man, she was set up to fail.
She was.
You know what? Now that you play the audio, it helps me better understand your question. I don't think it was accent-wise because, I mean, I was inundated with, like, American media stuff, but there are words that, like, especially for Nigerians, we be using words like mug, brother.
Yeah.
There are words that I've used that I thought was, like, normal, and people don't say that. Like, using your turn signal. Right, what would you say? Right, you're signaling or you're using your blinker.
Yeah.
Nigerians will often, I'm trafficating.
Yeah.
You're trafficating, which you think about it, and you're like, oh, well, why did we think? But I heard that all the time. It's like, hey, trafficate real quick so that you can let them know.
Even with this, like what you heard, those were 2 different accents too, man. Like I know the other guy was from somewhere else, but just imagine growing up in that household.
No, you're right.
Like how do you balance that?
There's someone we know that a British person. The dad's from London, and the mom is from here. Not as strong an accent as Clint, but a strong Texas, accent. And I hadn't even asked them about that. That had to have been really difficult.
Yeah. I never thought about that either until I heard both of them. I'm like, dang.
Yeah.
A bunch of people was commenting like, ooh, you was set up to fail.
Yes.
Yeah, but you never know you're set up to fail until you get to somewhere else. Like this text from the Base Power text line 832, or not the 832 rather, from the 503. They said their dad had a thick accent and he never realized it until his friends started clowning him. That's when it happens. You're just like, oh yeah, this is normal. And then people say, what was that you said?
Yeah.
You said what?
You said what?
Oh man, he think that's how he's supposed to say it. That's crazy. He thinks it's garage. Look at him.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, what's funny is on our radio road trip when we got there, we was in the car. I don't know if y'all was in the car with us, but Clint was sitting in the front seat talking to the Uber driver. And I think he was.
I was there.
Was you there?
Yeah.
Man, he was gun ho trying to have a conversation, and I'm like, man,
it ain't happening.
They do not understand each other at all.
It ain't happening.
So yeah, but that was just something I just randomly ran across. I'm like, dang, that got to be tough.
Yeah,
especially she got to go to speech therapy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape in Sport Radio 610. I think it's safe to say this is a very pro-dog type of show. I know Reggie not a animal person like that, but I think this is probably the most pro-dog show at the station.
Dogs
right?
are cool with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I got to give a salute to this amazing dog. So a 3-year-old kid in Louisville was found after, I want to say, he was found after a neighborhood dog alerted the officers on this, and we're going to go to CBS News for this story.
It comes via police body cam footage from Louisville last month.
Before I finish this, I do got to give a warning to everybody that's listening to the station right now. It will be a Ring camera tone in here.
Oh.
So your dog might go off on this.
Oh, boy.
So make sure your dog is out the room. He's going to go crazy.
A missing 3-year-old child. More than a half dozen officers on the search. They sent up a helicopter, but had no luck until this happened.
Oh, what's up, dude? There's a dog. Where's he at? Let's go.
That's Officer Josh Thompson responding to a dog that seemed to have something important to say.
It led me all the way back to the backyard. At that point, I'm thinking, okay, this kid's in this backyard.
And sure enough,
the dog went right to the back bumper. Check the rear here. Goes to the back bumper and just sat there. Yeah, he's right here.
After a quick lesson in car locks,
Grab and pull it. There we go! I don't think I've ever seen a happier kid in my life. He jumped out of the car, bear hugged my neck, and wouldn't let go. Good job, buddy.
the dog had cracked the case.
Bless, he found him. Man, I don't know where the dog came from, but it was a blessing from God that day.
And here's the thing about that dog. Officer Thompson says he'd been patrolling that neighborhood for 2 years and had never seen the dog before that moment. And he hasn't seen the dog since that day. And to this very day, the department still does not know who the dog belongs to.
It was Gibson. Gibson was a hero to all of us.
He didn't look like Gibson.
He didn't
look like Gibson.
Yeah.
But man, salute to that dog.
That's
man.
awesome.
That's great.
Why is this not on every newscast? You know, maybe it is.
They should kick off the news with that type of story.
You're darn right. That's awesome.
I'm not gonna lie.
Kind of freaky though.
Yeah, that is kind of freaky. I know there's people that are going to go to like the supernatural there, and feel free to. I kind of hated that portion of it for a very particular reason, because I thought, damn, maybe that was just a neighborhood dog that was hanging out, and I thought it would be a great reason to poke at you for that dog that hangs around your neighborhood. Be like, well, maybe he's saving people's lives, Figgy.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's not how that works.
That white dog is a hero.
Yeah, old Bob. I saw him the other day.
You did?
Yeah, I was actually leaving to go to work, and you could kind of see the other street behind my house.
Yeah,
and I'm like, is that Bob?
Hey, Bob, I haven't seen you in a while.
He was on somebody's front porch.
There was a kid in there. He just wanted to save the kid.
I think he was snooping around. He had a friend with him too.
That's terrific.
Bob's on the neighborhood watch is what I've learned in your neighborhood.
It
If you're not familiar, in Figgy's neighborhood, there's just a stray dog that is just hanging around all the damn time that we have now decided to call Bob.
Yeah, and he has a badge.
Yeah.
I don't think he does. I don't
know what man got, but he just be hanging around, just all up in the way. Goodness
I
gracious.
love that story. It's a great story.
Yeah, nah,
Yeah.
it is. So salute to the dog. Salute to the Dynamo for giving us these jerseys. Their season start, I want to say this weekend, or I think they kick it off this weekend. So make sure you go to
next weekend against the Dynamo, or against the Chicago Fire. That'll be.
I thought they was playing on Valentine's Day.
I think that might be
Saturday.
a warm-up match. There's Saturday, the 21st is their first is the
official
first MLS match
Yeah.
versus
But they got
Chicago.
something going on.
I think they got something going on Saturday.
Yeah. So make sure you get out there, get one of these jerseys.
They're sweet.
They nice, man.
Yeah.
And I ain't just saying that. They real nice.
I'm not just saying that this time.
No, for real. No, they actually fire.
They are.
Like when they brought them up here, this is the first time I saw them.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, he's kind of fire. I like it.
Yeah, they're called the Mission Control jerseys. They're one of their alternate. They're their alternate rather for the 2026 Dynamo season. There you go. That's Figgy's mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, make sure you hit them up. All right, we continue on here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We will do that on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This can't get out of his own way.
Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Been a fun White Boy Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Oh, man. You know what I realized?
What's that?
Radio Row, Dalton Schultz was there. We didn't get any insight into the White Boy Wednesday. I will now take this onto my personal hands to see if I can get any insight on White Boy Wednesday playlists for the Texans this past season. But yeah, it's been fun hanging out. I don't hate dogs, 832. People are like, oh, man, Reggie hates dogs. No, I don't hate dogs. I just didn't grow up with them, and I have not owned dogs in the ways that Figgy and Lopez have. And although apparently at the Winter Olympics in Milan, I had a moment where I was like, I don't think I hate dogs. However, this does remind me of one of my least favorite moments with dogs because a dog just started running free.
Are you looking at this, Figgy?
Is that the ski slope?
It's the downhill. It's not just any slope.
And he's just out here running. And that's not
Look
like
sliding across the snow.
Was that like a bulldog or a pug?
No, it looks like it was kind of a mutt, you know. But they had no chance of getting him.
He looked like a streaker.
Watch this one when he's going down the hill and he starts sliding.
Just give him the gold medal
That's
right
what
now.
I said, all the gold medals. He gets all the gold medals. This is my favorite. They got no shot.
Yeah, he's
no chance.
Yeah, security has, and the security ain't on skis either. So they would have never gone to him. My boy was moving.
You can't chase no dog like that, man.
No, but that reminds me of a time right out here in Sugar Land, funny enough, where I was out here. The dog is drunk. Thank you, Rob, for that one. Pulling from Kevin Harlan fame. But I remember there was a time that myself and like 4 or 5 of my friends were playing football in the street. And all of a sudden, dog, just a random dog running, looked exactly like that dog running down the course. We all split, running all sorts of different ways. Now, I don't know if that dog was rabid or if that dog was just free and having fun.
Yeah.
I was not hanging around to find out. And I'm actually quite proud of myself that I don't hate dogs, even though I have a moment like that was pure terror when I was a child.
That dog right there in Milan, I mean, not only should he get all the gold medals, that was the greatest day of his life. He was
having a good time.
He was
man.
having a good old
Is that
time.
just a stray dog in Italy that somehow found his way up the mountain?
Yeah.
That is also the thought. Or is there like an Italian Kirk Herbstreit that's got his dog out there making it everybody's problem for NBC or something? I don't know. But if you want an update on the Winter Olympics medal table, United States climbing up there a little bit, currently sitting, I believe, in third, or they might have been in third before, but they're third in the total medal count. Norway and Italy have 13, U.S. with 11. 4 gold medals now for the United States of America. Unfortunately, they didn't get the curling one. That was the silver that we saw yesterday, but salute to the U.S. continue to do good things in there, and also the U.S. women's national hockey team for beating the absolute mess out of Canada.
5-0. I'm not going to give any spoilers. I know you don't care, but there will be some medals decided today involving the Americans. That's the way I'll put it.
Okay, very excited to see that for the American side of things. And speaking of excited, does this get you excited? ESPN analyst Ben Solak, he's one of the numbers nerds, right? When doing the analysis of football, this was his thought on the Houston Texans. And let me tell you, I'm going to preface it. He's pretty excited.
That entire defense is going to be back. And they obviously they were quite healthy this year, and so you always worry about the health. But that defense was one of the 3 elite defenses, right? Denver, Seattle, and then Houston. And then offensively, that was an unbelievably young offense, right? You have a rookie running back in Woody Marks. You have rookie young receivers in Jaden Higgins and in Jalen Noel. You have no Tank Dell for the entirety of the season. You have a rookie starting left tackle there, the offensive line, and they were shuffling the offensive line over the course of the year to try to figure out the best group because they had multiple free agent ads, right? You have CJ Stroud, who's still a young quarterback. You had Nick Caley, who was a first-year OC. And over the course of the back half of the regular, they were figuring stuff out, and they were getting a little better. Running game was improving. Jaden Higgins was taking steps forward. They obviously got deleted by the Patriots in the snow. Bad game. Like, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. But in general, like, that offense was never going to be in its final form after one season. And I think that you're going to see some more investment on the offensive line this offseason. And I think you're going to see a much better, more polished and controlled CJ Stroud over the course of next year. That plus just this defense, right? Like, that defense is going to auto-print you 8 wins, 9 wins.
That is the epitome of 30,000-foot view, right? You know? Yeah.
I think so, but I think sometimes it's worth considering what the what the 30,000-foot view is worth. Sometimes you can be too myopic. You can be too close to it. And
sure.
Sometimes I wonder if we end up in that place at times because when he laid it out like that, I was like, yeah, I could easily see there's a lot of new things that are kind of nascent for this offense with the Texans, and we can really quibble about some of the ways that it's gone and some of the ways that we anticipated going. But at the very least, just development year over year should dictate that there's better things from this offense that ultimately won you 12 games and put you in an opportunity where you felt capable of winning.
When you it depends on what part you're talking about that he mentioned. Anything defensive related, yes.
Well, yeah, that's the given.
You're in.
Eight or 9 wins he prints off of the defense alone.
But then he said rookie running back. Yeah, that's good. Who's running back? Then he said first-year offensive coordinator. Yeah, that's good. How did that go? Then he said CJ Stroud's going to be more composed. How do you know that? Because there's no real evidence, in anything. Except 30,000-foot view, you like see. It's almost like your favorite college teams. Like, I think next year's the year. We're going to have some of these recruits. You don't know anything about them. You're going to have these freshmen. You're going to have a new this.
5 stars, man.
Yeah, we're getting
all these 5 stars in.
Yeah, but next year's the year. Trust me, that's coming from me. And so,
Why? Have you done that? Have you done that a lot?
A few times.
Possibly with the Texas A&M Aggies?
Yeah, a few times. So he's not necessarily like, oh, you're wrong. It's like, yeah, let's get a little closer than 30,000 feet.
I respect that because I'm with you, right? Obviously, we also are here on the ground, and the 30,000-foot view sounds easy and clean on the outside. The thing that I find interesting of this is that's a lot of deference to the Texans in the way that they do things.
Yeah.
And clearly undergirding that is a belief that the Texans will get those things done. And now we're close to it again, but the idea that a national analyst looks at them and goes, yeah, they're definitely going to invest in this offensive line, that Nick Caley will continue to grow. CJ Stroud, not even like a doubt in the way that he said that. Jaden Higgins will continue to progress. Woody Mark's capable.
Didn't he say Tank Dell too?
Tank Dell, right?
And again, 30,000-foot view, and I said it earlier today, like I'm feeling a certain way about it, but nobody knows. He might not be able to be a shell of the same player.
No, not at all, right? But I think that the point being that the belief and the confidence with which he says it, not even that those are there, but he's just says that pretty plainly with a level of confidence at every level of what this Texas team is, right? And I think that is not to be taken for granted because there's certain teams that you talk about and you go, yeah, these are the things that are possible ways they can get better, but you don't talk about them with that level of confidence. You go, yeah, but, right? Hello, Cleveland Browns, right? You go, but we'll see if they can make that happen. That's not the tone and tenor that he took. And clearly he was just trying to, make a very quick, take an analysis of a team in their offseason in the matter of like a minute, which is not an easy thing to do. But I was, I guess moved is probably strong, but I did find it interesting that Ben Solak came with the level of belief flatly, saying a lot of these things flatly in a Texas team that sometimes it feels like on the ground isn't always there,
I mean, valid points, but also almost, and this is going to sound like an insult, almost like generic.
Sure. I can feel that.
Hey, they're young. Hey, they got a young running back. Hey, they got a receiver coming back. Hey, he's going to get better, he being CJ Stroud. Always hoping. Always hoping.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Lease. We always appreciate the crosstalk that they give us. But here we are with Clint and Ron. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Not too bad. I'm jealous.
Of?
The OG.
What did I do?
Going to Costa Rica?
Oh, hell yeah.
I ain't never been. I've seen that. We did the boys trip last year, and that was one of the finalists. We ended up going to Aruba, but
too windy there.
Yeah, too windy is what I hear. It's such a dumb joke, but it makes laugh.
Hey, but it was. Telling you, I ain't gonna lie to you. There was one point we were sitting there and that thing just kind of took off. Hold on here.
I told you,
a second.
Dude. I would recommend Costa Rica above Cabo.
See, my friend who we went with, he's a deep sea diver. So that's why he really wanted to go to Costa Rica.
He would go nuts there.
Were you about to be diving with him?
Yeah.
Hell no. I mean, and he brought all that equipment up to our room. I said, "Damn, how much that cost?" I thought this smoking meat hobby I was into was costing a lot. No, he took off there, but he said Costa Rica was great there.
It's been 50 years in the making, and every year that I go to a destination like that, I think it's the year. I've caught just about everything you can think of in that water.
Say that marlin. Huh?
Never a marlin. Never
Oh,
Marlin.
you going strictly for fishing?
No, the wife is going, and my buddy Captain Dean from the podcast and his wife are going. So we're going to do a lot of stuff, but three of the
going
seven.
strictly for fishing?
I am. I booked 3 trips. I'm determined this year. And the reason is February, like I've gone in the spring, I've gone in the summer, and I told Reggie this off air earlier. I said, I feel bad about, leaving right after we get back from the Super Bowl, but February is outstanding for Marlin. So I did the calendar around it too, not just, hey, let's see what we can catch. It's outstanding because there's a new moon. It's a lot of fishing technical stuff, but it's a good time to go. So my confidence level is not high because I've been trying to catch a damn Marlin for damn near 50 years, but it's more confident.
Go right after the Super Bowl. Hell, if you're going to leave, it's time to leave.
Yeah.
I'm giving him hell just because I feel like that's what you're supposed to do. But no, this makes sense, especially for something that you put so highly on. I want to, land a Marlin. Yeah. And so we talked about it earlier in our question of the day. That was your white whale. Mm-hmm. And I guess speaking of such, is there anything like an accomplishment or a place to go visit that you're just like,
an obsession?
I am obsessed
really
with making
that.
This happen.
Is
there anything that comes to mind for you there?
While you're thinking, I should be just completely happy. I've caught sailfish and wahoo and every fish out there just about. That Marlin though, man.
And you should be happy. Hell, you got the ability to plan 3 trips because you showed you Jonesing so bad. Yeah, you should be happy. I don't know if I got one, boys.
Yeah.
Like a destination?
Or maybe visit every state or, enter a barbecue contest
I like
and win
what
it.
Sean was saying. He said his was like to interview Vince McMahon.
Mm-hmm.
Got me to thinking.
Yeah.
You want to get that Jim Nance again? I know. I see it. I see it in your eyes.
Brother from another.
It ain't gonna include interviewing nobody. I promise you that.
LeBron, man, let me get 15. Let me get 15 with the King.
Interviewing?
Let me get 15 minutes. I don't even I want podcasts. I want comfortable interviews.
Yeah. Just sit in the couch.
That would serve you the best.
I wouldn't even. I don't have anybody like that in my world. But you just need 15 minutes in a chill session. We don't need to record it
or something. Yeah, man. Let's just. Yeah,
talk to you about life.
I might need 30.
30, yeah.
30's
right.
You can't just get 4
he said white whales. Shoot,
I expect
that's a good one.
I don't think I've really, to be honest with you, I've never really thought much about it. I don't think I got anything.
We need to get you.
I tell you where I'm at. This is how I was raised. It has more to do with how I was raised and how my brother kind of was before he passed. And like my goal is to get to the end whenever that is, and not have my wife and my kids have never left Baytown, Texas.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know what I mean? If she wants to go, to 2 or 3 different places and it's on her bucket list, I want to provide and I want to make it happen.
No, but that's one. That's a white whale.
That sounds like a cop out or some guy, but that's the honest to God truth. Is I just don't. I mean, you give me that river a few times a year, man. Give me that's. I mean, outside of that, I don't know, some live music. Now I'd like to make a trip to Red Rocks.
Ooh, okay, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Have you thought about who you want to see at Red Rocks?
Well, I mean, every year it pops around. There's one, and this year, what I would like, I see Cross Canadian Ragweed is doing a show there, and they're coming here.
Yeah, but you want to see it there?
Yeah, I mean, just somebody like that. That was a huge part of my college, early. Responsible years.
Yeah.
Cross Canadian was one of my favorite, most attended. We had some great times at Cross Canadian.
As you talk through this, you start to realize there are some things.
Yeah, man. And they split up forever.
Yeah.
And they just recently got back together, which nobody thought was ever going to happen because it was a divorce, an ugly divorce, I believe. And so it's one of those kind of like all coming back together. Never thought you could have this shot. And at Red Rocks, I think I'd probably like.
There you go. You got.
I got it. When I was listening to you guys, I had a destination like. I really want to do like 2 weeks in Italy or something. Like that. I mean, I feel like I'm.
But not like Rome or what. I mean, visit it, but like really get out in the country.
I want to eat.
Yeah.
I want to get into wine country.
Yeah,
man. Every time I watch the second season of Master of None
or Stanley Tucci.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'd be on that, man.
Badass.
I want to go on that trip with him, man.
That wouldn't be bad, but I got one buddy that I've got to include on that trip because he is an itinerary building son of a gun.
Oh, you got to have that person.
I've been over in Europe and all the different countries playing, and you just kind of freelance walking around.
Yeah.
I ain't missed much. But if I had somebody that said, no, here, Monday night we're going right here to eat.
Yes.
Tuesday day we're going to do this little
That's
boat.
important.
We're going to do this little boat ride, yada, yada. And not just a random boat, neither. Don't have me just getting on a boat because there's some we're in Greece now. Let's get this thing playing. If I had that, I could probably get down with I could probably pay some good cheese to do
I think the more people think about this, there's more than you think that that'd be sweet. That'd be sweet.
979, go see it at Red Rock. Saw Turnpike there, and it was the best concert ever. So the people are letting you know, man, make that trip happen.
Reg, I'm an outdoor
concert, music,
amphitheater, music, and I mean typically lean country just because it's closer to like acoustic than other genres typically are. But really, I saw Amos Lee in a small venue over in New Orleans one time. That was, so it doesn't have to be country, but something that's a little bit more chill.
Yeah.
Live music, out venue, especially a place like that. That is, I don't know if it gets much better for me, man.
Yeah.
Well, I got one of mine last year when we went to Super Bowl. I got to Congo Square, the birthplace of jazz. So that one did it for me. So I appreciate getting to be able to do that last year.
That'd been a hell of a deal to get invited to.
Yeah, I should have done that.
Bring it to my attention. Now when you first said it, I'd have been like, no, I ain't got the square in me. But you go to the birthplace of jazz. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and take that conviction and walk on out of this building today. All right. Lopez, have a good trip.
Thank you.
Figgy, have a good trip. Love you guys so much. Love you guys for listening to it.
He's going to Cleveland.
He's going to Cleveland. Yeah. He's going on home as well.
He ain't going to Costa Rica. He's going to Cleveland.
Similar type place, I've heard.
That's right.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Appreciation again to DNM Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live, and we're live on this Wednesday, and we appreciate you jumping in with us. Those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you joining us.
Thinking about changing my pyre.
Telling you, should. Yep. I'm a new member.
I like the up-and-coming young company that's just trying to prove something. They got to answer the phone, man. They got to fix problems. They automated answering service. Nah, we got to we're the real deal. Thinking about Base, man.
You should. I'm telling you, you should. I'll tell you more about it a little bit later on. Right. But yeah, you should definitely jump straight out of Austin, where they
Texas-based company.
Texas-based company.
No pun intended.
Yep, it's beautiful. Yeah, they got it, man. I'm telling you, them lights go off. You stay on.
Ooh. That's simple, but
you don't
powerful.
have to drive to Manville to 4 gas stations and wait in line to get gas. Refill that. I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm glad it happened for us. By the way, damn it, Tyler, we lost Mox.
No.
We lost Dawson.
He died?
Damn, man.
James Vanderbeek died. Damn. Jonathan Moxon from Varsity Blues.
The quarterback?
Yes.
How old was he?
48.
Can't be that old.
I feel like he's my age. What happened?
Cancer, man. Damn cancer, man.
Boy, that damn C, boy. It ain't if it's win, boys. It's going to get us all.
Man, I can't. That's just Courtney did text me all caps. We lost James Vanderbeek. Damn, we lost Dawson.
Dang, man, that's a part of my childhood, man.
It's a great movie.
Really?
Fun fact, I have 2 cousins in Varsity Blues. They were extras in the crowd football games.
Of course they were.
They filmed all the games at their high school stadium up in Taylor, Texas.
Taylor, Texas. The
I
Ducks. I didn't know that's where they
Yeah. Right outside Austin.
Played an all-star game with a quarterback from Taylor, Texas.
Somebody is from Taylor, Texas. A famous person, I believe.
And now I'm thinking of what's her butt in that whipped cream bikini, who now you find on Landman.
Woo!
Yeah, how classic would it be if they find a way to work the old whipped cream bikini into that show?
You're on to something there.
Well, I mean, it ain't like
well, she's got it, but she knows she
wouldn't
can't.
surprise him.
She's got to say no. It can't be her. It's got to be the daughter, right? She can't do it.
Both of them.
She can't, but she's got to leave it there.
That's a good call.
She can't do it.
They've got to work it in.
It'd be like a mama showing her daughter, like, this is how you do it.
But it's a tip of the cat.
Oh, no question.
Just
you're
a tip
right.
of the cat, but she can't do it.
You're right.
She can't do it. But,
I think you're right.
But her airhead daughter can.
If either one of them were going to wear that whipped cream bikini on campus at TCU, I feel like it'd be the mom over the daughter. But that is very.
No, you got a tip of the cat.
That's a good call, man.
Make it happen, Landman. That'd be a sweet treat right there.
Taylor's probably done everything he could to stay away from it.
No, that would be a strong move.
Damn, Dawson. Damn.
Yeah, that's sad. Is Billy Bob still with us? Or not Billy Bob?
Yes.
Oh, I'm talking about the big guy character.
Oh, you're talking about Angelique? Oh, the big guy. Ooh.
Was his character name Billy Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, I was hesitant.
Yeah, he's got to be. I think he's lost a lot of weight, though. Yeah.
That's good, then.
He's 45. Yeah.
Billy Bob, is he he lost a lot of weight?
Oh, he looks good. Look at old Ron Lester.
Man, that really is nuts.
He's no longer no lineman.
Yeah. Damn, man. I
Moved
can't
into the
believe
tight
that.
end realm.
James Vanderbeek. Dawson. Damn.
Cancer took a lead man from 3 doors down from us a few days ago, too.
I saw that as well. I'm not sure.
Cancer.
The 3 doors down fella doesn't quite hit like Mox. For me.
I think I'm gonna go home. I think I'm gonna go and watch it tonight.
I might do the same.
Which one?
Varsity Blues.
Oh, Varsity Blues?
My DoorDash, put on Varsity
3 doors
Blues.
down in concert or something.
No, tip of the cap to him though. Tough situation, but I don't think I'm gonna go. But I got Varsity Blues in me. I definitely got that.
You know that's a beautiful thing about having married so young, and really not a sports fan. I don't know that she's seen it.
Huh?
You don't think she's seen Varsity Blues?
You want to bet on it right
You're
now?
right. That's what's that? 99.
Yeah, it was a while back. I remember I was pretty young when I saw it.
I seen that in the theaters.
Damn, we lost Paul Walker too, who was in that film.
Damn it. And we did lose Paul. Yeah, young ones too. But Angelina Jolie's dad is just still kicking.
Yeah.
Paul was in Varsity Blues?
Yeah, he was the quarterback who got hurt. Mox took his job.
Golly,
then he took his girl.
Both the
His
quarterbacks.
girl tried to take. Yeah.
Yeah, that was years and years before Fast and Furious.
Yeah, and we lost him. Yeah, that's a tough film right there. All right, a lot to get to. Astros getting started today, and some news before we get into some things. As Joe Espada, Dana Brown, and company spoke to the media, Josh Hader. We heard yesterday that he was throwing on flat ground. According to Joe Espada, he has experienced arm soreness. And Tyler and Clint, Joe did a real classic way about it. Just talking about how great his offseason was before he finally pulled our old to, yeah, guys, he's got some arm soreness before his 4th bullpen session of the winter. And so now there's some imaging that revealed some bicep inflammation on him.
It's not ideal.
He's scheduled to resume his throwing program, but the status for opening day is in flux. So that is the latest there with Josh Hader. A little bit more. Yainer Diaz doesn't seem to be as serious. Sprained his left foot playing winter ball in December. Hopefully he was really working on throwing runners out. Hope to God he has got to get to a space where guys don't just start running on him at second base.
Well,
running to third base with nobody with a left-handed batter. I saw that multiple times where someone led off and stole third with a left-handed batter in the box. Not even scared that he was going to throw them out. That has got to improve.
There was a few times he didn't even throw it in that situation. I'm going to tell you, we need to talk about this down the road maybe one day. Out of all the Astros in 2026, I think there's more pressure on that young fella you just mentioned than any of them.
Yainer. Yeah,
his ass better come on, man.
The injuries and other stuff that occurred, but his fall off.
Hey, I heard Dana talking about that young catcher coming up. I can't even remember his damn name. There's a catcher coming up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he ain't threatening right now because he needs to look. He ain't threatening right now. One, because he's young, but 2, because they got to upseat the old backup that Framber Valdez tried to take out last year. Right now, he's got to upseat that guy. But apparently, Dana Brown said, "Hey, great. I mean, he didn't even check up.
He just wants you to know.
Ron,
you want to know he's thinking about it.
Ron, great defensive catcher. Got to work on his hit a little bit. Great defense. I immediately said, Diaz. You got some bucks still in third base standing up. I mean, they ain't even getting their damn pant leg dirty. I mean, this is.
Hey man, you can't steal
big
third.
Year for him, man.
No, you can't steal third on me and have a lefty in the box.
Mm-hmm. And then you just talk
like y'all not even thinking. Y'all not even thinking about it. That's so damn disrespectful. That's as disrespectful as Chris Collinsworth saying on Drake May's interception. Hey Mike, I got nothing on that one. It's just disrespectful as hell. But his isn't as pressing. He's still participating in baseball activities, but his running progression Oh boy, that was you can't show me the
My
whip.
wife just
I'm
sent it
trying
to
to
me.
read. I'm trying to
Literally, she
read,
sent
Tyler.
it.
I'm trying to read what's going on, and then Clint just shows me the bikini, the whipped cream bikinis.
My wife just sent it to me.
You know,
Asked her
one
if
of
she'd
the
seen Varsity Blues, and she said, "Of course," and sent me that.
one of the you forget the cherries that were there. Sometimes the cherry that was such a great touch.
The garnish made it. Yeah.
Yeah, it really was.
I mean,
maybe.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe
a little too much. I mean, in 2026, there'd be a lot less whipped cream on that bottom half.
Yeah, there may not just have been any.
Well, there'd be a little strip.
Think so, a little bit. Just
Yeah,
a strip.
she made a whole bathing suit bottom worth. Today and age, we just had a little dot.
You knew I wasn't going to recover from that.
You know they did the Lotus right after that scene too.
I didn't recall.
And then
I'll take
reliever De Los Santos has been shut down with a right knee strain, Joe Espada said. And then my favorite part of Joe Espada today, Joe Espada, he says, last but not least, but Hunter Brown, Tyler, he's going to be the opening day starter. He said, I was really excited.
Holy hell!
He said, I was really excited to be able to tell Hunter that. Like, yeah? Who else?
That was a no-brainer for me.
That's like that time when Clay Aiken came out and said he was gay, and we were all like, what? you what? You're what?
I am shocked.
Hold on. Really? Oh, man. No, Hunter's going to be the opening day starter. Who the hell else was it going to be? Christian? Is that what he made it seem like? Yeah, man, we were kind of, boy, it was up in the air there.
It's like he waited for that dismount, didn't he?
It did. You know what he did, man? He's doing the Lance McCullers. He ran through all of those injuries, and then he got through. I was really excited to be able to tell him, Hunter Brown, he's going to be the opening day starter. What do you think Hunter said? Yeah? And? Who was it going to be?
Who else you think it was?
J.P. France.
I mean, if we're going for eyeballs and maybe the marketing across the pond, I guess you could go with MIE.
Well, come on. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah,
huh?
Yeah, sure.
Why not, man?
Yeah.
It sucks to suck.
Yeah, they did that. We've got another Chaz McCormick on our hands. That's they did. if Hunter had the season he had, and you ran past and let Framber go, and somebody else is getting the open today start. Hey, how close do you think he has to be to where he was last year on this team?
Who?
Hunter.
Better.
You think he has to be better? Hell, I mean, what?
Third and Cy Young. Yeah, I mean, it's all right. I mean, he's got to be in it. He's got to be in the Cy Young conversation.
Has to be, doesn't he? I said better, but he doesn't have. And I know Framber got on a lot of people's nerves, and it does feel like since Dusty left, he's been able to just do whatever the hell he wanted to do, and he didn't give a damn anymore. But he still was somebody behind Hunter that, that was. I mean, he had his ERA in the threes. He had a good run. Like you knew a lot of what you were going to get. You were going to get above average to all-star level pitching from him, and that's what you got most of the time out. You're right. Behind him, he's got to at least be in the vicinity, in the range of what he was last year, or they're going to need somebody else to really take a big step.
Ron, he's got to be, when they're out there talking about 8 or 10 pitchers in Major League Baseball that are in the early Cy Young hunt and kind of down the stretch, they're people, pitchers to watch, and he's got to be in that conversation.
Got to be for this team.
That's just. I mean, he's got to be in that conversation, Ron. It just to.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, right now I saw a ranking that they got him slated as the 8th best starter in all of baseball.
I saw that MLB Network did their top 10, and they had him at 8th. They had him at the 8th best starter. Yeah. No, he has to be one of the best pitchers in the American League.
Got to be.
For this team, because right now, like Tyler, Clint, we can go through what we think the rotation is or guys that will pitch. Like I wonder how many people you're like, I'm fully confident in what he's going to bring to the table. Like there's some you got some like you could feel good about. Like I feel good about Christian Javier being now a year removed from the injury, and maybe he gets back to where he was, but I don't know yet. I mean, I'm not 100% sure that he's going to be that, right? Like, and So, hell, again, as I said, man, I'm still seeing Lance McCullers' name in this rotation from time to time.
Deep. Dana said they deep, baby.
Deep, baby. So, yeah, man. But he will be the opening day starter. Nobody is surprised by that.
Hey, just in case y'all were wondering, boys.
Yeah, just in case.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Here we go,
Big
guys.
game Hunter, he's going to start over.
Here we go, guys. Drum roll. Can you give me a drum roll over there? Hunter Brown's going to be the starter. And Hunter runs out. Yes! I told you, Christian. Got him. All right, coming up, the Rockets. They got a win last night, and it didn't help Tyler money-wise at all. You could see where the way that game was going in the fourth quarter. I know this is a low total, but they're not reaching it. I don't know if anybody's going to get 100 tonight. But they still got a dub, and KD was pretty good. But I got a question to you all about KD and potentially what is needed from him. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, you like guaranteed success? How about with that hair loss issue that you're dealing with, right? Quit throwing the hat.
24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I stand corrected. We did lose Billy Bob, or Reggie Ray, if you remember him from Not Another Teen movie, 2016. Damn. Sorry about that.
This movie set's just getting worse by the minute, as far as that's concerned.
They're gonna have a lot of wings when they go back and show the cast of that. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
He had gotten that gastric bypass.
Billy Bob did?
Yeah.
So we lost him, man.
We did.
Yeah, we've lost more than we still got off that damn team, don't we? Where's Tweeter? Hell, Tweeter was the one I thought would die
we
first.
got Tweeter, baby. Wendell is still with us, I believe.
You do the countdown there. You got to believe Tweeter's got to be one of the first ones to die.
Well, Scott can, man.
I bet he lived to 100.
He became a cop in shows. I mean, he's really spun this around.
Is that Tweeter?
Yeah. Ain't his dad? Isn't James Can his dad or Con?
Is he? If he is, that's amazing, and I didn't know it. We lost him recently.
We did lose him. I believe that's his father. Yeah, that's his dad.
The
Yeah.
old coach is dead, right?
Huh?
I did not know that was his dad.
Not
That's
Angelina
wild.
Jolie's dad. No, John Voight.
Yeah, he ain't dead yet?
No, John Voight's still kicking.
Damn, I thought he had one foot in the grave.
87.
Damn.
And I was just watching The Godfather last night.
Yeah, that's Tweeter's dad.
I had no idea. That's wild.
Just knew that. Yeah. Damn.
Tweeter.
Yep. R.I.P.
So
to
both quarterbacks, the offensive linemen. Tweeter.
The running back, Wendell's still there.
That's
the running
right.
Back, yeah.
He's still alive? We still got him?
Yeah, they had to have a black guy in the film.
There you go.
He was in it.
Those two in the bikini, right? And what is it? Was that one band camp?
Smart is still alive, who was actually Mox's girlfriend.
Okay. What about band camp? Wasn't that the show?
American
Pie. That was American Pie band camp. Never mind.
Damn, you done mixed them up, ain't you?
Well, that pie, that
was a great run. That was a great run of movies in that time frame.
You made the pie connection. I see.
Yeah, I connected the pies. It got me. Them pies.
You didn't got Stifler and
That's right. That's right. Stifler.
That was lacrosse.
He didn't ran those two together.
Is Stifler alive? He's another one I figured
yes,
he did. How about
we still got Sean William Scott.
How about his mama?
Still with us.
Sean William Scott just did an interview on Radio Row, I believe.
Stifler's mom is still with us. Stifler's mom is Jennifer Coolidge. She's won the Emmy for Best Supporting Actor the last couple of years in White
Lotus.
So there's still a few alive.
Here she does
That's
the
a
Lotus
different
position.
Now, if we move over to that movie, I think almost all of them are alive.
Okay.
Jim's alive. I've seen him recently. Yeah, I think we've. Yeah. What's my man name from Rookie of the Year? He's still alive. Yeah. They're all with us. All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you on the base power text line, thank you for joining us in on a text line. On the text line, also YouTube and Twitch. Our guy Brandon Scott, he'll join us a little bit later on, and I'm really interested in his thoughts on this. The Rockets, they've been just all right, really, since the first of the year. To be honest, they got out to that hot start. Now, still within that, they are still, with yesterday's win, the 3 seed in the West right now, although that is really, really close, right? Like the Suns are like the 5th or 6th seed, and they're like 2 games back, or 6th or 7th seed, like 2 games back. So it's really. But we look at this team, right, and they obviously, on the floor, they've lost Fred, and they've lost Dylan Brooks from last year's team, and now they've lost Steven Adams on the floor from last year's team. And you start to look at it, Clint. This is a young group of guys, and clearly Kevin Durant's the veteran here. And I'm wondering from you all, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think the Rockets need Kevin Durant to not only be the scorer that he is, but to be kind of the tone setter and the lead dog in this? Do you think that that is something that they need? Because I feel like they had tone setters. I heard Sean say this earlier, and I agree with him, that Dylan Brooks was almost like the Aziz Al-Shire of the Rockets last year, Fred VanVleet. Like those guys were tone setters to where, Green and some of those guys didn't do that. They don't have them on the floor. Does KD need to be that?
Absolutely, 100% without a doubt.
I don't know if it comes natural to him, but it feels like on this team, like he has to be that dude right there, because I don't think you can lean on the other guys to do it.
Well, look, here's the deal. Somebody has to do it. I think the old saying that the best teams are when your top leaders are your best players. Like obviously, leadership can come in different shapes and sizes, but the best teams are when your best players are your best leaders. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form. I know a lot of people do it and have done it over Kevin's career. I'm not in any way, shape, or form doubting Kevin's ability to lead, but I'm talking about, I believe the same thing you're talking about. The Fred VanVleet, it just feels different when he's on the floor. The Dylan Brooks, it just feels different when you're on a court with him. You better match his intensity at all times.
They set the tone of where everybody's got to.
Yes. You can't just be a great with this team, and this is where I'm at with KD. KD's got to be the thermostat in the room. KD's got to be the guy that, because there's and not because you're KD, you're the best player, but because right now on the floor, there's nobody capable of doing that. There's nobody capable of doing that. And do you have guys
nobody that you're like Tari Eason that he can't be there. He's got to concentrate on doing just his job. And I don't think I think it is him.
Yeah, so I mean, your question, do the Rockets need him? Absolutely. I think there's a desperate need for him to be that guy. Now, however he does it within his own personality, and it's got to be beyond just leadership, and it's got to be beyond just, hey, man, I'm one of the best players in the world right now. There's got to be initiative. There's got to be some meet me at the top with your intensity on a consistent basis.
I enjoyed him the other night. He met at the – I mean, there's not numbers on the basketball court, but he sure as hell met Şengün at the baseline when he just let somebody just waltz all the way to the lane.
Yeah.
And you could see him yelling at it, which I liked it, and I thought, well, is that natural for him? Because you don't see KD do that a lot, right? Like when he's been on his best teams, like I think Russ is a tone setter.
In your face, yeah.
I think Russ is he could be the temperature and he can go off. When Golden State, like it ain't Steph. We know who that one is. And Draymond is the tone setter for them, right? Maybe in Brooklyn there was some issues there, right? With him, Kyrie, and James not really having a lot of that. Last year with the Suns, they didn't really have, I don't think they have that guy. Can he be that? Text line coming with something interesting. Can the coach be it? Can Udoka be the tone setter? It's because that is in him. Can the head coach be the tone setter when you don't have a Brooks and you don't have a Fred out there? Or can an injured Fred be that?
Well, no, it's hard. Here's the deal with the coach is I think the coach last year could come in and demand everybody in that locker room better meet Dylan Brooks at the top. If your elevator's not at the top when it comes to hustle, when it comes to physicality, when it comes to just straight out the intensity and the sense of urgency, I don't know that you as a coach you can do that when KD's in the building, because now you're talking to everybody, but you sure ain't telling KD, hey man, meet it at Şengün's level. Hey man, meet it Amen Thompson's intensity level. Like you're not, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like there's a it's got to come from KD, in my opinion. I just don't. I think with young guys, the way we saw this team constructed last year, I think it can absolutely come from the bench. And guess what? If you don't buy in, your ass will be over here next to me.
Because Jalen Green or Şengün were the top.
Yeah, but you could tell them all, hey man, you better bring it every night, or you
unless you got Draymond or you got Russ, who are Hall of Fame level players playing alongside of.
Yep. And so it is. It's interesting that you don't, that KD is that guy that's got to. I mean, I don't know if it's a change or maybe it's just a responsibility or maybe it doesn't happen, but yeah, I would say that the Rockets desperately need that from KD.
The coach thing, I hear you from that, but I don't know how much that can run on the floor like that when you don't have somebody doing it. All right, coming up as we continue here, we saw kind of a change in things in the NFL this year with quarterbacks. Who can be the next one we saw reach the pinnacle like Sam Darnold. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You're feeling it, aren't you, Tyler?
Creed gets me going, baby.
You know what I would do? I would go to a Creed concert with you. I just want to see Tyler get after it.
I'll take a video.
I want to have. What are we drinking? PBR? I don't know. What are we drinking at the Creed concert?
PBR.
Hey, I had to go with shout out to my man Chad Hanna, Chester County, Tennessee. He said, I said, what are we doing tonight? And I love Chad, boy. Chad was from Chester County, Tennessee. And first time we hung out, he said, yeah, man. He said, I listen to rock, so I'm not going to turn my radio over to hip-hop. And I respected the hell out of Chad. The two of us rolling around, this white boy with this curly-ass hair. I mean, I'm talking Corey, that's my man.
Matthews.
Yeah, Corey Matthews, strong. I said, what are we doing tonight? This is the guy that we would line up those 10 shots with.
Mm-hmm.
He said, going to live band, Led Zeppelin. I said, oh,
hell yeah.
I said, okay. I said, all right. Got it. Hey, we got it in. I said, all right. He said, we're only drinking PBR tonight. I said, what are you talking about? He said, that's it. That's all we're drinking. They're drinking PBR tonight.
PBR and Zeppelin, huh?
I said, okay.
I think I'm past that seasonal life. I'm not sure I could do PBR all night.
Have you reached that? See, so that's your Denny's. Like I told you, if you listen to this show for some time, I have moved past. You can call me bougie all you want to. I've moved past Denny's and IHOP. I will not go to those spots.
The showman.
First
Waffle House.
That's a different story. But first watch.
All three.
Like
American
Waffle House
staples.
is in his own space, guys. But like First Watch that's the low end of it. All right. I'm a brunch. I love brunch. I love a good brunch and breakfast. So I'm not. That's great. I had gone to IHOP like 7 years ago the first time, and I'm like, is there a 17-year-old back there cooking this? Are you serious?
Is that bad?
Oh, I mean, but I think it's always been that bad. I just think I just had nothing. But like, yeah, PBR. Yeah, I can't. Like Natty Light, boy, I used to bang that out.
Sure, me too. I do not bang out beers like that. Any beer. It's not a
can't
PBR
do that,
thing.
And
really.
I've graduated from Wales. I was just telling a friend of mine the other day, like, yeah, man, I can't do it.
Did this just recently happen?
No, it just recently happened. I don't.
I mean, you tell the story like it just happened last night or something.
I'm just saying I was recently
how'd
talking
you get
to
there? You just admitted
we were talking. We were just talking about stuff, and I was just like, nah, man, I can't hit the happy hours with just. Man, they're just gonna throw in whatever you got back. There was a time Kentucky Tavern was my whiskey of choice. About 450 for fifth. Let's go.
Some Taka vodka.
Hey man, like I tell you, hey man, we ain't going here drinking PBR, man. We got to we got the lowest Coors. That's as low as we're going. I'm just saying that's the lowest level that we're going. Now maybe I might go craft, may go up. Maybe I might
nice
might
Mexican beer.
I feel like you could have used something else there.
No, I'm not saying Coors is low. I'm just saying that is the baseline.
You're high maintenance.
Yeah, I mean,
if anything, it's a compliment to Coors. He's saying that's
like,
a bottom shelf for him, but that's a top shelf drink.
Like you can take your Keystone Lights and kiss my ass. Like I don't have to do like I did when we went to Panama and we bought that that case of Milwaukee's Best, $6.50 in Panama, and just destroyed ourselves.
I remember at A&M we were pounding Bud Ice for a while.
Oh God. My dad, rest in
Keystone
peace.
Light was a good beer.
He still bangs that out. You like Keystone Light?
I mean, when you're talking those cheapies, yeah.
I mean, it's all right. That's what
I was pleasantly surprised with Keystone Light. I was headed to the river and
I think
wasn't
Bud
alone,
Ice
but-
is a malt liquor technically though.
Bud Ice, man, you better get you some damn Mickeys, man. We in a tough spot, man. That Bud Ice is. I'm like, Dad, you're choosing to get that? Like, that's what you want.
I think everybody at our age, everybody's dad had at least one go round with some kind of Bud Ice.
Some sort of an ice.
Mhm.
We did it at A&M because the damn sales Walmart next to the apartment would have.
Yeah,
It'd be like a 30 rack of Bud Ice for like $12.
Hey, them Bud Ice went hard there for a while. Didn't have a lightning bolt on the side of it or something like
Yes.
that packaging
Those
was
Bud
strong
Ices
now.
never went hard for me. That was
Every day, boy, Park Street front yard, that green church
Never,
pew dad sat in, boy.
Bud Ice went too hard.
Man. That had a cut.
Yeah, man. Even back then, I feel like you had to choke the first one down almost. Like it didn't taste good.
Yeah, I got to down it, man. I need it in the cup. Like, God, dog, man.
After a couple
Well, Big Iron put him in the ice chest, and I was just like, Dad, why are you drinking Bud Ice? He said, because I can put a 6-pack in that ice chest right there, and ain't nobody else touch it. I know all 6 of them are gonna be mine.
That is
Boy,
facts.
I mean, you're a selfish son of a buck if you're buying a crappy beer just because you know everybody else will drink.
Taste. Somebody else gonna
I mean, he's dead ass serious too.
Yeah.
You could ask him right now, hey man, why was you drinking that Bud Ice back in the day? Because I could drink every beer I bought. I didn't have to worry about people stealing it. Your brother would steal it.
I could.
All
Hey,
his
man.
friends would steal it.
When I would drink that Bud Ice, it was like I was 7. And Teresa was giving me cold medicine, and I got to try. You know how you get right here, and you got to try, and you got to try. You got it in your mouth, but you got to get past the stage or swallow it, and you just can't.
Holding your nose.
That's good.
Yeah, that's what that damn Bud Ice tastes like. That Bud Ice, boy, I can't get with it. All right, I think the Sam Darnold thing is about to become a real popular thing because we've started to see it, right? Daniel Jones was really Sam Darnold damn near before he tore his Achilles. There are a couple of candidates this year that I think some teams are going to try to look and do what Seattle did, right? They may not have their quarterback yet, but have a pretty good team and might go out and get guys. The 2 guys that we're seeing a lot is Malik Willis and Mac Jones. I saw a listing of top free agents coming into this year, and Malik Willis, every listing I've seen is in the top 10. And a lot of people think he may go to the Dolphins. That's where the connection is. Obviously, his coach, the coach of the Dolphins, was a coach and defensive coordinator of the Packers where he was. But you look at Malik Willis and you look at Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones really stepped in, Mac Jones really stepped in. He went 6-2 with the Niners and played pretty well as he has tried to get back, and I think he'll have another chance to be a starter. And then Malik Willis came in and had to play over the last couple of years and did well while Love has been injured or been out. Either one of those guys you think could be a Sam Darnold-like?
Oh, I think either. I mean, I think both of them are great choices. I mean, you look. I mean, hell, Sam Darnold, like you can argue the same trajectory. I mean, getting in this offense. One of a successful play caller in this offense, Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan, obviously,
yep.
and kind of getting in your career, if you will, while you're learning the offense, and then all of a sudden, boom, you branch off with a young coordinator, maybe a guy that's in Vegas, or maybe to your point, a guy that's in Miami, or the different spots where these new coordinators are. I could see either one of these guys. I think Daniel Jones, who you mentioned, I think if Daniel Jones comes back healthy, he's with a good franchise, I think you could see him doing something something similar. They were hotter than a firecracker early this year until they weren't, kind of deal. And so, I think Malik Willis and Mac Jones would definitely fit the Sam Darnold mold. Absolutely.
It's crazy where we've gotten with Malik Willis that Malik is going to be a starter next year. That's the thought that everyone has, and to think of where we got with him from Tennessee in the draft and where he is now.
Well, when you're that gifted and all of a sudden, you go through the adversities of a place like Tennessee, and then all of a sudden you get in an organization where everything's stable around you, and all you got to do is worry about playing quarterback. And then the play caller in the moment is a weapon, not a guy that's hard to understand or an offense that you really don't fit, or you get a guy now all of a sudden just the sheer talent shows. And so, yeah, I mean, it doesn't much. What'd he go? 4 games this year? 4 games?
Yeah, 3 or 4 games. Came in, at least started though.
Yep.
And then came in and
a couple of them played really, really well, and here you are. You're one of the top guys on the market that's available, and you're gonna get a real shot that you thought you were getting 4 or 5 years ago when you got drafted, but you're gonna get that real shot as a more mature quarterback in a system that you know and you feel good about. Yeah, man. Malik Willis, Mac Jones. I think, like I said, Daniel Jones.
Would you throw Kyler in this?
Well, that was what I was going to ask you about Kyler Murray.
I just don't know. I don't know if he's going to get moved from Arizona. I would have thought that is the case, but now, they've got new coaches in there, and you'll see if maybe if LaFleur will want to keep him.
Yeah, I mean, man, it is. I would like to think that Kyler Murray, because he's won everywhere he's been, he's had success. I would like to think that there's somebody out there, Ron, that could get that skill set that he has, because it's special. I mean, it's different. It's not just.
Yeah, he may be the most talented out of the bunch.
Well, it's when you look at like his stylistically, he's super athletic, but it's led with twitch, not necessarily speed, right? And then when you look at, does he have the knack? And I know this is crazy because he's been injured a few times. I'm talking about the knack to avoid just the jaw-jarring hit. You know what I mean? Like he has that knack. And I would just like to see that guy, get a shot. Now the key is how much truth was to the I don't want to watch film, I'm going to play video games and that. How much truth was in that report, or was that just somebody trying to excuse why he's no longer the guy there anymore? Trying to run him off. I don't know, but I would probably say those other guys are going to get the opportunity.
Yeah, those other guys are. I know those other guys are going to. We'll see what happens in Arizona, and maybe he can, with Mike LaFleur can rekindle some things. But we'll see what happens. I don't know if he doesn't start at Arizona, I could see other teams being like, well, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm ready to have him as the guy immediately. All right, coming up, the Texans I think need to take some big swings. And I think there are some spots where they need to take some big swings because it's what the hell they want to do. We'll discuss that coming up next.
It's really about the 69.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
His spotter can't get out. He can't get out of his own way. Every conversation, got to be able to get these guys the rest they need, keep these guys healthy. Man, go play baseball, man. How about we start treating everybody like a baseball player? How about we quit the kid glove stuff? How about we get ready in spring training and we go play baseball? Quit the load management crap. It didn't work last year for anybody.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in hour number 2 right here live on The Drive. as we are all in the building on a beautiful Wednesday. Shout out to you if you're joining us on YouTube or Twitch. Hello. Shout out to you if you are with us on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. You can jump in and be a part of the show as you are able to every day. A lot to get to. Stock up, stock down Astros. Spring training edition coming up next segment. Also, a little later on, we have flipped officially. It is now Rockets report time. Brandon Scott, he'll join us at 4:40. Rockets report coming up here at the bottom of the hour, so hang out with us on this beautiful Wednesday. All right, Clint, I wonder how you and the people feel about this. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, jump in. I'm trying to get past this stage, and I think I'm getting there. And I think Clint maybe suggested this. Now, I will not promise you that I won't jump back into the rear view a few times, but I know Clint has suggested this. Like, look, they brought back Nick Caley. Look like Gerard Johnson's going to be back, right? They're not changing the offense, right? They're going to try to build upon what they did. All right. Yes, I think maybe there should have been more thought about maybe the direction they're going from that standpoint, but they're not going there. They want this offense to be what it is, and they just want it to be improved from what it was last year. I think for the most part, they were probably happy with kind of how things went about, how the team was playing, and there was complimentary football most of the time, despite how we felt about it. They just feel like, boy, we just can't turn the football over like we did. But if they're going to do that, Clint, then I think that they should swing for the fences at the spots that they want to be where they want to be. Like, I think, Clint, they want to be a team that can run the football, that can control the time of possession, a team that can minimize mistakes and be a powerful offensive team that's physical, that is led by running the football and not led by CJ Stroud. Right, I think that's what they want to do. And to me, Clint, well, why don't you go balls to the walls to try to achieve that? Right? Like, when you say if that's what you want to be, that doesn't mean, all right, let's play Titus Howard at a guard. Right? That should mean let's go get aggressive and go get the pieces that are needed. Right? The hell with Joe Mixon. If you want to run the football, go see what Breece Hall is about. I think they should swing for the fences at what they want to be. And also, I think when you swing for the fences is at positions, Clint, that aren't really like big money spots, like running back at interior lineman. Like, if you want to be that, then why not make a serious run at the best of the markets at those positions?
Well, I think if people are going to take you serious about making a serious run at a Super Bowl, I think this is the offseason that the Texans have to make very intentional, aggressive moves on the offensive side of the football. Look, I'm always a guy that would be aggressive, whether it be in the draft or in the in free agency or via the trade, right? Like when a player comes available that is going to change the game for your group, it's a great fit, it's a position need, whatever it may be. For whatever reason, I know this guy is going to change the game for me. I'm always a let's swing for the fence type of guy because I don't know if that guy's going to come around when the timing is right. Right? It's like right now with the Houston Texans, the timing is right. Everybody's got you on the doorstep of an AFC championship or a Super Bowl. We have exhausted conversations about why you're not there. We get it. You're on the doorstep of an AFC championship or a Super Bowl. By every metric you could possibly bring up, you're there, right? Right now is the time for you to make aggressive, intentional moves offensively for guys that move the needle. Like the days of going into camp and saying we're going to do more with less, the days of going into camp and saying we're going to put our best 5 offensive linemen out there, the days of going into camp and, we'll see how these rookies develop, like those days have to be over on the offensive side of the ball. Like that can't be your headliner. And it seems like it has been with the exception of 2 years ago when it was Joe Mixon, it was Steph Diggs, it was bring some of those caliber guys in here.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of moves you got to make offensively. I love those moves when they made them. Your team is in a different position right now than when you made those moves. Those caliber moves, and forget the names, I'm just talking about those caliber moves, have to be made right now. Again, your team's in a different place. You're on the doorstep. Rotational guys, pieces of guys that are going to compete to be the best 5 offensive linemen, guys that have position flex and all this kind of crap, guys that are, they're really good guys. They're just a great fit with our team. Like, all of that stuff has to be out the window when you're talking about offensive pieces that you're adding to this Houston Texans team. I believe that they've got to be aggressive. And again, we're talking 1 or 2 guys. I'll take one, to be completely honest with you. If it's the right one, I'll take one. But we're talking 1 or 2 guys, and let's ride and see what we can do in 2027, 26.
Like someone just texted in Tyler Algier, the running back from the Falcons, 25 years old, good in the red zone. Listen, I think he's a good back. And I hear the thought. I'm just saying, Clint, if you know what you want to do, they want to be a physical football team. He wants to have a team that runs the football and controls the football and is led that way, and maybe the play action and open things up for CJ and then defend the way they defend. Listen, I don't love that with CJ, but if that's what you're going to do, I think clearly it can work. Seattle was pretty close to that. I think clearly that can work. I'm just saying, if that's what you want to be, why Tyler Algier? Like the Eagles knew that they wanted to be a team that ran the football, that was going to be their calling card. They said, well, let's go get Saquon Barkley and let's go pay his ass, right? If that's what you want to be, don't go get Andrews at center. Make a run at Lindenbaum. Make a run at Connor McGovern. Those guys are all free agents. Like, if you want to do that, just go for it. Right, and that's my thing. And that's how you want to play football. You can't do that and say we're going to go Wood Marks and not know what we're going to get from Mixon. Like, hell, go for it.
Yeah,
go for those pieces.
I agree wholeheartedly with you, Ron. And here's the deal: is you've got to go. Like, it appears, right? 2 years ago, I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Ron, but I think D'Amico basically said, "Look, we went after Barkley, but it just didn't work out." Right, and they that's the same year they landed on Mixon, right?
The same year they ended up with Mixon.
That's the. And I'm not saying it has to be running back. I'd like for it to be running back. I mean, but that it doesn't have to be running back. I'm just saying that's the level of we've got to be in on every top free agent on the offensive side of the football until we land the 1 or 2. That can change the game offensively for the Texans. If you want to talk running backs right now, like, there's no reason to not go hunting Breece Hall. There's no reason to not go hunting Kenneth Walker III.
Yeah.
Like, I'm talking about those caliber guys. Like, show that you're serious about taking that next step. And I don't think it would be like you're not throwing good money at bad. Like, this is the time right now. This is the time right now for you to take a big swing or two on offense and prove that you're dead serious about making a Super Bowl run. You're not. If this comes back to the same old with Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans on the offensive side of the football, if this is the same old, well, we tried, we just didn't get it done, or trying to sell how good certain guys are because we don't know that they're that good. Like, if it comes down to that, I think you failed miserably and you've missed another opportunity.
Yeah, hey, man, bargain at tight end, bargain at receiver. That's not what you – but if you want to be a team that controls the football, the Ravens a couple years ago, we want to run the football. What do? They went and got Derrick Henry, and they went in and they draft towards that. Like, go – I just think
they're all fixable.
Lean into – they are, D'Amico. Go lean into what you want to be.
Ron, I would argue the same thing with the draft.
Yeah,
I would argue the same thing.
Fair, especially with your most premium pick.
This team does not need another Higgins.
No.
Just to be completely fair, man, this team doesn't need another Jalen Nolan.
I'd rather you draft a hell of a pass rusher than to do that because that's what you
right.
That's what you are.
Right. I mean, this team doesn't need another Woody Marks. And look, no disrespect. Those guys are good. Those guys are good. You don't need. This team doesn't need more of that, right? This team, like, identify one or two players in the draft on the offensive side of the football that are sure. You did a great job. You did a great job there, Deontay Ursery. Like surefire. And I'm not saying they need to be offensive linemen. I'm saying they can be anywhere. I mean, guys that damn it, these guys have been in college for 4 or 5 years. These guys are studs. These guys are dogs. These guys are. I mean, I don't even care if they're mechanically and their favorite phrasing. I don't even care if they're mechanically and technically advanced or sound. They're going to fight and be a problem for anybody they're up against. Identify those guys on the offensive side of the football and trade everything you got to go get them. That is where you're at offensively with this football team. There's a Super Bowl. You are at the doorstep of that Super Bowl. You need difference makers on the offensive side of the football. If you're ever going to be uber aggressive, this is the time that everybody would wholeheartedly understand you opening the check.
Hey, they want to have a high octane offense. Well, I look at their pieces and it says that's what we're going to do.
Yep.
Right? We got Pickens, we got CeeDee Lamb, we got a good tight end. It makes sense. If you want to be a team that is physical offensively and run the football and control the ball and be a run-first team, like we're led by the run, we want to establish that. We want to be 4th and 1, and we want to run the football. We want to do that. That does not scream Nick Chubb.
Agreed.
4th-round running back.
And they say no.
Move our right tackle to guard. Andrews, who's 240. Laken Tomlinson. Like that doesn't scream. That doesn't scream that.
Yeah, I agree.
Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan. That doesn't scream that. And I just say swing. And again, the fortunate thing is, like, if you had to swing for wide receiver and corner and pass rusher, that's different than having to swing for running back and guard and center. Like, I'm not saying those guys don't make money, but they don't make money compared to those are the positions you want to go on. Mm-hmm. I mean, it would be, we're going to the top of the league. You said, I am swinging, and I'm swinging hard for Breece Hall, and if I don't get him, it doesn't then turn into Isaiah Pacheco.
Oh, no.
I swung hard, and we're moving to Kenneth Walker, or we're moving to the next one that can really be an impact. They should have somebody on the roster that, you know, if that dude don't get hurt, he plays 15 to 17 games, he without a shadow of a doubt is going to be a 1,000-yard rusher. Like they should have that guy because that's what they want to be.
The beauty, again, we talked about this yesterday. The beauty of the Houston Texans situation, to your point, there's so many positions they can do that with. Like, we're talking about running back because I think we both feel like that's where you can get your most bang right there in terms of.
Well, yeah, running back and interior line. Yeah. That's the area.
But the point is, Ron, you're in there. You're in the mix with Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall. You're in the mix with the center Lindenbaum
and Connor McGovern is out there.
You're in the mix with all these guys. You land two of them. My point is you're not in a position where it's like, man, we got the only place we can afford, or the only place we need is really running back. So we're down to there's 10 guys out there, and if you can land one or two of them, you're in a really, really, really good spot. And that spans every position other than quarterback.
I don't know if I want to get this aggressive, guys, on trade.
You got one?
Trade up for
text line?
Jeremiah Love. I don't know
if you fall in love with him, I ain't got a problem.
I don't. You know what you're right. I'll be honest. Like, that's what you. I don't want to give up a ton.
If you look at if
he starts to fall or something, and he's at
if Nick Caserio looks at that dude right there and says, "Hey, man, that is a bell cow." Yeah, that's one of the best running backs come out of college in 3, 4, 5 years,
and it's cheap.
Hey, man. I ain't got no problem with it. I would rather you go Breece Hall or Kenneth Walker or one of those guys that's got some got a little bit of a resume in the league. But if you look at that guy and go, nope, that is the dude right there. That guy right there will step in our huddle and has the ability. If he can walk in that locker room over there and immediately command respect and take over a room just by his presence and who he is, and he's that good of a running back, hell yeah. Move your ass up there and get. I don't know how high you got to go get, but that's you got to go. You have to go really high. But that absolutely, that's the kind of move I'm talking about.
Yeah, I just lean into what you want to be.
Mm-hmm. Come on, man,
and swing for it.
Come on, man, you're there.
Yeah,
you're right there, man. You're at the doorstep. I mean, literally.
You can't look me in my eye and tell me, man, we want to run the football, man. It all starts in run game. Who's your center? He's 240. Who's your guard? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make our tackle gain weight and move him over. Play the worst position he plays on the line.
Who's your sixth offensive lineman?
I mean, that's what you're bringing it. You're finding Blake Fisher. You're running
a guy that probably could have been cut.
You're running jumbo packages 56 times a game because this is what you want to do. But go swing for it, that's man. Right. Go do it. All right, it is Wednesday. Let's do a little stock ups down. A little Astros going into the spring training edition. We'll do that next.
All right, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept. And if you're out there and you're breathing, you're suffering from I hope you're breathing. Hell, if you're
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, this time our eyes are in Florida. It's an Astros springtime edition, springtime Stros edition of Stock Up, Stock Down. We're going to get this thing kicked off right away with you, Ron, the show, Hughley. As the Astros had pitchers and catchers report yesterday, spring training officially in action. Let's go stock down in your view, Ron.
Stock down coming into it, and that's just, but when you look at the difference in how he was viewed last year to where he is now, my stock down is Cam Smith. My man Cam Smith was the talk of not only the trade between the Astros and the Cubs to get in Cubs and Rays attached to that to get rid of Kyle Tucker, but he was the guy that everybody was talking about, forced his way because of his electric spring training into making the team, into getting on the field and starting, to now fast forward where we are this year. Dana Brown up about, I mean, I understand, man, you want to light a fire under people, but damn, Dana's out here saying, yeah, man, he ain't got a job.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
He said Cam Smith got to fight for a job.
You ain't lying.
Now, Cam up here talking about, yeah, man, that's how I want it. No, that's not how you want it. I mean, that's just how you accept it. You got to go about it that way. But yeah, man, this guy went from being a part of this team's lineup, and where I see a lot of projected lineups, and I don't see Cam Smith in many of them. Some of them he's in, but I don't see him in many of them. So to me, Cam Smith right now to start spring training, especially where he was last year, somebody who played on this team the entire way, and him fighting for not a job in the outfield as a starter, him fighting to stay on the roster. He might be in Sugarland coming up the way they're talking. So for me, stock down right now, Cam Smith.
Yeah, Cam, you don't want to get stuck in that old Chaz McCormick situation now. You damn sure don't want to get stuck in one of them where it don't matter what you do. I mean, hey, look, don't forget, Cam. You either lived up to or exceeded expectations last year, and in a year when the organization was stressing, we're going to see more pitches. They had an old free swinger coming up there taking plate appearances from you now. They had the freest swinger I may have ever seen that I didn't know his name. I mean, there's some frees. Altuve's a free swinger, but damn it, Altuve's the greatest of all time. Exactly. I mean, they brought that other fella up here and just let him swing his ass off in your place. Be careful now. Be careful what you ask for, Cam.
No, that's well said, gentlemen. And banana pudding ain't going to save him. Like it didn't check.
Hey, man, you better pick it up, man.
Got to.
You should nickname him White Pudding.
I mean, life came at you fast.
White Pudding.
Maybe you can find some cam juice or something. All right, over to you, Clint. Stock down for you with these Astros as spring training is getting started.
I'm going Yainer Diaz, man. Look, stock was already down. Let's be honest. I mean, Ron mentioned it earlier. Hell, we can't go one show without talking about how base runners just kind of trotted around the base pass last year against the Astros.
First thing I think of every time I hear his name.
It's unbelievable, right? So stock was already down based on what the expectations were. The runway was cleared for you once Machete was ran off, and they decided to move on to you. And boy, right now you look at it. I mean, what's my man Salazar? Is that his name? The backup now?
Yeah, because Victor Caratini went on.
I mean, they ain't even sure if Salazar is a backup. They're having to answer questions about is he suitable for a backup. Hey man, Diaz, it ain't never been more easy for you to keep a job. The runway's never been more clear for you to create some staying power. And what does he do? We ain't even got the position players in camp yet. We got pitchers and catchers have reported, and his ass is hurt already.
Yeah, he's working hard in the offseason.
We got a bad ankle.
Hope those new doctors are ready.
I'm just telling you, man, that Yainer Diaz
playing a little offseason baseball.
I said it earlier, Ron. We maybe this guy. I think this has got enough life for it to be a segment down the road. But Yainer Diaz, there might be more pressure on his ass to step up and play big time this year than anybody on the team.
A guy was a finisher. Top 3 finisher for Silver Slugger Award 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The best offensive catchers in the game, and
plummeting.
And yeah, they need him. Like, we could talk about the injuries. Had he swung the bat the way he had swung the bat the previous 2 years, you could argue that could have helped.
Absolutely.
The Astros getting to the playoffs. So he's been able to live a little bit of this down with other things around him, but. Yeah, his game wasn't anywhere near what it'd been the first 2 years he had played.
Right, real quick, I know we're like here's the deal. This year, man, there ain't no what's my man Caratini?
The Caratini.
I'd have swore he was Italian.
Yeah, we did. We all thought he was.
Yeah, man. But like the how painful it was for Yainer Diaz last year, particularly defensively. Was the blow was softened because you could always go to a clutch hitter and a guy that was better defensively in Caratini. I don't know if you've got that cushion this year with Salazar. I mean, it's going they're going to be bright on Yainer Diaz's ass if he ain't performing on both sides.
For sure. All right, we are doing a springtime Stros edition of Stock Up, Stock Down right here live on the drive. Got them negatives out of the way. Stock downs are done. Staying right there with you, Clint. Stock up for these Astros right now in spring training.
Tatsuya Maye.
Ooh, that was nice.
I don't know if you guys saw the interview. This has nothing to do with his play, by the way. I don't know if y'all saw the interview, but obviously the pitchers and catchers reported. So there's video and audio recordings of interviews. I don't know that there is what I would call a more intimidating place to be in sports than to be in a country where you have to have an interpreter, and to be in a locker room where like nobody really understands what you're saying. You need an interpreter just to communicate with the manager and the general manager.
Tall Asian guy.
The whole thing of with these Japanese players and these Asian players that come over, like the whole thing is just, I would think, would be pretty intimidating. And I think most of the time, especially early on when you see those guys getting interviewed, you can see a little bit of that in them. I don't know if y'all saw the interview, but my boy Maye, he got there. Hey, Chief, there's some juice there. My man got that head.
He's shown some personality early, man.
My man got that head kicked back like I got zero worries. What's the next question? What's up? I mean, there's a real vibe with him and the way he carries himself and the way he looks and talks and his mannerisms.
He's smart.
Hey, man.
He's really pushed the Houston thing since he arrived.
Endearing himself to the culture early in Houston.
It seems like there's a real edge there with this cat. There is zero intimidation. And I hope that I've never seen him pitch. I don't know. I hadn't watched the Japanese highlights. But I hope I get that same feeling when he's on the bump as I do when I'm listening to him interview.
Hell yeah. Did y'all see him at that Rockets game a little while back? And he stood up in the crowd, was throwing the Maches up and stuff?
Yeah, game winner. He did it. He did it at the Texans
something
game.
to him, bro.
Yes, I love it. All right, and back over to you, Ron. Stock up for you, Ron the Show Hughley, for these Astros as spring training is officially underway.
My stock up is Zach Cole, who apparently appears to have some sort of a job security that I didn't know. Like, I keep seeing that he is a potential starter in the outfield. He seems to have more job security than Cam Smith, who played all last year.
Damn.
And I look at Zach Cole, when you look at him, he looks like he's Christian Walker's kid, older kid that he's brought to the ballpark with him.
Hopefully he doesn't swing like him.
Undersized white guy that hustles really hard, y'all.
Instead of the guy that
looks really young, no facial hair.
But every time I see projected lineups from everybody, Zach Cole's in that puppy. And this is where their outfield is right now, to where you're looking at Jake Myers, Zach Cole, and then potentially either Sanchez or Cam Smith, right? That's what it feels like. But Zach Cole, a guy who had 47 at-bats last year? 47 at-bats last year.
Hey, that was 47 strong ones, man.
Okay, yeah, maybe 12 hits. But, yeah, 47 at-bats, hit 255. That it looks like he's going to be an opening day starter right now unless they make, some type of a move. Well, so his hey,
that's wild.
That is real stock up right there, baby.
I bet Bagwell saw something in them 47 at bats, and he went to Kramer, was like, "Hey, man, this kid's got it."
I don't mean to bring up any old stuff, but I didn't either. Sorry. Chaz McCormick had more than 47 at bats. He could be a starter.
If only that DoorDash would have got him our banana pudding we sent him.
Could you imagine?
Could have changed everything.
Once you put up Chaz's resume coming into some of them seasons compared to Zach Cole, who seems to be penciled into the lineup with his 47 at bats.
I'm telling you, Cam, you gonna mess around getting that turnstile, that right field turnstile.
Chaz hit about three postseason home runs and couldn't get in. Couldn't get in the lineup. So shout out to you, Zach Cole. All right, that's Stock Up, Stock Down. We do it every single Wednesday. A little news and update if you missed it on an important piece for the Astros. We'll tell you about that. And there may be what everybody thought in the draft coming up isn't 100% there. We'll let you hear the latest on that coming up next.
Hey, Houston, let's roll, baby. It is time to get that oil changed and get that car serviced. And the best place to do that is Jiffy Lube. There's 60 locations in and around Houston. That's how you dominate the quick oil change, fast oil change industry since 1979. You give folks 60 options around the city. If you don't know where the nearest Jiffy Lube is to you, go to jiffylube.com, and they'll point you in the right direction. Now, right now at Jiffy Lube, it's about that oil change, no doubt. If you mention my name, Clint Stoerner, Sports Radio 610, you'll get $26 off of a premium oil change as well as
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. If you missed it, one of the stories coming out of the first day of, we're hearing from a lot of the staff, Joe Espada and Dana Brown, is the Josh Hader issue. He's experienced arm soreness before his fourth bullpen session this winter. Manager Joe Espada said, and they had imaging done, it revealed bicep inflammation. No! And he is scheduled to resume throwing program today, but the status for opening day is in flux. He had already expressed that that he had been throwing on flat ground, but now we're learning a little bit more. And this feels like one of the first big ones, Clint. We know that this is the thing that has kind of mired this organization, especially last year, but the last couple of years, where the injury situation. This is a first big one. This is a big one to one of their big players, their closer, who they went out and spent big money on a couple of years ago. You nervous? Are you nervous the way that you normally have been with the Astros when injuries like this creep up, especially when you're talking about arms to some of your important pitchers? You still a little nervous, like it's the old guys.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I don't. I mean, if you're an Astros fan, I don't know how you don't have some PTSD. I don't even know if it's accurate to call it PTSD at this time. You're dead in the middle of it. It still happening.
It's not over.
It's not over.
Well, they say
it's continuing to happen. This is for Josh Hader to be. I mean, other than Hunter Brown, I mean, he's probably the best player on the team right now, right? Well, Jordan, obviously.
You mean pitcher.
Yeah. You know, I mean, obviously you got Jordan and a couple of guys offensively, but from a pitching perspective, I mean, Josh Hader is in the top 10 closers in the game, just like Hunter Brown is a top 10 starters in the game. So, yeah, I mean, to have him, even if he were just on schedule and not going to make it the time the season started is one thing, but when they report to camp, he's 10 or 11 days into a shutdown and probably not going to be ready for opening day. Yeah, that's ideal.
Yeah, and you say opening day in flux. In my mind, and they're going to have to, Tyler, earn this for me to come back. In my mind, when I see that report, he's not going to be ready by opening day. That's just where I am.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Now I know it is because of past history with this, and I know it's a whole new regime when it comes to the medical team, but and training staff. But I still, in my mind, I see that, all right, it means longer. It means longer than what they're talking about. So that's going to be one for us to really watch over this spring training to see how long it takes for him to get back. They're already bringing up opening day potentially as an issue, so that kind of lets you know that this isn't just a 2-week type of deal or just to ramp him up type of thing. This is something that they're really monitoring.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it yesterday when this thing first surfaced. The truth of the matter is I hate to say this because we always do, and it gets repetitive, and I don't even want to get started on that foot. But the fact that you've got Brian Abreu really puts the Astros in a spot where, I mean, you're not now your bullpen, which by the way Dana Brown believes is really strong. Your bullpen's got to be a little bit longer, a little bit deeper, obviously. But Brian Abreu, you could slide into that closer role, and you still have what I believe has real potential to be a dominant closer in the game, a top closer in the game. So it's not just devastating from jump, obviously. But you still the fear with this stuff with Josh Hader is it turns into something more than, hey, this is just a little inflammation in the bicep tendon.
Yeah. And obviously that's a big deal for him and what he does. All right, that is the latest there when it comes to one of their big guns injury report. Just a little inflammation in the bicep. All right. In the draft, I think it's become a foregone conclusion that the dream year of Fernando Mendoza will continue. Won the national championship, won the Heisman at Indiana, and his performance, many people said will be the first overall pick in this draft for the Raiders. But maybe this is just coach speak and talk, but New Raiders head coach in an interview with Clint Kubiak made some strange comments when he talked about Fernando Mendoza. Said, really talented guy with a bright future, and we'll see where he ends up. But we got a lot of work to do to get to know him and others before the time gets there. Like a lot of people just like he's going to the Raiders. Do you still feel that way, or do you think Clint Kubiak potentially is looking at this and maybe goes in a different direction?
Well, no, look, he just won a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. Which, by the way, I mean, he's been in a room with a guy that was a top 5 draft pick that bombed for 4 years and 5 years, and so he knows exactly how difficult it is. And on the flip side of that, he also believes he can go out and maybe it's Geno Smith, maybe it's somebody else, but he can go out and have success with a veteran quarterback. He's done it, right? So I don't think any of the cards are off the table for what the Raiders do. Now, obviously, if he and Brady and the Raiders brass, if they obviously believe he's a can't miss prospect, then you got to go get him. But I don't think any of the cards are off the table. If you're a new head coach, I think you look up at the way that Seattle. I don't know if you saw it, but the last 4 years draft picks for the Seattle Seahawks in the first and second round. I mean, there's 10 or 12 guys that are absolute difference makers. So
and they picked up extras because of the Russell Wilson
bingo.
trade.
That's where I was going with it. So it's not like he's sitting there watching guys going, man, we're winning with guys that are on a rookie contract, and it all stemmed from the ability to trade a quarterback. Now, I don't know what kind of draft capital Fernando Mendoza first number 1 overall pick is going to get.
I bet pretty hefty.
Well, I mean, the point is, right? It wouldn't be a shocker for them to say, no, we want to collect more first round draft picks, future picks, kind of deal as we rebuild this thing. It shouldn't shock anybody.
I know from my thinking, Clint, I'm not in love with him. Not just because I think he's a politician, but I'm like his game. When I watch him, I'm not in love with him. This doesn't feel can't miss to me when I watch him play, and you could see that's a team that needs a lot of help, right? I think they should probably explore trading Max Crosby, get more picks. And if you don't love Fernando Mendoza, and I think Clint Kubiak probably should have at least a leash to be able to make a decision on what he wants to do for a rebuild. If you're not in love with him, you can't. If you're not in love with him, I would advise not to draft him at 1 because now you're tied to him at 1. If you're not in love, trade down because I think somebody probably is. Trade down. You could see them getting more picks to add to their team because they got a lot of holes over there. I mean, they got 2 players right now on their team that anybody would like. Ooh, I'd like to have them on my team. Maybe 3, maybe Genty. I'm not sure, but if you don't love him, boy, I could see that. And like you said, man, it ain't like Clint Kubiak could sit there and say, boy, I've got to have an elite quarterback. He's been able to do some things, and he's sat in San Francisco and watched what type of quarterback they've had and just had it with Sam Darnold and won the whole damn thing. So,
yeah. If there's, here's the thing to me is, there's not a freakish athletic ability. There's not a freakish arm talent, but there is some level of processing.
I could see Brady loving him.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with it. So the ceiling, they may be really turned on with saying, hey man, for the next 4 years, maybe even 5 years, we're going to have a quarterback at a rookie on a rookie salary that can execute our system. Yes, he's not going to go win games, when we're bad. He's not going to put the whole team on his back. He's not going to overcome bad play calling. He's not going to overcome dysfunction, but he's going to know the offense like the back of his hand. He's going to get us the right play in and out of the plays. He's going to be able to process at a high level and communicate effectively. If they feel like he can do those things, then maybe even that cheap quarterback for the next 5 years is a plan versus drafting to be, this extremely high ceiling, the Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes type of player.
Yep. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, there's a couple things that irk me, y'all. There's a couple of things that irk me. Some things sports related, some things not. Here's one: Joe Espada's media sessions. I'm irked already by Joe. But 2 days into pitchers and catchers reporting, and
it's not ideal.
All my moms out there with these day schools, man, talking all the damn time. We got to talk about this. And I'll be honest with you, a little disappointed in Tyler. A little disappointed in Tyler. I'll explain every bit of that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Well, can't wait to hear why you're disappointed in Tyler, and Tyler can't either. But I tell you what, something I'm not disappointed in is that's the switch that we've made to go over to base power, and I think you should really look at it. And I know I'm not the only one. We've dealt with many weather storms. I know since I've been here, there have been 2 or 3.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Couple things that irk me, y'all. Couple things that irk me. Dirty's Daily is going to get personal today. Not with you or anybody necessarily personal, but just personally for me, what irks me. You know what I mean? Before we get there, though, I gotta be honest with you, man. Today's Dirty's Daily today on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon is powered by that old cook-off.
All right.
That old cook-off committee. Yeah, well, Bud Ice too. That old cook-off committee. They done dropped off a little grub, little barbecue down here for the whole station. I mean, the whole cluster here of stations.
I thought I smelled something.
Well, there ain't but a few of us in the building now. So if you want anything, you better get back there and get it before PC and Bijani show up and just. I mean, they're like starved dogs. It's like they haven't eaten all day.
You ain't lying. They go to work.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you, man. When they show up, that kitchen back there gets cleaned up.
It's going to.
It is gone. So
look out, beans.
You go back there and be
potato salad.
There'll be about two slices of bread left if you ain't careful. But big shout out to the cook-off committee. I did, boys, just to let y'all know I went ahead and let them know that, speaking of things that irk me, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, their representatives that do care packages over here or thank you packages for all the stations.
Mm-hmm.
And they, for some reason, exclude the Sports Radio 610 every year. I told them that we feel some kind of way about it.
You did do that.
Yeah, we're not partners or anything. Oh, wait, we are.
Yeah, I mean, I let them know that I feel some kind of way about it. So speaking about the things that irk me, I'm going to tell you, boys, there's a promo out there running right now here on the radio station, and it's basically my response to Joe Espada talking about any level of load management, whatever load management phrase you want to use. It's like he cannot meet with the media without talking about load management and yada, yada, yada. And the promo, obviously, I didn't mean to cut it, but I cut it yesterday. Boss man liked it, so he put it out. You probably heard it, right? And I was at the time, I thought maybe that's a little aggressive, you know. Maybe I'm jumping on Joe Espada too early. Well, I was quickly reminded this morning that I wasn't being extra, that I was spot on when I pulled up my Twitter machine and I started thumbing through my sports stuff and seeing what's going on out there. And I'll be damned if I didn't stumble across Joe Espada, meeting with the media. And I'm going to tell y'all, he didn't disappoint. It was on brand. Here's Joe Espada talking about the differences, the difference you might see in training camp or spring training this year versus last year.
We're going to come out in smaller groups. He's going to allow our coaches to be more hands-on and work on specific things that we need to work as a club. Also, he's going to allow us to be more efficient, getting the guys off their feet. So you guys are not going to see everyone on the field at once. There's going to be, we're going to have different stations working on different skills to make sure that not only we're addressing the things that we need to as a club, but also getting the guys in and off the field.
Get the guys off the field, get the guys off their feet. I mean, it's less than a minute of hey, what's going to be different this year from last year? And I like the messaging. I like the point that Joe Espada is making of, hey, man, we're going to be in smaller groups, a little more intimate settings. I want my coaches to be hands-on. I want my coaches to make eye contact. I want my coaches to make sure that they're explaining everything that they want to get accomplished in that particular setting. We want no distractions. We don't want to have to yell across the diamond or from the home plate all the way to second base. We want to be able to look our guys in. I love the messaging. Can we give a message without talking about load management to some degree once again? I mean, the 1 minute when I think, man, I'm old school, man. I can't be that old man, get off my lawn, man. I can't be that. I don't know if I really like that promo. Boy, the second that I pulled,
felt real good about it, didn't you?
The second my eyes open, I'm like, here we go.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I had to, no, you ain't, Joe. No, I mean, look, I'm just tired. I'm tired of hearing about load management. I'm tired of hearing about getting guys off. I mean, I understand we're in a load management era of sports. I get it. I understand we're in a very player-friendly era of sports. But it is, guys, managers, coaches, it's okay to say, hey, man, we're here to bust our ass. We're here to work. We're going to work long hours. We're going to get extra reps, man. We're going to put in extra work, and we're going to get better every single day. And it's okay to take that approach. You don't need to constantly remind everybody how desperate you are to get guys off their feet.
No.
I mean, I'm telling you, man, it irks me is putting it nice.
I know it is, and it's going to irk you. But based off what their season was last year, and I think they probably believe that is the number one reason that their season was derailed and they missed the postseason for the first time in, 7-8 years, Tyler? I think the number one thing is that's the number one thing in their eyes, and I think it's a fair thing to think. And they are going to overcorrect that. Like that feels like that is the number one talking point they had in the offseason. They fired the entire training department and hired a whole new crew.
Yep.
And they'll be like, I'll be damned if we're going to have all our best players miss all this time. So they're really emphasizing.
And if that whole new crew that they hired, if their response is, yeah, man, you got to load manage them better. You got to make load management more of a focal point of spring training and of the season. They should fire their ass right now too. I mean, they're the one constant over the last. I mean, this ain't a year one for Joe Espada. Like this has been like Astros have been load managing, like exhaustively load managing certain guys for a few years now. It's not like load management didn't cause your injuries last year. The lack thereof didn't cause your injuries last year. I mean, there's some things that have to be changed in the way. I mean, I would argue, and I'd bet good money that your ass needs to work harder. If you want to stay healthy, how about you take care of your body a little bit better?
We'll get all this little funk.
If you want to stay healthy, how about you strengthen instead of time off my feet kind of deal. Like I don't know. I'm tired of it already. It irks the hell out of me already with Joe Espada in these media sessions. And I didn't know how real the comment I made yesterday was till I woke up and heard that audio right there.
Yeah, they're going to be real.
That's number one on the things that irk me. Now, I'm going to get off the field right here. I'm going to tell you, Ron.
Oh, boy.
And I spoke out of turn, but it's 99.9% moms. There was a dad in there today, too. All my folks out there that got kids, you can probably relate to this to some degree. All right? My little girls are in day school. That's church, day school. Meaning they go from 9 to 2. All right? Wednesday, I'm daddy drop off. I drop off. My wife works a full-time job. I drop off. My mother or my mother-in-law picks up. So I'm dropping off a good chunk of the time. Wednesday, a little bit of a special day for me. I get to drop my girls off. Drop them off at 9 o'clock. Sometimes we get in there about 9:05 because I'm timing things up, you see. Because 9:15, we got a little chapel service.
Okay.
Where everybody, all the kids come together, do a little praying, do a little singing, celebrate birthdays that week. And parents and grandparents are welcome. And we are literally sitting behind in a good sized room, but we're sitting behind. There's probably 4 rows of 15 or 20 seats, sitting right there in the same room with the kids. You know, all the teachers, they bring them in. The kids are sitting down. Teachers are standing up around them, kind of deal. Kids will get up and dance and sing and sit back down and pray and all that kind of deal. I'm going to tell you, Ron, it took everything I had today on 2 different sets of moms to not be, hey, man, this ain't no gossip session, man. Like, I could hear full-blown conversations in both of my ears. Full-blown conversations.
I want you to do this.
Ron.
I want to see how this turns out.
Full-blown there's definitely one of them caught my eyes twice, and she knew she
cut eyes,
turn all the way around.
But you made sure the eyes. You made sure that they said what you were.
Stare a hole through your forehead.
You think she got what you were trying to?
Yes. She ducked her head and quieted her conversation, but it wasn't 2 seconds later. She's right back at it. Right. I'm gonna tell you, my wife has been guilty of it.
God,
and I get them. I'm like, hey. You know somebody's trying to do their job here? There's a lady in the front, right? Melissa, sweetest lady ever. I say lady, hell, she's my girl. She's younger than me, girl. She's up there and she's got a microphone on. She's doing everything she can. You've been in this situation before where you're doing everything you can to keep the attention of these kids, right? And you're trying to teach them about Jesus. You're trying to get them to sing the songs and do these little choreographed dances and stuff. And you got loads of parents in the back that are, damn near full voice carrying on conversations that are full-blown distractions to what this lady's up there doing. Her whole day is around getting this chapel thing done. Got her whole she studied up, got her whole little plan done, and these jacklegs are back here full-blown conversations.
Do you think she was annoyed?
There's no way she's not.
Did she show it? Did she show it not like you did, or she kept her composure?
No, she would never do it. Now I've gone to her and said, "Hey, y'all need to let these parents."
You've already spoken about it.
Yeah. I think she should send an email out and say, "Hey, man, if this isn't a place for y'all mamas to catch up." Ron,
what she should do is just have a chapel service on Proverbs 16. Solve the problem right away.
It won't, but
you wonder why these kids don't pay attention.
You need to send an email out.
I took dead ass serious. You wonder why the kids don't pay attention. You wonder why the kids talk when the parents are talking. You wonder why the kids talk when the teacher's talking. Because your mama's in the back talking while the teacher's talking. Why wouldn't the kid? I ain't kidding you, man. There was a group of two sitting on the floor to my left that were probably 4 feet from.
What was the conversation about?
I don't know, but the girl with the dark hair had a deeper. The girl with the dark hair had a deeper voice. I could hear her
clearly. T-Bob.
She ain't
hear about Lisa?
Tyler, she ain't sitting no more than 4 feet from where the kids' backs are. They can hear. There's no question.
There's no way they could hear.
Yeah, there ain't much that I'm with you on normally. I feel like with this kind of stuff because I think it's generational, bro. I'm with you on all this.
Would you go to the lady up front and tell her to write an email?
Something to that degree, probably, yeah.
Hey, there's two behind me that are getting it. Then one that caught my eyes. She caught my eye. There ain't no doubt about it. Ron, I look over, Ron. This ain't. I'm getting hot just thinking about it.
Literally.
And on the far right side, I'm saying within 10 foot of my oldest daughter's class, within 10 to 12 foot. It's a three-way conversation. It's two women sitting down in chairs, one standing up behind that back row, and I'm talking about two sitting in chairs, Ron. They're sitting sideways, knee in the chair, sideways, looking up, and I can hear every word one of them saying.
Were there anybody else annoyed by it?
There's no way there's not.
Did you see anybody else cutting eyes? Did you make eye contact with somebody? You hear these? These wenches?
I smiled and I made eye contact.
You hear these wenches?
I made eye contact and smiled with one gal because I felt like she knew exactly.
Because you need an ally in that situation.
Like you're talking.
You need somebody. Is there? You see these?
Well, and then there's a gal.
Yes.
There's a gal that's a cop.
Oh, I bet she's law and order.
Me and her made eye contact, and we just. This is ridiculous. I'm serious, man. I'm sitting in there. I'm sitting in there.
Why don't you step up and do the email?
Because I ain't got everybody's email.
I'll make
the move.
There's no. Ron, it was so obvious.
Or Clint, just go up to the front. Hey guys, listen. What's the lady? Melissa, give me a second here. I'd just like to address this.
Melissa Harrison.
You can stop running your mouth for one damn second. I just want to say something real quick.
I hope some of y'all husbands is listening to this right now. Why don't you let them know?
No question. There is no question about it. Melissa would be well within her bounds to say, "Hey, can y'all quiet down in the back a little bit?"
She should just kick them all out.
That's what I would do. I'd put a big neon sign. The only thing I would do, it's in the church house, so I would.
Has it been clearly explained? I know that it shouldn't be, but has it been clearly explained? Hey guys. Can you guys? Because I think that's got to be the first step.
It's common respect, man.
For Mel, has she come out? I know but everybody else. Everybody's not common. All right. Has it been clearly explained? Hey guys, can you guys not speak so we can have the attention of the kids? Because these are young kids.
I don't
like get out there. And if that's the case, then I think you step up and get in front of the group.
I would like to.
How many other guys?
My wife would be devastated. That's where I was going. Now that today, one of the girls who I have caught before. In a verbal headlock and there's no doubt she heard it. If I remember correctly, she may have even said, "I'm sorry."
Well, just lay out there.
The husband was there today, T.
Yeah.
And I'll be damned if he wasn't. Full-blown convo with laughs.
With laughs. Oh, boy.
Audible laughs.
With laughs. Because the with laughs clearly makes you turn around.
I think that's one thing I do respect about him. I think it's very clear. He made it very clear that he loves his wife.
But if
I think I respect a man that walks in a room and everybody knows. That dude right there loves that lady right there. He did that. He brought that to the table.
What Ron said, if Melissa, the leader of this thing, I would like to think if she gave just one clear, strongly toned message one time to these ladies, like, "Hey,
we don't even have to be me. Just get it out."
I'd like to think that could fix it.
She ain't got it.
And then you got to let people walk. There's got to be somebody in there that's got it.
You know. My
She should
wife.
go for tears.
You think my wife would even?
You know how hard this is. Having to
Your kids are awful.
I mean,
They're not awful, but they're two. But I can't keep them. And you guys,
I feel for her.
She probably goes and smokes a cigarette afterwards.
I want to be like, hey, you do know.
Marlboro
I told
Red.
my wife, you do know there's a concert going on. These kids are singing.
But you got to start. Like, I wonder, you got to hit some of the the cues to let people like shut up cues.
I've leaned forward and tapped a shoulder.
Damn.
I don't understand. My biggest issue with it is I understand that people get sidetracked and maybe there's some pretty talkative people. To think that there's that many people in the room and nobody next to them goes, hey.
How many people do you think were being overly disrespectful? Just like how many? What's the ballpark number?
I think there's
7, 8?
I think there's 30 people in there max, and I think there was 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 that I can think of right off the top of my head.
Counting them.
I'm talking full blown.
They all sit together.
No, there was 3 different parties.
Okay.
That you had 2 on the floor, side by side, getting it. You had a twosome right behind me, and you had a threesome on the far wall to my right.
It's the threesomes always.
My wife would be devastated if I said anything.
I would though. I mean, I've leaned forward and tapped a shoulder before.
Well, I've already.
She should get out. She should get out in front of it in her way.
Well, I'm talking about if I said anything like you, like if I got up in front of him and told him. I've already told her twice actually that she needs to send an email out. Like I've suggested the email quiet.
You think
quiet
she
down
sent it out?
No, I don't think she's got dinner. Sweet lady, sweet lady.
You should really just walk up behind him next time it's getting out of hand and try to put on your face. This is going to be the toughest part for you. You're going to have to force like a smirk, like you're actually being friendly.
No,
tap their shoulder and be like,
he can't do that.
Can y'all just keep it down a little bit?
He can't do that.
Well, I'm gonna look dead. I'm going, hey, get out, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
well, if you're not coachable, they're not going to be coachable, Clint.
Well, I feel like being nice is not an option here.
Rockets report coming up here at the bottom of the hour, and I wonder what Brandon Scott, who'll join us coming up then at 4:40. I wonder what his thoughts on about our conversation we're going to have about Kevin Durant. We'll do that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Big questions for the Astros is the team's heading to spring training this week. What are they doing with this whole infield thing going on right now? See, the funny thing I see now, Seth, is I see people like they've either resigned themselves to a trade not happening or they don't want to make a trade, and they're like, you need depth. The problem is your outfield might be the worst.
2222. We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Yeah, we will hear from B. Scott a little bit.
I blame him.
Hey, I bet
he popped his head in here last segment, was saying stuff to me about the Rockets Report. I was ready.
If I know Brandon's in his office potentially listening to this, sitting like, what the hell?
He's probably just hell out of him.
He scared the hell out of me.
I took us 10 minutes into the future, baby.
Hold on, there we go. B. Scott, he will join us coming up 4:40.
Yeah.
First Rockets Report of the year. And Tyler's ready. Tyler's going to the game tonight, damn it. He said he is ready.
Yeah, I'm hyped.
Tyler keeps betting that the one time Shingun doesn't get double doubles is one Tyler's betting.
Gotta be crapping on my face, man.
Oh, I'm never gonna get used to that phrasing. Ever. I am intrigued by what B. Scott thinks of this, but I want to hear from the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch, jump in on this as well. And I'm intrigued to hear from you because it feels like the Rockets may need more from their best player, Kevin Durant. And I think Kevin Durant has been sensational, an all-star. He has scored and played better, I think, on the court, and then obviously the intangible stuff. I think it's been better than maybe some expected. I know many of you, it's been better than what you thought he would be almost a cancer to the team, is what some people texted in earlier in the year before he got here or when he first got here. But they're just kind of moving along. I mean, they're good. They're the third seed right now, but it does feel like something's off. Like they're the third seed in the West right now, but I don't know how many people actually think they're a team that can actually come out of the West. And hell, we talked about it yesterday when we did Real or Fake. Like I don't think we had the thought that they could get out of the second round. We had that as their ceiling. But when I say KD, is it upon him? Does he need to be a tone setter to go along with what he is doing offensively, what he is doing, hell, at times defensively? That time they played the Spurs, and he took it upon himself to guard that alien Wembanyama. He's done a lot, but does he need to become the tone setter? They had it last year with Dylan Brooks. They had it with Fred VanVleet. Is that a role that he also needs to take upon himself? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think that's the next step for Kevin Durant?
Yeah, look, I think I don't know if it's the next step for him, but
with this team,
I don't know if it is or it isn't, but I know it needs to be. I mean, any way you slice it, I don't care if it's in his personality or it's not. He's the best player on this team, right? And I don't care how your team's constructed. Best case scenario is your best players are your best leaders, your biggest leaders, your most important leaders, right? And I know there's been times in KD's career where he doesn't even need to be any level of holding people accountable because of some of the guys that are around him. And maybe it's not supernatural for him, but the way that this season has played out for the Rockets, when Dylan Brooks leaves and Fred VanVleet gets hurt, there's a serious void of, all right, I'm going to hold people accountable. And day in, day out, guys are going to have to meet me at my level of intensity and my level of sense of urgency. And they're going to have to meet me there, and I'm going to expect them to meet me there. And if they don't, then they're going to know about it, right? I just think when you lose those key guys that are tone setters, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. And I don't think any of the young guys, I don't even know that there's, with the exception of maybe Shingun, I don't even know that any of the others are established enough and comfortable and confident enough to be the guy. He's the only one that can do it.
I think Tari Eason has it in him. Okay. I just don't think that
he's in a position.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that. I don't know if he's got it in him or not, but I agree with he's not in a position.
I don't think he's in. I mean, to me, the only ones that are in position to do it is Şengün and maybe Amin Thompson, and I don't think that's them.
Yeah.
Right. And I'll be honest, I don't think it's natural for Kevin to be the tone setter. Like Kevin is, hey man, get me out here and let me hoop.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make the play. Get me out here and let me hoop. Like he didn't have to be the tone setter in Oklahoma City. Right throughout the time, I mean, Russ was there with him every step of the way, and like that is a guy that he embraces it and wants it. Draymond was there every step of the way. You know, I think Iguodala it fits that mold too, but Draymond definitely was a tone setter there. They ran into some issues in his last two stops with Brooklyn and Phoenix, but it does feels like something's missing. And Dylan Brooks and Fred, they were that. Like they not only set the tone, they changed the culture and wanted to do that and were brought there. Like it almost feels like to me, and somebody said this earlier, that it almost feels like Udoka should be the tone setter, but that is, and I know as somebody who's played on professional teams, you definitely don't always love it if your coach has got to be that person.
Well, I think to me, Ron, it's like you go if you talk about the Rockets, right? You go from a coach that I think intentionally, specifically brought in certain players that would take his coaching and that would not fall in line, but would be in line with the line of thinking that Ime Udoka is when you look at Dylan Brooks and you look at Fred VanVleet, right? So I think it was easy at that point for the head coach to go and hold everybody accountable from the head coach position because your two most tenured players, longer veteran players in the league were cut from that same cloth. And so it was easy for the coach to say, hey, get on their level or we're going to have problems because everybody else was young. Right? Now, you've got both of those guys for different reasons are gone, and you've got a bunch of young cats, but your main key that the head coach can say, get on his level and look at is a little bit more of an even keel to your point, just, hey, man, I just want a hoop type of guy. So I think you're getting dinged, I guess, in from both angles, right? I don't know if your head coach is going to be as effective when he doesn't have two guys to point out on the floor or cut the same cloth. And from the other angle, when that guy that is your best player is not cut from that cloth, like I don't know. I think you get dinged from both areas. So back to your question is do they need Kevin Durant to be that guy? Absolutely, 100%. I think it's the only option that the Rockets – healthy option that the Rockets have.
Because the tone setter has to be somebody that people are all going to come hell or high water follow the tone.
Yeah. Well, I think the easy way, Ron, is like – the tone setter's the guy that every time a timeout is called on the floor, he's snatching somebody. I don't mean negatively snatching them up, but like every time there's a timeout, it's like, hey, man, don't do that. Do this. Bing, bing, bing. This is what we were looking for. Boom, boom. There's a level of intensity, competitive intensity that's there that people just respect. And and it's not that like KD's greatness is his scoring ability. It's not his, at least from the fans' perspective, it's not his constant pressure on guys around him to perform at a certain level, right? Or expectation of those guys to perform at a certain level. I think, to your point, I think he just wants to hoop. So, I don't know, man. I just think that's no knock on KD. I just think it's where he's at right now with the Rockets with the injuries that they've had. I think there's a void there, and it would help if KD could fill it.
All right, let's get B. Scott's thoughts on the Rockets. Rockets report coming up.
All right, y'all, Synergenics and Low T Center. They've been highlighted for having the highest quality testosterone on the market.
my ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that for Bree's car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Bree's car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy for Breeze. La 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 la.
Blue Chew, the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Order at BlueChew.com, code 610.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
For real this time.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, for real this time, Brandon Scott in the building. As we've moved over to our Rockets Report every single Wednesday, 4:40. Brandon Scott joins us to give his Rockets Report. He's out there covering the Rockets, goes to the games a lot, also covers them on the B Block podcast that you can find anywhere you get your podcast. I want to get your thoughts on this. They are a three seed right now in the West. They won last night. They'll play the Clippers again tonight in a back-to-back here at home. Does this team feel like one of the three best teams in the West and a legit title contender as they sit in the Western Conference third?
Does it feel like one? No, it does not. It really feels like there are two teams in the West that feel like championship contenders. And so who else can compete with those teams is the question now. They're on I don't think they're at the top of the list of those teams, right? I think you're talking OKC, Denver, and then San Antonio and Minnesota feel like teams that are probably ahead of you right now, the way that you're presently built. And then it's probably the Rockets. So they feel like more so the fifth best team in the Western Conference, if we're being honest. But they're among those teams. I was thinking about this earlier, talking about this on the podcast, actually. There's OKC, and then there's a bloodbath of Western Conference teams that can beat each other. Now, Denver's the best of those teams, but you got other teams that I think Minnesota could beat Denver in a series. I think the Rockets, if they figure things out, could make things interesting against Denver in a series. I wouldn't pick them. I think San Antonio would make things interesting against Denver in a series. So there's a blood.
I like San Antonio. I like them right in that range with Denver.
So that's what I'm saying. So there is a group of 5 or 6 that could cannibalize each other for the right to face OKC. And then you're talking about what could you do if you get to the Western Conference Finals. But right now, they feel like a team that could win a playoff series, right? If they're the 4 or 5, they could beat whoever is the other side, but then probably not beating the 1. You know what I mean? And they don't feel like much better than a 4 or 5 to me.
What has to happen, not necessarily what you expect, but what has to happen for them to convince you between now and let's call it a month or month and a half? Like what needs to happen with this team? Who needs to step up? Who needs to kind of define a role? What needs to happen for you to feel like they are, in reach of an Oklahoma City or a Denver, night in, night out?
So you have your 2 all-stars who are entrenched, right? We know who those guys are: Kevin Durant, Alperen Sengun. To me, the season comes down to what are you getting from the combination of Jabari Smith Jr., Reed Shepherd, and Amen Thompson. And in whatever order you want to make it, I think Amen Thompson is probably the best player of them all. But Reed Shepherd's going to have the most important role, as you've seen over the last couple of games. They're going to rely, post-trade deadline, going into the playoff, Rockets are going to rely on Reed Shepherd to be their primary ball handler down the stretch. They're going to start Amen Thompson and Tari Eason. But you saw how it played out last night and how it's going to play out at the end of games. Reed Shepherd is going to be one of those guys that they're going to rely on to have the ball quite a bit. And then you're going to have KD, Jabari Smith Jr., kind of as your guys who are your
best offensive lineup.
That's your best offensive lineup by a mile. So that's what it's going to look like. So the season, to your question, Clint, is going to come down to what does it look like from those players. Y'all were having a conversation earlier about does Kevin Durant need to be that leader, the guy that
just like a tone setter. Like it seems like they're lacking that.
And look, I think that they are lacking that, but it's not an issue of Kevin Durant. It's more so of the others around him. Like Kevin Durant, I think sets the tone. I think he brings that energy. I give him credit for that. But it's not the same as Dylan Brooks, and it also doesn't just automatically lift up. Like he can help their game, but he can't necessarily make them more intense or change their attitude.
That's not his style, yeah.
I don't think that that's his style, nor do I think that should necessarily even be his requirement. Like I think that like who made Dylan Brooks that guy, right? Like that's something that is within you, and you got to kind of dig deep and find that within yourself. So to me, it's not on Kevin Durant to make Alperen Sengun more intense or more focused. No, it's on Alperen Sengun.
I did like how he got in his ass though about that.
Yeah, and so he does that. So beyond that, what is Alperen Sengun going to do when it comes to focus and intensity? What are the other guys? Think about this. You got Reed Shepherd out there playing 25 to 30 minutes a night or more versus when you had Dylan Brooks out there. That's not a knock on Reed, but here's a guy who didn't play last year who plays a lot now, and now Dylan Brooks who played a lot last year, not on the team.
Yeah.
And think about the difference in intensity there. So it's just a different team stylistically and personality-wise.
I'm going to go back to the Reed Shepherd, Amin Thompson, Barry Smith deal.
It's huge.
Like, but basically, and this is a question from a fan, that just casual watcher. If Reed Shepherd is such a big piece of this thing, and if he's going to be down the stretch, as you mentioned, when the game's on the line, he's going to be in there and you'll be your predominant ball handler. Why would that not be? Why wouldn't you commit to that and that be your starting lineup? Like, what's the point of going with these other guys out of the chute if that's going to be what you're going to depend on at the end of the game?
You preach to the choir.
Okay. No, I didn't know if there was a reason.
I've been an advocate of what you're implying since the very beginning. So I just want to be on record on that. If you're asking me and what I would do, I would start Reed Shepherd.
Right.
So, but I think what they're doing.
Who would you sit down?
I would sit down. I would bring Tari Eason off the bench. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Kogi or whatever they've been doing with those.
Exactly. All of the other iterations of a starting lineup, whether it was double big, and I understood why they committed to that in the early going, or whether it was double big, Josh Okogie, Tari Eason. Had mine on DFS before I realized how injured Dorian Finney-Smith was. I thought he could even be a fifth starter. But for a while now, I've been pretty consistent on Reed Shepherd should be the starter. But what I think that they're doing is, since what they want to establish with that first unit anyway is Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun, they want to come out with their best defensive lineup. Tari Eason still helps them stretch the floor as one of the better three-point shooters in the league. And the offense is really Sengun, Kevin Durant, Sengun to start the game. And then the second unit can be led by Reed Shepherd. And then, of course, the closing unit can have Reed Shepherd as the primary ball handler. So I think that's the logic of it.
Brandon Scott here with this Rockets report. Brandon, what was your reaction when the trade deadline came and went by and the Rockets didn't really make any moves?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised just based off of what we were hearing leading up to it, based off of the limitations that they had with their roster. Like, for the Rockets to have made a move, the cost benefit that they would have had to do there, the cost would have been much greater than the benefit, right? Unless you were talking about blowing the team up, which was an option, but I don't think they were ever going to do that, right? But like a meaningful trade would have meant getting rid of a starter, whether that be Fred VanVleet, whether that been one of these young stars that we're talking about. Kevin Durant's the only guy that they would absolutely would not trade, right? But Alperen Sengun, Amin Thompson, Tari Eason, a starter for them, whether you like it or not. Fred VanVleet, these are the type of pieces that they would have had to give up to get something significant. And then their other tradable contracts didn't have to be that tradable. Like, who wants Dorian Finney-Smith at his contract? Who wants
who's barely playing
Clint Capella at his contract? Who, by the way, now you need because Steven Adams is hurt.
That was the thing. I thought they might add some depth there.
But those were their pieces to trade. Like, they're realistic pieces to trade. To do something along the margins, the realistic salaries that they had to deal would have been punting on DFS early or trading Clint Capella. Turns out, don't nobody want DFS at that contract. And Clint Capella, you actually need him now.
What is the recipe for a championship? I mean, it like you said, the trade deadline's gone. You're sitting a tier below the top two teams, maybe even more in the West. And it's similar to what I asked you a while ago in a sense of like, I mean, is this a Reed Shepherd has to take a humongous step? Is this a Amen Thompson has to be more consistent and better? Is this a like what give me one thing that you say if this right here happens, they've got a much better shot versus the powers in the West.
To make it plain, Clint, it is a massive step up from those guys that I talked about earlier. Like the combination of because think about it. I mentioned the stars. We know who the stars are. But the guys who are going to play the most minutes, okay? No Fred VanVleet, no Dylan Brooks, okay? The guys that are going to play the most minutes are Jabari Smith Jr., Amen Thompson, Reed Shepherd. These are young guys. Jabari Smith Jr. is a guy who we talked about being underutilized.
My favorite in the whole bunch.
Yeah, and he's been up and down, right? He had a really poor January and has played really well over the last 8 games. We're going to talk about that intensity, guys who don't need that. Jabari Smith Jr. is one of those guys that brings that night in and night out, even when he's not playing well.
Yeah.
So they're going to need him to play more like he's played over the last 8 games as opposed to how he played in January. They're going to need what they've seen from Reed Shepherd over the last 2 games as opposed to what they had seen from him from the previous 7 or 8 games or so.
When you say that, B. Scott, what is that? What is that? Reed Shepherd with the last couple of games versus what you saw before?
The command. So I asked Kevin Durant, Reed Shepherd, all of them about this last night. What are you seeing more from Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd specifically as facilitators and playmakers? It's the patience. It's the ability to be able to get them in and out of sets. Like the Amen Thompson paint. The Amen Thompson paint touch is not turning into turnovers, but instead it turns into them moving the ball around the perimeter, and it puts the defense on, at an imbalance, that sort of thing. Reed Shepherd in the pick and roll with Alperen Sengun and that chemistry starting to form and their 2-man game actually becoming deadly. These are the things that haven't necessarily been incorporated in their game that we're seeing more hints of over the last couple of games and that they got to build on going into the playoffs.
All right, that's Brandon Scott as he joins us every single week. Every Wednesday, 4:40 Rockets Report. You'll be out there tonight?
I'll be out there tonight, man. Competitive basketball, man. That is what I'm looking forward to. Last week we had stinkers. Y'all saw what they did against the Celtics and the Hornets. So these last couple of games have been like, kind of right and the wrong a little bit.
Ain't your daddy's Hornets no more now. The Hornets,
they're fun.
They're fun. They're a little something.
Fun. Brandon Miller's figured it out.
Yeah.
The Con Nipple. Yeah. That's a fiend. They'll
Your
fight.
mic's off.
Yeah, they'll
y'all
fight.
talking about Knipples and Hornets, man, and daddies. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Man. They got a nice little thing.
Yeah.
They got a nice little thing going. But they should take care of the Clippers, who just about let it go.
Yeah.
I can't believe it did. Did Kawhi play? He's not playing both.
They did a good job. I got to give them credit. I know Kawhi's all they got, but they did a good job of defending Kawhi. The defense, that's something that's been up and down, but when it's good, and they did a good job of defending him, we'll see what that looks like.
Back to back for Kawhi tonight?
Ooh, does he really need to do that? He got the All-Star coming up.
I don't think he's doing that.
Yeah.
There's probably no Kawhi tonight. All right, that's B. Scott. Check him out. B Block Podcast. You catch him right here with us every single Wednesday. Catch him on In the Loop as well on Fridays. That is Brandon Scott. Coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. Injury news, updates. First day we hear from Joe Espada and crew. He lets us know the latest on an injury front. Also, a parade was had. Seattle celebrate their championship, and we'll look at the Rockets as they get going to try to get this little 2-game sweep over the Clippers. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
You know who else has got a good thing going? Fielder's Choice Sports Construction. Over 25 years of
may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Flip all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is a lot going on here as the Astros. They're getting things going. We got to hear for the first time from some of the Astros brass. Dana Brown spoke a little bit. The manager, Joe Espada, who Clint had such a great time hearing from today. We hear them. We got to hear them speak today. And from an injury standpoint, just to fill you in, opening up camp, Josh Hader, we heard yesterday that he had begun throwing off flat ground. According to the manager, Joe Espada, he's experienced some arm soreness. Quoted from Joe Espada before his fourth bullpen session of the winter. Manager Joe Espada said Hader had some imaging done and it revealed bicep inflammation. Hader is scheduled to resume his throwing program today, but the status for opening day is in flux. Also, catcher Yainer Diaz sprained his left foot while playing winter ball in December. Joe Espada said Diaz is still participating in baseball activities, but his running progression will be behind some of the others. Diaz is still hitting and catching. Also, De Los Santos, reliever, he has been shut down with right knee soreness, or right knee strain, excuse me. And also other news, Hunter Brown is the opening day starter, according to Joe Espada. Said he spoke with, said he spoke with Hunter today about that. Of the injury things, Josh Hader feels like a big one there. And Diaz, obviously, the two most important ones there. When you hear that outcome of where they are right now to start camp, your thoughts?
Yeah, the Josh Hader one is obviously a concern. I mean, we over the last handful of years, we've seen these kind of problems go on significantly longer than first expected, and then even some of them turn into re-injuries. And so, obviously, when you first hear this, before you ever get cranking in spring training about hell, arguably your best player on the team, one of the best players on the team, it's obviously not ideal. And so, this is one of those places where, if you're the Astros and you want to talk about injuries and talk about taking care of guys, this is one of those opportunities of, hey, man, we're not going to rush this guy back. We feel like we did a bad job of that last year. Rushed some guys back maybe a little bit too early, so we're going to proceed with caution here. But 10 or 11 days missed so far, I think, for Josh Hader in his rehab. That's obviously not a good start. Luckily, you got Brian Abreu sitting in the wings that could be that could fill that closer ring. Listening to Dana Brown a little earlier today, really, really high on the bullpen, obviously. So you've got some length there. You've got some options there to fill the void while Josh Hader is out. And so it's not one of those deals where you're going to feel it much, I wouldn't think, during a regular season early on as the season gets started.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hear this. When you bring up, spring training just started. It's February?
Yeah,
early or mid-February, not even mid-February yet. February 11th, and you are bringing up opening day influx, coming off somebody who couldn't finish the season last year because of some issues. So I'm with you. I automatically look at this and think, well, this is probably not going to be a start of the regular season. He is probably going to start on the IL or something like that. And I think you said it earlier. I don't think they should rush him, right? As you said, they've got Brian Abreu. They've got options. Obviously, you're close Josh Hader to be out there, but you also don't want to rush him. So this is something that comes up again, and that's something that they had issues with last year. Yainer Diaz is one to watch. He got himself hurt in winter ball. This is and you talked about it, and we'll probably go in depth longer. This is a big season for him. And I think it starts with spring training. Like, hey, man, you're going to play defense the way he did. You don't want that, but you got to hit. Yeah. And he's got to hit. We know it's in him, and maybe this was just a down year or something, but it is a huge season for him. to get back to what he was a couple of years ago.
Well, look, I mean, I think you look at kind of how this thing is unfolded for the Astros, and you got, the runway, so to speak, has been cleared for Yainer Diaz. I mean, first it was Maldonado, now it's Caratini. I mean, there's just always been a more veteran, really, if we're being honest, just a better catcher, definitely defensively, kind of waiting in the wings and to maybe spell you a bit and to kind of catch up, take up some of the strain and stress of a long season. And I think it's fair to say that Yainer Diaz is going the wrong direction. I think he's probably regressed a little bit from a couple of years ago, and now there's no Caratini to soften the blow at the catcher position. Again, whether we're talking about a clutch bat or we're talking about being a better defensive catcher, or we're talking about a probably a better game manager, pitch manager in Caratini. And so, like, it seems like all the safety nets and the support and the veteran, around him, it's all gone for Yainer Diaz. And now it's, I mean, I heard him talking a little earlier about Salazar being the backup catcher, and it's almost like, for now he's the backup catcher. So, I mean, there's just never been a bigger need. There's never been a clearer runway. There's never been a bigger opportunity for Yainer Diaz to play big defensively and offensively and really supplant himself as the Astros catcher. Now, again, I think at the plate and behind the plate, I think he's regressed over the last couple of years. And so it's a monster year for Yainer Diaz. Unfortunate that he's got a little bit of an ankle issue here that's holding him back right now from being a full participant.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Hey, man, is it me or are they getting these things in quick? I mean, this parade I thought it used to be like a week or something.
Is it?
I'd always said, did the Astros just come right away?
Experience with that around here from the football.
Not from the football perspective, but the Astros have done it. It feels like, damn, they just played Sunday. Yep. But anyway, they had their parade. Listen, I've gone through and watched a lot of it, and I've been sitting around kicking around, Clint, trying to think, like, who's the guy that you're like, this dude right here can turn the corner, and when he turns the corner, he might bring it. Like, sometimes you may get surprised. Like, we didn't know Tom Brady was going to be the guy that turned the corner and be just blasted drunk. Just blasted drunk, throwing the Super Bowl trophy from boat to I probably had a good idea that Travis Kelce would be that guy. If we remember, I thought he blew it with Taylor Swift and her family, as drunk as he was at that parade a few years ago. Like, you could see there's some guys. And when I watched it, like, it's just like it looked just like their team, I mean, they gave the finger to the entire crowd. I mean, that was a little lifty. It's like they was trying, but that parade went about as I thought. Not a lot of just crazy personality.
I'll be honest with you. I'm probably a little turned off by the finger flipping, all the finger flipping. I don't mind a good middle finger followed up with a good, solid, strong FU. I don't mind that in the right spot. I just don't know. Like, I'm turned off with, it's almost tacky with the Sam Darnold. Like, if it would have just been the Sam Darnold T-shirts of him flipping off whatever, okay, it's cool. A couple T-shirts, whatever, no big deal. I mean, I thought they were blurring out the faces of players.
Like, what? I thought they had something on their hats or something.
Like they got their kids up there and they don't want their minors to be on like something. And all of a sudden it's like, no, they're blurring out.
Damn about minors.
They're blurring out middle fingers. I mean, like the whole stage, 20-plus players are all flipping the camera off, and the guy that's talking is talking about FU. Like that. I'm a little bit turned off with that right there, to be completely honest with you. I ain't mad at them, but I'm just like, for what? Like, well, I mean,
it didn't feel real. Like, it felt like they just wanted to cuss.
Yeah, we like, what are we flipping everybody off for? What's going on?
I don't know.
I mean, is that just because Sam did it on a T-shirt, so we're all going to do it now?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems a little aggressive for me. The drunk guy that's slurring, that cussed a few times, like, okay,
I think those guys were all within control of themselves.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Yeah,
you know what
good
I mean?
point.
And they decided. I mean, I bet it's some parents out here probably putting hands over the mirrors, putting them earmuffs.
The guy is drunk.
We've lost him.
Yes.
I remember.
Well, you can tell the kids, hey, go another room real quick.
Yeah, I forgot whose parade. Somebody was trying to climb up the damn bus arrow, trying to get to the top. Yeah, like when Denver's coach got blasted drunk with Malone. That was. Now, you can understand it. They were all within themselves. Looked like they just had maybe a round of shots. So, Good for them. All right, Seattle, they are champs. Yeah, they had some cool Sam Darnold shirts. Those probably will get bought up there. But their parade in and out, baby. What'd you say? The Astros? Somebody texted in 72 hours for baseball.
Astros had their parade November 3rd, 2017, and they clinched that Game 7 November 1st, I believe.
Damn.
Yeah. No time wasting in the H.
Yeah, damn Sylvester, rest in peace. He wasn't playing around. Let's get this thing on the road here. Let's get this thing going.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. I know Tyler will be there tonight, and best bets are coming up here in a bit, and I'm a bit concerned here.
Fade.
Oh boy. Oh God. Boy, it's with all these X's, it looks like a
It was an offer.
Saturday afternoon in Nebraska.
Was it another offer?
I mean, looks like a Saturday afternoon in Nebraska. All red. But Tyler, you're going to be out there tonight. They're going to play the Clippers one more time, and this one has a chance to be one of those games that pisses off all the people, just like the Lakers did yesterday. And I get it. It's silly. I feel like the Clippers, there's no way Kawhi's playing a back-to-back. I just can't. I cannot believe it. So they're going to run just some no-names out there. Like you probably, casual fans, you're going to roll out there. You're going to have a hard time.
If I got one?
You may have one or two. You have a hard time keeping up with that 5 out there. The 8 or 9 they're throwing out there. I mean, the Lakers last night, that would be ashamed of themselves. Like I don't know who's making this plan. They said, we already knew Luka was out. They said LeBron, Austin Reeves, Marcus Smart, DeAndre Ayton. Oh,
all of them?
All of them. And Wemby had 40 in 26 minutes. set them all. So this should be one that they take care of. But Tyler, you're gonna be out there. You got where your seats at?
We're gonna be. It's like 17 or 18 rows up, right in midcourt, facing the logo.
I know Tyler. He doesn't. I know he was in the lower bowl.
I'm a ticket snob.
You
Not
really
afraid to admit it.
Facing the logo. I hope you don't have your back to the logo.
Well,
That'd be odd.
I meant like it reads the right way on the side.
That's right.
That we're on.
I got
Yeah,
you.
there you go.
I was oddly worded. Yeah, me and little brother going, man. It's my first Rockets game this season.
There you go. Mm-hmm. All right. See if we can get a nice little ass-kicking game. Man, you should be comfortable. Free drinking? No, you don't have to.
Oh, yeah. Dirty water tonight for sure. But, I mean, it'd also be very nice if, 1, 2 of my best bets would hit. Just a couple. I'm not asking for, everything.
Man.
What?
I got faith in you.
I mean, we don't quit. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I mean, we're one for the week right now. 2 days, baby. We're one for the week. Good God Almighty.
I'd have to switch to college basketball.
5 o'clock fire.
Man, last night, all those upsets, you might have been screwed in that one too. All right, the NBA. I don't know if you all caught this brawl. This was a good one. The NBA, they suspended 4 guys last night, including Isaiah Stewart, who decided to run off. I want the Pistons to make it into the playoffs and have a run so bad, just so we can see this ticking time bomb. Like this, if we look at guys that are really about it in the NBA, there's nobody more about it than Isaiah Stewart. Maybe you all don't know. Isaiah Stewart, by the way, everyone knows you cannot come off the bench. Right, you come off the bench.
In any sport.
It's any sport, but basketball, it's an automatic. I remember Maury Stoudemire had to miss a playoff game for the Suns one time because he took a couple of steps off the bench. You can't come off the bench. Isaiah Stewart is wrapped up. His knees, he is off the floor, right? He is wrapped with his knees. I don't know if it's ice or what, but he is wrapped. And this melee starts to ensue. And next thing you know, he is the guy coming out of nowhere. He is the guy you want on your side when you go out. He comes running out, knees still wrapped, and all you do is you see him trying to get a good position, and he's doing the hammer punches over the top.
The caveman.
just going over. And he is coming off the bench and wants to fight. And there is nobody more about it than Isaiah Stewart. Go watch. He tried to kill LeBron, and he has waited multiple times around the back for players. in the locker room. This I say, I want them to. They're the 1 seed right now, so we should be good. I want them to be on center stage because I want this to happen.
I'm reading that little note you got right there, man.
You see how much money they didn't lose?
Oh,
and
my.
him.
Yeah, he can be a hard ass all he wants. $724,000 worth of fines. Ooh, wee.
And listen, he ain't making millions. I mean, he's making millions, but he ain't making like 50 a year. This ain't chump change. That's $724,000. That's gonna hit him.
5 games.
He got 7 games. He got 7 games. Because he came coming off the bench out of nowhere, man. He was like he's about to really take somebody out. He looked like he will go in the stands. He's got that Ron Artest.
Get that Ron Artest look.
Yes. All right, coming up, T Mill's best bets, and we got to figure this out because there have been people on the text line, on the Base Power text line, also on YouTube and Twitch, wondering what the hell Clint had a problem with when it comes to Tyler. We got to figure out what the hell Clint was talking about because he never got that out. We'll figure that out coming up next.
I got a problem with Tyler, but I ain't got a problem with ability tree experts. My man Lewis.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mills bets coming up here in just a bit, and
just bets.
We're at a crossroads here.
You bet. This is the time you need your best,
man. This is what we've this is carried on here for about a week plus here. This is
oh yeah, 2 weeks plus. To be honest,
let's be frank. Yeah, but we'll get those coming up.
I'll be Tyler.
I took the donut, bagel, whatever you want to call it. Took it.
It sucked.
0 for 4, 1 for 8 on the week.
Oh, gee. You got time to get back, Bob.
Man, couldn't get any redder. But
depending on how tonight goes, I'm going college basketball tomorrow if it's red again.
This might have to. All right.
But we ain't quitting.
We're not quitting. We do want to. Oh, and he's adding bets now. We're not quitting. And I do want you to remember, I think maybe he thought too much into it yesterday. He said he got in extra early to really think through some of his strategies, and that led to him to an 0 for 4. But stupid. We'll figure things out. All right, Clint, what was it you had a little beef for with Tyler? That's what the people were wondering.
I mean, I feel like we had a little meeting before the show with our Northern Michigan folks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you guys were fixing to ramp this thing up. That trip up to Northern Michigan, that golf trip, Gaylord Golf Mecca. It's gonna be really, really special. United Airlines direct flight straight up there,
right up to Traverse City.
Yeah, man, and there's 50 plus wineries up there, along with some of the finest golf in America. The weather's tremendous. There's a lot to do, So last year we were up there and we did a little wine tour and had some wines. Got to know the gals that run it, pretty well. And so this time they come on down and they bring me and Ron. They bring me and Ron 4 bottles of wine. And
2-man show, baby.
Yeah, it's a 2-man show. And I said, no, this ain't right. This ain't right. I said, before the show starts, I'm gonna ease on in there and I'm gonna give my boy Tyler one of these bottles of wine. Ron agreed. I agreed. So I go in there and I give
to make sure it's clear, I still have 2.
Yeah, Ron still has 2. He wasn't gonna part ways with those. I mean, he was white knuckling them joints before I ever got to select. But
they got one that's called Sex.
Yeah, you gave me that one. I kept that one.
Be cooler if it was called
Tyler,
Lotus.
I took a bottle in there to Tyler, and I'm not even sure that I got to thank you. I got a little bit of what is this?
God, and I looked at
Tyler,
you and said, "Thank you, dude."
No, you know what he's been dealing with these ladies.
It's unbelievable.
With these women today.
Yeah.
And now you're rolling in and not giving them
tough life.
And
then golf trips, free wine. It's rough out here.
I thought, you know what? Hey, he'll bring up in that first segment.
Yeah, I thought he would.
Well, that first segment blows by. You crack that hot mic in there about 3 times, and not one time was it say, "Hey, Bub, appreciate that wine."
He said 3 times.
And then, I'm thinking, well, surely in the first hour he'll say something. No, I mean he cracked that thing 5, almost 6 times.
He's got it in hand
that
now.
First hour and never said a word. So I just thought, being the man that you are, and how appreciative I know you really are, I just expected more out of you to bring that up. Man.
Well, I thanked you twice. I know for a fact when you came in the room and handed it to me.
Your ass twice.
Figgy was in there, and notice I went in there specifically to give Tyler that wine, not Figgy.
Not Figgy.
I know Figgy gets a lot of love around here, and I know Figgy's a big wine drinker, but I brought that in there for Tyler Milner.
Tyler Milner himself.
The producer on your show. That's crazy. But no, I was saying thank you. And I am thankful.
Thank you. And
I mean, would I have preferred maybe some Super Bowl memorabilia last week? Yeah, probably. But this bottle of wine is nice, and I'm very thankful. I'm going to enjoy this nice. It's a red, huh? It's the only real kind of wine I drink. It looks lovely, and I thank you for it, sir.
You're very welcome, man. I mean, I had a choice. I could take that home to my bride, or I could give that to Tyler Milner. And I said, you know what, Tyler
hadn't seen in 10 years.
Yeah, Tyler deserves it, man.
Text line coming through.
And more importantly, his wife, I'm sure, deserves a good bottle of wine. I have you know this. I didn't even Google them to see what kind of product. I may have given you the $300 bottle of wine. I may have kept the old $20 bottle of a sparkly.
You'll make up for it by stealing some tamales.
Text line's coming through. Yep, somebody just text that in. Just pick for Edith's tamales. Well, you guys are even.
Really?
Somebody just text that in.
I still feel like the tamales is getting blown way out of proportion.
I don't think it is.
No, you stole my food.
Right on just proper proportion.
Very straightforward. Came in and told me about it.
But
now, I don't know about it. Was like the Monsters guy.
That's a story.
I mean, I feel like you don't eat anyway, and there was no way you were going to sit there and let those tamales.
You made the decision for it.
You're going to let those tamales just rot in that back fridge back there.
Well,
but what Tyler is saying, that's my choice to make them rot.
I didn't want to make them.
You didn't want them, and they were good. They were good tamales though, and that would have been a sin to let them go back there and rot.
That's where I messed up that day. I came in here and told him how good they were.
He was mad for a good 17 minutes. Like a good
hell, it still bothers. He brings.
No, but I mean, like now he can laugh about it. Yeah. But for about 17 minutes, he was smoking.
I just couldn't believe you actually did that. You never crossed me as that kind of guy.
I feel like tamales are community food.
No, you don't.
I feel like
there's no lie.
Like I would have a really hard time.
I think they had Tyler written on the foil.
They did. That's why I picked that batch.
Yeah, thanks for the wine.
I thought he would. I thought he'd be okay with it. I feel like when you've got a package of 12 tamales.
You had your own tamales.
No, I didn't.
They were coming the next day.
Well,
you did.
That was not. I did not have them. I was maybe have held some, but that was not the case. I just thought since you had 12 tamales in there, it'd be all right if I snagged a couple of them. I didn't think it'd be a big deal. But
well, you thought wrong.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't even want this wine.
All right, bring it back in here.
We're going to get to T-Mill's best bets here in a second. Base Power text line 1-357-2416, YouTube and Twitch. If tamales are a communal?
I feel like
communal food.
It's a community food. You
put
it on a countertop.
What else is a community food? If tamales is community
they're
food,
not. That's stupid.
Is a 6-pack of Coke? What else is the community
Sixer,
food?
Yeah.
You know what's community food? A vegetable tray.
In the loop.
The Patriots were the Texans without the filter. Good defense, decent enough, but really couldn't hold up, for 4 quarters against a quality opponent, and a quarterback that was just fumbling and bumbling the game away, versus with the filter on, that defense was just overwhelming, and the quarterback made every right decision. Like, this was the Texans with a filter versus the Texans without a filter.
It's Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, localizing your lunch break, 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. This game day traffic update is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound before FM 1959. It's an accident that has 2 right lanes blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people
TireandCompany.com/610.
Damn, Tyler. Tyler is the absolute worst.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get a little T. Mill's best bets. He's struggling. 0 for 4 yesterday, 1 for 8 on the week. He needs it. Someone texted and said, I've been cashing out, going opposite of Tyler's bets. Thank you, bud. So someone texted in,
there
so he's been fading. Yesterday was a tough one. What you got tonight? I think it seems like you're adding to this thing. 4 tonight.
Yeah, it's the way my mind works whenever we get in these holes. I got to add more to get back in it. We can do this.
There you go.
I'm trying to convince myself. But if we don't do this, if these 5 NBA bets tonight, if it does not go well, we are switching to college basketball tomorrow. First bet tonight, Utah Jazz -5.5. They are hosting the Sacramento Kings. Next bet, taking some points. Phoenix Suns +7.5. 7.5 for the Suns as they host the Thunder. Then an under and an over for you here. First, the under. Hawks at Hornets, under 234 tonight. Pistons are going to be up in Canada taking on the Raptors. I'm on the over in that one, over 223 between the Pistons and Raptors. And then your fifth and final best bet this evening around the NBA is an old faithful one that has put money in our pockets, believe it or not, many times this year. I needed one I could rely on, and I think this is it. The center for the Cleveland Cavaliers, Jarrett Allen, under on those points as we've done multiple times. Under 16.5 points for big Jarrett Allen.
All right, that has been.
I want to tell.
16.5. That feels like. I mean, you got to win that one. That feels like.
That's the biggest it's been, and we've won the other ones. Yeah,
that's the biggest. That feels like you got to win that one.
Is he playing the Lakers backup? The Lakers backup team?
I don't think they're playing the Lakers. Lakers not playing 3 in a row.
And those unders for Jarrett Allen were hitting before James Harden came and was taking shots.
13.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they are playing the Wizards. The Wizards have quit at home, but that bodes well that he may not play long. So
right,
that one, Hawks Hornets. Boy, that's a big number. 234. We'll see. Yeah, there it is. If you didn't catch those, go to @TMillRealDeal. If you need to look at those, if you're going to do like our guy here and go the opposite and win, that's there for you too. But go ahead and check it out @TMillRealDeal, where you can catch his best bets. All right. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as they will look at this defense and how defense is trending up in the NFL. And, of course, nobody leads the way with that more than the Houston Texans. So Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will have that coming up. I saw Sean Bijani back there making his coffee. I feel bad, man. I went back. I looked back there.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't look like it was nothing but beans and potato salad.
That's all it's left?
I thought that meat was gone, man, and I don't know if Sean Bijani got a hold of it.
Boy, if somebody ate all that meat, they showed up and just ate all that. I mean, there was half a damn tray of both back there.
Oh, I mean, you just never know how many people are.
I mean, who's stumbling around here? Somebody must have got word there was dinner up here and eased back up to work or something. Hell, there wasn't a door open back there. Somebody's taking stuff home.
I think I saw old Andy go for plate number 2.
Andy ain't afraid.
And he shouldn't be. Let's work. They got him doing.
I had a feeling they got a lot of electricians, a lot of plumbers, a lot of
they swung back there. They swung back there.
Now, one of them crews could have swung back here and helped them damn self. There ain't a door open back there, so they had plenty of time.
I looked back there. I said, it looked like we just got beans and potato salad in here. Looked like it was a couple of sauces.
It's all right. Bijani's got that craft beer and them hot Cheetos he can lean into.
He'll figure something out with them beans and them potato salad, too. I bet you that.
Make him more bean sandwich.
Go in there and mix that thing up. But, yeah, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. They've got Area 45 right after Texans All Access, 7 to 11. So stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, I've been thinking about this with the Texans, and I am going to fight the urge of and just stop thinking about, like, what it is that I want them to do. And they're not going to do that. They have decided that this is the offense that they kind of want to run, and it looks like to me their thinking is that was year one of the offense. We're going to get better and improve because of year two of the offense, and our play caller has now got a season under his belt of experience. He will be able to jump back in, and maybe he gets better, everybody else gets better around, and we'll make some changes. Okay, if they're going to go with that, Clint, to me, I don't love it, but I do believe, Clint, that they should be swinging big at what they want to be offensively. If you want what it appears to be more of a physical offensive team, that's what I think DeMeco wants to be. I think DeMeco wants to at least have, from a physicality standpoint, what he had in San Francisco. Maybe the system is different, but I think he wants to be a physical team that can control the time of possession, run the football, and that be a big piece of their team where they're led with the run game and then they throw off of it and not led by the quarterback and CJ Stroud. And for me we'll swing big in those spots, right? You can't want to be that and then have Jarrett Patterson, Laken Tomlinson, bargains or late-round picks, Andrews, or moving your tackle into guard. Those can't be the answers. Or right now, Woody Marks and bringing in Nick Chubb, who's 100, and his knees are even older. Like, that can't be the game plan. To me, I think you look at it, if that's what you want to be, the Eagles, they want to be a physical run team. They go out and get Saquon Barkley. The Ravens, they wanted to be physical. They go out and to get Derrick Henry. They go out and get physical linemen up front. And I think that is something that the Texans should do. If this is what they want to be, then swing big and have really good guys in those positions.
Yeah, look, you had me at the swing big comment. I don't need it to be offensive lineman. I don't need it to be a running back. I don't need it to be a tight end. I don't need it to be a wide receiver. It needs to be somebody on the offensive side of the football. Like I think, look, you have. I'm always, people who listen to this show, I am always be aggressive in free agency. If you see somebody in free agency that you want, move heaven and earth to go get them. If there's somebody that you need and you want and you believe is going to be a game changer for you and their available trade, go get them. This whole waiting until the timing's right thing is a scary proposition for me, whether we're talking about draft or we're talking about free agency or we're talking about a trade. Like passing on really good players that are game changers and then hoping they're around the next year when you arrive, like that's scary. But here's the good thing about Houston. Like the Texans have arrived. They're at the doorstep of an AFC championship and potentially a Super Bowl. They're literally right there at the doorstep. You are one or two big moves, impact players away from being taken serious about a Super Bowl, from being viewed as, all right, this organization is serious about winning a Super Bowl. That's where they're at offensively. You're a couple of difference-making players, big-time players away on the offensive side of the football from being a true AFC championship Super Bowl caliber football team. Your defense is there. And a lot of people believe your team is there in the AFC simply because of how good your defense is. But I believe anybody that watches this team and anybody moving forward that's going to take them serious about this organization is willing to make the moves necessary to get over the hump and seriously contend for a Super Bowl, not just piece together an offense and not just this, we're going to get our best 5 offensive players, or, man, we're going to really depend on the development of these rookies, or, man, we've got 4 running backs we're going to rotate when the season starts. We're going to play tackles at guard, and we're going to all this kind of stuff. Like, we've got to get beyond. That doesn't happen on the defensive side of the football. It only happens on the offensive side of the football. And what holds you back? The offense. You're at the doorstep of the big dance, and I think everybody believes that. Now, as an organization, are you going to make very aggressive and very intentional attempts to get your team over the hump? I firmly believe, like I said, I'm always be aggressive when those players present themselves, when the opportunity to acquire this caliber player I'm talking about presents itself. I'm always go get Saquon Barkley. I'm always go get Derrick Henry. I'm always the best on the market, because who knows when those guys are going to be around? Who knows when you're going to arrive to the point where you're 1 or 2 players away from being a true contender? The good thing is the Texans are there. Are you serious about it? Or are we picking up some guy that New England cuts because your new tight end coach knows who he is, and he's going to be brought in here, and you're going to try to convince us that tight end room or that O-line room is good enough if they just work together and have great technique and great fundamental? Or are you going to make moves like I believe you tried to do 2 years ago after CJ Stroud's really great rookie year? You went out and got Steph Diggs.
Well, that's a great example because what did they want to be? They wanted to be high power, right? They said we saw, oh Lord, what we got? We got CJ. And we got CJ. And look what happened with CJ and Tank and Nico. And we didn't even know Nico was this.
Yep.
And we didn't know, Tank this and there. I mean, we're moving the ball. We led the league in passing. Hell, let's really have this. Let's bring in Diggs. Yep. Let's have these three guys. Let's bring in, let's keep Dalton Schultz. Let's bring in Joe Mixon. Let's really have a high-powered offense. And they made moves to make sense to what they wanted to be.
Yep.
And none of us had a problem with that. We know what they wanted. He wanted to have aggressive pass rushers. So what is he going to do? I got Will Anderson. He didn't go and just get, some middle-of-the-road dude. They went and got Danielle Hunter. Go swing for what you want to get.
Well, that's just where they're at. And I think the good thing about it right now is when I say aggressive, it's like we are going to come hell or high water. We are going to get this caliber player on the offensive side of the football. Again, this is the dead horse that I'm going to beat this offseason. The only position where you can't upgrade and this player is quarterback, right? I mean, every other position on this team. So, in other words, we're not just talking about Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker III. Yes. That would be great. I'd love to see you in the mix for both of those guys. But we're not just talking about that. We're talking about the top two interior offensive linemen in the game. We're talking about the top two available tight ends that come available, the top two receivers that come available. Literally the pool of players, you should be able to just go, all right, these 10 guys are guys that we really like. These 3 at the top are absolute dogs. They're guys that can take over a locker room. They're guys that demand perfection. They're guys that can hold people accountable. Tyler Lindenbaum from Baltimore. Hey, man, the checkbook's wide open. What do you need? The Texans are in a position to where that kind of move puts you in a Super Bowl or bust type situation.
But Clint, as you say that, your list can't be somebody that's going to cost you $3 million.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Your list can't be.
Cam Robinson can't be where you land, and I know.
Or Laken Tomlinson can't be for $3 million where you land.
Well, but even the Cam Robinson, a guy that just is the last guys that's available, and you've got to overpay him, and you don't even need him, you don't even want him, you don't even end up using him, right? I'm talking about surefire. Hey, man, here's where we're at. If it's an interior offensive lineman, to your point, and you can run the ball more effectively and you can protect your quarterback better, great. If it's weapons and now you got more weapons for CJ Stroud, great. If it's a running back that touches the ball 20 times a game and can be a bell cow and can allow Woody Marks to be a third down, great. Whatever it is, the point is the field is really, really broad right now for the Texans. It's just a matter of, is that checkbook going to be open, and do they feel like that's where they're at? I believe that's where they're at. I think the Texans are in a position right now where you're 2 players. I think you're 2 players away on the offensive side of the ball from people being like, well, these cats right here are real serious about a Super Bowl. These are Super Bowl contenders right here. It's Super Bowl or bust for the Houston Texans. You're close as it is with your defense and with what's going on in the AFC right now. You're a couple of players away from everybody believing, boy, Cal and Hannah done got serious about this.
Yep. And if you're going to, if you know what you want to do, like I said, boy, I look, the Ravens, boy, they want to be a physical run team. They're like, yeah,